Huang Guang, during a stone-cutting endeavor, acquired a mysterious ability that enables him to authenticate antiques and cure terminal illnesses. With this newfound power, his life began to transform, revealing a golden path ahead, populated by many awaiting his arrival. Let us observe how Huang Guang ascends step by step to the pinnacle of his existence. Chapter 1. The Golden Light. Huang Guang squatted before a street vendor, contemplating a small bronze furnace for over 10 minutes, still undecided about making a purchase. The vendor, a middle-aged man clad in a repeatedly washed, vintage camouflage military uniform, appeared earnest yet awkward. Though he wished to engage Huang Guang in conversation, he found himself at a loss for words, only occasionally rubbing his hands together in nervousness. After a moment of reflection, Huang Guang stood, sighed deeply, and prepared to depart. Young man, this is a treasured heirloom passed down in my family. Are you truly not interested? The vendor finally spoke, his thick accent revealing his rural origins, devoid of any conversational finesse. Huang Guang merely shook his head in response, exhaling a resigned sigh as he walked away. If he had some discretionary funds, he would have gladly spent 3,000 yuan to acquire this small furnace, reminiscent of a Qing dynasty imitation. However, with only 5,000 yuan to his name and his mother gravely ill in the hospital, urgently needing financial assistance, he could not afford to squander his limited resources on an uncertain bronze artifact. Observing Huang Guang's departure, the vendor lamented inwardly, "Am I not convincing enough? Alas, people today are far too astute, they're no longer easily deceived." Huang Guang hails from Wangxing County, where he lives with his parents, an elder brother, and a younger sister. His brother works away from home, while his sister is in her final year of high school. Their parents are ordinary laborers, and recently, his mother was diagnosed with liver cirrhosis, requiring a liver transplant with costs nearing 500,000 yuan. As common wage earners, Huang Guang's parents could never amass such an amount, and, as a recent university graduate, he felt helpless to provide significant assistance. The family was even contemplating selling their home due to his mother's illness. Why did Huang Guang consider purchasing the bronze furnace? He had studied history in university and wished to leverage his knowledge for a gamble. Yet ultimately he relinquished the idea, realizing that the education he received did not equip him with the skills to discern the authenticity of the small bronze furnace. At this moment, Huang Guang felt a pang of self-loathing, lamenting his inability to assist during his mother's time of need. Suddenly, an idea struck him, prompting him to dash to the storage room. He unearthed an old black wooden box from a corner, revealing several basketball-sized stones within. Upon closer inspection, these stones bore a striking resemblance to jade rough. Although Huang Guang had never seen jade rough in person, he had been influenced by online novels and had perused numerous photographs of rough stones. While not an expert, he could discern their potential. Could it really be jade rough? He marveled, tracing his fingers over the surface of the stones. "Grandfather, I never imagined you left behind such treasures." Upon returning home, Huang Guang began to slice through one of the basketball-sized stones using a cutting machine. Yet, to his dismay, the first stone yielded nothing upon being cut. Resolute, he placed the second stone onto the machine. The blade whirred rapidly as fragments of the stone flew off. Yet still, no jade emerged. As the stone was sliced halfway through, a glimmer of green caught his eye. He quickly halted the machine, removed the stone, and submerged it in a basin of water. Once the dust was washed away, Huang Guang beheld a hint of green encased within the stone. "It's green." He stood in stunned silence for a moment before erupting in exhilaration. After reveling in the discovery, Huang Guang gradually composed himself and began to carefully cut the jade rough. After 30 minutes of meticulous work, he extracted a jade piece the size of an egg. Washing the jade, he marveled at its gem-like brilliance, flawless and translucent. His heart soared with joy, for he now possessed the means to afford treatment for his mother's illness. The jade he held was none other than the legendary glass-type Imperial Green, "But I've struck it rich," Huang Guang exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement. He was acutely aware of the current market value of jade. The glass-type Imperial Green he possessed was a top-tier specimen, albeit only the size of an egg, yet undoubtedly worth millions. Lost in daydreams of luxury cars and opulent villas, saliva nearly dripped from his mouth. After a prolonged reverie, Huang Guang returned to reality, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the remaining 3 pieces of rough stone, 2 large and 1 small. After cutting the 2 larger pieces, he uncovered a fist-sized ice-type jade. Although not as refined as the glass-type, its considerable size promised a handsome return. With 2 high-quality jades in hand, Huang Guang prepared to conclude his work. However, upon noticing a sizable, dark stone still nestled in the box, his craving surged anew. Gambling on stones, akin to gambling itself, can become addictive. The thrill of extracting jade from rough stone is truly intoxicating. As the cutting machine sliced through the black stone, Huang Guang suddenly glimpsed a flash of gold. He immediately stopped the machine and grasped the stone. Yet, as he examined the stone closely, he found no trace of gold in that moment. However, his right index finger was inadvertently cut by the stone, and a stream of golden light surged into his fingertip. The speed of the light was so swift that Huang Guang hardly noticed. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he fell into unconsciousness. After 2 hours, Huang Guang gradually regained consciousness, finding himself lying in bed. His sister, Huang Yi, sat anxiously by his side, her expression filled with concern. Upon seeing him awake, Huang Yi's face brightened. "Brother, you're awake. What happened? Why were you lying in the storage room? I couldn't wake you up. It'd scare me to death." As she spoke, tears welled in her large eyes. "Do not fear. Little sister, I am perfectly fine," Huang Guang reassured her, gently stroking her head. Chapter 2. 8 million brother. Mom is already in the hospital. "Please do not get into trouble yourself," Huang Yi said, her eyes glistening with tears. Her gaze filled with concern for Huang Guang. "Rest assured, dear sister, I am in perfect health and will be just fine," Huang Guang replied with a smile. "You are on the verge of entering university. Should you still be crying? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed?" Who is crying?" Huang Yi pouted, playfully rebuking him. Huang Guang looked at her with affectionate indulgence, and then excitedly announced, "I have good news for you. I have found a way to secure the funds for Mom's surgery." "Really?" Huang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, her excitement palpable. "Of course. When have I ever boasted to you?" Huang Guang said with pride. After a moment of exhilaration, Huang Yi scrutinized her brother closely. "Brother, where did you acquire so much money? You aren't getting involved in anything illicit, are you?" While it was true that their mother needed money for treatment, Huang Yi hoped her brother would not resort to a misguided path. Huang Guang looked at her, exasperated. "I'm a law-abiding citizen. How could I possibly engage in wrongdoing? By the way, weren't you supposed to be in class today? Why haven't you left yet?" "I was worried about you getting into trouble," Huang Yi replied, still a tad uneasy. "Are you truly all right?" "I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Now, hurry off to school," Huang Guang said, patting his chest confidently. "All right, then I shall go to school," Huang Yi said, glancing at the time before heading out. Once she departed, Huang Guang rose from his bed and approached the mirror, meticulously examining his physique. He knew that his earlier fainting spell must have been triggered by some underlying cause. As he scrutinized his reflection, he suddenly noticed a fleeting glimmer of gold in his eyes. The unexpected flash startled him, and when he looked again, it had vanished. Just as he thought he might have imagined it, the golden gleam reappeared. This time, he observed it clearly. It circled within his iris before dissipating once more. Could this golden shimmer be the reason I fainted? But from where did it originate? Huang Guang was uncertain whether this golden light was beneficial or detrimental, and he resolved to discover its source. Suddenly, a possibility struck him. Could it be that stone? Huang Guang hurried to the storage room, only to find that the black stone was missing. In its place lay a patch of dark dust. Damn! Could it be that the golden light from the stone has entered my body? Has it shattered? Huang Guang pondered, his heart filled with trepidation. There was no denying that any ordinary person would feel fear when confronted with such an inexplicable occurrence. After all, humanity harbors a natural apprehension towards the unknown. The sudden emergence of the golden light caused Huang Guang to temporarily forget about the jade. It was not until half an hour later that he remembered the jade and hurriedly retrieved 2 boxes to secure both pieces. After safely storing the glass-type jade, Huang Guang took the ice-type jade with him as he ventured outside. Given the increasing rarity of glass-type jade, he was not yet inclined to sell the ice-type piece. Holding a box containing jadeite, Huang Guang entered the largest jewelry store in Wanqing. As he stepped inside, he noticed 3 or 4 female attendants in uniforms engrossed in their phones. They glanced at Huang Guang, but did not extend a warm greeting, as his attire did not suggest he was a potential customer. Although Huang Guang had recently entered society, he had encountered such situations before. He smiled faintly, unfazed, for he believed that by the end of his visit, they would regret their initial indifference. Approaching a young attendant in her 20s, who possessed a certain charm, he politely inquired, "Excuse me, do you purchase jadeite?" The attendant looked at him, surprised. Typically, those selling jewelry came with gold or similar items. But here was someone wishing to sell jadeite, which was indeed rare. "Yes, jadeite," Huang Guang confirmed with a nod. "May I see it?" Initially, the attendant had no intention of engaging with him, but curiosity compelled her to discover what kind of jadeite he intended to sell. Huang Guang carefully retrieved the box containing the jadeite, opened it, and revealed the stone within to her. The attendant had expected him to produce bracelets or pendants, but upon seeing the raw jadeite, she was momentarily taken aback. Once she assessed the quality of the jadeite, her surprise deepened. While her knowledge of jadeite was limited, she could discern that the quality of this piece was undoubtedly exceptional. "Please hold on a moment. I will fetch the manager," she said, aware that the value of this jadeite was beyond her authority to appraise. Huang Guang nodded and casually inspected the jewelry displayed in the case. The attendant made her way to the back of the store to summon the manager. Soon, she returned with a young woman in her 20s, clad in a uniform. The manager sported a sleek bob haircut, revealing a smooth forehead, and wore subtle yet elegant makeup that accentuated her confident demeanor. Despite her youth, she exuded a commanding presence far superior to that of the attendant. "Good day, sir. My name is Su Lu, the manager here. I understand you wish to sell a piece of jadeite to us. May I have a look?" Su Lu greeted Huang Guang with a polite smile. "Of course," Huang Guang replied, opening the box for her to inspect the jadeite. Su Lu's eyes lit up with excitement as she examined the stone, and she turned to Huang Guang, saying, "If you agree, let us discuss this further in my office." Huang Guang nodded in agreement. Upon entering her office, Huang Guang handed the jadeite to Su Lu for a more thorough examination. She inspected it meticulously, finding no flaws, and then addressed him, "Sir, are you truly willing to sell this jadeite to us?" "As long as the price is right," Huang Guang nodded. "By the way, my name is Huang Guang. 8 million. Mr. Huang, what do you think of this offer?" Su Lu proposed after a moment's consideration. "The price is quite reasonable. If Su Lu can utilize this piece of jade adeptly, she could indeed profit handsomely from it." Upon hearing Su Lu quote the price, Huang Guang could not help but swallow hard. 8 million. Before this, earning such an amount would have taken him a lifetime. "All right, I agree," he said, calming his emotions and maintaining a composed demeanor. Chapter 3. $3 Once Huang Guang consented, Su Lu began preparing the contract. After all, 8 million is no trifling sum, and having a contract would provide reassurance for both parties. After reviewing the contract, Huang Guang signed his name. Once the contract was finalized, Su Lu transferred 8 million into Huang Guang's account. While awaiting the SMS notification, she ventured to ask, "Mr. Huang, may I be so bold as to inquire where this piece of jade originated?" Still basking in the shock of his sudden fortune, Huang Guang casually replied, "I cut myself." Su Lu looked at him in astonishment, her demeanor warming. It turned out Mr. Huang was a master of stone gambling. How impressive. For someone like Su Lu, who works in the jewelry field, forging a friendship with someone skilled in stone gambling would prove immensely beneficial. "A master? I am hardly a master of stone gambling." Huang Guang quickly waved his hand dismissively. His ability to extract high-quality jade was solely due to the raw materials left by his grandfather. He merely cut the jade, and his skills had nothing to do with it. Su Lu smiled, choosing not to press further, believing Huang Guang simply did not want to acknowledge his talent. After all, it is not uncommon for experts to be somewhat eccentric. Huang Guang found himself at a loss for words, but noticing Su Lu's expression, he realized that no explanation would suffice. A few minutes later, Huang Guang received the SMS confirming the deposit. Gazing at the string of zeros in the message felt surreal. "Mr. Huang, the money should have arrived," Su Lu said with a smile. "It has indeed," Huang Guang nodded after a moment of stunned silence. Subsequently, Su Lu personally escorted him outside the shop. "Mr. Huang, here's my phone number. Should you acquire any more high-quality jade, please feel free to contact me. We can negotiate on the price." She handed him her business card, which bore her contact information. "Thank you. My number is 135, Huang Guang replied, lacking a business card of his own, and shared his number with Su Lu. After she noted it down, Huang Guang departed. With 8 million in hand, Huang Guang walked with a buoyant spirit, contemplating how to spend this fortune once his mother's illness was treated. Perhaps purchasing a sports car, finding a beautiful girlfriend, and indulging in travel and leisure. As he strolled, he suddenly spotted a familiar face, the middle-aged man from this morning selling small copper furnaces. He was now set up at a roadside stall, still showcasing that small copper furnace. "Uncle, why have you moved your stall?" Huang Guang inquired. "Some uniformed fellows nearly toppled my stand. I had no choice but to relocate," the middle-aged man replied with a resigned expression. "Perfect timing. I would like to take another look at that copper furnace," Huang Guang said with a smile as he crouched down to examine it. "Here, take a look." A middle-aged man wore a sincere smile upon his face. As Huang Guang placed his hand upon the brass furnace, a glimmer of golden light flashed in his eyes, conjuring a three-dimensional image of a small brass furnace within his mind. The furnace itself appeared unremarkable. However, at its base lay 3 copper coins emanating a faint white glow. Simultaneously, The white light from the coins seemed irresistibly drawn to Huang Guang's fingers, swiftly melding into his eyes and amplifying the golden luminescence within them. Suddenly, Huang Guang's mind was flooded with information. Guangxu Yuanbao, minted in Huizhou province, weighing 1 tael, 3 coins. The abruptness of this revelation jolted Huang Guang, causing him to retract his hand from the furnace. The middle-aged vendor regarded him with a perplexed expression. Inspecting his hand revealed no abnormalities, yet, upon glancing back at the brass furnace, he could distinctly see the 3 coins, albeit the previous white glow had vanished. What could this signify? Perhaps the golden light was the catalyst for this peculiar occurrence. He pondered, arriving at the only explanation for his current predicament. Huang Guang then placed his hand upon several other items on the stall, but no similar phenomena transpired, further solidifying his belief that the golden light in his eyes reacted solely to genuine antiquities. With this thought, he stifled his excitement and inquired of the vendor, "Sir, might you consider lowering the price for this brass furnace?" Aware that the items at this stall were mere fakes, Huang Guang recognized that the seemingly honest middle-aged man was, in fact, a merchant of counterfeit goods. Little did he know, hidden among these forgeries were authentic treasures. You see, 3,000 yuan is truly a modest sum. If it weren't for urgent financial needs, I wouldn't part with such an item, the vendor replied, feigning difficulty. Huang Guang, now wise to his deceit, furrowed his brow and retorted, "While this furnace may be a Qing dynasty replica, its true value would be considerable if authentic. However, if it is indeed a forgery, it holds no worth whatsoever. I cannot afford to gamble on such a price. 3,000 yuan is rather excessive for me. Should be lower. I might be willing to take a chance." Knowing the vendor was a charlatan, Huang Guang was resolute in not overpaying. "These items are truly heirlooms from my ancestors. They cannot be fakes." The vendor feigned a troubled expression, contemplating before responding. "Very well, propose a price, and if it is reasonable, I shall sell it to you." 500 yuan, Huang Guang stated bluntly, leaving no room for pleasantries. The vendor nearly choked on his own disbelief. He had encountered many who haggled, but never had he seen such audacity. Yet, he could not refuse this offer. "Isn't that a bit low?" the vendor inquired. "That is the best I can do." "If you are unwilling, then so be it," Huang Guang replied, rising to depart. Indeed, as he took merely 2 steps, the vendor called after him. "Young man, I can see your genuine fondness for this brass furnace. I shall sell it to you for 500 yuan, trusting that you will take good care of it." A middle-aged man resolutely declared, "It will certainly happen." Huang Guang, weary of further conversation, handed 500 yuan to the man and took hold of the small bronze furnace. After exchanging a courteous remark with him, Huang Guang departed. Observing Huang Guang's exit, the middle-aged man lightly tapped the money in his palm, feeling a sense of pride. No matter how much you haggle, I still pocketed 400 yuan. What a delight. However, had he known that his 400 yuan gain could potentially lead to a loss of millions, he would have surely been distraught. Chapter 4. The Golden Light Treatment. Noticing the worry etched on Huang Jinrong's face, Huang Guang understood that he was preoccupied with his mother's illness. "Dad, how's Mom doing now?" he asked. "Well, as long as we find a suitable liver donor, she can undergo a transplant," Huang Jinrong replied distractedly. His thoughts were consumed by how to amass the substantial surgical fees. Moreover, with Huang Yi preparing for university, financial demands were pressing, leaving Huang Jinrong feeling utterly exhausted. "Dad, you needn't worry about money. I've already raised the funds." Huang Guang reassured him. His endeavor to sell jadeite was precisely to alleviate the family's financial burdens, and he felt it necessary to share this news. "Xiao Guang, what do you mean you've raised money? Where did you acquire such a sum?" Huang Jinrong exclaimed, astonished and somewhat anxious about his son potentially straying onto the wrong path. Huang Guang recounted how he had cut jadeite from the raw materials left by his grandfather and sold it, showing his father the bank messages on his phone. Though Huang Jinrong listened as if to a tale, he could not deny the evidence presented by the bank notifications, leading him to believe. "It seems your grandfather indeed left us something valuable." Upon learning that Huang Guang had 8 million, Huang Jinrong visibly relaxed. Once dinner was prepared, Huang Guang accompanied him to the hospital, eager to share this uplifting news with his mother, hoping to facilitate her recovery. Upon arriving at the hospital, Huang Jinrong conveyed the situation to Huang Guang's mother, Wu Meizhen. Overwhelmed by the unexpected fortune of her son, Wu Meizhen's eyes glistened with tears. Initially, upon learning of her terminal condition, she had lost all hope, dreading the prospect of her illness bankrupting the family and preventing her daughter from attending university. Now, with a glimmer of hope, she felt an overwhelming sense of elation. After all, even the smallest creatures strive to survive. let alone a human being. Mom, you must focus on your recovery. Once you are well, our family can enjoy a better life, Huang Guang said, sitting beside her and taking her hand. At that moment, as he grasped Wu Meijian's hand, a flash of golden light flickered in his eyes, revealing a three-dimensional anatomical diagram in his mind. Data appeared beside each organ, indicating their conditions, some normal, others slightly deficient. Yet the liver displayed alarming results, accompanied by a prompt. Consider treatment. What is this? Can the golden light in my eyes actually heal? Huang Guang pondered, his full attention captivated by the luminous glow before him. Huang Guang was acutely aware that although liver transplantation could be performed for cirrhosis, the organ would never truly belong to his mother. Even in the absence of rejection, the maximum lifespan post-surgery would be a mere decade. He pondered that if he could remedy his mother's ailment, there would be no need for such a temporary solution. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he silently recited a mantra for healing. At that moment, a glimmer of golden light surged into Wu Meijian's body. As this golden radiance penetrated her being, Huang Guang experienced a piercing headache that rendered him unconscious. His sudden collapse alarmed both Wu Meijian and Huang Jianrong, who immediately summoned a doctor to examine him. After a thorough assessment, the doctor concluded that Huang Guang was simply fatigued and would awaken after some rest. It was not until 10 o'clock that evening that he gradually came to, finding himself in a hospital bed with Huang Jianrong anxiously perched beside him. Upon seeing his son awake, his expression brightened, and he inquired, "Xiao Guang, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort?" "I'm fine, Dad. Sorry to worry you," Huang Guang replied, internally bemused by the fact that he had fainted twice in one day. What exactly was this golden light? Was he truly all right? Huang Jianrong remained somewhat apprehensive. Sitting up, Huang Guang reassured him, "See, I'm all right now. By the way, how is Mom? I want to check on her." He was aware that his fainting spell would cause Wu Meijian distress. Visiting her would not only alleviate her worries, but also allow him to assess her condition and ensure he had not fainted again. Seeing that Huang Guang appeared to be fine, Huang Jianrong nodded, though he too felt concern for his wife. They proceeded to Wu Meijian's room, where she had yet to rest. Upon Huang Guang's entrance, she immediately expressed her concern, asking, "Xiao Guang, are you all right now?" If she could truly sleep after her son had collapsed, her heart would be remarkably at ease. "I'm fine, truly. Sorry to worry you," Huang Guang said as he approached her bedside. At that moment, he observed the state of her body and noted that her liver function remained quite poor, although there was now an indication that recovery was underway. This sight relieved him greatly. Furthermore, he discovered another characteristic of the golden light. Any object it had touched could be perceived without further contact. The efficacy of the golden light suggested that a prolonged hospital stay was unnecessary and the surgery could be avoided. However, he needed to devise a way to persuade his parents to forego the operation. Knowing that his son was unharmed, Wu Meijian finally allowed herself to rest. "Dad, what do you think are the chances of Mom succeeding with the surgery?" Huang Guang seized the opportunity to ask Huang Jianrong. The doctor mentioned that as long as the compatibility was good, the success rate would be quite high. Huang Jianrong replied candidly, "Indeed, but Dad, have you considered exploring alternative treatments?" Huang Guang proposed, sensing his father's curiosity. "Alternative treatments? What do you mean?" Huang Jianrong asked, puzzled by his son's suggestion. In his perspective, the most effective remedy for cirrhosis of the liver is undoubtedly a liver transplant, as there are numerous successful precedents. However, when Huang Guang suggested an alternative treatment approach, Huang Jianrong found himself puzzled. Traditional Chinese medicine was his suggestion. Although the success rate of liver transplants is significantly high, he still harbored hopes for his mother to live a long and prosperous life. While Huang Guang did not explicitly state that patients typically have a life expectancy of merely a decade post-surgery, Huang Jianrong could certainly grasp the underlying implication. "Is traditional medicine effective?" Huang Jianrong inquired. "I am uncertain, yet I wish to give it a try," Huang Guang replied earnestly. "Father, I hope you can grant me some time to explore options before Mother undergoes surgery. I have some funds now, and I firmly believe a miracle will unfold." Chapter 5 I apologize for disturbing you. Huang Guang cautiously closed the door, expressing his regret. "It's nothing. I shall return to my reading." "Huang, you know it in acknowledge. Little sister, strive hard. If you gain admission to the capital university, I shall surprise you," Huang Guang said with a cheerful smile. With newfound abilities at his disposal, he was confident that, with proper application, prosperity would soon follow. He could not allow his sister to endure hardship. "What surprise?" Huang Yi asked, her curiosity piqued. "Just focus on your studies, and you will find out soon enough," Huang Guang teased with a grin. The small bronze furnace. with its 3 legs, measured approximately 15 centimeters in diameter and stood 7 to 8 centimeters tall. Its base inscribed with the mark of the Xuande period of the Ming dynasty. Of course, this was a mere imitation. To the untrained eye, the bronze furnace appeared as a singular piece, yet Huang Guang discerned a minor seam at its base, where 3 silver coins lay hidden. With treasure before him, Huang Guang, unable to resist, carried the small bronze furnace to the storeroom. After returning to his room and taking a refreshing shower, he lay on his bed, but slumber eluded him. Just moments ago, he was merely an intern fresh out of university, grappling with his mother's illness and uncertain of the future. Yet now, he possessed extraordinary abilities, earning wealth he had never thought possible and potentially harnessing this newfound power to heal his mother's affliction. It is only natural that anyone faced with such a significant turn of events would find sleep elusive. Suddenly, he recalled that the golden light emanating from his eyes, when used for healing, would deplete both his golden energy and mental strength. Huang Guang distinctly sensed that the golden light had considerably diminished. However, if he could augment the golden light, perhaps it would conserve his mental energy during treatments. It seemed imperative that he seek out more antiques to absorb their precious glow. With this newfound clarity, Huang Guang, initially overwhelmed by the unexpected wealth and the uncertainty of his path, discovered a direction forward. He was eager to explore the extent to which the golden light within his eyes could evolve. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he eventually drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Huang Guang awoke and took the small bronze furnace to the storeroom, ready to make his incision. He carefully split the furnace in 2, retrieving the 3 silver coins within. Having been concealed in the furnace, the coins remained in pristine condition, their appearance remarkably exquisite. One side bears the inscription Huizhou Province, minted Guangxu silver dollar, keeping weight 1 tael, with Huizhou Province minted adorning the top and keeping weight 1 tael at the bottom, flanked by Manchu characters, while the central portion features the words Guangxu silver dollar, interspersed with additional Manchu script. The reverse side showcases a finely engraved image of a coiling dragon, accompanied by the phrase Huizhou Province minted in a small standard English font, with the currency value inscribed below, exhibiting exquisite craftsmanship. Upon investigation, Huang Guang's gaze transformed upon discovering that the worth of these 3 silver dollars was approximately 5 million. He was also aware of the provenance of these coins. These silver pieces were minted using coinage machinery introduced by the British Empire under the supervision of Zhang Xiangshui, the Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi. Among all dragon-patterned silver dollars, these boast the most refined craftsmanship, the most flawless engraving, and an exceptionally pronounced relief. Due to their non-circulation and unparalleled anti-counterfeiting measures, they possess significant collectible value and aesthetic appeal. Huang Guang felt a surge of joy and promptly refreshed himself before departing with one of the silver dollars. His internship company, located in Wangcheng, was a modest advertising firm named Blue Sky Advertising Company Limited, employing around 50 individuals. Huang Guang worked as a graphic designer, earning a monthly salary of approximately 3,000. Truth be told, interning at such a small company was quite taxing. In this role, the company expected proficiency in various design software and coding skills. Huang Guang merely aspired to accumulate experience. Otherwise, he would have left long ago. Upon arriving at the office and greeting his colleagues, he learned that Manager Wu was present and made his way to the manager's office. Speaking of Manager Wu, Huang Guang was reluctant to engage with him. This individual often summoned staff for overtime without compensation, and he had a penchant for leering at the female employees, occasionally taking liberties with them. Due to his corpulent physique and receding hairline, the staff privately referred to him as the old lecher. As Huang Guang walked towards Manager Wu's office, he scanned the surroundings, hoping to glimpse a certain female colleague, but to his dismay, he found no trace of her. How peculiar! Could it be that Han Yu did not come to work today? Huang Guang pondered. Arriving at Manager Wu's office door, he decided to inquire with his colleagues later. He gently knocked several times. Inside the office, 2 individuals who had been entangled immediately separated. Manager Wu, displaying a mixture of embarrassment and anger, sat in his swivel chair, glaring at Huang Guang. However, Huang Guang paid no heed to the manager's predatory gaze, instead directing a sorrowful look at the young woman beside Manager Wu, who stood with her back to him, adjusting her attire. Although she did not face him, Huang Guang was certain that this was the woman he admired, Han Yu. Once she finished straightening her clothes, she addressed Manager Wu, saying, "Manager, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Without casting a glance at Huang Guang, Han Yu exited the office. "Xiao Huang, what brings you here today? Has your mother's illness improved?" Manager Wu thought of reprimanding Huang Guang, but refrained, recognizing that this was not the moment for confrontation. However, Huang Guang was engulfed in a profound sorrow. Completely oblivious to Manager Wu's words, his mind consumed with the question of why such a calamity had befallen him. Chapter 6. I quit. Huang Guang, what is your attitude? I am speaking to you. Manager Wu, already infuriated by Huang Guang's disruption of his plans, could no longer contain his anger as Huang Guang audaciously ignored him. The manager's furious shout jolted Huang Guang for his despair, and he glared at this brazen individual who had tarnished his once beautiful thoughts. Had it not been for a shred of rationality urging him to remain composed, Huang Guang would have undoubtedly delivered a fist to Wu's loathsome face. I heard you. I came here to tell you, you fat pig, that I am quitting. With a cathartic roar, Huang Guang turned on his heel and stormed out. Manager Wu, his face a deep shade of purple, angrily threatened Huang Guang. Just know that if you leave now, you won't see a single penny. That money is better saved for your medicine. As Huang Guang walked past Hanyu, he was tempted to glance back at her, but he stifled that urge and hastily exited the company. After Huang Guang's departure, Manager Wu stormed out of his office, exclaiming in fury, "Look at these people. From now on, we must be discerning in our hiring. We cannot allow any riffraff to join our ranks. Hanyu, come to my office. I have some questions for you." Hanyu's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of struggle, yet she ultimately rose and made her way to Manager Wu's office. Once outside the company, Huang Guang felt a sudden sting in his nose, tears threatening to spill over. He quickly wiped his nose, fighting back the tears, silently reminding himself, "Huang Guang, do not cry. That kind of woman is not worth your tears. You now possess wealth and extraordinary abilities, paving the way for a better life. You will meet someone far more worthy. Be strong and forge ahead." After a prolonged session of self-encouragement, Huang Guang took a few deep breaths and headed towards the flower and bird market in Wangqing. Recalling that there were several antique shops where he could sell the silver dollars he possessed and perhaps discover a hidden treasure. Initially, Huang Guang hoped to stumble upon a bargain in these shops. However, upon entering, he quickly realized that finding such deals was no easy task. The prices on genuine antiques were daunting, and although he had some money now, he deemed it unwise to spend it on items he considered ultimately useless. Nevertheless, Huang Guang did not leave empty-handed. He absorbed some of the precious aura emanating from several authentic antiques, enhancing his own aura ever so slightly. He discovered that genuine antiques exuded a unique aura akin to the white gleam of the silver dollars, which he conveniently referred to as treasure aura. Moreover, he noted that the quality and age of the antiques influenced the level of this aura. For instance, the silver dollar radiated a bright light, while a somewhat damaged snuff bottle he observed in the shop only emitted a faint gray glow. "Young man, have you found anything to your liking? Everything in my shop is top-notch." A man in his 30s, adorned with spectacles and clad in traditional Tang attire, approached Huang Guang with an air of scholarly pretension. Although he presented himself as a learned individual, his cunning nature was evident, as he merely claimed that his shop was filled with fine goods, avoiding any mention of authenticity to evade criticism. Huang Guang, well aware that the shop housed few genuine artifacts, was not swayed by the man's deceitful words. With a smile, he replied, "Boss, I am not here to make a purchase. Rather, I wish to sell something. How much do you think this can fetch?" With that, Huang Guang produced a silver coin from his pocket and offered it to the man. The moment the man beheld the silver coin, his eyes sparkled momentarily before he feigned nonchalance, taking the coin and examining it with great scrutiny. After a considerable pause, he lifted his gaze and, in a tone tinged with regret, remarked, "Young man, this silver coin, known as the Deqing Longbi, was minted during the reign of Guangxu. Due to its limited production, it possesses significant collectible value. Alas, this particular piece appears too pristine. It is likely a modern imitation, though the craftsmanship is commendable. By the way, how much did you pay for it?" In the realm of antiques, genuine pieces acquired through reputable auction houses are transparently priced, while establishments like this one typically engage in the practice of buying low and selling high. Most individuals lack expertise, and, upon encountering a man who speaks with half-truths, may easily come to believe that the coin is counterfeit. "Counterfeit? How unfortunate. I spent $500 on it," Huang Guang replied, deliberately attempting to tease the man. Upon hearing that Huang Guang had purchased the coin for 500, a flicker of envy and delight crossed the man's eyes, though he quickly masked it. "Well, that's not too bad. You haven't lost too much. How about this? Although this coin may not be authentic, its craftsmanship is decent enough to be considered a work of art. I can offer you $300 for it." Huang Guang thought to himself. This fellow is quite ruthless, attempting to acquire a coin worth over $1 million for a mere $300. How unscrupulous. Yet he maintained a placid demeanor, saying, "Let be. Although this coin is a forgery, I have grown fond of it. $500 is not excessive." With that, he reclaimed the silver coin from the man's hands. As the man reached out to retrieve the coin from Huang Guang, the latter swiftly placed it into his pocket and calmly stated, "It's all right, $500 is not too much. No worries." He then turned to leave, disinterested in selling the coin to such a dishonest proprietor. The man, unwilling to let a potential fortune slip away, called out to Huang Guang, "Young man, I genuinely appreciate that coin. How about I offer you 800? No, 1,000, what do you say?" Upon seeing Huang Guang smile, the man suddenly realized that Huang Guang must be aware of the coin's true worth. Reflecting on his earlier demeanor, he wore an awkward smile and admitted, "Ah, it seems you are quite the connoisseur. I apologize for my earlier behavior." "Not at all," Huang Guang replied, somewhat surprised, as his regard for the man elevated slightly. His willingness to acknowledge the truth indicated that he was not entirely unscrupulous. "How much are you planning to sell this silver dollar for?" the man inquired earnestly. Although he realized that Huang Guang was aware of the authenticity of the coin, preventing him from profiting over $1 million, he thought that if he could purchase the silver dollar, there would be some margin to gain, which was still commendable. Chapter 7. Buying. Are you truly interested in buying? Huang Guang asked. "Yes, I am quite sincere." The man nodded affirmatively. "Then state your price, if it is reasonable. I shall sell the silver dollar to you." Since the proprietor displayed genuine intent, Huang Guang was inclined to consider the price he proposed. If it seemed fair, he would prefer not to change venues. 1,200,000. The man deliberated before revealing his offer. His price was indeed quite fair. Huang Guang had checked online and found that this was in line with auction prices, excluding taxes and other fees. Thus, this figure of 1,200,000 was reasonable. Agreed, Huang Guang promptly accepted. Next, the proprietor proceeded to transfer the funds. While Huang Guang awaited the transaction's completion, the proprietor inquired, "I still do not know your name." "My name is Chun Dalu, and I am the owner here." Chun Dalu sensed that Huang Guang was no ordinary individual and felt a desire to cultivate their acquaintance. "I am Huang Guang. If you prefer, you may call me Xiao Guang or a Guang," Huang Guang replied, recognizing Chun Dalu as his benefactor and thus choosing to be courteous. However, Chun Dalu refrained from using such informal names, instead addressing him with respect. "Brother Xiao Guang, I am merely a few years your senior. If you wish, you may call me Brother Chun. Referring to me as Boss Chun feels too distant." Given Chun Dalu's amiable approach, Huang Guang felt obliged to grant him the courtesy of addressing him as Brother Chun. Following this, Chun Dalu discreetly inquired about Huang Guang's family situation, but Huang Guang, not wishing to reveal too much on their first encounter, offered only vague responses. Before long, the sum of 1,200,000 was credited to Huang Guang's account. "Brother Chun, the funds have arrived, and the amount is correct." After receiving the notification, Huang Guang informed Chun Dalu and prepared to leave. "Now that everything is settled, I shall take my leave. Please wait a moment, Brother Xiao Guang. I notice you have a keen interest in antiques. Tomorrow, I am set to meet an elder who possesses considerable knowledge about such artifacts. Would you be willing to accompany me?" Chun Dalu called out to Huang Guang, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Initially, Huang Guang intended to decline the invitation, but then reconsidered and asked, "Brother Chun, does your elder possess a vast collection of antiques?" At this moment, Huang Guang was eager to amplify the brilliance he perceived within himself, which would aid in his mother's treatment. Perhaps meeting Brother Chun's elder would present a splendid opportunity. "Indeed, my elder's collection far surpasses that of my store, and most importantly, every piece is authentic." Chun Dalu responded with a tone laced with temptation. As for the possibility of Huang Guang harboring ulterior motives, Chun Dalu dismissed the notion entirely, confident that in Wancheng, no one would dare to challenge his elder. Upon hearing Chun Dalu assert that his elder's collection was comprised of authentic pieces, Huang Guang's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was an extraordinary opportunity to gather treasures. He no longer hesitated and nodded. "Then I shall await Brother Chen's news tomorrow." Huang Guang consented, and Chun Dalu felt a surge of joy in his heart. After exchanging phone numbers, Huang Guang departed. Not long after he left Chun Dalu's shop, his phone buzzed with a WeChat message from Hanyu. After much contemplation, Huang Guang finally decided to open the message. Before he did, he had imagined that Hanyu's message might contain some justification, perhaps an explanation about her family's financial struggles, which would have somewhat alleviated his despair. However, upon opening the WeChat, he was met with merely 3 words, "I'm sorry." Seeing those 3 words filled Huang Guang with disappointment. But at this juncture, he felt no inclination to say anything further. His relationship with Han Yu had reached its conclusion. After erasing Han Yu from his life, Huang Guang's spirits plummeted, and he sought an outlet for his emotions. After some reflection, he devised a method to vent his frustrations: shopping. Whatever he had previously been unable to afford, he would now purchase it all, channeling his negative feelings into consumerism. With this thought in mind, he made his way to a fruit specialty store. In the past, he had gazed longingly at the prices of mobile phones and computers, yet now he intended to acquire them all. "Sir, are you interested in a phone? We have the latest models in store." A lovely saleswoman approached him, speaking enthusiastically. Having just endured an emotional blow, Huang Guang felt no attraction toward her. With a nonchalant expression, he replied, "Bring me 2 of the latest phones, tablets, and laptops." While indulging in his shopping spree, he did not forget about his sister. The saleswoman's smile widened upon hearing his request, as it meant a larger commission for her. "All right, let me introduce you to." "That's unnecessary. Just wrap them up for me." "How much is in total?" Huang Guang interrupted, reveling in the joy of shopping, uninterested in her chatter. The saleswoman refrained from further commentary and promptly packed the items. "Sir, the total is 72,000. She spoke with a hint of excitement. Huang Guang nodded and handed over his card. After settling the bill, he exited the store carrying several bags. Upon reaching a nearby trash bin, he discarded the receipt and a note that presumably contained the saleswoman's phone number. Having been hurt by a girl, Huang Guang was not interested in those who readily offered their attention. Next, he visited a fashion brand, treating himself to a new outfit and purchasing clothes for his family, deciding that his sister could buy her own. Money was no object. After his shopping spree, he found himself laden with numerous bags. "I need to get myself a car," he mused, secretly hoping that when he appeared before Han Yu driving his new vehicle, her expression would be one of astonishment. After some consideration, Huang Guang hailed a taxi. "Driver, take me to the Porsche dealership," he instructed, providing the address. Upon arriving at the 4S dealership, Huang Guang found himself captivated by several car models on display. However, with only around 9 million in his possession, he realized that while he could afford to purchase a couple of vehicles, it would be impractical for him to drive so many alone. Not to mention, he needed to reserve some funds for future needs. Huang Guang, nonetheless, remained rational in his decision-making. Before long, he became enamored with a white Porsche Cayenne. This vehicle boasted ample space and high safety ratings, making it an ideal choice for family excursions. After inquiring about the price, he promptly made a full payment for the car. Although he had obtained his driver's license during his university years, he had seldom driven since, so he approached the task of navigating the Cayenne with utmost caution. Once home, and after organizing his belongings, Huang Guang made another trip to the hospital. He found that Wu Meijian's condition was steadily improving, prompting him to temporarily halt the treatment with the golden light, intending to wait until he had more before proceeding. Chapter 8. Ancient. "Brother, you seem a bit different today," Huang Yi remarked. "Do you think I've become more handsome?" Huang Guang replied with a smile, his spirits lifting upon seeing his sister. "Wow, did you buy that fruit tablet?" Huang Yi's attention was quickly drawn to the device in Huang Guang's hands. "Yes, it's quite user-friendly," he nodded in agreement. "Where did you get the money for this?" Huang Yi's expression soured slightly. Their mother was still hospitalized, and they had yet to gather the funds for her surgery, making her brother's expenditure on seemingly frivolous items infuriating. Noticing Huang Yi's discomfort, Huang Guang chuckled softly and reassured her, "Don't worry, little sister. Our mother's surgery expenses are well taken care of. Moreover, our lives will surely improve in the future. Trust your brother." "Really?" Despite knowing Huang Guang never lied to her, a shadow of worry lingered in Huang Yi's heart. "Rest assured, everything is under control," he replied with a smile. "By the way, let us go check out your room. There's a surprise waiting for you." Curiosity piqued. Huang Yi cast a puzzled glance at Huang Guang, but proceeded to her room. Moments later, Huang Guang was greeted by the sound of her delighted exclamation. Before long, Huang Yi emerged from her room, clutching 3 items and gazing at Huang Guang with excitement. "Brother, are these all for me? Since they are in your room?" "They are undoubtedly yours," Huang Guang affirmed with a nod. "You are the best." Huang Yi exclaimed, joyfully embracing Huang Guang. Though their family circumstances had provided for her basic needs, Huang Yi had never experienced the luxury of owning branded fruit products. Hearing her classmates talk about them had always stirred envy, but now that she possessed them, her happiness was boundless. Huang Guang was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected embrace, his cheeks flushing as he playfully chided, "Little sister, how old are you now? If someone saw this, they would laugh at you. What is there to fear? This is my home, and you are my brother. Who would dare laugh at me?" Huang Yi pouted, feigning indignation. Huang Guang could only shake his head in resignation. Don't worry, even if it is scratched, we 1T have to pay for it, he said affectionately, gazing at Huang Yi. Why not? Is it someone you know? She queried, still unaware of the true source of the gifts. It's not someone I know, it's mine. Today I just submitted everything, and all the procedures are complete. A proud smile adorned Huang Guang's face. In front of his family, he felt no need to conceal anything. Really? Huang Yi's voice rose an octave. Of course, Huang Guang nodded. After a brief moment of astonishment, Huang Yi dashed outside. Huang Guang followed her. Observing Huang Yi circling the car, her hands eagerly exploring its surface. Little sister, would you like to go for a ride? Huang Guang opened the car door and looked at Huang Yi. Before he could finish his sentence, Huang Yi had already taken her seat in the passenger side, urging him, Brother, hurry up, what are you waiting for? With a resigned smile, Huang Guang climbed into the car. Brother, could you possibly drive a bit faster? Look, others on bicycles are outpacing you, Huang Yi remarked, glancing at the speedometer, which hovered at 30. Huang Guang chuckled awkwardly. I haven't driven much, so I prefer to take it slow for safety. Once I get the hang of it, I'll let you experience the thrill of speed. Upon arriving at the school, Huang Guang advised, Little sister, focus on your studies. If you get accepted into Capital University, I'll reward you with a grand gift, far more valuable than a phone. So you must work hard. Noticing that her attention was absorbed by her phone, Huang Guang reminded Huang Yi, hoping she wouldn't be distracted. Got it, big brother. I will definitely put in the effort, Huang Yi asserted, her gaze resolutely leaving her phone. The following day, around 10 in the morning, Huang Guang received a call from Chun Dalu, inviting him to his shop. After tidying himself up and admiring his appearance in the mirror, he grabbed the remaining 2 dragon coins and drove to Chun Dalu's establishment. Chun Dalu awaited him outside, and before long, he spotted a Porsche Cayenne leisurely approaching and parking in front of his shop. Soon after, Huang Guang emerged from the vehicle. Seeing Huang Guang step out, Chun Dalu felt even more assured of his impression of him, smiling as he remarked, Brother Guang, that is quite a nice car. It's all right. By the way, I hope I'm not late. It's been a while since I drove, so I wasn't confident enough to go fast, Huang Guang replied, slightly embarrassed. Not at all, Chun Dalu laughed. If you're free, let us head out. Huang Guang nodded in agreement and got into Chun Dalu's car, a luxurious Bentley Bentayga. With Chun Dalu's superior driving skills, the ride was smooth and steady. Half an hour later, they left Wangsheng County and continued for another half hour, arriving at the entrance of a quaint estate. After parking, Chun Dalu led Huang Guang inside. Upon entering the estate, they saw an elderly man in his 60s, clad in farmer's attire, tending to the vegetable garden. Upon seeing the old man, Chun Dalu respectfully greeted, Uncle Gu, are you busy? The elder looked up and recognized Chun Dalu, replying, Little Lu, what brings you here today? You usually don't come around. The tone of the elder suggests a close relationship with Chun Dalu. Master Gu, I have come to seek your guidance, Chun Dalu said with a flattering smile. By the way, I have brought a young friend today who possesses considerable knowledge about antiques. He heard that you are a venerable figure in the antique world and specially came to meet you for an exchange. Upon hearing Chun Dalu's words, the elder glanced at Huang Guang. Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Huang Guang, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Huang Guang politely introduced himself. Yes, please come in, the elder replied, placing his hoe aside, clapping his hands, and leading them inside. Chapter 9, The Invitation. Once inside, the elder invited Huang Guang and Chun Dalu to sit down and began to brew tea. Huang Guang surveyed the elder's home, which appeared to be a typical farmhouse devoid of any signs of antiques, leading him to wonder why Chun Dalu had claimed that the elder's collection surpassed that of his own shop. Xiao Lu, speak up. Have you acquired something valuable again? The elder inquired as he placed the teapot on the stove. I knew I couldn't hide it from you, Chun Dalu replied, presenting the dragon coin he had received from Huang Guang to the elder. The elder took the coin, examining it closely before nodding at Chun Dalu. Indeed, this dragon coin is in excellent condition. How much did you pay for it? 1,200,000. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you say? Chun Dalu replied proudly. Well, if this piece were to be auctioned, it would fetch no less than 1,500,000. You could stand to make a few thousand from it, not bad, the elder remarked, his tone devoid of any hint of admiration. By the way, who sold you this dragon coin? It was sold to me by brother Xiao Guang, Chun Dalu answered. The elder turned his gaze back to Huang Guang, smiling as he asked, Young brother, may I inquire about the origin of this dragon coin? I retrieved it from a replica Schwanda furnace, Huang Guang replied candidly, feeling no need to conceal the information since the coin had already been extracted. Hearing this, the elder's eyes brightened as he remarked, If it was taken from a replica Xuanda furnace, then there should be 3 in total. This revelation surprised Huang Guang. Elder, how did you know that? Chen Dalu looked on with curiosity, his gaze toward Huang Guang filled with envy. A decade ago, I heard from a fellow collector that 3 well-preserved dragon coins were hidden within a replica Xuanda furnace. The furnace was crafted by his grandfather, intended to safeguard the 3 coins during the Cultural Revolution. Unfortunately, his grandfather failed to protect the replica, and it was stolen, disappearing without a trace. It is quite unexpected to encounter it today. Young brother, would you be interested in parting with the remaining 2 dragon coins? I believe my friend would offer you a satisfactory price, as these 3 coins hold extraordinary significance for him. The elder explained, observing Huang Guang intently. It turns out that the origin of the dragon coin is quite fascinating. Since you are willing to pay for it, Huang Guang naturally intends to sell it. Given that it belongs to a friend of the esteemed Mr. Gu, it is only right that it returns to its rightful owner. As for the price, let us set it at 1,200,000 for each coin, the same amount I sold to Brother Chun. Splendid. I shall extend my gratitude to you on behalf of my friend, the old man chuckled. By the way, I am Gu Tianning, but my friend affectionately call me Old Gu. Please, just call me Old Gu, and I shall refer to you as Xiao Guang. Seeing Huang Guang so readily willing to part with the dragon coin, Gu Tianning's impression of him improved significantly. Initially, he had assumed Huang Guang to be a wealthy young heir, but it now appeared he was simply a fortunate young man with an appreciation for antiques, as evidenced by his possession of 3 dragon coins. Old Gu, it feels disrespectful to address you as such. I shall rather call you Gu Grandpa, Huang Guang insisted, not wishing to offend the elder. Gu Tianning, pleased by the title, shifted the conversation. By the way, Xiao Guang, when will you bring those 2 dragon coins? I have brought them with me, Huang Guang replied, producing the 2 coins. Let me have a look. Gu Tianning examined the coins carefully, as he certainly did not wish to present any counterfeit coins to his old friend. My dear brother Xiao Guang, it seems you are rather inconsiderate, having 3 dragon coins, yet you only sell me 1. Please do not let this happen again. Should you acquire anything of value, I would appreciate being informed first. We can negotiate a fair price, Chen Dala chimed in, placing a friendly arm around Huang Guang's shoulder. Having remained silent until now, Chen Dalu seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself with Huang Guang while Gu Tianning inspected the coins. Understood. Rest assured, I will show you first any valuable items I come across, Huang Guang conceded, knowing Chen Dalu would not relent otherwise. True to his expertise, Gu Tianning quickly confirmed that the dragon coins were authentic. Xiao Guang, provide me with your account details. I shall transfer the funds to you, Gu Tianning stated decisively. Huang Guang, feeling no need for formality, promptly shared his account information. Before long, he received a notification of 240,000 arriving in his account. Gazing at the string of numbers, Huang Guang felt a sense of disbelief. In just a few days, he had transformed from a mere impoverished youth to someone possessing wealth that could take others a lifetime to accumulate. It felt surreal, as if he were in a dream. However, he quickly regained his composure, reminding himself that with his abilities, he could earn even more in the future. It was a matter of acclimatization. Xiao Guang, you appear quite young. What piques your interest in antiques? Typically, young individuals your age are more inclined toward high technology, Gu Tianning inquired with a smile. Would you prefer to hear a fib or the truth? Huang Guang responded, feeling more at ease after their interaction. What is your perspective? Gu Tianning asked curiously. The fib is that I wish to understand the historical value of antiques. The truth, however, is that I aim to make some money from them. I was once a poor lad, and I no longer wish to live in poverty, Huang Guang conveyed earnestly. Ha ha, how refreshingly honest. I appreciate your sincerity. Gu Tianning burst into laughter, seemingly quite appreciative of Huang Guang's genuine nature. Grandfather Gu, I heard from Brother Chun that your home is filled with antiques, and I am eager to broaden my horizons. Yet, I have yet to see a single piece. Huang Guang expressed the purpose of his visit. Ah, Brother Xiao Guang. My uncle's collection of antiques is indeed abundant, but this is merely a vacation retreat for the old master, not his actual residence, Chen Dalu explained with a smile. Upon hearing Chen Dalu's explanation, Huang Guang rolled his eyes in annoyance, realizing he had been misled by this fellow. It seemed he would have to seek opportunities with Gu Tianning instead. Then I must thank Grandfather Gu. Since Gu Tianning had extended an invitation, Huang Guang decided to seize the moment. Uncle Gu, I would like to accompany you, Chen Dalu hastily interjected. Are you not afraid of your family causing a ruckus? Gu Tianning chuckled. Hee, we will have to face them eventually, Chen Dalu replied with an awkward smile, appearing somewhat apprehensive about encountering his family. Chapter 10, The Companion. Huang Guang looked at Chen Dalu with curiosity, It was quite rare for someone to fear meeting their family. Observing his demeanor, it did not seem to stem from an irreconcilable issue, which piqued Huang Guang's interest in uncovering the reason. Noticing Huang Guang's gaze, Chen Dalu shyly remarked, "Brother Xiaoguang, I will share that with you in a few days." Chen Dalu appeared quite embarrassed, prompting Huang Guang to refrain from further inquiries. "Grandfather, I have arrived." A melodious voice rang from outside the door. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a stunning young woman clad in a t-shirt and jeans, sporting white casual shoes. Her hair tied in a ponytail. With a delicate visage and a youthful vitality that radiated without the need for makeup, she possessed a figure that could leave men breathless. The girl, noticing the presence of two unfamiliar faces in the room, appeared puzzled, as her grandfather's residence was seldom known to outsiders. "This must be Xiaoya. I can't believe how much you've grown in just a few years," Chindalu commented with a smile upon seeing the young lady. Gu Anya cast a curious glance at Chindalu, her eyes filled with uncertainty. "Xiaoya, this is Uncle Dalu from the Chun family. He visited us a few years ago. You must have met him." Gu Tianing introduced Chindalu to Gu Anya with a smile. Upon hearing this, Gu Anya shifted her gaze to Huang Guang. Chindalu's face turned crimson as Gu Anya exposed his past. "Brother Chun, why are you running away from a perfectly good marriage?" Huang Guang inquired with curiosity, bemused by Chindalu's reluctance to embrace the opportunity for matrimony at his age. Chindalu, caught off guard, stammered and hesitated, unwilling to divulge his reasons. "What is the matter? The young lady from the Li family possesses both beauty and grace. What could possibly deter you? It's baffling why you would flee from such a match, leaving her still unmarried," Gu Anya remarked with exasperation, clearly having a close relationship with the young woman from the Li family. "You, a mere child, know nothing of adult matters. Best not to meddle," Chun Dalu retorted. Chun Dalu endeavored to adopt the demeanor of an elder, yet he exuded little authority. I have no desire to manage your affairs. I merely feel that Miss Li is undervalued," Gu Anya remarked, turning her head away from Chun Dalu. With no alternative, Chun Dalu turned to Gu Tianing, hoping he might intercede on his behalf. Initially, Gu Tianing appeared to relish the spectacle, intending for Chun Dalu to face adversity. However, upon witnessing the pleading look in Chun Dalu's eyes, he, as an elder, felt compelled to speak up, saying, "Xiaoya, your Uncle Dalu is a senior. How could you speak to him in such a manner?" Although Gu Tianing's words suggested reproach, his tone lacked any real admonishment towards Gu Anya. "Must I emulate him to be considered an elder?" Gu Anya retorted boldly. Nevertheless, since her grandfather had intervened, she opted not to pursue the topic further and shifted the conversation. "By the way, who is he? Allow me to introduce him. He is a friend of your Uncle Dalu, named Huang Guang, a remarkably accomplished young man." Gu Tianing smiled as he introduced Huang Guang to Gu Anya. "Is that so?" Gu Anya responded, her skepticism evident as she regarded Chen Dalu unfavorably, which extended to her perception of Huang Guang as well. Internally, Huang Guang cursed Chen Dalu, yet he maintained a composed expression, humbly stating, "Grandfather Gu, you flatter me. There remains much for me to learn." Gu Anya, already disinclined towards Huang Guang, perceived his modesty as mere boasting, intensifying her annoyance. Initially, she contemplated retorting to Huang Guang, but a sudden idea struck her. With a radiant smile, she said to Huang Guang, "Since my grandfather deems you an exceptional young man, you must be quite impressive. How about this? I have a gathering this evening, and as I lack a male companion, would you accompany me? By the way, what is your phone number? I will reach out to you later." Upon her declaration, both Huang Guang and Gu Tianing, as well as Chun Dalu, were momentarily taken aback. "Grandfather, why are you all staring? I simply lack a male companion." "There is no other implication," Gu Anya hastily clarified, realizing their misunderstanding. Yes, you young people should interact more," Gu Tianing chuckled, seemingly unconvinced by her explanation. The atmosphere, slightly awkward due to the absence of antiquities and Gu Anya's presence, prompted Chindalu and Huang Guang to excuse themselves after a brief stay. Before departing, Huang Guang provided Gu Anya with his phone number. "Brother Xiaoguang, you truly are remarkable. In no time, a beautiful girl is asking for your number and wants you to be your date. Impressive indeed," Chindalu teased as they drove down the road. "If you fancy her, you may have her," Huang Guang retorted with an eye roll. "Never mind, I cannot bear such a burden," Chindalu replied leisurely. "Brother Chun, what do you think that girl is truly up to? Normally, if she harbors no affection for you, she certainly wouldn't feel any warmer towards me. However, now she unexpectedly wants me to attend a gathering with her, which is undeniably unusual." The more Huang Guang pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Perhaps that girl truly has an affection for you, It is quite possible, Chun Dalu remarked with an air of indifference. Do you genuinely believe what you just said? Huang Guang retorted with a dismissive expression. Ah, worry not. That girl means you no harm. At most, she will merely tease you a little. It's nothing to fret about, Chun Dalu reassured with a smile. His words did ease Huang Guang's apprehension somewhat. But he felt that this predicament was entirely Chun Dalu's doing. So he grumbled, Brother Chun, this situation arose because of you. You owe me some form of compensation. My dear brother, you are aware of my circumstances. The items in my shop are hardly authentic, even if I were to give them to you. You wouldn't want them, so please do not press me further, Chun Dalu replied with a pained expression, acknowledging his role in matter. In truth, that girl is quite remarkable. She possesses both beauty and an alluring figure, so you're not a loss here. Now drive your car. With that, Huang Guang leaned back in his seat, averted his gaze from Chun Dalu, and felt too lazy to engage in further conversation. Simultaneously, he contemplated whether he should be cautious about attending the gathering with Guanya that evening. Chapter 11. A Shield. Upon returning home, Huang Guang opened his computer to research what one should be mindful of at a gathering, for he had never attended such an event and feared making a fool of himself. After browsing through some information online, he suddenly realized that he remembered everything he had read with remarkable clarity, including even the website links. To further validate this, Huang Guang pulled out a high school textbook of Huang Yi, skimmed a few pages, and found he could recall every word verbatim and at an astonishing speed. It appears this is the effect of the golden gleam in my eyes, he mused. He quickly deduced that this was a gift bestowed upon him by the golden gleam. Had he possessed such an ability during high school, he would not have had to toil so hard. Reflecting on the arduous studying akin to climbing a mountain during those years, Huang Guang couldn't help but sigh. Due to the golden gleam, he found himself inevitably dealing with antiques. The ability to discern authentic antiques through the golden gleam would certainly prevent him from suffering losses. Yet acquiring more knowledge about antiques would greatly enhance his ability to impress others. By the time Huang Guang arrived at the agreed-upon hour with Guanya, he had already read 5 books on antiques. Initially, he intended to gather some impressive tidbits, but unexpectedly, he became utterly captivated by the various antiques, and thus, his motivation to collect them evolved to include genuine affection. Dressed in the designer attire he had purchased for several thousand yuan, Huang Guang drove to the designated meeting point with Guanya. Upon seeing her, a sense of astonishment washed over him. Guanya was adorned in a black, low-cut evening gown, resembling a splendidly blooming rose, exuding a newfound maturity compared to their morning encounter. Yet, whether it was her youthful vigor or her mature beauty, both were facets of Guanya's charm. Nice car, she remarked casually as she settled into the passenger seat. It's decent, Huang Guang replied. Huang Guang inquired, by the way, you're dressed so formally today. What kind of gathering is this? Initially, he presumed that the event Guanya mentioned would merely involve some casual fun with friends. However, upon seeing her, he suddenly felt he had misjudged the situation. If it were a typical gathering, would one truly need to don such an elaborate evening gown? Moreover, the venue was the prestigious Crown Emperor Hotel in Wancheng, indicating that this gathering was undoubtedly extraordinary. With a smile that exuded a mature allure, Guanya replied, it's just a regular gathering. I assume you have attended such events before? Given that Huang Guang was a friend of Chun Dalu and had arrived in a car owned by him, Guanya naturally inferred that he belonged to the affluent elite, hence her assumption that he must have participated in similar gatherings. Actually, I haven't attended any before. This is my first gathering, Huang Guang admitted honestly. Throughout his life, he had never been to a gathering, not even a class reunion. Firstly, he had just graduated, and everyone was preoccupied with job hunting, leaving no time for such events. Secondly, he had never received any invitations to gatherings. Is that so? Well, I find that hard to believe, Guanya remarked, clearly skeptical of Huang Guang's words. While she harbored doubts, he saw no point in providing explanations. After all, she had already formed her own conclusions. The best course of action was to remain silent. He had agreed to accompany Guanya to the gathering out of respect for Gu Tianying. In the future, he had no desire to engage further with her. Even though she was indeed a captivating beauty, Guanya's allure was undeniable. Whether smiling or expressionless, she evoked admiration from men. Nonetheless, since she held no affection for him, he resolved not to pursue her attentively. Before long, the car entered the hotel parking lot, and as it came to a halt, Guanya opened the door and stepped out. Watching her gracefully sway away, even Huang Guang, who felt discomfort, could not suppress a gulp. After all, the appreciation of beauty is a universal sentiment. Despite his inclination to drive away and leave Gu Anya behind, he quickly dismissed that thought. Having made a commitment, abandoning her alone was not the conduct of a gentleman. With that in mind, he exited the vehicle and followed her. Initially, there was a slight distance between them, but as they approached the lobby, Gu Anya suddenly drew closer, linking her arm with his and leaning against him. "What are you doing?" Huang Guang stammered, taken aback by her unexpected gesture, his body stiffening slightly. With her body pressed against his, he could feel her softness and the enchanting fragrance that enveloped her, stirring a sense of bewilderment within him, a feeling foreign to his inexperienced nature. "You are my male companion. Linking arms is merely a basic courtesy. Surely, you've seen it depicted on television," Gu Anya remarked, sensing Huang Guang's unease, which made her momentarily believe he truly was a novice at such gatherings. However, there's no need to be so closely attached. Huang Guang struggled slightly, but Gu Anya held on tightly, leaving him unable to break free. Inadvertently, he touched an inappropriate place, causing him to halt in fright. Gu Anya cast a perplexed glance at Huang Guang, noticing the flush on his face, which made her question her previous assessment of him. She leaned in and whispered, "I must inform you of something. The gathering today consists of the wealthy second-generation elites from Wangshan. You should be aware of their demeanor, arrogant and haughty. If this is your first time attending, be cautious, as they might cause you trouble. You must temper your temperament and avoid stooping to their level." "All right, I understand. Once we enter the gathering, I shall retreat to a corner and ignore them," Huang Guang replied, feeling a bit of a headache. Had he known it would be like this, he would not have come. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked at Gu Anya indignantly. "You can't possibly expect me to pretend to be your boyfriend and serve as your shield, can you? Huh, you're not as foolish as I thought. Since we're already here, just accompany me inside," Gu Anya said with a triumphant smile. Huang Guang, feeling a surge of resentment at her smug expression, thought it unfair that he, merely a friend of Chun Dalu, was being wronged like this. He resolved to take the initiative. Abruptly, he wrapped his right arm around Gu Anya's slender waist and pulled her close, their bodies firmly pressed together. Chapter 12. The rival appears. What are you doing? Gu Anya was taken aback by Huang Guang's audacity to embrace her waist and struggled to free herself. This time, Huang Guang held her firmly, whispering, "Did you not say you needed me to pretend to be your boyfriend? This will make it seem more convincing. Rest assured, I shall play the role to perfection." Seeing Gu Anya's reaction filled Huang Guang with a sense of satisfaction. If she intended to lead him into a trap, he would ensure they both fell into it together. "Let go. If those second-generation elites see us like this, they will undoubtedly make your life miserable," Gu Anya threatened Huang Guang. "Since you brought me here to serve as your shield, they will inevitably see me as a thorn in their side. In that case, let the storm come with greater ferocity," Huang Guang declared, a surge of bravery welling up within him. What were a few wealthy second-generation elites to him? With his newfound abilities, he feared them not. With that, Huang Guang continued to embrace Gu Anya as they walked into the hall. At this point, Gu Anya ceased her struggles, for the young men and women within the hall, all part of Wangqing's elite, recognized her. If she failed to cooperate now, the performance could not proceed. As they entered the hall, the crowd turned their attention to the pair, greeting Gu Anya. Due to her family background and her own beauty, she was a notable figure in Wangqing's upper society. Her every move naturally sparked discussions, especially regarding the implicit announcement of her having a boyfriend. The presence of a male companion by Gu Anya's side has indeed stirred quite a sensation. Who could this man be? It seems he has never been seen in Wangqing before. Observing his demeanor, I dare say he has been brought in by Gu Anya as a mere shield. It is well known that young Master One has been fervently pursuing Gu Anya, yet she has consistently rebuffed his advances. This time, it appears she may be ready to confront him directly. One cannot help but wonder if he is truly foolish enough to vie for her affections against young Master One. Exhibiting an audacity that is almost preposterous, the whispers of the crowd were hushed, seemingly wary of Gu Anya, reluctant to let her overhear their gossip. Aware that she could not conceal the truth from Huang Guang, Gu Anya lowered her voice, stating, "The host of this gathering is Shun Wan, the heir of Tiana Group, and he is also one of my suitors. His persistence is quite unbearable. No matter how I reject him, he clings to me like stubborn taffy. I truly find him insufferable. I initially had no intention of attending this gathering, but our families have some business dealings, and I could not refuse him, which is why I brought you along. Let's play our parts well and dissuade him once and for all." Gu Anya's words caused Huang Guang's brows to furrow in concern. Although she seemed indifferent to Tianhe Group, Huang Guang could not afford to be. Tianhe Group ranks among the top 10 publicly traded companies in Xingzhou province, with assets reportedly exceeding 100 billion. Such accomplishments speak volumes of the Shun family's influence. And as the heir, Shunwen naturally commands considerable respect in Wangcheng, with many feeling compelled to extend him courtesies. What is the matter? Are you feeling apprehensive? Gu Anya remarked, noticing the change in Huang Guang's expression, her tone laced with disdain. Apprehensive? If I were, I would not be here with you, Huang Guang replied, lifting a glass of wine to his lips and taking a small sip. I merely worry about how we shall maintain our facade once they discover we are a couple. The powers bestowed upon Huang Guang by Jin Meng seem to have subtly altered his character as well. Are you concerned that our act might become reality? Gu Anya inquired, studying him intently. Not all. I fear you may become too attached to me, Huang Guang retorted with a slight grimace. Despite Gu Anya's beauty, her difficult disposition instilled a genuine sense of trepidation in him. Huh, as if I would cling to you, Gu Anya scoffed, rolling her eyes. Just as their playful banter continued, several figures emerged in the lobby, instantly igniting excitement among the attendees, who eagerly greeted the newcomers. Young Master One, I brought a box of exquisite Cuban cigars for us to savor later. Young Master One, my brother has managed to acquire a piece of Yuan Qingwa. When shall we go appraise it together? Young Master One, I heard a jewelry store has received a high-end jade. Let us visit it together when you have time. The crowd clamored for the attention of a tall, impeccably dressed man, exuding an aura of immense confidence, likely in his mid-20s. From the titles bestowed upon him by the second-generation elites, it became evident that he was Huang Guang's current rival, Shun Wen, the heir of Tiana Group. Shortly, Shun Wen's gaze fell upon Gu Anya and Huang Guang, who were engaged in what appeared to be a rather intimate conversation in a corner of the lobby. Initially, upon encountering Gu Anyan, Shun Wen's face radiated excitement. However, the moment he spotted Huang Guang, who appeared intimately close to her, his expression inevitably shifted. Nevertheless, Shun Wen, being a person of considerable depth and composure, quickly regained his demeanor and approached the pair. As he made his way towards Gu Anyan and Huang Guang, the onlookers in the hall observed the unfolding scene with a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Anya, you've arrived, Shun Wen greeted, a moist smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a voice rich with magnetism. By the way, may I inquire who this is? This is Huang Guang, my boyfriend. I am here today to inform you that I have a boyfriend now, so please refrain from bothering me in the future, Gu Anyan declared, before embracing Huang Guang and planting a kiss on his cheek. Her affectionate gesture left the spectators in the hall momentarily bewildered. Only Gu Anyan would dare to kiss another man in front of one who pursued her. Gu Anyan, how could you act in such a manner? You are fully aware that my brother is pursuing you. How can you behave like this? A young man, resembling Shun Wen to some degree, exclaimed with indignation as he glared at Gu Anyan. Xiaowu, how dare you speak to Anyan that way? Apologize immediately, Shun Wen admonished, casting a stern look at the young man. Reluctantly, the young man shrank back and mumbled, I'm sorry. I do not accept such a half-hearted apology. Furthermore, let me clarify, it is not your brother who is pursuing me. I am his woman. It is not for you to dictate who I, Gu Anyan, choose to favor. She retorted coldly, her gaze fixed fiercely on Shun Wen's younger sibling. Chapter 13. The antique appraiser Shun Wu's face turned a deep shade of anger. Yet Gu Anyan was not one to be easily intimidated, compelling him to swallow his fury and remain silent. Despite his younger brother's affront, Shun Wen maintained a smile, placing the blame squarely on his sibling, revealing his own cunning nature. The fact that a man in his 20s could possess such profound composure was indeed daunting. He ought to be taught a lesson, lest he suffer in the future, Huang Guang interjected. Although Huang Guang's status as Gu Anyan's boyfriend was fabricated, the two brothers seemed to regard him as inconsequential, which irked him considerably. Moreover, as Gu Anyan's supposed partner, remaining silent would raise suspicions. Huang Guang's remarks nearly caused Shun Wu to bite his tongue in frustration. While he could endure Gu Anyan's words due to her status, he felt no obligation to tolerate this interloper's condescension. Just as Shun Wu prepared to demonstrate his prowess to Huang Guang, Shun Wen placed a hand on his shoulder and addressed Huang Guang. Brother Huang, you speak truthfully. By the way, I find you quite impressive. May I inquire about your profession? I am an antique appraiser, Huang Guang replied after a moment's contemplation. Recently unemployed, he had some savings, yet compared to Shun Wen, they were insignificant. The only notable skill he possessed was in the realm of antique appraisal. An antique appraiser? Upon hearing Huang Guang declare himself an antique appraiser, Shun Wen's gaze towards him shifted noticeably. Indeed, if you possess any antiquities that remain unclear, I would be delighted to assist you, Huang Guang remarked with a subtle smile. There may be an opportunity. Shun Wen nodded and prepared to depart. Throughout their earlier dialogue, Both had maintained eye contact, and Huang Guang's unwavering composure undershone when scrutiny revealed his exceptional nature. At that moment, a sudden voice interjected, "Isn't that Xiao Huang? What brings you here?" The speaker soon emerged. Manager Wu from Huang Guang's former company. Astonishment etched across his face as he regarded Huang Guang. Although Manager Wu feigned surprise, Huang Guang perceived the malice underlying his demeanor. Beside Manager Wu stood Shen Wu, who wore a look of schadenfreude as he observed Huang Guang, eager to see how he would navigate this predicament. While Shen Wu had been contemplating ways to retaliate against Huang Guang, Manager Wu approached, revealing Huang Guang's previous role as an ordinary employee in his company. Armed with this information, Shen Wu quickly devised a plan to humiliate Huang Guang publicly, thereby entangling Gu Anya in the fallout. The prospect of such a twofold victory was irresistible to Shen Wu. As anticipated, Manager Wu's words drew the attention of those in the hall towards Huang Guang. "Manager Wu, what brings you here?" Huang Guang feigned surprise, though his tone belied any respect. "I have some business dealings with Manager Wu, hence my invitation," Shen Wu declared with a smug expression directed at Huang Guang. "By the way, I heard from Manager Wu that you were once one of his employees. Is that true?" Shen Wu proceeded to provide a brief introduction of Manager Wu, emphasizing his status as merely a manager of a small company. His intent was clear, to leave Huang Guang in a position of embarrassment. "Did you not just claim to be an antique appraiser? Perhaps you should explain how you ended up as an ordinary employee in a small firm," Shen Wu concluded, eliciting expressions of amusement from the onlookers. Gu Anya's expression shifted slightly. She was unaware of Huang Guang's background, and now the unexpected presence of Manager Wu complicated matters. Nevertheless, she was curious to see how Huang Guang would respond. Shen Wu discreetly cast a look of approval towards Shen Wu. Amid the gathered anticipation, Huang Guang finally spoke, his voice low and imbued with a touch of sorrow and indignation. "Indeed, I did work at Manager Wu's company, but my true intention was to approach a girl named Han Yu, whom I once admired. I had believed she might be my soulmate. But when I witnessed the disgraceful scene between her and Manager Wu in his office, my heart shattered. Consequently, I left Manager Wu's company. Later, I encountered Anya, and from the very first moment I laid eyes on her, it felt as though my heart had been healed. I realized that my life belonged to her." As Huang Guang finished speaking, several girls in the hall gazed at him with sparkling eyes, for every girl yearns for a boy who adores her. Of course, this was facilitated by Gu Anya's presence. Indeed, one girl inquired, "Old Wu, is what he said true?" With a smile, Shen Wen nodded gently at Huang Guang and proceeded towards the podium, where an exhibition booth showcasing antiques was set up. "You performed quite well, but do you possess any knowledge of antiques?" Gu Anya whispered softly in Huang Guang's ear after Shen Wen departed. "Even if I don't, do you believe these wealthy, second-generation heirs have any appreciation for antiques?" Huang Guang replied disdainfully, convinced that the affluent individuals in the hall would not prioritize such pursuits. Those individuals may lack understanding, but Shen Wen is different. The Shen family is involved in the jewelry industry, and Shen Wen serves as the executive director of Shen's Jewelry. He is well versed in antiques as well. My grandfather once remarked that among the younger generation, his knowledge of antiques is unparalleled, Gu Anya replied earnestly. Chapter 14. A Reunion with the Xuanda Furnace. As if to validate Gu Anya's words, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed slightly, and a beam illuminated the podium, highlighting an antique display. At that moment, Shen Wen smiled and addressed the audience, as if nothing had transpired moments before. "Today, everyone has come bearing their prized possessions. Let us broaden our horizons and appreciate them together." With that, the red-haired gentleman approached the podium, carrying a box. The crowd's attention shifted to the box in his hands, Huang Guang included, eager to discover its contents. The red-haired gentleman seemed to relish the attention, his face adorned with a satisfied grin. Placing the box on the display, he opened it to reveal a bronze mirror, which reflected a cool light under the illumination. "Li Xiao, if I'm not mistaken, this bronze mirror dates back to the Warring States period. Observe the 4 tigers depicted on its surface, each in a unique posture. It is a quintessential artifact of Warring States bronze mirrors, believed to possess the power to dispel evil and protect homes. Furthermore, the bronze mirror's surface remains remarkably pristine, with only a few signs of oxidation visible on the knob and mirror, which is quite rare among bronze mirrors. Its value is approximately 60,000, Shen Wen stated, not hesitating as he approached the podium with a smile, handling the mirror delicately. Li Xiao gave a thumbs up to Shen Wen, exclaiming, "Shen Xiao, your assessment is spot on. I had Wu Zhangyan from Jingma Studio examine it, and he corroborated your insights. I still have much to learn. Wu Zhangyan is the true expert." Shun Wen humbly acknowledged the compliment. Wen Xiao, spare us your modesty. We are well aware of your abilities, another chimed in. Indeed, Wen Xiao. Even if Wu Zhangyan possesses an eye for authenticity, you certainly do as well. Following this, the wealthy heirs took turns presenting their collections for Shun Wen's evaluation, who meticulously appraised each item and estimated their worth. It is evident that Shun Wen possesses some genuine treasures. A group of affluent second-generation heirs promptly showered him with compliments, elevating his spirits. However, Huang Guang felt somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated discovering remarkable artifacts at this appraisal event. Yet the items presented by the wealthy youth struck him as mere trinkets. Although they were authentic, the intrinsic value they exuded was lamentably scant. As Huang Guang attempted to absorb their essence, he discerned no enhancement of the golden glow in his vision. Truly, a disappointment. Huang Guang silently cursed, uncertain whether his ire was directed at the antiquities or their owners. How utterly tedious. Perhaps we should take our leave, he proposed gently to Guanya. Let us wait a bit longer. Shun Wen hasn't unveiled all his treasures yet. There might be a pleasant surprise, Guanya replied softly. She had observed Huang Guang's disdainful expression, recognizing his apparent disregard for the antiques. A thought crossed her mind. Could Huang Guang truly be an expert in antique appraisal? Thus, she chose to keep him present, curious to ascertain his true abilities. Even if he were to falter, it would serve to humble him, given his earlier audacity in approaching her. At that moment, the flamboyant Li Xiao, with his striking red hair, addressed Shun Wen. Wen Xiao, we have all revealed our items. Now, allow us to feast our eyes on yours. Each time we behold your collection, our horizons expand. Though Li Xiao sported a rather ostentatious hairstyle, he was equally adept at flattery. Very well, I shall reveal my modest offering, Shun Wen replied, buoyed by their praise. Clapping his hands, a tall and elegant young woman clad in a qipao approached, carrying a half-meter-tall box, which she placed on the display. Though the woman was indeed stunning, the crowd's focus was solely on the box. Shun Wen stepped forward to unveil its contents, a brown incense burner. Upon seeing the incense burner, Huang Guang's eyes sparkled with realization. He understood that his life could be transformed entirely by a mere replica of a Xuanda furnace. This particular incense burner was a rich brown, robust, and well-proportioned, featuring a pair of soaring ears and exquisite plum blossom reliefs, resting on 3 sturdy feet, approximately 8 centimeters tall, exuding an air of elegance and substance. Although the assembled affluent heirs lacked profound knowledge of antiques, the aesthetic superiority of this burner was unmistakable, distinguishing it from their junk. I believe you all recognize this piece. Indeed, it is a Ming Xuanda furnace which I acquired from a tomb raider, originating from a Ming dynasty burial site. Please feel free to come closer and examine it, Shun Wen proclaimed, reveling in the expressions of admiration on the faces around him. He relished this sensation. As he finished speaking, the wealthy heirs eagerly gathered around the display, naturally forming a queue to inspect the Xuanda furnace. Huang Guang certainly did not miss this opportunity and joined the throng. The group of affluent youth, while unable to discern the true significance of the piece, continued to lavish praise upon it incessantly. The Ming Xuanda furnace is already rife with imitations in the market. Even during the Ming dynasty, there were counterfeit Xuanda furnaces. However, those replicas crafted by the common folk were rather crude, utilizing inferior copper materials. In contrast, this particular Xuanda furnace is made from meticulously selected materials, cast with exquisite craftsmanship, and boasts an artistic form that is nothing short of breathtaking. In the 3rd year of Xuanda, 30,000 pounds of windmill copper were imported from Siam, and the base of the furnace, crafted from this copper, glimmers like gold. Yet, due to the softness and brittleness of the copper, the walls of the furnace are light and thin, making them susceptible to damage and preservation challenges. By the mid-Ming period, the base was thickened, and additional copper components were incorporated into the mix. This method not only reduced costs but also enhanced the tactile experience. The base of this Xuanda furnace resembles gold. Exquisite and beautiful indeed. Literature, Xiao. Does that fellow possess any treasures? I would like to acquire a few pieces myself. The flattery from the crowd only served to amplify the joy on Shun Wen's face. He reveled in this halo of attention. Otherwise, he would not have orchestrated this appraisal event to showcase himself. However, when his gaze fell upon Huang Guang and Guanya, his expression darkened considerably. Although he had become the center of attention with the Xuanda furnace he had purchased for $1 million from a tomb raider, Huang Guang and his companion seemed utterly disinterested. Engrossed in conversation in a corner, Guanya, the woman he coveted, was now animatedly conversing with another man, a situation he found utterly intolerable. "You dare pursue my woman? I shall make you aware of the consequences," he seethed. Chapter 15. A slap in the face. A flicker of malice crossed Shun Wen's eyes as he called out loudly to Huang Guang. "Brother Huang, what insights do you have regarding my Xuanda furnace? Are you not an antique appraiser? I am eager to hear your thoughts. If your appraisal falls short, prepare to face my wrath and lose your dignity." Shun Wen's words drew the attention of the crowd to Huang Guang, who found himself the focal point of their collective intrigue. They were well aware of Shun Wen's interest in Guanya, and with the sudden appearance of Huang Guang, it was clear Shun Wen would target him, prompting the onlookers to choose sides. "Everyone has offered their thoughts splendidly. I shall abstain," Huang Guang contemplated before declining. His presence at this gathering was orchestrated by Guanya, and as Shun Wen was the heir of the Tiana group, Huang Guang preferred to avoid provoking him. Yet, extricating himself from the situation was proving difficult. "Huang Guang, we are all amateur enthusiasts, yet you are a professional antique appraiser. Please share your insights to enlighten us," they urged. "Indeed, as men, we must forge ahead. We cannot shy away from challenges. Surely, you are not merely a fraud." Seeing Huang Guang reject Shun Wen's challenge, a group of wealthy heirs immediately rallied around Shun Wen, employing provocation against Huang Guang. "Very well, since you insist I speak, I shall share a few words. If I err in any way, I ask for your understanding." Although Huang Guang wished to avoid conflict with Shun Wen, he had no choice but to respond to the challenge. "Brother Huang, please proceed." With a smile gracing his face, Shun Wen gazed at Huang Guang, though his tone bore an edge of aggression. Huang Guang nodded slightly and approached the display stand, scrutinizing the Xuanda censer atop it. After a few moments, he lifted his head and declared, "This incense burner is indeed an antique. However, it is not an official Xuanda furnace from the third year, but rather an early Qing imitation." Even while observing the Xuanda furnace, Huang Guang had already discerned its true nature as a replica, and now he merely sought to demonstrate this to Shun Wen and his companions. Huang Guang's voice was not loud, yet it resonated like thunder, altering the expressions of everyone in the hall, causing even Shun Wen's smile to vanish. Just moments prior, the wealthy heirs had lavished praise on the Xuanda furnace as an authentic piece, and Huang Guang's assertion of its falseness was akin to a slap to their faces, prompting them to vociferously counter his claims. "Young man, if you lack understanding, refrain from making baseless accusations. This Xuanda furnace, in terms of both material and overall design, exhibits the characteristics of the third year of Xuanda. To call it a Qing imitation is sheer nonsense. This artifact was excavated from a Ming tomb. How could it possibly be a fake? I suspect you are merely envious that Wen Shao has acquired such a precious item and are intentionally speaking out of turn. If you truly possess evidence, then present it." The wealthy heirs continued their spirited debate, while Shun Wen wore a frosty countenance, lost in thought. Originally, Shun Wen had intended for Huang Guang to make a fool of himself, but the latter's declaration that the Xuanda furnace was a replica had entirely disrupted Shun Wen's plans. "Everyone, please be silent for a moment. Allow me to share a few words," Shun Wen commanded, his expression stern. As silence enveloped the room, he turned his gaze toward Huang Guang and inquired, "Brother Huang, you claim the Xuanda furnace is an imitation from the early Qing. Do you have any evidence to support your assertion?" "Certainly. Had I not discerned the truth, I would not make such claims. After all, the value of an authentic Xuanda furnace compared to that of an early Qing imitation can differ by a factor of 10. With Shun Wen practically inviting him to strike, Huang Guang seized the opportunity. It is well known that genuine Xuanda furnaces are crafted from wind-polished copper, undergoing 12 refining processes. The finished copper incense burner possesses a lustrous and warm hue, exuding an air of elegance and richness. In contrast, the early Qing Xuanda furnace may have a solid style, yet lacks the refinement. Moreover, due to the materials used, replicas cannot achieve the same texture as genuine Xuanda furnaces, often relying on techniques such as gold dusting, gold plating, and gold inlaying to achieve an aesthetically pleasing appearance. While the base may gleam like gold, it is not the color derived from the original material, but rather an embellishment applied to the surface. However, this craftsmanship is indeed highly skilled, employing clever disguises that mislead observers into believing it has been polished. Generally, those who do not pay close attention will remain oblivious to the truth. Most critically, the plum blossom relief on the furnace's body reveals significant differences. The Ming dynasty's depiction of plum branches tends toward realism, with full lines, while the Qing dynasty's interpretation leans towards abstraction, featuring finer strokes. This particular relief displays slender branches, and upon closer inspection, distinctions become apparent. As Huang Guang concluded, The expressions of the previously indignant, wealthy heirs transformed into ones of discontent. Moreover, Shunwen scrutinized the Xuanda furnace with meticulous attention, and soon his countenance soured, resembling that of a man bereaved. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon that grave robber who claimed this artifact was unearthed from a Ming dynasty tomb. He had not examined it closely and thus fell victim to deception. The question of the authenticity of the Xuanda furnace could be set aside. Yet this misjudgment had cost him his dignity. These affluent heirs had come seeking his expertise, and now, with his blunder laid bare, his standing among them had undoubtedly diminished. This deepened Shunwen's resentment towards Huang Guang. Initially, these wealthy individuals had hoped Shunwen would refute Huang Guang's assertions, but from his expression, they could surmise that Huang Guang was indeed correct. The Xuanda furnace was merely a replica from the early Qing dynasty. Consequently, discomfort enveloped the wealthy heirs. They had previously spoken in Shunwen's defense, and now Huang Guang's resounding slap not only struck Shunwen's face, but also theirs, leaving them with nowhere to hide. Shunwen remained in a daze for quite some time, though he was loath to concede defeat before Huang Guang. His inherently deep and composed nature, essentially hypocritical, compelled him to maintain his gentlemanly decorum. Thus, he mustered a smile and addressed Huang Guang. "Brother Huang, I truly appreciate your insight. Had it not been for you, I would have overlooked the fact that this Xuanda furnace is indeed a replica. Your discerning eye is remarkable. I am in awe. Brother Shun, you need not belittle yourself. After all, your interest in antiques is merely a hobby. To have reached this level is commendable. With a bit more effort, you could excel further. Keep striving," Huang Guang replied, relishing the moment after having delivered a figurative slap to Shunwen's face while still managing to maintain an air of superiority. With a smile, he turned to walk towards Guanya. While Huang Guang was in high spirits, Shunwen was in a state of utter despondency. His fists clenched tightly as he struggled to contain his fury. Chapter 16. How much? After publicly humiliating Shunwen, Huang Guang and Guanya departed. As they sat in the car, Guanya turned to Huang Guang and remarked, "I had no idea you were such an adept appraiser of antiques. No wonder my grandfather speaks so highly of you. His praise is well-deserved." Although Guanya held a disdain for Shunwen, she could not deny his proficiency in antiquities. Huang Guang's ability to make Shunwen lose face demonstrated his considerable skill. "By the way, I still don't know what you do," Guanya continued. Huang Guang, taken aback by her compliment, felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly filled the silence with words to alleviate his discomfort. "I am a senior at Wangqing University. If the opportunity arises, I would love to show you around our campus," he offered. "Please, let us not," Huang Guang hastily replied. Just having clashed with the heir of the Tianhe group at the recent gathering made him wary. He could only imagine what conflicts might arise at her school, prompting him to decline without a second thought. Is there a man like you? Rejecting an invitation from such a beautiful lady? I find that despicable," Guanya pouted, playfully chiding him. In school, she was indeed a figure of unparalleled beauty, captivating the attention of every boy, both within and beyond campus. However, Huang Guang audaciously declined her invitation, which left Guanya feeling somewhat displeased. "Have you not heard the saying, 'Beauty brings disaster'?" Huang Guang remarked bluntly, clearly suggesting that being associated with Guanya would invite a multitude of troubles. Yet, Guanya misinterpreted Huang Guang's words, believing he was complimenting her beauty. "You certainly have a way with words. By the way, do not be deceived by Shunwen's seemingly refined demeanor. Beneath that exterior lies a mind filled with malice. You have embarrassed him this time, and he will not let it slide easily. However, there is no need for concern. Should anything arise, just give me a call, and I will help you resolve it." After saying this, Guanya patted her chest in assurance. Initially, Guanya intended to playfully tease Huang Guang, aiming to make him look foolish, but unexpectedly, it resulted in Huang Guang attracting Shunwen's ire, which was not her intent. She did not wish to place Huang Guang in jeopardy. "All right, then it all depends on you," Huang Guang nodded in agreement. "But do exercise caution. Be wary of being entirely consumed by Shunwen." From the moment Huang Guang entered the hall, he braced himself for retaliation, having made a firm decision. He would not waver now. In a lavish suite at the Crown Emperor Hotel, Shunwen sat with a sullen expression on a large sofa, while Shunwu occupied a nearby seat, and Manager Wu stood before them, afraid to make a sound. The atmosphere was palpably tense. As Shunwen's brother, Shunwu was acutely aware of his sibling's thoughts at that moment. "His name is Huang Guang, and in turn of my company," Manager Wu hurriedly stated, eager to divulge all he knew. "No, Mischins." Shunwu scrutinized Manager Wu. None at all." Manager Wu shook his head vigorously, fearful of Shunwu's disbelief. Very well. Provide me with Han Yu's contact number, and you may leave, Shenwen stated coolly. Manager Wu promptly relayed Han Yu's phone number and WeChat ID. With a wave of Shen Wen's hand, Manager Wu exited the room like an obedient dog. Brother, what do you need that woman's number for? Shen Wu questioned, puzzled by Shen Wen's intentions. Shen Wen smiled faintly. If Manager Wu is correct, then Huang Guang is either quite knowledgeable about antiques, or something significant transpired during those few days. Once we ascertain this, we can effectively deal with Huang Guang. Han Yu is our gateway. But Huang Guang is currently involved with Gu Anya. Would he still pay attention to Han Yu, the woman who has caused him pain? Shen Wu expressed concern. Brother, you are truly remarkable, Shen Wu praised, giving Shen Wen a thumbs up. Go and make the necessary arrangements, Shen Wen replied calmly. Shen Wu nodded and exited the room. After Shen Wu's departure, Shen Wen rose, holding a glass of red wine, and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing out at the scenery, lost in contemplation. With determination, Huang Guang took out his phone and dialed his brother. You there, brother? What's the matter? Huang Cheng's voice, slightly weary, came through once the call connected. Nothing much, just wanted to check in on you, Huang Guang inquired. I'm managing, though I've been quite exhausted from working overtime lately, replied Huang Cheng. By the way, how is Mom's health? Have you been able to earn some money? There was a hint of surprise and concern in Huang Cheng's tone. Weren't you just graduated? You haven't gone down the wrong path, have you? Huang Guang reassured him with a smile. Rest assured, my means are legitimate. After a brief calculation, he continued, I have over 10 million, but I've spent about 2 million. So I'm left with more than 9 million. A silence fell on Huang Cheng's end, and after half a minute, he exclaimed, How much? Huang Guang repeated the figure. Are you serious? Huang Cheng still seemed incredulous. Brother, do I really need to deceive you about this? Huang Guang felt a touch of helplessness. Just days ago, he had been a mere impoverished lad, and now he was a millionaire. Who would believe such a transformation? Really? Could you lend me 200,000? Huang Cheng's tone grew urgent. Sure, but may I ask what it's for? Huang Guang sensed something amiss when his brother requested such a sum immediately, though hesitant to divulge. Huang Cheng eventually relented under Huang Guang's persistent questioning. It turned out that last Sunday, while Huang Cheng and his girlfriend were out for a ride on their electric scooter, they accidentally collided with a luxury car, and the owner demanded a compensation of 200,000, insisting on a promissory note. This incident left Huang Cheng distressed and unable to eat for several days. The added pressure of their mother's illness compounded his worries. The thought of the debt made him feel utterly despondent. Fortunately, Huang Guang's good news provided a glimmer of hope, or he would have been at a loss. Brother, do you have a girlfriend now? Huang Guang's attention shifted focus to this surprising revelation. Yes, we've been dating for 6 months. She's in my class. Her name is Wu Wan. Huang Cheng spoke with a hint of shyness when discussing his girlfriend. Perhaps you should still transfer the money to me, so I can handle this. Those people don't seem trustworthy, and I wouldn't want to involve you. Concern for his creditors crept into Huang Cheng's thoughts. Don't worry, everything will be fine. I'll hang up now. We'll see each other tomorrow. With that, Huang Guang ended the call. His confidence stemmed from his connection with Chun Dalu, whose conversation with Gu Tianying suggested that both held influential positions. Given Chun Dalu's willingness to befriend him, Huang Guang felt assured that resolving this minor issue would pose no problem. After hanging up with Huang Cheng, Huang Guang dialed Chun Dalu. Little Guang, calling me so late? Missing me, are you? I must tell you, my preferences are quite conventional. Chun Dalu joked at the other end. By the way, how are things going with that girl? Oh, spare me. That girl is merely using me as a shield. Huang Guang recounted the events of the day. That girl is just like that. Don't take it to heart, Chun Dalu chuckled. As for that fellow Shinwan, I will have a word with old Shun. He wouldn't dare to overstep. No worries, as long as he doesn't cross my boundaries. I would actually enjoy a little play with him. Since acquiring that mysterious energy, Huang Guang's confidence had significantly surged. I support you, Chun Dalu affirmed. By the way, if there's anything you need, just let me know. You didn't call just to chat, did you? Well, I have a minor issue and would like to ask Brother Chun for assistance. Can you make connections in Tiana City? Huang Guang then shared the matter concerning his brother. This is a trivial issue. Let us head to Tiana City together tomorrow and see who is so audacious, Chun Dalu replied, his tone implying that someone would face consequences the following day. Thank you, Brother Chun. We are brothers. No need for formalities. After concluding the call with Chun Dalu, Huang Guang glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly time for his sister to finish her study session. So he drove to the vicinity of school. After waiting for over 10 minutes and noting that it was past 10 o'clock, he anticipated his sister would soon be finished. Sure enough, students began to emerge from the school in small groups. Upon exiting, Huang spotted Huang Guang's car and approached with her companions. One of her friends, Wei Shirue, was of similar height, sporting a student haircut and possessing large, expressive eyes, giving her the charm of a girl next door. Brother, this is my best friend, Wei Shirue. Huang, he introduced her companion. Wei Shirue, somewhat shy, lowered her head, hesitant to meet Huang Guang's gaze. Huang Yi ushered Wei Shirue into the car, and as Huang Guang started the engine, the two girls in the back whispered and giggled to one another. After dropping Wei Shirue off at her home, she politely bowed to Huang Guang, expressing her gratitude. On the drive home, Huang Guang noticed Huang Yi was engrossed in her phone. Xiaoyi, you're about to take your college entrance exams. You should spend less time on your phone. We'll just send a couple of messages to Shirue and then put it away, Huang Yi replied without looking up. Brother, where are you going? Huang Yi inwitted, a hint of concern in her voice. The next day at 6:30, Huang Guang awoke, feeling refreshed and brimming with energy. Ever since he had received that mysterious energy, he had noticed various changes. His spirits were elevated, his body was improving, and his strength was increasing. Testing a gas canister at home, he found he could easily lift it with one hand. Moreover, his reflexes had sharpened. In rhythm games, he could adjust the speed to the maximum, with his eyes and hands coordinating flawlessly, allowing him to play without any strain. Aware that these changes were a result of the mysterious energy, Huang Guang accepted them with equanimity. After completing a set of calisthenics, Huang Yi also rose. After dropping her off at school, Huang Guang received a call from Chendalu. Little Guang, I've booked the flight. It's at 10 o'clock. Wait for me at my shop. Brother Chun, this matter is mine. The airfare should rightfully be my responsibility. How could I allow you to bear such an expense? Huang Guang expressed his gratitude to Chendalu, who had kindly offered to assist him. However, after Chendalu had purchased the tickets, Huang Guang felt a pang of guilt. Chapter 18. Terrified baby, we are but two brothers. Your brother's indeed my kin, and how could I possibly disregard his affairs? There is no need for such formalities. Chendalu said heartily over the phone. Now, enough of this idle chatter. Hurry over, lest you miss your flight. With that, Chendalu ended the call. Upon hearing the line go dead, Huang Guang could only shake his head in resignation, realizing he had to find a way to repay Chendalu's kindness. Half an hour later, Huang Guang and Chendalu made their way to the airport. Once there, Chendalu went to collect the tickets while Huang Guang wandered about, marveling at the airport, which was a first for him. When Chendalu returned with the tickets, Huang Guang intended to find a seat in the waiting area, only to be pulled away to another location by Chendalu. Little Guang, we have first-class tickets. We need not wait in the standard lounge. Here there are sofas, a television, beverages, and snacks. When it's time to board, the ground staff will come to notify us and escort us on board first, Chendalu explained, recognizing that it was Huang Guang's maiden flight. The feeling of wealth is truly delightful, Huang Guang remarked as he settled onto the sofa, taking in the scene of the bustling waiting area. Indeed, wealth has its privileges. Otherwise, why would so many people rack their brains to earn money? Chendalu replied earnestly. Sighing, Huang Guang's thoughts drifted to his brother's predicament. Do not worry. Your brother's situation is not as grave as it seems and will soon be resolved. Chendalu reassured him. When it was time to board, a lovely ground staff member gently reminded them of the boarding time and guided them to the first-class cabin. The first-class section was not crowded, with only 8 spacious seats that provided ample comfort for the passengers. After they were seated, 2 men and a woman joined them, leaving the section not entirely full. Before takeoff, a flight attendant knelt beside Huang Guang to fasten his seatbelt. Once the plane ascended, Chendalu ordered a drink, and the two began to toast. 3 hours later, the aircraft safely landed at Tiana City Airport. As Huang Guang and Chendalu exited the terminal, an elongated Rolls-Royce Phantom glided to a stop before them. The driver stepped out and approached Chendalu, bowing respectfully. Young Master San, please step inside. Away. It has been a while, Chendalu said, patting the driver's shoulder as he boarded the vehicle. Huang Guang stood in a daze, surprised to discover that Chendalu was indeed a young master, and he regarded the driver, Away, as a formidable presence, akin to a crouching leopard ready to pounce. Little Guang, get in the car, Chendalu urged, noticing Huang Guang's bewilderment. Oh, right. Huang Guang finally snapped out of it and climbed into the car. After Huang Guang boarded the vehicle, Away made his way to the driver's seat and started the car. Once inside, Huang Guang fixated his gaze upon Chendalu, an unsettling scrutiny that compelled him to wear a wry smile and remark, Brother Xiao Guang, while I appreciate my own charm, there's no need for such a lascivious gaze. If you have inquiries, feel free to ask. Chengu, what exactly is your identity? Huang Guang inquired directly. My surname is Chun, and I am Dalu, the proprietor of Jigu Zhai. Additionally, I am the third son of the Chen family, which is why Wei refers to me as San Xiaoya, Chen Dao elucidated, though his explanation seemed as vague as silence. Come on, Chingu, there is no need for such a dismissive attitude. Just be forthright and tell me everything. Huang Guang expressed, a hint of frustration in his eyes. It's the Chen family from the capital, Chen Dao responded, his tone reflecting his own exasperation, as if the mention of his lineage posed a burden. Huang Guang paused, momentarily taken aback, before his eyes widened in realization as he gazed at Chen Dalu and exclaimed, You mean that Chen family? Yes, the very same. Chen Dalu nodded affirmatively. Is that true? Huang Guang scrutinized Chen Dalu from head to toe, his voice tinged with skepticism. But I can hardly associate you with that illustrious family. The Chen family of the capital was indeed a formidable entity in the nation, with members entrenched in both military and political spheres, as well as the business world. The Chen Group was a multinational conglomerate, consistently ranking among the top 10 on global wealth lists. Perhaps I simply possess an extraordinary uniqueness, Chen Dalu remarked, resting his chin upon his hand with a sense of ennui. I never imagined I would befriend such a prominent figure. It's truly astonishing, Huang Guang chuckled, patting his chest, his words suggesting trepidation. Yet his expression bore no signs of fear or discomfort. Seeing Huang Guang's demeanor, Chen Dalu felt an increased fondness for him. Initially, he feared that Huang Guang's perception of him would shift upon learning his identity. Yet the young man's demeanor remained unchanged, which reassured Chen Dalu. Away, how did you fare with the matter I entrusted to you yesterday? Chen Dalu inquired of the driver. It has been located and they can come over at any time. Away replied matter-of-factly. Hold on. Let us first pick up Brother Huang Cheng and then bring them over, Chen Dalu stated earnestly, eager to discover who would dare to engage in such audacity. Understood. Chingu, I truly appreciate your assistance, Huang Guang expressed sincerely. Brothers, there is no need for such formalities, Chen Dalu nodded in acknowledgement. Please call Brother Huang Cheng. Let us head over to him and resolve this matter together. Huang Guang dialed Huang Cheng. Brother, I've arrived in Tiana City. Please wait outside the factory. We'll be there shortly. Also, invite your wife along, he instructed. All right, came the reply. After concluding the call, Huang Guang relayed the location of the factory to Wei, who promptly drove them there. 20 minutes later, they arrived outside the factory, where Huang Guang spotted his brother standing alongside a girl, both glancing into the distance occasionally. The girl was not particularly striking, yet she exuded a sense of simplicity, likely Huang Guang's brother's girlfriend, Wu Wan. The vehicle came to a halt before Huang Cheng and Wu Wan, prompting Huang Cheng to pull Wu Wan back a few steps, creating distance from the car. Huang Guang opened the door and smiled at the two, saying, Brother, sister-in-law, come aboard. Initially taken aback by the sudden appearance of a luxury car, Huang Cheng was further astonished to discover his younger brother seated inside. He stood there momentarily speechless. After a while, he finally managed to exclaim, Xiao Guang? Yes, brother, you haven't forgotten me, have you? Huang Guang replied with a wry smile. Huang Cheng found himself at a loss for words. Come on, brother, get in. It's rather hot under the sun, Huang Guang urged. With his encouragement, Huang Cheng took Wu Wan's hand and entered the vehicle. Chapter 19, Apologies Futile. Once inside, Huang Cheng and Wu Wan felt somewhat uneasy due to their unfamiliarity with Chen Dalu, making it difficult to converse freely with Huang Guang, resulting in a slightly awkward atmosphere. Chen Dalu, perceptive as ever, quickly noticed this and cheerfully said to Huang Guang, Xiao Guang, why not introduce us? Huang Guang promptly facilitated the introductions. Afterward, Chen Dalu warmly addressed Huang Cheng. Brother Huang Cheng, rest assured, I will resolve this matter for you swiftly. Thank you, Brother Chen. Huang Cheng expressed his gratitude. We are family. No need for such formality, Chen Dalu replied with a grin. You must be thirsty after standing out in the sun. Here, have a cold beer to quench your thirst. As for your sister-in-law, let her have a soft drink. With that, Chen Dalu retrieved a bottle of beer and a soft drink from the car's refrigerator, handing them to Huang Cheng and Wu Wan, who accepted them eagerly. Although Chen Dalu treated them with great warmth, they were acutely aware of his significant status, making it difficult for them to approach him with complete ease. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside the opulent Sofitel Hotel in Tiana City. Unfamiliar with the hotel's reputation, Huang Guang found it quite luxurious, whereas Huang Cheng, who had worked in Tiana City for several years, was taken aback. He had heard many tales from his colleagues about the Sofitel, including how a night in the most extravagant suite cost as much as several years of labor, and how the clientele often indulged in high-quality companionship, many of whom were said to be students from art schools. Before his relationship with Wu Wan, Huang Cheng had often fantasized about staying in the finest room of the Sofitel, accompanied by a beautiful girl. To his astonishment, that dream was about to come true. Although the girl beside him would be Wu Wan. Chang, it's time to get out, Chen Dalu smiled, addressing the somewhat dazed Huang Cheng. During the past half hour, thanks to Chen Dalu's deliberate camaraderie, Huang Cheng had grown more comfortable with him. All right, Brother Chen, Huang Cheng finally responded, stepping out of the car. As Huang Guang and his companions entered the grand hall, their attention was captivated by the resplendent crystal chandelier that adorned the ceiling. Shimmering with a kaleidoscope of light, the myriad of transparent crystals refracted a soft, elegant glow, while the floral patterns on the floor subtly incorporated the iris, the national flower of France, along with the emblematic flower of Tiana City. The other decorative elements exuded a distinct French style. Upon noticing their arrival, a poised female lobby manager, impeccably dressed in professional attire, approached them with a courteous smile and a respectful bow, addressing Mr. Chen. Your reserved room is ready. Please follow me. Chen Dalu nodded slightly, a newfound aura of authority emanating from him. Under the manager's guidance, they proceeded to the presidential suite. Mr. Chen, should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform us, the lobby manager stated before gracefully exiting and closing the door behind her. Wow, Xiao Wang, this place is enormous. Even larger than our home, Huang Cheng exclaimed as he gazed around the suite, which was adorned in a French decorative style. Meanwhile, Wu Wan stood mesmerized by the panorama visible from the floor-to-ceiling windows, having never before witnessed Tiana City from such a lofty vantage point. In the future, you too shall possess a residence even grander than this. Trust me, Chen Dalu assured Huang Cheng with a serious demeanor. Please wait a moment. I shall summon the individuals involved to resolve this matter, Chen Dalu remarked, casting a glance at Wei. Wei nodded and made a phone call. Before long, several men arrived at the presidential suite. Brother Wei, they have arrived, a tall man in his 30s with a buzz cut respectfully informed Wei. Good, Xiangzi. This is young Master Chen, and these three are his friends. Wei introduced Chen Dalu and his companions to the man. Greetings, young Master 3. Hello, Guanggu, Chenggu. Xiangzi said politely to Huang Guang and the others. The men following Xiangzi trembled involuntarily upon realizing that the person they had previously extorted was connected to someone of such stature. They understood that dealing with a figure of this magnitude could be as effortless as crushing an ant. All right, let us settle this matter. Can't you see we are all here? Chen Dalu stated nonchalantly. He would typically avoid interactions with such petty thugs, but for Huang Guang's sake, he chose to personally address the issue. I understand that Mr. Huang collided with your vehicle and owes you 200,000. Is that correct? Wei coldly inquired, directing his gaze at the men behind Xiangzi. The men exchanged glances, and one of them quickly shook his head in denial, saying, No, it was our mistake. We accidentally collided with Mr. Huang. We should compensate him 200,000. The others nodded in agreement, echoing his words. Huang Cheng, bewildered by their statements, couldn't comprehend how it had transformed from him colliding with their vehicle to them owing him compensation. And no, it's nothing, merely a slight misunderstanding with Mr. Huang. One of the men stammered. The man who spoke just now stuttered as he spoke. Is that true? Chang looked at him. Yes, it is, the man replied, adopting a pitiful expression as he addressed Huang Cheng. Mr. Huang, that day was indeed a misunderstanding, and we sincerely wish to compensate you for the incident. We hope you can accept our apologies. Observing this pitiable figure pleading for forgiveness, Huang Cheng felt that the world was changing too rapidly. Just a few days earlier, this man had threatened him, saying that if he didn't repay the debt, he would sell Wu Wan. Now, however, he was groveling for mercy, a transformation that was, quite frankly, heartening. In that moment, Huang Cheng's mindset shifted. If apologies were effective, what would be the need for the police? Huang Cheng uttered a particularly distinctive remark. A minute prior, he might have accepted the apology, but now he was resolute. He had no intention of letting these individuals off the hook so easily. Huang Guang looked at his brother in surprise, never expecting him to utter such words. He had thought that his brother would simply accept the apology. Wu Wan too looked at her boyfriend in confusion. Chapter 20. Late Night Snack. So, Mr. Huang, what would you have us do? The man inquired, aware that he was no longer in control of the situation and should humbly concede. Kneel down and say 10 apologies. Then we can consider the matter settled. Huang Cheng responded. These individuals had made his life quite tumultuous over the past few days, and they certainly deserved a measure of punishment. Although the man yielded, he hesitated at the thought of publicly kneeling. If I say kneel, then kneel you shall. After all, you're the ones who caused this trouble. Chang glared fiercely at the man and his companions. Yes, the man relented, and one by one, they knelt before Huang Cheng. Say, Mr. Huang, we were wrong in our actions, and we sincerely apologize for the distress we caused you. Just refrain from such behavior in the future. Now be gone. Since they had already knelt, Huang Cheng did not wish to be excessively harsh. Aren't you going to thank Mr. Huang? Cheng prompted from behind. Thank you, Mr. Huang. Thank you. The men hurriedly exclaimed. Now hurry and leave. Do you plan to stay here and wait for the third young master to treat you to a meal? Cheng kicked the men in their backsides, prompting them to hastily depart. Third young master, Mr. Huang, I apologize on behalf of my reckless subordinates. Wang Cheng said as he bowed to Chen Dalu and Huang Cheng. Although he was not directly responsible for the incident, as the elder brother, he felt a sense of accountability. Enough, this matter does not concern you. Just ensure that you manage your subordinates well in the future, Chen Dalu replied coolly. Wang Cheng had some connections with the Wei, and Chen Dalu did not wish to make things difficult for him. Understood. Third young master, Wang Cheng nodded earnestly. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Chen Dalu nodded in response. In truth, there was nothing pressing. He simply wanted Wang Cheng to accompany him to an antique trade fair the following day. Ah, another appraisal event, Chen Dalu quickly added. Previously, at the antique appraisal event, Huang Guang had already attracted the attention of a certain Shun one. Now, at yet another appraisal gathering, a bitter smile adorned Huang Guang's face. Rest assured, this antique fair is far from the lackluster affair orchestrated by that young scion of the Shen family. This time, the event is teeming with treasures. It merely depends on one's discerning eye. With you by my side, I feel reassured. Chen Dalu understood Huang Guang's thoughts and chuckled. Are there truly remarkable items? Huang Guang's eyes gleamed at the mention of treasures. The golden light within him yearned to expand, drawing upon the aura of antiques. If there are no good items, do you think I would invite you along? Fear not. I assure you, you shall not be disappointed. Chen Dalu patted his chest in promise. Very well then. Huang Guang nodded. Now, we are residing in a presidential suite, which boasts numerous areas for relaxation. Let us all indulge ourselves. Chen Dalu said, embracing Huang Guang. One must admit, the service at the most luxurious hotel in Tianhe City is truly unparalleled, and as guests of the presidential suite, the quality of service is beyond reproach. Featuring only world-renowned brands and culinary creations by top-tier chefs. Though Huang Guang and his companions were unaccustomed to Western cuisine, it was still a form of indulgence, ultimately satisfying their hunger at a late-night food stall. Brother Chun, I suggest we forego Western dining in the future. Though the flavors are delightful, they hardly fill one up. The offerings here at the late-night stall are far more substantial. Huang Guang held a skewer in one hand, sipping beer with the other, gazing contentedly at Chen Dalu. Indeed, look at these skewers, dripping with oil, flavorful, and filling, pure bliss. Huang Cheng quickly echoed his brother's sentiments. In truth, I too am not fond of Western cuisine. But since the hotel provides such service, why not enjoy it? After all, we paid for it. Chen Dalu added, continuing his discourse. Besides, you were so eager to take photos and share them on social media while dining on Western fare. What can I say? It was our first experience, of course. We had to capture the moment. Huang Guang laughed. Huang Cheng nodded in agreement, devouring his skewer without wasting a moment. In fact, this is also my first time trying it. Chen Dalu shamelessly interjected. TCH, Huang Guang shot him a disdainful glance. Chen Dalu, being the third young master of the Chun family, claiming it was his first encounter with Western cuisine, was utterly implausible. Cheers! Chen Dalu raised his bottle. Just as Huang Guang was about to lift his bottle, a figure suddenly collided with him. Instinctively, Huang Guang reached out, catching the figure that had stumbled into his embrace to prevent a fall. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was the daughter of the late-night stall owner. A charming young woman of 18 or 19, who was now looking up at him with a bashful expression. I'm so sorry. Huang Guang promptly released his grip, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he uttered an apology. The young woman lowered her head and softly responded. After speaking, she was preparing to walk away when a hand reached out from beside her, grasping her wrist and exclaiming, Hey, beautiful, don't rush off. Stay and have a drink with me before you go. The speaker was a man in his 30s, bald with a prominent gold chain around his neck. His arms adorned with intricate tattoos of dragons and phoenixes. He appeared to be somewhat inebriated, emboldened by his intoxication to flirt with the young lady. Sorry, but I don't drink, she stammered, attempting to pull her hand free in a state of panic. She had merely come to assist her parents during their break and had not anticipated encountering such an incident, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, the owner of the late-night food stall noticed the unfolding situation. He quickly set aside his work and approached, wearing a conciliatory smile as he addressed the man. Brother, my girl is still a student and cannot drink. How about I join you for a drink instead? In the realm of business, maintaining a courteous demeanor is paramount. Although the man's behavior was clearly inappropriate, the owner felt compelled to maintain a cordial facade. Chapter 21. Not a bad person. Did I ask you to drink? The bald man sneered, glaring menacingly at the food stall owner. Let me make this clear. If your daughter doesn't drink with me today, you'll learn that what I say cannot be refused. The bald man's threatening tone sent chills through the stall owner. Old man, don't be blind. If you anger me, your business will come to an end. It's just a drink. We're not asking your daughter to do anything outrageous. Allowing her to drink is a sign of respect. Don't be ungrateful. As the bald man finished, his companions began to shout in agreement. Both the stall owner and his daughter were visibly frightened. The young woman turned to her father and said, Dad, perhaps I should just drink. She was considerate, fearing that her predicament might jeopardize her father's livelihood. Even though she was inexperienced with alcohol, she felt compelled to make a choice. However, a father could not bear to see his daughter suffer. The stall owner shielded his daughter behind him and addressed the man, Brother, my daughter truly cannot drink. How about today? Meal is on me. Upon hearing this, the bald man stood up abruptly, nearly invading the stall owner's personal space as he coldly retorted, Old man, are you implying I'm broke? That I'm taking advantage of you? As he spoke, he pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and slapped it against the owner's face, declaring, Do I lack money? Is this free? Not a chance. The thick stack of bills struck the owner's face with a loud smack, causing it to flush crimson. No, don't hit my dad. I'll drink. Witnessing her father being struck, the young woman cried out, reaching out in an attempt to push the bald man away. Do you think I care about you? Get lost. He scoffed, shoving her backward. In her panic, she could only close her eyes. At that moment, she felt a strong hand steady her, preventing her from falling. The young woman opened her eyes to find herself supported by Huang Guang, the very person into whose arms she had just fallen. Huang Guang first flashed a smile at her, then released her and seized an empty bottle, striding over to Junge. Without uttering a word, he hurled the bottle at Junji's bald head, knocking him to the ground. As he kicked Junge, he exclaimed, Does wealth make you exceptional? Can money grant you the freedom to act as you please? Can empower you to bully others? Who bestowed upon you this authority? God? Seeing Junge being assaulted, his companions immediately grabbed bottles, preparing to retaliate against Huang Guang. At that moment, a Wei sprang into action, swiftly dispatching Junge's 5 associates with a few punches and kicks, appearing as effortless as one might stretch after a satisfying meal. While Junji's companions lay on the ground, Huang Guang continued to unleash kicks towards Junji's face. This Junge reminded Huang Guang a man he despised greatly. Manager Wu. Both Junge and Manager Wu wielded their wealth to mercilessly oppress others, and thus, Huang Guang channeled all his pent-up fury onto Junge, who truly suffered an undeserved fate. Big brother, please stop. I understand my mistake. Junge curled up on the ground, shielding his vital areas and pleading for mercy. I am not a bad person. I merely drank too much and lost my senses. The bravado he once exhibited had vanished entirely. Not a bad person? Then why the tattoos? Not a bad person? Why the shave head? Not a bad person? Why the ostentatious gold chains? Huang Guang continued his tirade, his feet relentless in their assault. For someone who claims to be innocent yet embodies the very image of a villain and engages in villainous deeds, you deserve this punishment. As Junge clutched his head, he felt as though he might bleed from the inside, perplexed by the absurdity of Huang Guang's justification for the beating, which left him without a counter-argument. All right, brother, please cease. If you continue, you might truly injure him, Huang Chengjin interjected, concerned that Huang Guang might harm Junge irreparably. If he gets hurt, so be it. This cowardly bully, preying on the weak, deserves a thorough lesson, a memory he will never forget, Chen Dalu echoed, sharing Huang Guang's disdain for Junji's kind. Sir, perhaps we should let this go? The owner of the late-night stall interjected, genuinely worried that Huang Guang might inflict serious harm on Junge, jeopardizing his business. Miss, what do you think? The victim himself is asking for mercy. Huang Guang turned to the young woman, seeking her opinion. Caught off guard by his inquiry, she hesitated before softly responding. Upon seeing her kind demeanor, Huang Guang smiled and addressed Junge coldly. Did you hear that? The young lady does not wish to pursue this further. Otherwise, I might just finish you off. Now, get lost. Thank you, big brother. Junge struggled to rise from the ground, managing to utter, Your gratitude should be directed towards her, not me. Huang Guang kicked him once more. Thank you, kind lady, for your leniency in not pursuing my wrongdoings, Junge said, his tone now submissive. There is no way around it. The situation is abundantly clear. Our side simply cannot match their numbers, so it is prudent to concede gracefully. Let us depart. Remember, do not bully others again. Should I witness such behavior, I assure you I will ensure your future is riddled with hardship. Brother Jun nodded repeatedly and departed with his companions. Of course, before leaving, he did not forget to leave some money behind, as he genuinely feared that Huang Guang might retaliate for this. Thank you, my friend. Without your assistance, I would have been utterly lost. The night snack shop owner expressed his gratitude to Huang Guang after Brother Jun's group had left. Boss, such people must not be indulged. Even if we are not present, you can always call the police. I trust they will handle the matter appropriately. We live in a society governed by law, and we cannot allow such scoundrels to roam freely. Indeed, the owner nodded emphatically. Brother, you are quite formidable, yet you did strike someone just now. I suggest you leave swiftly. Otherwise, should the police arrive, it may be you who is taken away, a kind patron, enjoying a late-night snack, cautioned Huang Guang, having witnessed someone call the authorities. Chapter 22. Kindred Spirits. Thank you. Huang Guang nodded at the speaker and glanced at Chun Dalu. This was Chun Dalu's territory, and any trouble could lead to undesirable consequences. Thus, it was essential to gauge Chun Dalu's intentions. It's fine. We haven't finished our meal yet, so why leave? Chun Dalu beckoned Huang Guang to stay and continue eating. By the way, Brother Xiao Wang, that was quite exhilarating, wasn't it? However, I believe you ought to have given that fellow's underling a few kicks as well. Huang Guang rolled his eyes. Chun Dalu certainly did not perceive the gravity of the situation. Nonetheless, he appreciated the sentiment. The group remained, continuing their late-night feast. Moments later, a police car arrived, from which emerged 2 officers in their 40s and 2 younger auxiliary officers in their 20s. One of the officers, accompanied by an auxiliary officer, approached the busy owner and inquired, "Are you the proprietor here?" The night snack shop owner nodded eagerly. "I heard there was a fight here recently. Is that true?" The officer continued to question. "Here's what happened." The owner recounted the events as they transpired. "Is that person still present?" The officer's intention was evident. He was referring to Huang Guang. The owner hesitated briefly before revealing Huang Guang's location, as he had previously instructed that should the police arrive, he should be forthright. The officer nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded with the auxiliary officer, who had been taking notes, towards Huang Guang and his companions. Meanwhile, the other officer and auxiliary officer gathered information from other patrons and also made their way to Huang Guang's group. "Are you the individual who struck someone earlier?" The officer who had questioned the owner approached Huang Guang and inquired. "Indeed, I am the one who delivered the blows. I trust you are already aware of the context. Should we not teach a lesson to such nefarious individuals?" Huang Guang replied nonchalantly, continuing to enjoy his meal. "Sir, we are currently enforcing the law. Please cooperate with us." Upon seeing Huang Guang's demeanor, the officer's expression turned frosty. He was, after all, a police officer, and responding to incidents represented the enforcement of the law. The individual had assaulted someone, yet appeared utterly unconcerned, which irked the officer. "I have been quite cooperative. Otherwise, I would not be waiting here for your arrival." Huang Guang replied calmly. "Cooperation is appreciated, so please accompany us to the police station," the officer said, suppressing his rising anger. "This gentleman is assisting us. He has committed no wrongdoing. Why must he be taken to the station?" The boss's daughter bravely interjected. Huang Guang had previously aided her, and now that he was being apprehended, she felt compelled to speak on his behalf. "Young lady, regardless of the circumstances, striking someone is a violation of the law," the officer maintained, unmoved by her plea. "Officer you are correct. Assaulting someone is indeed against the law. I, too, engaged in a scuffle earlier. Why not take me along as well?" Awei remarked casually. From the way he addressed the officer, it was evident that Awei was acquainted with him. "Officer," he glanced at Awei, his expression growing noticeably uneasy. "Mr. Hua, it appears you are also here," he managed to say with a forced smile, inwardly lamenting the futility of their efforts. "Indeed, I was merely enjoying a late-night meal with friends. If you intend to detain someone, take us both," Awei suggested, looking directly at Officer He. "Ha, Mr. Hua, you truly have a way with words. Individuals like that deserve to be taught a lesson. Rest assured, we will locate the instigator and detain him for half a month, allowing him to reflect on his actions," the officer replied with a smile. "Very well, Officer He. You may proceed with your duties," Awei said, nodding at him. "All right then, I shall not interrupt Mr. Hua's meal any further." Officer He concluded with a smile before departing with his colleagues. Once the police vehicle drove away, an uneasy silence enveloped the 4 officers inside. "Brother He, who were those individuals earlier?" One auxiliary officer could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. "Certainly influential figures," Officer He responded. "You must be aware of the Chun group. That man, Huang Guang, is a key figure within it, overseeing the group's security operations. Such prominent individuals dining here. Do you think their identities are trivial? What should we do now? The auxiliary officer pressed on. Given their status, they are beyond reproach. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, they acted in defense of a fellow citizen. There's little we can do but foster goodwill. At that moment, Huang Guang and the others were preparing to leave. The commotion caused by the bald man and the police had dampened their enthusiasm for continuing their late-night meal. How much do I owe you? Huang Guang called out to the owner. Please, reconsider. You have already assisted me immensely. How can I accept your money? The owner quickly replied. Had it not been for Huang Guang and his companion's intervention, he would have lost his business. Thus, he could not bring himself to accept payment from Huang Guang and the others. Paying for a meal is a matter of course. As a small business owner, it would be inappropriate to offer complimentary meals. Moreover, should that individual dare to cause trouble again, do not hesitate to call me. After Huang Guang handed the owner 500 yuan, he also presented his business card. Subsequently, everyone departed. The following day, Huang Guang drove with Huang Guang and Chun Dalu towards the outskirts of Tiana City. Meanwhile, Huang Chung and Wu Wan had arranged for someone to accompany them for a pleasant excursion in Tiana City. After approximately half an hour of driving in the suburban direction, the vehicle came to a halt before a villa adorned with a grand iron gate. Several luxury cars were already parked outside, including a Mercedes-Benz S600, a Ferrari, and a Bentley. Although Huang Guang owned a Porsche Cayenne, he couldn't help but feel envious of these extravagant vehicles. At that moment, the gate swung open, revealing two robust men who exuded a similar aura. Huang Guang glanced at Huang Guang, pondering the identity of the villa's owner. The two men also cast a glance at Huang Guang, seemingly sensing a kindred spirit. One of the men inquired, Young Master Chun, who are these two? Though the question was directed at both Huang Guang and Huang Guang, their interest clearly lay solely with Huang Guang. Chapter 23, The Auction. Chun Dalu smiled and replied, This is my driver, Away, and this is my friend, Huang Guang. The two men nodded in acknowledgement. Those who visited here were individuals of standing, and bringing a bodyguard was not unusual. One man remained behind while the other led Chun Dalu and his companions inside, remarking, Young Master Chun, Mr. Wang is chatting in the living room. Please follow me. The path into the villa was a 6-meter wide gravel driveway, with a vast swimming pool on the left, appearing to be around 100 square meters. A short distance ahead stood a grand European-style villa, where 3 Bugatti Veyrons of various colors were parked at the entrance. Wow, Bugattis! 3 of them, absolutely stunning. Huang Guang nearly drooled at the sight of the trio. Old Wang remained his usual car enthusiast, and the combined worth of these 3 vehicles was likely around 100 million. Chun Dalu, hailing from a prominent family, was not particularly astonished by such luxury. If only he could drive one of those cars someday, it would be exhilarating. Huang Guang's gaze lingered longingly on the exquisite vehicles. The man leading them remained silent, casting a disdainful smile. In his view, Huang Guang was merely an ordinary person, even as Chun Dalu's friend. The notion of driving a Bugatti seemed but a dream to him. Though the man's condescending look irked Huang Guang, he dismissed it, recognizing that his current status could not compare to this realm. Nonetheless, envy simmered within him. His own wealth could scarcely purchase a single tire, while those who could afford these cars surely possessed fortunes far exceeding their value. The identity of the villa's owner piqued Huang Guang's curiosity. Upon entering the villa's grand hall, the man bowed slightly to a middle-aged gentleman seated on the sofa, saying, Boss, Young Master Chun has arrived. Ah, Lao San, I thought you wouldn't arrive. Gulme, take a seat, greeted the middle-aged man warmly as he addressed Chun Dalu. Wang Gu, you know my penchant for such gatherings. How could I possibly miss out on this opportunity? Replied Chun Dalu, settling beside Wu Gu. He then turned to the others in the grand hall, saying, Rest assured, although I am acquainted with Wang Gu, I shall compete fairly with all of you. Third young master, you are too modest. The character of the third young master and Mr. Wang is beyond reproach, a voice chimed in. Noticing Huang Guang's slight discomfort, Chun Dalu beckoned him over, Xiao Guang. Come join us. Mr. Wang cast a curious glance at Huang Guang, for he had never witnessed Chun Dalu extend such warmth to anyone before. Bang Yi, I hope you don't mind if I invite Xiao Guang to sit with us, Chun Dalu inquired. Not at all, Mr. Wang replied with a smile. Huang Guang settled next to Chun Dalu and surveyed the expansive hall, which spanned approximately 150 square meters, adorned with opulent decor. A chandelier hung from above. Alongside a projector and a square screen was mounted on the front wall. Around 10 guests occupied the hall, most appearing to be over 40. Save for a young man in his 20s, who was rather handsome and engaged in a whispered conversation with a strikingly attractive woman with a curvaceous figure. Initially indifferent to Huang Guang, the guests now regarded him with newfound interest, particularly the young man, whose gaze bore a hint of provocation. Huang Guang felt perplexed. He did not recognize this individual, so why the hostility? Leaning slightly towards Huang Guang, Chun Dalu remarked, Xiao Guang, most of the people here are seasoned players. It seems they are not taking you seriously. You must make a strong impression. Fear not. I shall ensure they open their eyes, Huang Guang replied earnestly. By the way, Chingge, who is that young man? He seems to have an issue with me. That is Feng Hua, the sole heir of the Feng family. He is 23 and enjoys being the center of attention, Hua Wei whispered to Huang Guang. He resents you for stealing his spotlight just now. Huang Guang felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Such behavior from the wealthy elite was rather absurd. Chun Dala chuckled and patted Huang Guang on the shoulder. At that moment, Mr. Wang rose from the sofa with a smile, announcing, It appears everyone has arrived, so let us begin. Abing, please ask the Liu brothers to bring in the items. One of Mr. Wang's bodyguards exited the hall, and shortly after, 2 men in their 30s, who bore a striking resemblance to one another, entered, carrying a large chest. Chun Dala leaned in to whisper to Huang Guang, Those are the Liu brothers. They make a living through tomb raiding and are quite renowned in that field. Wang Ge has a fondness for collecting, which is why he organized this underground auction, both to entertain his friends and to select items he fancies, a win-win situation. Is it really so brazen? Aren't they afraid of getting caught? Huang Guang questioned. Huang Guang was aware that the underground workers were likely those engaged in tomb raiding. During the last gem appraisal event he attended with Shan Wan, Shun casually mentioned that his stove was newly unearthed, though that was merely a statement. The tomb raiders had not made an appearance. Now, at this auction, even the tomb raiders had emerged, which genuinely astonished Huang Guang. Chun Dalu smiled nonchalantly and whispered, Xiao Guang, Brother Wang's status is no less formidable than mine, and everyone here possesses a distinguished identity. So it is highly unlikely that anyone would come here to apprehend anyone. He continued, All right, enough talk for now. Let us see what treasures they have procured. The Liu brothers entered the hall, opened their box, and placed a pair of exquisite porcelain figurines of palace maidens on the central table. Each brother slowly rotated a figurine under the light, stating, This time, we indeed had a stroke of luck. While excavating a grave from the Qing dynasty, we inadvertently discovered another tomb beneath it, which turned out to be from the Han dynasty, yielding some treasures within. He continued, Let us set aside the artifact from the Han tomb for now and first examine these Qing porcelain maidens, with a starting price of 80,000. Attendance at the auction was sparse, and the attendees were all of notable standing. Thus, the first item was not particularly impressive, leading to a calm atmosphere among the crowd. As Huang Guang conversed with Chun Dalu, others had already begun inspecting the figurines, and the bidding had reached 120,000. After all, in a legitimate auction house, this pair of maidens could fetch at least 500,000. Huang Guang nodded towards Chun Dalu and approached the display to examine the porcelain maidens. After feigning a thorough inspection, he sensed a surge of green energy emanating from the figurines and felt the golden spark in his eyes intensify by approximately 10%. However, Chun Dalu clearly exhibited little interest in the figurines and refrained from bidding. Mr. Wang also remained silent, merely exchanging pleasantries with Chun Dalu using terms such as hairline cracks and glaze repairs. Fortunately, Huang Guang had diligently studied several volumes on antiques. Otherwise, he would have struggled to comprehend. After several rounds of bidding, the maiden figurines were secured by Feng Hua for 500,000. Observing his demeanor, it was as if spending that amount were as trivial as parting with $5. Beside him, a beautiful woman rewarded Feng Hua with a kiss. He playfully squeezed her waist and provocatively glanced at Huang Guang. Huang Guang felt somewhat speechless, thinking to himself that these wealthy second-generation heirs truly did not regard money as money. At that moment, the Liu brothers presented their second item, a golden jade cup, approximately 12 centimeters in height, which they gently placed on the exhibition table, proclaiming, Ladies and gentlemen, this is an ancient Han Dynasty jade cup with golden feet, starting at 800,000. Those interested may come forward to inspect it. As soon as the Liu brothers finished speaking, nearly everyone rushed to examine the golden jade cup, indicating its exceptional value. Huang Guang certainly would not miss this opportunity, and he had a strong feeling that this cup would bestow upon him considerable energy. After a brief wait, Huang Guang finally approached the golden-footed cup closely. As Huang Guang received the message, he drew a surge of purple energy from the golden-footed cup, and in an instant, he felt a significant increase in the golden radiance within his eyes, nearly restoring it to its original brilliance. Upon returning to Chun Dalu's side, Huang Guang spoke softly. Brother Chun, this golden-footed cup is indeed a genuine artifact. The craftsmanship, both in the blade work and the cloud patterns, is distinctly of the Han dynasty, extraordinarily exquisite. Huang Guang was genuinely fond of this ancient jade cup, especially since it had bestowed upon him such an abundance of golden energy. The market price for this golden-footed cup was 4 million. If the price were right, it could be acquired, subsequently yielding a modest profit at my shop. Chun Dalu, with a beaming smile, then called out a bid of 2 million. Huang Guang looked at Chun Dalu, perplexed as to why, despite being the third young master of the Qin family, he displayed such keen interest in earning a few tens of thousands in profit. However, Chun Dalu's 2 million was soon surpassed by another bidder. After all, everyone present was quite intrigued by the golden-footed cup. Ultimately, when Chun Dalu raised the bid to 390,000, the competition dwindled. The attendees were astute. Well aware of the auction item's value, 390,000 was nearing the upper limit for this item, and further bidding would yield little advantage. 390,000. Once, 390,000, twice, the Liu brothers called out, glancing at the crowd, hoping for another bid. 430,000, chimed in Feng Hua, who was sitting next to Chun Dalu. Chun Dalu shot a resentful glance at Feng Hua, while Feng Hua arrogantly nodded back. Damn, this guy is truly annoying. 390,000 was Chun Dalu's limit, not due to a lack of funds, but rather his unwillingness to engage in a losing venture. No matter, let him have it. I will have my chance to turn the tables on him. Huang Guang held no fondness for Feng Hua either, seeing that Chun Dalu had no intention of further bidding. A smug smile spread across Feng Hua's face. Although he was spending an extra few hundred thousand, the satisfaction of outbidding everyone else was quite pleasing. Just as Feng Hua basked in his triumph, another high bid emerged. 5 million. The bid came from Mr. Wang, seated beside Chun Dalu. Brother Wang, isn't 5 million a bit excessive? Chun Dalu whispered to Mr. Wang. I like it, Mr. Wang replied with a smile. Upon realizing it was Mr. Wang who placed the bid, Feng Hua felt a twinge of discontent, but refrained from continuing the bidding war. Thus, the golden-footed cup was secured by Mr. Wang. Subsequently, the Liu brothers auctioned several more items, each priced modestly in the hundreds of thousands, and Chun Dalu successfully acquired a Han jade plate, his demeanor cheerful, anticipating a profit of over 100,000. Soon after, the Liu brothers presented a monochrome porcelain vase, placing it on display. A Qing Yongzheng monochrome glaze imitation roux-kiln hexagonal large vase, with a starting price of 3 million, inviting those interested to come take a look. The quality of this porcelain vase surpasses that of the previous gilded cup by a considerable margin, given its impressive height of over 60 centimeters, significantly taller than the cup. The emergence of this vase has stirred Chun Dalu, who leaned in to whisper to Huang Guang. Half a year ago, at a formal auction, a similar porcelain vase fetched an astonishing price of 11 million, making it a rare collectible. Although the previous items were genuine, Huang Guang harbored a lingering suspicion that counterfeit goods might surface at this auction. If it were indeed a counterfeit, the unfortunate buyer would be solely to blame for their misfortune. Surely, this vase cannot be a fake, Chun Dalu remarked, observing Huang Guang. I cannot say for certain. I merely speculated. We must inspect it closely to ascertain its authenticity, Huang Guang replied earnestly. With that, he made his way to the display stand. At long last, it was Huang Guang's turn to examine a vase. Upon contact, he felt no surge of energy, but instead received a revelation. The vase was artificially manufactured, with a genuine body but a counterfeit base. Goodness, it truly is a fake. Those two brothers are quite deceitful, pairing a genuine body with a false base and pricing it at 3 million. How unscrupulous, Huang Guang thought to himself, casting a disapproving glance at the seemingly innocent Liu brothers. Had he lacked his extraordinary abilities, he might have fallen victim to their trickery. Meanwhile, a group of hopeful bargain hunters began to raise their bids, and the price quickly escalated to 5 million. Huang Guang glanced beside him to find Feng Hua, the affluent second-generation heir, who had previously acquired 2 or 3 items and now sought to provoke Huang Guang, having noticed his silence. A sudden idea sparked in Huang Guang's mind. While he had dismissed the earlier items, he found this porcelain vase quite appealing. By the way, how many items have you bid on? You wouldn't dare compete with me, would you? He inquired. Who would turn down a good treasure? I too have a fondness for this vase and intend to claim it. Let us see who possesses the greater prowess, Feng Hua retorted, his competitive spirit ignited by Huang Guang's response. 6 million, Huang Guang declared confidently, interrupting Chun Dalu mid-sentence. In response, Feng Hua immediately countered with 6.5 million. Aware that many eyes were on the vase, Huang Guang chose not to rush his next bid. Instead, he turned to Qin Dalu and suggested, "Let us engage in a little game," winking conspiratorially at him. Qin Dalu raised an eyebrow, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, though internally he was awash with thoughts, having gleaned from Huang Guang's words that the vase was indeed a counterfeit. While Huang Guang conversed with Qin Dalu, the vase's price surged by several hundred thousand, reaching 7,200,000. 8 million, Huang Guang called out, noticing the increment had slowed. Following this, he cast a glance at Feng Hua. Provoked by Huang Guang's boldness, Feng Hua immediately shouted, 9 million. 10 million, Huang Guang countered decisively. Before the Liu brothers could begin to echo Feng Hua's bid, Huang Guang directly escalated the price to 10 million. Upon this declaration, nearly everyone present relinquished their aspirations for further bidding, their gazes fixated on Huang Guang. Qin Dalu similarly turned his attention to Huang Guang, his eyes betraying astonishment. Was this merely a game, or was there truly a need to play for such high stakes? Amid the crowd's scrutiny, Huang Guang maintained a smiling facade, though his heart raced, an inner voice fervently urging him, "Let Feng Hua raise the bid, continue to raise it." Initially, when Huang Guang called out 10 million, Feng Hua hesitated, contemplating whether to raise his bid. However, upon witnessing Huang Guang's triumphant demeanor, a flush of determination surged through him, and he declared loudly, 1,100,000. Upon hearing Feng Hua's bid, Huang Guang felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he feigned a conflicted expression, as if contemplating his next words. After a brief pause, he spoke, "Young Master Feng, if you desire it so, I shall concede it to you." With Huang Guang refraining from further bids, an exuberant smile spread across Feng Hua's face. He replied, "I appreciate your generosity." As no one else dared to raise the stakes, the Liu brothers announced that Feng Hua had successfully acquired the porcelain vase. Young Guang, 1 million. Did it truly require such a grand display? Had he refrained from bidding, you would have secured that vase without contest, Qin Dalu whispered to Huang Guang, observing Feng Hua's self-satisfied demeanor. I too felt trepidation. My entire fortune barely exceeds 9 million. Had he not increased his bid, I would have been forced to borrow from you, Brother Chun. Thankfully, he did raise it, were it not for my disdain for him. I would never have acted thus, Huang Guang admitted, a look of lingering apprehension crossing his face. Is that vase truly a counterfeit? Qin Dalu inquired. Indeed, the body is authentic, yet it possesses a false base. Whoever purchases it shall be deceived, Huang Guang replied. Qin Dalu discreetly gave Huang Guang a thumbs up. At that moment, the Liu brothers had nearly exhausted their inventory. The final items for auction were a rust-laden short sword and a severely damaged wooden box, measuring 1 foot in width and half a foot in height. These two artifacts, unearthed from a Han tomb, were bundled together for a total bid of 100,000. Most present were experts, and the items held little value, leaving the audience disinterested in the Liu brothers' high asking price. Brother Chun, I shall take a closer look, Huang Guang declared, sensing an unusual significance in the two objects that others dismissed as mere rubbish. What is there to see? By my judgment, those are utterly worthless. You ought not to waste your time, Qin Dalu cautioned, echoing the sentiments of the crowd. I merely wish to broaden my horizons, Huang Guang replied with a smile, making his way toward the display. Initially, the Liu brothers had anticipated that no one would bid on their last two items, regretting their inflated price. However, upon seeing Huang Guang approach, their faces lit up with renewed hope. Young brother, these two items were indeed placed in the main tomb of the Han dynasty. They must be valuable, otherwise we wouldn't price them at 100,000. The Liu brothers whispered to Huang Guang. Let me take a look. However, 100,000 is quite steep. If it were a bit less, I might consider it, Huang Guang replied with a glint in his eye. The Liu brothers exchanged glances and said, Young brother, how about this? If no one else bids against you, after the auction concludes, we'll refund you 50,000. Agreed? Huang Guang nodded. All right, I will take a look now. Please. The Liu brothers quickly nodded in affirmation. Huang Guang first reached for the rusted short sword. Upon his touch, he was suddenly enveloped by a radiant golden light emanating from the blade, which was subsequently absorbed by the gleam in his eyes. Once the golden light from the sword was absorbed, Huang Guang felt an overwhelming sense of comfort wash over him. When this feeling subsided, he noticed the golden glow in his eyes had surged to an unprecedented level. He estimated that the sword's golden light had tripled the intensity. Then, he was astonished by the information that flooded his mind. Yu Chong's sword. Even those unacquainted with history would recognize the illustrious name of the Yu Chong sword. One of the 10 renowned swords of antiquity, wielded by the assassin who struck down King Liao of Wu. The realization that he held such a legendary blade in his hands left Huang Guang momentarily dazed. Chapter 26. Celestial Silk. Huang Guang made an effort to compose himself, reluctantly placing the rusted Yuchong sword down, and shifted his gaze to the severely damaged rosewood box. As he reached out to grasp the box, another piece of information entered his mind. Damaged rosewood box, containing a piece of paper made from celestial silk. Soon, Huang Guang deduced that this was a new ability acquired from the enhanced golden glow. The mention of celestial silk paper sounded extraordinarily impressive. He could not allow it to slip from his grasp. Realizing the exceptional value of both items, Huang Guang resolved to acquire them by any means necessary. The appearance of the items was indeed quite unappealing, which deterred others from bidding against him. Although Fang Hua initially considered placing a bid, he recalled how Huang Guang had previously outmaneuvered him and thought it unwise to spend a significant amount on 2 pieces of junk, lest he become a subject of ridicule. Thus, he refrained from bidding. Consequently, Huang Guang purchased the 2 items for 100,000, but he only needed to pay 50,000 to the Liu brothers. When the Liu brothers announced that Huang Guang had successfully bid on the 2 items, a satisfied smile finally graced his face. After all, acquiring one of the 10 renowned swords of antiquity for 50,000, along with a seemingly remarkable piece of paper, was certainly a cause for joy. Chun Dalu observed the smile on Huang Guang's face and couldn't help but wonder if those 2 seemingly worthless items were truly treasures. Following Huang Guang's successful bid, the auction drew to a close, and the attendees who had won items proceeded to settle accounts with the Liu brothers and collect their acquisitions. With Mr. Wang present, the notion of defaulting on debts is utterly inconceivable. After collecting their payments, the Liu brothers departed promptly, leaving the rest of the attendees with the option to stay for a meal with Mr. Wang, should they desire, or to leave at their leisure. Naturally, in the esteemed company of Mr. Wang, everyone was inclined to linger and cultivate camaraderie. As for Chun Dalu and his connection with Mr. Wang, it was evident they would not depart immediately, much to the chagrin of Huang Guang, who anxiously awaited the manifestation of 2 particular items. Xiao Guang, you are fortunate to partake in this meal with Brother Wang, Chun Dalu remarked with a smile, observing Huang Guang's distracted demeanor. Just then, a group of 10 or so elegantly attired young women in kipeos emerged, each carrying a platter of delicacies. Soon, an array of covered dishes graced everyone's table. Brother Chun, Brother Wang is truly fortunate. His abode is filled with beauties, Huang Guang mused, his attention diverted from the delectable offerings before him. Xiao Guang, you are mistaken. These lovely ladies were hired by Brother Wang from various schools, specifically to serve during the auction. Each girl receives a remuneration of 10,000 yuan. Of course, should any of them choose to engage further with the auction attendees, that is beyond Brother Wang's purview, Chindalu explained, his gaze fixed on the tantalizing dishes rather than the women. Once all the dishes were served, Mr. Wang smilingly declared, "Please, do not stand on ceremony. Let us begin." With that, Chun Dalu eagerly lifted the lid, releasing an aromatic bouquet that enveloped him in a wave of satisfaction. "Hurry and eat, Xiao Guang." The stewed pangolin with astragalus is rich with ingredients like astragalus, codonopsis, pork, yam, longan, safflower, and angelica. Truly nourishing. And we have turtle soup and braised wild salamander. All exquisite delicacies, Chun Dalu urged, his face alight with delight as he began to devour the meal voraciously. Reflecting on his inability to leave, Huang Guang joined in, savoring the remarkable flavors that lifted his spirits, affirming that his decision to stay was indeed worthwhile. The guests continued to extol the meal's exquisite taste, causing Mr. Wang's smile to grow ever brighter. After the feast concluded, everyone took their leave. Before departing, Fang Hua approached Huang Guang with a boastful air. "It seems that I have garnered more from this auction than you. Is that so?" "I beg to differ," Huang Guang replied with a smile. "What do you mean? Have you acquired something more valuable than mine?" Fang Hua's expression shifted. "Not all," Huang Guang shook his head. "However, it appears there might be an issue with the hexagonal porcelain vase you purchased, which is why I refrained from further bidding. I suspect you are merely sour grapes." Having missed out, the experts did not deem it counterfeit. "Do you truly believe I would take your word for it?" Fang Hua's heart sank, yet he maintained bravado. "If I were in your position, I would seek a professional to examine it closely. The truth will soon reveal itself." Huang Guang expressed his disinterest in further debate, casually adding, "By the way, do remember to inspect the bottom." Huang Guang's words caused Fang Hua's expression to flicker between uncertainty and disbelief. He was reluctant to accept the truth of Huang Guang's claims, yet the confidence etched upon Huang Guang's face sowed seeds of doubt within him. Mr. Wu, could you please take a closer look for me? Feng Hua implored, addressing a gentleman in his 40s who stood beside him. Given Feng Hua's age, his understanding of antiques was rather limited. Thus, he had brought along an expert to assist him at this underground auction, and Mr. Wu was that very individual. Upon hearing Huang Guang's remarks, Mr. Wu's countenance had also shifted noticeably. He promptly resumed his examination of the bottle, employing a magnifying glass and paying particular attention to the bottom, as Huang Guang had suggested. Minutes passed before Mr. Wu slowly lifted his gaze, his face etched with bitterness. The sight of his expression filled Feng Hua with a sense of foreboding, prompting him to urgently inquire, "Mr. Wu, what is the situation?" Without a word, Mr. Wu clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Huang Guang and took his leave. Mr. Wu had been navigating the world of antiques for several decades. While he may not have been a towering figure, he was certainly regarded as an expert. Yet today, a mere youth had to remind him of his oversight, compounded by the significant financial loss incurred by his misjudgment. Mr. Wu felt utterly ashamed to remain in that place. After Mr. Wu's departure, Feng Hua appeared utterly despondent, devoid of the arrogance he had previously exhibited. "Young Master Feng, I acted out of goodwill. There is no need for thanks," Huang Guang remarked, delivering another blow to Feng Hua's already diminished spirits. Once a figure of despair, Feng Hua now erupted in anger, shouting at Huang Guang, "You are to blame. You intentionally led me astray. Had it not been for your words, I would not have purchased this worthless item." At that moment, Chun Dalu arrived to support his friend, casting a disdainful glance at Feng Hua. "Feng Hua, you ought to understand the rules of this trade. If you acquire a worthless item, you can only blame your own lack of discernment. Can you truly hold others accountable? If your mental fortitude is so frail, perhaps you should reconsider your involvement in antiques, lest I fear you may suffer a breakdown one day. Remember this, I will not forget you," Feng Hua retorted, aware that Chun Dalu was not to be trifled with, and departed with a threat. Sighing, Huang Guang observed Feng Hua's retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation, though it seemed he had grown accustomed to such encounters. "Let be. He is merely an unlearned scion of wealth. What harm can he truly inflict?" Chun Dalu remarked nonchalantly, his focus primarily on the valuable items Huang Guang possessed. "By the way, shall we unveil those treasures now?" "What treasures?" Huang Guang feigned confusion. "Do not pretend," Chun Dalu scoffed, casting Huang Guang a disdainful look. "We both know that had those two items held no value, you would not have spent 100,000 to acquire them. They refunded me 50,000, Huang Guang emphasized. "Fine, 50,000 it is. Now, please do not keep me in suspense any longer," Chun Dalu urged repeatedly, disliking the sensation of being tantalized. Huang Guang, observing Chun Dalu's impatience, smiled and inquired, "Brother Chun, are you familiar with the sword of fish intestine?" "Of course, I'm aware of it. It is one of the 10 renowned swords of antiquity," Chun Dalu replied, his expression a clear indication that he found the question somewhat insulting to his intellect. "That's wonderful. This sword is indeed the sword of fish intestine," Huang Guang declared, handing the rusted blade to Chun Dalu. "The sword of fish intestine?" Chun Dalu scrutinized the rusted weapon in his grasp, then turned to Huang Guang. "Brother, this jest is hardly amusing. If you wish for me to speak, yet you refuse to believe, should I be blamed?" Huang Guang shrugged resignedly. In truth, had he not possessed extraordinary abilities, he too would have doubted that this rusted sword was the fabled sword of fish intestine. Could it truly be the sword of fish intestine? Chun Dalu pondered, beginning to entertain the notion. To ascertain its authenticity, he merely needed to remove the rust. Huang Guang suggested, "Younger brother, what is your level of confidence?" Mr. Wang regarded Huang Guang with a look of mild astonishment. 10 out of 10. Huang Guang responded with unwavering assurance. Mr. Wang exchanged a meaningful glance with Huang Guang, opting not to speak further and instead focused on Chun Dalu's rust removal task. Meanwhile, Huang Guang moved aside to dismantle the Zetonwood box, which was already considerably damaged. He was aware of where the piece of silk paper made from celestial silkworms was concealed and quickly located it. When Huang Guang extracted the celestial silk paper, it was the size of a fingernail, yet radiated a golden light comparable to that of the sword of fish intestine, which was absorbed by the golden gleam in Huang Guang's eyes. As he gradually unfolded the celestial silk paper, its original diminutive size expanded to that of an A4 sheet, astonishingly devoid of any creases. A gentle touch revealed a myriad of minuscule characters and some lines that appeared to resemble a map. However, this was not the time for a meticulous examination of the inscriptions. Huang Guang folded the celestial silk paper small and tucked it into his pocket. After more than an hour, Chun Dalu's exclamations of delight finally echoed forth. Xiao Guang, the fish intestine, the fish intestine. It truly is the sword of fish intestine. Chun Dalu emerged, elated, holding a gleaming short sword devoid of a hilt. Mr. Wang too appeared astonished as he stepped out to regard Huang Guang. Initially, he had perceived Huang Guang as merely a boastful individual. Yet he had not anticipated that the rusted sword was indeed the sword of fish intestine. I had already asserted that it was the sword of fish intestine. Yet you did not believe me, Huang Guang stated, his face revealing no excessive surprise. Chun Dalu remained silent, instead caressing the short sword in his hand, grinning foolishly. Xiao Huang, I apologize. I previously thought you were a fraud. Mr. Wang sincerely expressed his regrets to Huang Guang. Mr. Wang's heartfelt apology significantly elevated Huang Guang's regard for him, prompting him to respond with a smile. Brother Wang, you are too courteous. Had I been in your position, I would have thought the same. Thus, I can comprehend. Xiao Guang, how did you discern that this was the sword of fish intestine? Chun Dalu inquired, extending the sword towards Huang Guang. It is a feeling. Huang Guang refrained from disclosing that he possessed extraordinary abilities. Huang Guang gazed at the fish intestine's sword in his hand, approximately a foot in length and 2 centimeters in width. Its cylindrical form adorned with 2 characters he did not recognize at one end. Although the sword lacked a sharp blade, it gleamed with a cold, ethereal light. Are these 2 characters the name of the sword? Fish intestines? Huang Guang inquired. Indeed, while I may not recognize other characters, I have specifically studied these 2. I can assure you, I am not mistaken, Chun Dalu asserted, patting his chest confidently. Huang Guang gave Chun Dalu a thumbs up, marveling at his dedication to learning these particular characters, deeming him quite an eccentric individual. You deserve the praise. For the fish intestine sword is one of the 10 renowned swords of antiquity. Its presence validates the tale of Zhuizhu, which is invaluable for historical research. Chun Dalu exclaimed with excitement. However, my interest lies not in historical study, but rather in the collection of such artifacts. Therefore, dear brother Xiao Guang, I implore you to offer me a friendly price. The delight in Chun Dalu's expression revealed his deep admiration for the sword. Brother Xiao Guang, while we may have just met, it is worth noting that this fish intestine sword was acquired from me. Thus, I believe you should grant me an opportunity as well. Money is not an issue. Nothing is. Mr. Wang interjected. By the way, I am Wang Hong. Brother Wang, how can you attempt to snatch it from me? Chun Dalu shot Wang Hong a fierce glare upon realizing Wang Hong's intention to claim the sword. He then turned to Huang Guang, appealing to their camaraderie. Xiao Guang, we are good brothers. Any treasures should be offered to your elder brother first, as you have stated. Chapter 28, Shares. Third brother, that is not how the matter is to be addressed. Friendship is one thing, business is another. Your bond with brother Xiao Guang is commendable, yet in business, the highest bidder prevails. You cannot disregard my position. Wang Hong countered defiantly. Brother Wang, are you prepared to contend with me to the end? Chun Dalu retorted, rolling up his sleeves as though ready for a fight. The 2 stood facing each other like roosters ready to clash. Observing their standoff, Huang Guang found himself at a loss, as he had yet to declare his intention to sell the fish intestine sword, and now they were at odds. After a prolonged moment of tension, the 2 suddenly erupted into laughter. Brother Wang, you see something valuable and, as always, refuse to yield an inch. You are no different. Clearly, their relationship was quite strong, and such playful banter was not uncommon between them. Xiao Guang, do tell us how you intend to sell this fish intestine sword. Chun Dalu said with a smile. Brother Chun, simply name your price. I am uncertain of its worth, Huang Guang replied nonchalantly, for to him, the loss of the treasured antique held little significance. Chun Dalu and Wang Hong exchanged glances, both uncertain of what price would be fitting. Considering this was the authentic fish intestine sword, a veritable treasure for historical study. Eventually, it was Chun Dalu who spoke. Brother Xiao Guang, I truly find it challenging to set a price for this fish intestine sword. How about this? I offer 200 million in cash along with 5% of the Chun Group's shares in exchange for it. What do you think? I shall offer 300 million in cash, plus 5% of the Wang Group's shares, Wang Hong countered. Wang Hong, unwilling to be outdone, asserted. I will bid 400 million. I shall offer 500 million, retorted Chun Dalu. The 2 glared at each other like roosters ready to fight. Upon hearing the staggering prices proposed by Chun and Wang, Huang Guang felt a sense of unreality. To him, a few hundred million could be earned with time. But shares in the Chun Group and the Wang Group were treasures that money alone could not acquire. Huang Guang understood that in a conglomerate like the Chun Group, shares were firmly held within the family, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to obtain even a fraction. After a brief squabble, Chen Dalu and Wang Hong noticed Huang Guang's stunned expression, mistakenly believing he was dissatisfied with their bids. Chen Dalu then spoke, "Brother, do you find the price unsatisfactory? Please, feel free to voice your concerns." It was only then that Huang Guang snapped back to reality, shaking his head and replying, No. I merely think your offers are excessively high. A sword, even one of the 10 famed swords of antiquity, cannot possibly be worth such an amount. Upon hearing Huang Guang's words, Chen Dalu and Wang Hong erupted into laughter. Brother Xiao Wang, a sword like the Yuchong, while one could argue it is worth a fortune, can also be considered priceless. To quantify it with money is to desecrate its essence. If the price were to drop further, my heart might be troubled. Chen Dalu expressed earnestly. His genuine passion for antiques was evident. Otherwise, he would not have opened a small antique shop even after leaving home. Yet to me, it is merely a sword. How about this? Brother Chun, let us not escalate the bidding any further. Let us transact at the initial price you proposed. The thought of acquiring too much wealth left Huang Guang feeling a bit uneasy. A lesser amount would bring him greater peace of mind. Moreover, with 5% of the Chun Group's shares in his possession, he felt assured that he would not face hardship, even if he were to struggle financially in the future. Brother Xiao Wang, will you not reconsider my offer? Our Wang Group is not inferior to the Chun Group, Wang Hong interjected, still eager to make one final push. Upon hearing Huang Guang's willingness to sell the Yuchong sword to him, Chen Dalu was elated, yet Wang Hong's attempt to sway Huang Guang made him quickly retort, Xiao Guang, ignore him. Stay true to yourself. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Huang Guang nodded in agreement, replying, Brother Wang, I promise to call you first when I find something good next time. Though Huang Guang recognized that Wang Hong was not a petty individual, he was willing to cultivate goodwill through a promise. After all, the greatest utility of antiques for him lay in the aura they exuded. If he could utilize it once more, that would be ideal. Truly, I thank you in advance. Despite their brief acquaintance, Wang Hong felt an instinctive sense that Huang Guang was no ordinary person. Regardless of whether he could acquire the antique, he aspired to befriend him. Xiao Guang, how could you be so inconsiderate? You should first think of your older brother, Chen Dalu exclaimed, his expression resembling that of a child vying for attention. However, Huang Guang was not inclined to indulge him, responding seriously, in that case, I shall sell the Yuchong sword to Brother Wang, and I will notify you first when I come across something exceptional. Ah, that proposal sounds splendid. Wang Hong nodded in agreement alongside Huang Guang. No need to be so hasty, I was merely jesting. At that moment, it was Huang Guang who felt a twinge of embarrassment. No, we must confront what we must. Avoiding it is no solution. Wang Hong's words caused Chen Dalu's expression to falter, the excitement of acquiring the fish intestine sword seeming to evaporate. I cannot fathom what you fear. The Li family's sister is genuinely wonderful, beautiful, well-proportioned, and most importantly, your childhood companion. I simply cannot understand your desire to flee. Wang Guang, I did not imply she is lacking. I merely found it difficult to accept the shift in our circumstances. However, over the years, I have come to realize that evasion is futile. This matter must be faced, Chen Dalu responded, the determination in his gaze solidifying. Then let us meet again when the time is right, Wang Hong said, patting Chen Dalu's shoulder, a flicker of mischief dancing in his eyes. I can't shake the feeling that you harbor ulterior motives and wish to witness a spectacle, Chen Dalu remarked, puzzled by Wang Hong's demeanor. Wang Hong promptly raised 3 fingers in a vow, yet Chen Dalu remained skeptical of this mischievous friend. As the two engaged in their playful banter, Huang Guang stood to the side, somewhat dazed, having just received a message from someone he had chosen to forget but found impossible to erase from his mind. Where are you? Can we meet again? The sender was none other than Hanyu. Chapter 29. The 9 Acupuncture Needles of Destiny. The Tianhe group of the Shun family ranks among the top enterprises in Wangcheng, yet when compared to the colossal Chun family conglomerate, it pales in significance. Thus, Chen Dao's assertions would not go unheeded by the Shun family. Shun Wen's face was clouded with anger. He had initially perceived Huang Guang as an ordinary individual. Yet the unexpected emergence of the 3rd young Master Chun had disrupted all his preconceived notions, filling him with frustration and a sense of helplessness. Brother, what should we do now? Shen Wu inquired, noticing Shun Wen's silence. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Wen replied grimly, cancel the other plans. We shall proceed with Hanyu. As long as we secure the footage of Huang Guang and Hanyu alone together, we need not fear Huang Guang's compliance. If we do not harm him, that Chen Dalu will be powerless against us. A sinister smile crept upon Shan Wu's face as he expressed his excitement. Very well. I shall contact Han Yu at once. Is there something you need? Han Yu heard the question. There are some matters I wish to discuss in person. Can we meet? Certainly, thank you. After sending the message, a wave of apprehension washed over Han Yu. Has he agreed? Wu manager inquired eagerly. Han Yu nodded, remaining silent. Excellent. You have done well, Xiao Yu. Once this is accomplished, I shall ensure my promises are fulfilled, Wu manager said, his face alight with joy as he retrieved his phone to report to Xin Wu. Suddenly, he turned back to ask, did he mention when you would meet? No. Nothing specific. Wu manager nodded and dialed Xin Wu. Brother, your calculations were spot on. Huang Guang has indeed consented to meet with Han Yu. Xin Wu exclaimed excitedly upon receiving Wu manager's call. Xin Wu nodded gently and murmured, this matter must not be discovered by Huang Guang. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Rest assured, brother, as long as Han Yu cooperates sincerely, there will be no unforeseen complications, Xin Wu replied. Then let that bald fellow Wu make the woman aware of the stakes, Xin Wen concluded, taking a sip of red wine. After parting from Wang Hong, Chen Dalu noticed a peculiar expression on Huang Guang's face and inquired, brother, what's troubling you? You seem rather downcast. Not pursuing the matter further, Chen Dalu shifted the conversation to Huang Guang's possession of the sandalwood box. By the way, don't you have a sandalwood box? Is there anything valuable inside? Huang Guang, still uncertain about the significance of the celestial silkworm paper within, chose to withhold that information, replying, Brother Chun, merely acquiring a fish intestine sword is already a stroke of immense luck for me. Do you truly think I am a harbinger of fortune? True enough, Chen Dao mused, resuming his fondling of the fish intestine sword, which had remained in his possession since its acquisition. The sooner, the better, Huang Guang remarked, prompted by a message from Han Yu and his lingering concern for his mother, who was still in the hospital. Yes, third young master. Meanwhile, Wu Wan's cheeks flushed with shyness, marking her first visit to the male's family, naturally stirring her emotions. Huang Cheng accompanied Wu Wan to a room for a conversation, while Chen Dalu sought a secure place for the fish intestine sword. Upon extracting the celestial silkworm paper, Huang Guang did not delve into its contents, but meticulously examined its material. The paper was exceptionally thin, allowing one to see through it clearly. He attempted to tear the celestial silkworm paper with force, but found it impervious to damage. Could this be the legendary paper, impervious to water and fire? A thought flickered in Huang Guang's mind. However, after contemplating for an extended period, he found no evidence to substantiate this notion. So he set it aside and began studying the characters inscribed upon it. After perusing and memorizing all the characters on the paper, he realized he could not recognize a single one. The script was identical to the character's fish intestine engraved on the sword, despite his inability to decipher the words. Huang Guang sensed that the content must be extraordinary. With this thought, he carefully stored the celestial silkworm paper and turned to the internet to research the characters. Having committed the shapes of the characters to memory, he deemed it unnecessary to keep the paper, lest it attract unwanted attention. He recalled Chun Dalu mentioning that this script was called Dazhuan. A quick online search revealed an online conversion tool, which would save him from the need to study, as Chun Dalu had. Upon converting the first 4 characters of the celestial silkworm paper into standard script, his eyes widened in astonishment. Secret manual. This is undoubtedly a secret manual, Huang Guang nearly exclaimed in excitement. A set of acupuncture techniques inscribed on the impervious Tian can paper undeniably attest to the exceptional nature of these methods. Chapter 30. Just one needle. Subsequently, Huang Guang began the meticulous process of converting each character. Yet, despite recognizing the familiar name of Lu Bo Mountain, he found himself utterly perplexed. For this was a legendary celestial mountain, nearly impossible to locate in reality. Just as Huang Guang prepared to delve into a comprehensive study of the human meridian and acupoint chart, Huang Cheng knocked on the door, inviting him to dinner. Reluctantly, Huang Guang had to cease his research. As for why he did not examine the map, it was simply due to the lack of a starting point. Huang Cheng, along with Wu Wan, shared the same excitement as Huang Guang, who was experiencing his first flight. However, having flown once before, Huang Guang had grown accustomed to it and lacked the thrill of his initial experience. Knowing that his parents were in the hospital, he directly took Huang Cheng and Wu Wan there. Huang Guang seized the opportunity to assess her condition and noticed that her liver had improved somewhat compared to a couple of days prior. How are Dad and Mom doing? Huang Cheng inquired. I believe your mother seems to be doing a bit better these past few days, Huang Jinrong replied, a glimmer of hope illuminating his face. Upon hearing Huang Guang's words, both Huang Jinrong and Huang Cheng regarded him with a strange expression. Brother, Mom's illness is not merely a cold or fever. It cannot be cured with just a few needles. I think we should arrange for her surgery as soon as possible. Huang Guang was the first to oppose, clearly skeptical of acupuncture. Indeed, Huang Guang, this concerns your mother's life, and it is not something to be taken lightly, Huang Guang echoed, unwilling to risk his wife's life on an experimental treatment. Dad, brother, I would never joke about Mom's life. You should understand that if she undergoes surgery, even if everything goes smoothly, it would only extend her life by about a decade. However, if we employ acupuncture combined with traditional Chinese medicine to fundamentally heal her liver, then her health can be restored, and living a long life would not be an issue. Given that there is such a method, why not try it? Huang Guang earnestly stated, looking intently at his father and brother. Huang Guang, how confident are you? Huang Jianrong inquired, gazing at him. 80%, Huang Guang replied, opting for a modest figure rather than claiming absolute certainty. Importantly, even if acupuncture proves ineffective, it will not adversely affect her condition. Should we need to proceed with surgery later, I now have the means to find her a better hospital, so you need not worry. Huang Jianrong glanced at Huang Cheng, who nodded in agreement. Huang Guang, I hope what you say is true. That is also my mother. How could I possibly harm her? Huang Guang assured. After reaching a consensus, Huang Jianrong went to inform Wu Meizhen. Mom, I will definitely heal you, Huang Guang declared with utmost sincerity. Upon returning home, Huang Guang set out to purchase silver needles. On the way, he sent a message to Han Yu. Let us meet tonight at 8 at Wang Guanto's late-night snack shop. I hope you can come. See you at 8. Time is of the essence. For now, I shall employ this standard silver needle. In the future, I must acquire a renowned set of antique needles to carry with me, embodying the role of an unlicensed practitioner. To be candid, the assertions made by Huang Guang are utterly astonishing. Although I have chosen to place my trust in him, Huang Cheng remains apprehensive and wishes to test his capabilities. A single needle will suffice, no need for two. Huang Guang swiftly produced a needle and deftly pierced the left side of Huang Cheng's nose, employing an unusual technique to gently manipulate the silver needle. This time, Huang Guang refrained from using his golden light, relying solely on his own strength. After a minute, he extracted the silver needle from Huang Cheng's face. What have you done? Huang Guang? Huang Cheng inquired, astonished. He had clearly witnessed the needle puncturing his skin, yet he felt not the slightest sensation of the needle's intrusion, which left him utterly bewildered. Brother, did you not ask me to administer acupuncture? I have completed the task, Huang Guang replied with a smile. Completed? Why did I not feel a thing? Huang Cheng was still somewhat dazed. Brother, how do you expect to feel acupuncture? The art of acupuncture, when executed with skill, involves a unique technique that minimizes sensation. Now, can you discern whether your nasal congestion has subsided? Huang Guang remarked as he carefully stored the silver needle. Huang Cheng took a few breaths and discovered that his nose was remarkably clear. The previously suffocating sensation had vanished entirely. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Huang Guang and exclaimed, "It's truly better. Does this mean that in the future, should I catch a cold or fever, I need not visit the hospital? You could simply administer a couple of needles?" The technique I employed was merely a basic form of acupuncture, effective for minor ailments. However, in the case of more serious conditions, complications may arise, necessitating intricate techniques and supplementary medicinal treatments. Acupuncture is merely the crystallization of ancient medical wisdom, not the divine art of legends, Huang Guang stated earnestly. At that moment, Huang Cheng looked at Huang Guang, feeling a profound sense of illumination emanating from him, a sense of benevolence towards all beings. Very well, I shall go see mother now, Huang Guang declared before entering his mother's room. Once Huang Guang had departed, Huang Cheng shook his head, pondering the strange feelings that had enveloped him. Mother, how do you feel? Upon entering Wu Meizhen's room, Huang Guang inquired with a smile. Mother, lie down. Let me administer a few needles, Huang Guang stated directly. He was eager to test his hypothesis. What effects might arise from combining golden light with acupuncture? The golden light inherently possesses healing properties. However, direct treatment leads to an uncontrollable release of the golden light, as Huang Guang had previously experienced when he fainted. This time, he sought to govern the flow of golden light through acupuncture. Wu Meizhen turned onto her back, exposing her back. Huang Guang retrieved 3 silver needles of varying lengths and attempted to connect with the golden light within his gaze. Those golden rays, akin to mischievous children, were initially reluctant to obey. Yet, as they were ultimately his own, they would eventually heed his call, much like children responding to their parents' guidance. In the end, the golden glow obediently complied, channeling 3 strands as fine as a hair into the 3 silver needles. Previously, Huang Guang had missed witnessing how the golden glow facilitated healing. This time, he observed it devouring the damaged liver cells like a serpent, simultaneously nurturing new hepatic cells. However, each batch of new cells consumed a portion of the golden glow. Once the glow had entirely dissipated, Huang Guang withdrew the 3 silver needles. At that moment, he noted that the condition of Wu Meijian's liver had improved from severe to merely poor. He estimated that to completely cure her liver cancer, 5 more treatments would be necessary. Although Huang Guang contemplated utilizing more of the golden glow, it was unable to be summoned again, merely conveying the message that it required rest. Faced with this situation, Huang Guang had no choice but to wait until the golden glow had recuperated before proceeding with his mother's treatment. After carefully storing the 3 silver needles, he turned to Wu Meijian and inquired, "Mother, what do you feel now? Is everything all right?" Wu Meijian had surprisingly fallen into a deep slumber during the treatment. "Yes, the acupuncture is complete. How do you feel now?" Huang Guang asked again. Wu Meijian attentively assessed her body, her face lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, "It's wonderful. Ever since I fell ill, I've never felt this good. Am I cured?" "Mother, healing doesn't happen that quickly. Nevertheless, it is true that your condition has improved. However, you must avoid overexertion. You still need traditional herbal therapy and a few more acupuncture sessions for a complete recovery." With the efficacy of his acupuncture boosting his confidence, Huang Guang replied, "Indeed, this is fantastic. I must share this news with your father." Ecstatic, Wu Meijian rose from her bed and headed outside. Upon hearing the news, Huang Jianrong and Huang Cheng were equally overjoyed. "Cheng, go to the market and buy some fine ingredients. Let us celebrate with a feast as a family." Huang Jianrong exclaimed happily. "Certainly." Huang Cheng promptly took Wu Wan out to procure groceries. The evening meal was lavish, and the family gathered around the table, enjoying a warm and joyful atmosphere. At that moment, Huang Guang felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile. When the time agreed upon with Han Yu arrived, Huang Guang set out in his car, determined to resolve the matter at hand. Upon arriving outside a night snack shop and parking, he spotted Han Yu standing by the roadside, clad in a white dress, her hair tousled by the river breeze, exuding a delicate vulnerability. As their eyes met, a pang of regret surged within Han Yu. Had she not succumbed to the temptations of that bald, rotund man, perhaps she too could have been in a luxurious vehicle. Yet, since circumstances had unfolded in this manner, she resolved to forge ahead for her own sake. Han Yu offered Huang Guang a faint smile. "What brings you here?" Huang Guang approached her and asked. "Since you're here, let us eat and chat," Han Yu suggested. "I had a meal before coming," he replied. "Then join me for a few drinks." After a moment of contemplation, Huang Guang consented. "I've been dismissed." After consuming a glass of wine, Han Yu suddenly spoke up. "Why?" Huang Guang looked at Han Yu in astonishment. "I don't know." Han Yu shook his head. "I am aware that my actions have disappointed you greatly. However, I am powerless to change the situation. My family's circumstances are rather dire, and with my younger brother now preparing for university, financial support is crucial. I can only—" As she spoke, Han Yu took another sip of wine. Huang Guang remained silent, merely joining her in another drink. "I understand your feelings for me, yet I have acted unjustly towards you. The fate I now endure is nothing short of retribution," Han Yu confessed, tears streaming down her face. "It's all right. Jobs can be found again. At least you have escaped that old man. Haven to you?" As Han Yu wept, Huang Guang's heart softened. "Rest assured, I will assist you." "Thank you." Han Yu nodded repeatedly. After consuming several bottles of wine, Huang Guang suddenly felt dizzy and fainted. Upon witnessing Huang Guang's collapse, Han Yu was not surprised. She simply gazed at him and softly murmured an apology. Chapter 32. The Distressed Guanya. Han Yu drove over and helped Huang Guang into the car. Subsequently, she took him to a hotel room that had been prepared in advance, where Shen Wan and others were already waiting, ready for a live broadcast. After placing Huang Guang on the bed, Han Yu picked up a cup that had been set aside, knowing it contained a substance that would render Huang Guang disoriented. Supporting him, she poured the drug-laced water into his mouth. Once he swallowed, Han Yu contemplated for a moment before approaching him, intending to remove his clothing. However, Huang Guang suddenly seized her hand and opened his eyes, his gaze remarkably lucid, devoid of any signs of intoxication. "Why did you not see that the drug had no effect?" Han Yu paniqued. "What?" Shenwen was equally taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "It appears I underestimated him. Go inform that Wu Fatty to keep our actions confidential. Otherwise, he will find it difficult to remain in Wanqing." "Understood." Shenwen nodded and proceeded to make a call. "What sort of person are you, Huang Guang?" Shenwen fell into silence. "I am fine. Do you feel disappointed? Huang Guang's expression was cold as he looked at Han Yu. Speak. Why have you treated me this way? I never intended to, Han Yu stammered. At a loss for words, knowing that no matter how she explained, Huang Guang would never believe her again. I'm sorry. These actions were dictated by Manager Wu. Earlier, Huang Guang had merely fainted for a brief moment, regaining consciousness to find Han Yu driving, so he feigned unconsciousness to ascertain her intentions. Although he desired to slap Han Yu, who had repeatedly hurt him, he refrained, realizing she was not worth his effort. After Huang Guang departed, Han Yu sat despondently on the floor of the room, weeping bitterly. She had entered the day in high spirits, but the recent events had left her feeling profoundly frustrated. It is unacceptable to let this matter go unresolved. That rotund Wu dares to scheme against me shall face the consequences. Huang Guang slammed his hand on the steering wheel with resolve brewing in his heart. He then parked the car, stepping out to lean against it, contemplating how to exact revenge on Manager Wu. Since this lecherous Wu is driven by lust, I shall render him an observer, deprived of fulfillment, suffocating him in the process. A sudden idea for retribution sparked in Huang Guang's mind, and a smile crept across his face at the thought of Wu's helplessness in the presence of beautiful women. Huang Guang, a female voice called out to him, startling him from his thoughts. Turning around, he struggled to discern the girl's features in the dim light. But she exclaimed with surprise, Huang Guang, it really is you. As the darkness faded, he recognized her, Gu Anya. What brings you here? He inquired. Is this not a place I can visit? Gu Anya pouted playfully. Not at all. I merely found it a curious coincidence, Huang Guang replied nonchalantly. Recently wounded by Han Yu's betrayal, he had little time to indulge this young lady's whims. It is indeed a coincidence. I was eating with classmates and spotted someone resembling you from afar, Gu Anya continued, oblivious to Huang Guang's somber mood. I was just out to buy something, he stated, his thoughts firmly on devising a plan to penetrate Manager Wu's defenses. Well, I won't interrupt your meal any longer. I shall take my leave, he said, opening the car door and getting inside. As he drove away, Gu Anya stood there in a daze, unable to comprehend why such a handsome young man, despite her beauty, always seemed to treat her like an unsightly blemish, hastening to distance himself. After all, he had kissed her once. Anya, what are you doing? Come over here. A classmate called to her, breaking her reverie. Coming, she replied, walking toward her friend, her heart silently fuming. You're visiting my grandfather's house soon, so prepare yourself. Ignoring a beauty like me is a grave sin. Gu Anya resolved to ensure that when Huang Guang visited her grandfather, he would face the consequences of his indifference. Huang Qing nodded thoughtfully. I share a similar sentiment, though I'm uncertain about the best course of action. After witnessing Chun Dalu's prowess, he no longer wished to toil for others. If his brother possessed such potential, why not assist him? Perhaps we could open a VR experience center, Huang Guang proposed. The VR experience center is currently one of the trendiest ventures. With ample funds at his disposal, over 9 million of his own, plus the 200 million from Chun Dalu, financial constraints would not pose a problem. Provided the center flourishes, he could incorporate various leisure elements to diversify the experience. Huang Cheng's eyes suddenly brightened. He had heard that VR was all the rage in Tianhe City. If he could open a business in that field, it would undoubtedly be a promising venture. Brother, you might want to discuss this with your wife. If you have any better ideas, feel free to share. Huang Guang said with a smile. All right, Huang Qing nodded eagerly. By the way, brother, I wish to find a new house for the family. However, I've been quite busy lately, so I do appreciate your help in looking around. I'd prefer a villa with a spacious area. Here, SA card with 10 million. The password is 6/8. If that isn't sufficient, just let me know. With that, Huang Guang handed a card to Huang Cheng. Chapter 33, Journey to the Capital. 10 million? For a moment, Huang Cheng felt the card in his hand weigh heavily. Come on, brother, it's just 10 million. No need to be so astonished. In the future, we'll have dozens of tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. Huang Guang, who already possessed 200 million, regarded 10 million with indifference. His words seemed to cast a spell, igniting a spark of ambition in Huang Cheng's eyes. All right, I'll take my leave for now. In his office, Manager Wu was restless. Since receiving a call from Shun Wu yesterday, he had been feeling unwell. Today, with Han Yu also absent from work, he was utterly bewildered. He simply could not fathom how an ordinary underdog could transform into someone so formidable that even the Shun family wished to avoid him. It was evident that this person harbored no fondness for him, and with the events of yesterday looming over him, he was convinced that Huang Guang would seek him out. Manager Wu, long time no see. Just as Manager Wu was at a loss for what to do, the door to his office swung open. revealing the last person he wanted to encounter. "H, how did you get in here?" Upon seeing Huang Guang enter, Manager Wu was immediately startled, rising from his chair. "Why? I simply walked in. Do you think I can fly?" Huang Guang replied with a grin. "By the way, you seem awfully frightened. Have you done something to feel guilty about?" With that, Huang Guang casually took a seat at Manager Wu's desk, fiddling with a pen. "Ainino, Xiao Huang. What brings you here today?" Manager Wu struggled to maintain a smile, his words slightly stammering. "Surely you have some inkling as to why I'm here?" Huang Guang's smile faded, replaced by a cold demeanor. "Do you think I came to see you because of your good looks?" "Xiao Huang, I truly don't understand what you're talking about. It's working hours. If you're not here for business or work, I must ask you to leave." Manager Wu stubbornly insisted, still seeking excuses to dismiss Huang Guang. "Do you genuinely wish for me to leave?" Huang Guang looked at Manager Wu, his lips curling into a chilling smirk. "You know, if I were to walk out this moment, it would take a week for me to make your little company vanish from Wangcheng. You understand, I possess the power to do so. Mr. Huang, please, I beg you, for the sake of our past, spare me." Manager Wu's legs weakened, and he slumped back into his chair, pleading with Huang Guang. Everything was orchestrated by the Shen brothers, and I truly had no choice. I was compelled." Manager Wu displayed a remarkable lack of courage. Upon hearing a mere utterance from Huang Guang, he divulged everything. The Shun brothers, so was they. Huang Guang's brow furrowed slightly. With his current capabilities, dismantling Manager Wu's company would pose no challenge. However, when compared to the Shun family, there existed a significant disparity. Yes, indeed, they coerced me into this. Manager Wu now cast all blame upon the Shun brothers. "To speak candidly, I initially intended to ruin you," Huang Guang remarked, fixing his gaze upon Manager Wu. The latter involuntarily trembled. Huang Guang continued, "Nevertheless, since you were coerced, I shall grant you mercy this time. I hope you take heed." With that, Huang Guang rose to depart. Manager Wu hastily stood and offered, "Mr. Huang, allow me to see you off." Huang Guang nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, this visit was a calculated opportunity for Huang Guang. Even if Manager Wu remained oblivious, Huang Guang would ensure he accompanied him, thus allowing for a chance to deliver a subtle blow. Once Manager Wu approached, Huang Guang positioned himself beside him, discreetly applying pressure with a needle towards the sacral region of his back. Huang Guang had long memorized the locations of various acupuncture points. Even through clothing, he could accurately locate them. Manager Wu, during acupuncture, must remain still, and Huang Guang paused, calling out to him. Indeed, Huang Guang halted, and Manager Wu too ceased his forward movement, apprehensive. Huang Guang remained silent, merely observing Manager Wu, allowing time to stretch. Manager Wu felt a chill under Huang Guang's scrutinizing gaze, unable to voice his inquiries, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. When the acupuncture session neared its conclusion, Huang Guang slowly remarked, "Manager Wu, allow me to speak a harsh truth. Treat your employees better in the future. They're human beings, not mere machines." With that, Huang Guang extracted the silver needle from the acupuncture point on Manager Wu's back. Yes, I will certainly do so." Manager Wu nodded earnestly. After Huang Guang departed, Manager Wu felt a wave of weakness wash over him, and his legs buckled, causing him to collapse onto the floor. At that moment, Manager Wu attributed his condition to the immense pressure exerted by Huang Guang. Once he left, relaxation led to this state. After a considerable interval, Manager Wu finally rose from the floor and seated himself in his chair. Although fatigued, his spirits soared, for the anxieties he once harbored had materialized, and surprisingly, the outcome was favorable, greatly uplifting his mood. As for the Shin brothers, he chose not to concern himself with their affairs. Let the deities contend amongst themselves. In that moment, Manager Wu's thoughts drifted to Han Yu, and he mused, "Perhaps I shall invite her to celebrate this evening." With this thought, he dialed Han Yu's number, only to be met with a message indicating the phone was turned off. After several attempts, all yielding the same result, Manager Wu cursed under his breath and dialed another number. He certainly had more than one flag to fly. Yet, unbeknownst to him, from that day forth, he would find himself devoid of a woman's company. 5 days later, Huang Guang, Gu Taning, and Chen Luta boarded a plane departing from Wangcheng to the capital. Accompanying them was Gu Anya. Upon noticing Gu Anya's presence, Huang Guang couldn't help but cast a curious glance in her direction. However, adhering to the principle that a gentleman should not engage in disputes with ladies, he turned his head away, feigning interest in the commotion created by Chun Delutu. "Brother Chun, have you come across anything remarkable in the past few days? Do you think I am as fortunate as you, casually stumbling upon treasures?" Chundalutu's envy towards Huang Guang's good fortune was palpable. Is it truly luck? At the auction, there are numerous experts who failed to notice it. Do you honestly believe it's mere chance? Gu Tianying remarked with a gaze filled with resentment directed at Chundalutu. Moreover, you are with Xiao Guang. Otherwise, do you think you would possess such fortune? He had endured enough of Chundalutu's boastfulness over the past few days. Chundalutu frequently spoke of his acquisitions, even showing off photographs of the Yuchang sword, yet he never presented the actual item, which left Gu Tianying harboring a deep-seated grudge. Alas, I cannot help it. I am simply blessed, Chundalutu responded with an air of smugness that made Gu Tianying's teeth clench in irritation. Although Gu Tianying owned numerous collectibles, they paled in comparison to the Yuchang sword. Xiao Guang, should you acquire anything valuable next time, do let me know first, Gu Tianying said, casting a resentful glance at Chundalutu before turning to Huang Guang with a smile. Ha ha ha. Uncle Gu, you might be waiting for a while. If Xiao Guang finds something good again, that fellow Wang Hong has already laid claim to it, Chundalutu interjected, further dampening Gu Tianying's hopes. That young lad from the Long family wouldn't dare compete with me, Gu Tianying replied. Therefore, if there is something valuable next time, it should come to me first. His eagerness for the Yuchang sword was evident, even crossing the bounds of propriety for an elder. Huang Guang could only chuckle helplessly, as he too was uncertain when he might encounter another antique like the Yuchang sword. However, he had devised a way to assist Gu Tianying elsewhere. To their astonishment, Huang Guang managed to perceive this, eliciting surprise from both Gu Tianying and Guanya. How did you know? Gu Tianying asked, glancing at Guanya, assuming she had imparted knowledge to Huang Guang. At that moment, Chundalutu expressed his astonishment. Brother Xiao Guang, do you also possess medical skills? It was already surprising that someone of Huang Guang's age had such profound knowledge of antiques, and now he was showcasing talent in medicine, which truly astonished Chundalutu. Just a bit of understanding, Huang Guang humbly replied. You genuinely know your stuff, Chundalutu remarked, pondering something in his mind. Anyone can claim to know. It's the ability to heal that truly counts, Guanya interjected, her irritation towards Huang Guang apparent. Nevertheless, she secretly hoped that he could indeed cure her grandfather, alleviating him from his torment. Very well, I shall take this opportunity to treat Grandfather Gu. Huang Guang dismissed Guanya as provocation with disdain, as his intention was solely to treat Gu Tianying. Here? Guanya exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening. Not here, but where else? Is it truly necessary to seek a designated place to change and bathe for such a trivial ailment? Huang Guang cast a disdainful glance at Guanya. Fine. You possess a sharp tongue. I cannot outmatch you in words, yet I am curious to see how you intend to cure my grandfather with empty hands. Guanya wore an expression that seemed to challenge him, as if to say, show me your skills. Should you speak falsely, you shall face my wrath. Who claimed I was empty-handed? With this, Huang Guang produced a small pouch containing silver needles and withdrew one. Silver needle. Acupuncture? Xiao Guang, do you possess knowledge of acupuncture? Gu Tianying inquired upon seeing the silver needle. At that moment, Chundalu remained silent, observing Huang Guang with a perplexed expression. I understand a bit. Huang Guang nodded. Acupuncture? My grandfather has consulted numerous traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and has even attempted acupuncture himself, nearly mastering it. Yet, his ailment remains unresolved. Do you believe you can cure him? As long as Huang Guang has yet to heal her grandfather, Guanya felt compelled to contest him. While I cannot hastily judge other practitioners, I hold unwavering confidence in my own acupuncture skills. Huang Guang smiled faintly, indifferent to Guanya's provocations. He believed in letting his abilities speak for themselves. Then let me see, Guanya replied. Grandfather, extend your right hand. Huang Guang wished to avoid unnecessary words and prepared to administer the needle directly. Gu Tianying extended his right hand, and Huang Guang swiftly pierced the heat Gu acupoint on his hand with the silver needle. He then began to gently flick the needle with 4 fingers using a remarkable technique. As the silver needle vibrated, a subtle force began to permeate Gu Tianying's entire being. For Huang Guang, this rheumatism did not require the use of his golden energy. Initially, Gu Tianying harbored doubts about Huang Guang, but upon the precise insertion of the needle into his Gu acupoint, a glimmer of belief began to take root. As that subtle force coursed through his limbs, he experienced a sensation of relief he had not felt in decades, akin to the burden of a heavy load being lifted. Simultaneously, he mused, could it be that he truly understands medicine? Could a single silver needle resolve my grandfather's long-standing affliction? Yet is this truly possible? Although the look of comfort on Gu Tianying's face was evident, Gu Anya remained skeptical. After all, so many doctors had failed to cure this ailment, and for Huang Guang to succeed with merely a needle seemed too miraculous. 3 minutes later, Huang Guang withdrew the silver needle from Gu Tianying's hand. Chapter 35. Surrender? After removing the needle, Gu Tianying kept his eyes closed, still wearing that expression of comfort. Chendalu and Gu Anya stared wide-eyed at Huang Guang, deliberately withholding his words. Huang Guang adopted a teasing demeanor that left Chendalu and Gu Anya itching to reprimand him. However, 2 minutes later, Gu Tianying opened his eyes, sparing Huang Guang from a reprimand. To understand, Gu Tianying's ailment had baffled numerous esteemed physicians, all of whom could merely alleviate the pain during its onset. These were seasoned doctors, boasting decades of experience, employing the latest techniques and rare herbal remedies, yet they were utterly powerless against this affliction. Remarkably, Huang Guang could remedy his grandfather's condition with merely a silver needle, which was truly astonishing. Chendalu shared a similar sentiment. Gu Tianying smiled at Gu Anya and remarked, "Of course, I know my own body better than anyone." He then turned to Huang Guang and said, "If I am not mistaken, your acupuncture technique must be a long-lost art." Gu Anya gazed at Huang Guang in astonishment, realizing he indeed possessed remarkable skills. Chendalu wore a knowing smile, one filled with significance. "I heard about this from Brother Hua," Gu Tianying continued. "Brother Hua is Hua Songwe. Surely, you have heard of his name?" Huang Guang shook his head, admitting he was unfamiliar with Hua Songwe. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianying looked at Huang Guang. "Grandfather, please don't look at me like that. If the opportunity arises, I would like to discuss medical arts with him." Huang Guang understood why Gu Tianying was observing him. Seeing Huang Guang's response, Gu Tianying beamed. "Ah, Xiao Guang, Brother Hua has friends across the globe. If you can connect with him, it would greatly benefit your future endeavors." Huang Guang nodded in acknowledgement. "Well, although grandfather claims he is cured, it could merely be your good fortune. If you possess true skill, then see if you can discern my ailments. If you truly can, I shall recognize your abilities." Gu Anya interjected, feeling a twinge of discontent as her grandfather's gaze seemed to favor Huang Guang over her, his own granddaughter. Thus, she boldly stepped in to challenge him. "Anya, what are you doing?" Gu Tianying looked at Gu Anya with displeasure. He would have enjoyed watching her banter with Huang Guang if she had chosen another topic, but he was displeased with her current challenge. Knowing that doctors dislike having their skills questioned, he feared Huang Guang might take offense. "Grandfather, it's all right," Huang Guang assured, unfazed. "As a man, being questioned by a woman about my abilities is simply unacceptable. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess to gain someone's respect. However, should I prevail, you must call me good brother 3 times. After all, I am your senior, so it doesn't seem unfair." With that, Huang Guang pointed at Gu Anya, indicating she was the individual in question. Observing the unfolding dynamic, Gu Tianying settled back, finding it amusing. In his eyes, if a connection were to blossom between his granddaughter and Huang Guang, it would be a delightful turn of events. Chendalu watched the exchange between Huang Guang and Gu Anya, perceiving their interaction akin to a playful duel between lovers. Who fears whom? Gu Anya pouted defiantly. "However, should you lose, you must address me as Auntie 3 times. "Not a problem," Huang Guang readily agreed, with the golden light illuminating the surroundings. Even the tiniest of mosquito bites on others could be discerned. How could one overlook the ailments afflicting Gu Anya? The competition was soon to commence. Chendalu and Gu Tianying each held a glass of wine, watching the unfolding drama. Huang Guang scrutinizait Gu Anya's visage, as the golden light had long revealed her physical condition. To his surprise, the young lady possessed an admirable figure, and her health appeared robust, save for a few minor issues. Yet, it was rather astonishing that such a beautiful girl had any ailments at all. Pondering this, Huang Guang could not help but shake his head. "Are you contemplating surrender?" Gu Anya, noticing Huang Guang's gaze, retorted with irritation. "Surrender? The word does not exist in my vocabulary, but do you truly wish for me to vocalize it?" Huang Guang smirked disdainfully, casting a teasing glance at Gu Anya. Chapter 36. A Good Brother. Gu Anya felt a flutter of unease under Huang Guang's scrutiny, yet she feigned bravado, challenging him. "If you have the guts, then say it. I fear you might be left speechless." "Very well, you asked for it." With Gu Anya daring to speak so boldly, Huang Guang relented. "You suffer from dysmenorrhea." Upon hearing this, Chendalu and Gu Tianying, who had been sipping their drinks, could not help but spray their wine. Chendalu's astonishment was palpable as he turned his gaze to Gu Anya. When Huang Guang revealed her condition, her face flushed crimson, and under Chendalu's gaze, her embarrassment deepened. What are you staring at? She snapped. With her fierce demeanor, Dalu quickly averted his eyes, realizing that further gazing would be inappropriate. You asked me to say it. Do not blame me. Witnessing the effect of Gu Anya's words on Dalu, Huang Guang felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, such matters were personal to a woman, and to disclose them publicly weighed on his conscience. How did you know? Gu Anya glared at Huang Guang for a moment before speaking. It was evident from your expression, Huang Guang replied with a knowing look. Dysmenorrhea is often caused by cold stagnation and blood stasis. Your overall health seems sound, which indicates that blood stasis has been alleviated. Therefore, it must be cold stagnation. Moreover, menstrual issues are related to kidney function, and cold in the kidneys can lead to a sallow complexion. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a slight yellow tint on your cheeks. Thus I concluded you were experiencing dysmenorrhea. You are impressive, Gu Anya begrudgingly admitted, acknowledging the clarity of his observations, especially since she indeed suffered from such discomfort. Generally speaking, I am quite remarkable, Huang Guang boasted. May I now be addressed as good brother? Gu Anya's eyes sparkled mischievously as she replied, good brother, good brother, good brother. To Dalu's astonishment, she earnestly called Huang Guang thrice as such, leaving him wide-eyed in disbelief. Huang Guang was momentarily taken aback, having anticipated that Gu Anya might play coy, yet she had genuinely complied. At this moment, Gu Anya spoke again. Dear brother, since you can discern my symptoms, you must surely be able to cure me, correct? As she uttered the last two words, her tone unmistakably conveyed a hint of threat. Indeed, dysmenorrhea had tormented Gu Anya for several years. If Huang Guang could truly alleviate her suffering, calling him dear brother would be entirely worthwhile. This young lady was certainly not one to engage in unprofitable transactions. Huang Guang had already surmised Gu Anya's thoughts, though he felt reluctant to be ensnared by her. The way she addressed him was rather charming, compelling him to comply. Naturally, such a minor ailment as dysmenorrhea was well within the capabilities of this esteemed healer to remedy. Despite his inner resentment, he maintained an air of confidence. Where you place the needle? Gu Anya suddenly inquired, her cheeks flushed. Having previously sought traditional Chinese medicine and undergone acupuncture for her dysmenorrhea, she recalled that one of the acupuncture points was indeed on her lower abdomen. She felt it necessary to clarify Huang Guang's intentions. Observing her demeanor, Huang Guang quickly grasped her implications and, with a mischievous smile, replied, What do you think I would target? I'm not a doctor. How would I know? After saying this, Gu Anya resignedly closed her eyes, determined to endure whatever was necessary to alleviate her pain. After all, the agony of dysmenorrhea was truly unbearable. Soon after, Gu Anya felt her legs being lifted and positioned flat. Instinctively, she wanted to withdraw her feet, but realizing that Huang Guang was preparing to place the needle, she restrained herself. Huang Guang, observing her reaction, smiled and took out 2 silver needles, inserting them into the Zissamli point on her feet, gently manipulating the needles with a unique technique. Witnessing Huang Guang's method, both Dalu and Gu Tianing's eyes lit up, although they did not fully comprehend. They recognized that Huang Guang's technique was anything but ordinary. Gu Tianing glanced at Dalu, who nodded slightly, and they exchanged knowing smiles, understanding each other without words. Dalu noticed Huang Guang's dissatisfaction with his silver needles, and his eyes brightened. Huang Guang, oblivious to Dalu's thoughts, saw Gu Anya still bravely closing her eyes and remarked, I'm not slaughtering a pig. Is it necessary to keep your eyes shut? All right, I have cured your symptoms. Cured? Why don't I feel anything? Gu Anya opened her eyes, wearing an expression of bewilderment as she gazed at Huang Guang. A fortune teller might deceive you for a decade or two, but how long could I possibly mislead you? In a few days, you shall discern the truth. Is there any need for me to deceive you? Huang Guang shrugged nonchalantly. How annoying. Gu Anya's face flushed as she turned her head away. Huang Guang cast a glance at her, but found his thoughts wandering elsewhere. Meanwhile, Huang Cheng drove the car, once again arriving at Tianhua Real Estate. Tianhua Real Estate stands as the largest real estate company in Guangxing and H Province. Initially, Huang Cheng, in a bid to save money, chose to visit other firms instead of coming here first, ultimately finding nothing appealing among their listings. It was only later that he arrived at Tianhua Real Estate, where he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, an old acquaintance who had previously rejected him. Upon seeing her, Huang Cheng hesitated to enter the premises and instead requested 10 million from Huang Guang. He intended to demonstrate that while it was understandable for her to decline him due to financial constraints, her subsequent rejection, after having toyed with his emotions, warranted a price to be paid. Chapter 37. The dead of youth after parking his car, Huang Guang gazed at the opulent edifice before him, a smile gracing his face. As the largest real estate company in H province, the facade was of utmost importance. The immaculate floor, capable of reflecting one's visage, was adorned with a pristine red carpet, while uniquely crafted balustrades flanked the staircase. The luxurious ambience, a harmonious blend of classical and modern aesthetics, enveloped the entire structure, resembling a palace that would daunt the average onlooker. This design was, of course, intentional, meant to convey a sense of prestige to visitors while simultaneously discouraging those unable to afford luxury estates from frequenting the premises. Indeed, Huang Guang noticed pedestrians deliberately avoiding the red carpet. In the past, he would have done the same, but now, with 20 million in his pocket, he felt no trepidation about stepping upon it. As he did, he found the sensation rather delightful. Experiencing the life of a newfound, wealthy individual was exhilarating, and Huang Guang savored the feeling akin to that of an heir. "Welcome, sir." The two receptionists greeted him with a courteous bow. Tall and elegantly curved, their ponytails accentuated their fair foreheads and exquisite features, clad in elegant kipeos that rendered them breathtakingly beautiful. It appeared that Tianhua Real Estate was committed to maintaining an extravagant image. The receptionist regarded Huang Guang with a hint of envy, having recognized him as alighting from a luxury vehicle. After years in their profession, they were well versed in the models and prices of such cars. After all, a connection with a luxury car owner could significantly alter their destinies. Huang Guang, aware of their eager gazes, felt a swell of vanity and, after offering them a brief smile, strode confidently into the grand lobby. The decor within was equally lavish, featuring marble pillars and granite floors, with colossal crystal chandeliers that sparkled like diamonds. Such opulence only heightened Huang Guang's anticipation for the villa he was about to purchase. Surely, if the company's decor was this extravagant, the properties they offered would meet his lofty expectations. Naturally, the prospect of proving her wrong in such a setting would be all the more satisfying. In his heart, Huang Guang had already devised a plan for that moment of vindication. Huang Guang strode directly to the reception desk, standing before the girl who had once caused him pain. "Good day, esteemed sir. May I inquire what price range you are interested in?" Initially, the girl, with her genteel demeanor, began to explain to Huang Guang. But upon recognizing his appearance, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Indeed, the world is quite small. Who would have anticipated encountering you here, Gao Yuanyuan?" Huang Guang offered her a smile. Gao Yuanyuan was quite attractive, with cascading waves of light blonde hair, a delicate nose, and a petite mouth, complemented by her innocent, sparkling eyes, which made her appear just like a freshly graduated student. This youthful charm undoubtedly enhanced her allure, a deliberate choice by Gao Yuanyuan to elevate her performance at work. Their acquaintance had blossomed at a social event. At that time, Huang Guang was still a student. Though he possessed a decent appearance, his empty pockets made the pursuit of romance challenging. When he first laid eyes on Gao Yuanyuan, he gathered the courage to approach her, drawn by her sweet smile. To his surprise, she did not reject him, but instead invited him to add her on WeChat. The notion that such a beautiful girl would be willing to befriend him felt like a dream, with Gao Yuanyuan appearing as an angel from paradise. Moreover, her warm demeanor towards Huang Guang led him to believe that she harbored feelings for him. However, this was merely the naive, wishful thinking of an inexperienced romantic. Gao Yuanyuan's affability was a quality she extended to other young men as well. In times of need, one is deemed valuable. When one is not, they are akin to a spare tire, waiting in the trunk for replacement. Eventually, Huang Guang came to the painful realization that he was merely one of Gao Yuanyuan's many backups. Upon discovering the truth, he sought clarification from her, only to be met with a heartless derision, as she mocked him for being a poor boy, questioning his audacity to think he could win her affection. After enduring the scorn of the girl he cherished, tears of youth fell from Huang Guang's eyes. Perhaps this is the essence of youth. "How did you know I would be here?" Gao Yuanyuan initially panicked, then, with a disdainful expression, replied, "Did I not inform you earlier that there could never be anything between us? You must stop pursuing me." She was well aware of Huang Guang's circumstances and did not believe he was capable of purchasing property in that area, thus disregarding company protocol and looking down upon him. "Do I need your permission to buy a house here?" Huang Guang retorted with a look of disdain. "Let me tell you, I've made up my mind to purchase today, and I intend to do so right in front of you from someone else." Just as Gao Yuanyuan was about to respond, a voice called out from behind her. "Dear sir, your acquisition of a property from our company does not necessitate her approval. Xiao Gao, please extend your apologies to this gentleman." A captivating woman clad in a black uniform approached with graceful strides, first smiling at Huang Guang before addressing Gao Yuanyuan. Upon seeing this enchanting figure, Huang Guang felt an undeniable sense of awe. With an oval face, slender brows, and alluring phoenix-like eyes, her exquisite nose complemented a delicate cherry-red mouth adorned with vibrant lip color, radiating an air of seductive charm. The tailored black uniform accentuated her curvaceous silhouette, while the V-neckline revealed a glimpse of her porcelain skin and a deep cleft, evoking unspoken fantasies among men. Manager Su, Gao Yuanyuan attempted to explain, but was abruptly interrupted. Xiao Gao, apologize. I am sorry, Gao Yuanyuan conceded, offering a sincere apology to Huang Guang. Chapter 38 now. Since Manager Su has intervened, let us put this matter to rest. Faced with such a stunning beauty, Huang Guang felt compelled to display a sense of generosity. Although it irked Gao Yuanyuan to apologize to someone she regarded as a former backup, she swallowed her displeasure, acknowledging Su's superior position while secretly anticipating her potential embarrassment. Good day, sir. I am Su Yingying, the sales manager of this property department. You may call me Yingying. May I inquire what type of property you're interested in? I possess considerable experience in this regard, and you are welcome to consult me about anything, Su Yingying said, unfazed by Gao Yuanyuan's sentiments, as she smoothly redirected the conversation to the subject at hand. In doing so, she subtly bridged the gap between them, dispelling any sense of unfamiliarity. While speaking, Su Yingying discreetly observed Huang Guang. Despite his ordinary attire and demeanor, in an era rife with affluent heirs, it is impossible to gauge one's wealth solely based on appearances. Nonetheless, the fact that he was here to purchase property indicated his financial capability. Huang Guang felt at ease with Su Yingying's demeanor and tone. I wish to acquire a larger villa for a more comfortable living experience. Do you have any recommendations? He queried, casting a disdainful glance at Gao Yuanyuan. A twinge of regret flared within Gao Yuanyuan. Could it be that he had truly succeeded? Yet, she recalled hearing he had been working outside for quite some time. A villa? Su Yingying responded, slightly taken aback. It is worth noting that the company's villas start at a minimum of 5 million each. The commission for selling a villa amounts to a generous 10%. Closing this deal would equate to several ordinary transactions. With this thought, Su Yingying's gaze ignited with enthusiasm, her allure intensifying as she regarded Huang Guang. Sir, I must apologize for any oversight. Our company has a policy that all villa purchases are conducted in our VIP room, which reflects the highest level of respect we extend to our esteemed clients. Please, allow me to escort you there. Su Yingying rose gracefully and offered a slight bow to Huang Guang. Although Huang Guang was no longer a novice, he could not help but swallow nervously in the presence of such a captivating beauty. Su Yingying was thoroughly pleased with his reaction. The corners of her mouth curled upward, forming a smug smile. She possessed a keen understanding of men, recognizing their susceptibility to manipulation. With the right allure, they would dutifully follow her lead. As Su Yingying walked ahead, Huang Guang's gaze inevitably fell upon her form. She could easily surmise where his attention lay, yet felt no discomfort. This was precisely the effect she desired. Since graduating from university, Su Yingying had ascended from an ordinary real estate agent to her current position, largely owing to her beauty and physique, which she regarded as her assets. She understood that seizing an opportunity to align herself with a wealthy individual could prove advantageous. After all, several of her colleagues had ultimately sold properties to their own clients. They were not as striking as she, yet they relied on their cunning. In the real estate industry, youth was an invaluable commodity. A 20-year-old woman would always outshine a woman in her 40s, regardless of how well the latter might maintain herself. Consequently, Su Yingying resolved that if Huang Guang purchased a property exceeding 15 million, she would seize the opportunity, regardless of his marital status. As they approached the VIP room, Huang Guang finally diverted his gaze from Su Yingying to glance at Gao Yuanyuan, who stood frozen in place. Witnessing her expression, Huang Guang's vanity and sense of vindication were greatly satisfied, prompting him to strut confidently into the VIP room. Once inside, Gao Yuanyuan felt a wave of regret wash over her. That was a villa, a transaction worth over 5 million, slipping through her fingers. She struggled to comprehend why a man who had always been a mere worker could afford such luxury. This should have been hers. But her careless words had cost her everything. When she looked at her fellow agents, she found them wearing expressions of schadenfreude. While they too could not compete with Su Yingying, they found joy in mocking Gao Yuanyuan's misfortune. At that moment, she felt a profound sense of despair. Mr. Huang, will your purchase of the villa be for personal use or investment? Su Yingying inquired, turning to him in the VIP room. What difference does it make? Huang Guang replied. The VIP room was sparsely designed, containing only a two-person sofa, forcing Huang Guang to sit closely beside Su Yingying. The proximity allowed him to catch the delicate scent of her perfume. Su Yingying, well-versed in the ways of men, noticed his reaction and leaned slightly closer, not shying away. For personal use, Huang Guang said, pretending to peruse the catalog. In terms of residence, we have a newly developed affluent villa district here, where both the amenities and surrounding environment are of the highest caliber, making it extremely suitable for living. Is it really 5 million per unit? Huang Guang was not satisfied with the villas depicted in the brochure. Are there any villas priced a bit higher? My budget is around 20 million. Of course there are. Su Yingying's tone grew increasingly sweet as she flipped through the brochure, leaning closer to Huang Guang. This particular villa spans 1,000 square meters, featuring a French architectural style. With 4 floors above ground and 1 basement level, an expansive garage, a 10 by 10 meter swimming pool, and a private garden. Su Yingying rapidly introduced the villa to Huang Guang. He glanced at the photos and found them quite appealing. This one looks good. Can you take me to see it? Huang Guang inquired. Certainly. I will accompany you to view the property right away, Su Yingying replied with a smile. She then led Huang Guang to the parking lot, where the vehicles were typically reserved for the affluent and seldom used. Approaching a luxurious Mercedes, Su Yingying instructed Huang Guang to get in first, then gave the driver an address before settling into the back seat beside Huang Guang. The driver promptly started the engine, smoothly transporting the two towards their destination. This Mercedes was custom-made, offering ample space and a partition between the driver and passengers, with specially designed windows that allowed the occupants to see outside while concealing them from view. What other matters are there? Huang Cheng's heart began to race. He had heard of the unspoken rules in the real estate profession, where saleswomen occasionally offered special services to wealthy clients for the sake of commissions. He never imagined he would encounter such a situation. If Mr. Huang could settle the payment in full at once, there might be a delightful surprise, Su Yingying suggested, playfully licking her lips with an alluring expression. If the property is as depicted in the images, I can certainly pay in full. Moreover, I can provide a deposit. But it hinges on whether your surprise is satisfactory, Huang Guang replied, unable to resist the enticing offer presented to him. Mr. Huang, you must keep your word, Su Yingying said, lowering her head slightly. Although Huang Guang had a girlfriend, he had never experienced such a service, especially from a beauty like her. In that moment, he reached a peak of exhilaration. Su Yingying composed herself, regaining her previous blend of allure and grace. She produced a document, and with a radiant smile, presented it to Huang Guang. He regarded her, realizing that if he had indeed reached a peak earlier, he could hardly have anticipated how captivating this woman truly was. After quickly reviewing the letter of intent, Huang Guang signed his name and then produced his bank card to swipe on a wireless POS machine. 1 million was promptly transferred. The next step was to view the villa, which closely matched the images, satisfying Huang Guang, who subsequently indulged in Su Yingying once more. After donning her attire, Su Yingying accompanied Huang Guang out of the villa. As Huang Guang emerged from the general manager's office, clutching documents and a key, he deliberately approached Gao Yuan and remarked, Yuan, I previously mentioned my intention to purchase a property, and I trust you now believe me. Once Huang Guang departed, Su Yingying was immediately surrounded by a throng of female colleagues, all clamoring for Huang Cheng's contact information. Alas, he is a wealthy magnate. How could I possibly possess his number? Su Yingying feigned a look of helplessness before glancing at Gao Yuan and adding, however, since you were his classmate, you must have his contact details, right? In truth, Su Yingying had already noted Huang Cheng's number, unwilling to divulge it to those who so overtly sought to vie for her affections. No, I do not. We are merely ordinary classmates, Gao Yuan replied, regretting her words deeply, forcing a smile in response. What a pity for you. If I were in your position, I certainly would not let him slip away. Indeed, Yuan, you are quite magnanimous. With someone like him, you do not find him appealing? Your tastes are rather peculiar, her colleagues remarked, each word piercing Gao Yuan like a dagger, leaving her wishing for a crevice to hide within. Huang Guang remained oblivious to Gao Yuan's internal turmoil, yet he understood that she must be filled with regret. Thus, he accomplished his aim, while also fulfilling a task assigned by his brother, Huang Guang. Of course, he was unaware that his actions against Gao Yuan would soon lead him into peril. After disembarking from the plane, Huang Guang was promptly pulled aside by Chun Dalu. Dalu, I must take my leave. If Xiao Guang comes looking for me, ensure he arrives safely, he instructed. Gu Tianying, aware of Chun Dalu's intentions, exchanged pleasantries before departing with Guanya. Initially, Huang Guang intended to visit Gu Tianying's residence to recharge his golden mang, but now, detained by Chun Dalu, he would have to postpone his visit for a couple of days. Speak, what is it? Huang Guang inquired, gazing at Chun Dalu, whose obsequious demeanor suggested he sought a favor. 3 days from now, my esteemed father will celebrate his 80th birthday. You should accompany me, Chun Dalu proposed. Me? Huang Guang's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated being invited to meet Chun Dalu's grandfather. This seems inappropriate. It ought to be a private family gathering, he objected. Shaking his head, you are now a minor shareholder of the Chun Group. You are family. Besides, I have matters requiring your assistance, Chun Dalu insisted. What pressing task necessitates my presence at the birthday celebration? Huang Guang inquired. After hearing Chun Dalu's words, he straightened his expression and replied, Rest assured, Brother Chun. I accept this request. I shall ensure your grandfather's health improves, I promise. As a citizen of the Celestial Empire, Huang Guang held profound respect for the elder generation of military personnel, recognizing that without their sacrifices against invaders, the current way of life would not exist. Thus, regardless of whether the elderly gentleman was Chun Dalu's grandfather, Huang Guang would undoubtedly extend his assistance. In times of war, if Huang Guang is unable to assist them, then in this era, he shall use his abilities to contribute whatever little he can. Chapter 40, Paradise. Brother, I knew I was not mistaken about you. Today, let me treat you. We shall enjoy ourselves, and I will give you a glimpse of the splendor of the capital, Chun Dalu joyfully proclaimed as he embraced Huang Guang's shoulders with pride. As the two exited the airport, a Bentley approached driven by Huang Guang, whom they had previously encountered at Wang Hong's. Huang Guang greeted with a smile, acknowledging their acquaintance. Mr. Huang, Huang Guang replied, offering a rare smile in return. Away, to paradise, Chun Dalu instructed Huang Guang. Huang Guang nodded and started the vehicle, while Huang Guang looked at Chun Dalu with curiosity, unaware of what paradise entailed. Noticing Huang Guang's perplexed expression, Chun Dalu chuckled and explained, Paradise is a private club run by a wealthy heir in the capital, considered one of the finest establishments. You will not be disappointed. That's good to hear. Otherwise, I might have thought you were genuinely taking us to heaven, Huang Guang jested. Bah, with my good looks and youth, I have yet to experience life to its fullest. How could I possibly leave for paradise? Chun Dalu rolled his eyes in response. Before long, the vehicle arrived at a rather unassuming building, expansive yet modest in appearance. Surrounding the small structure was a 2-meter-high wall, with the sole entrance being a large iron gate directly in front. At that moment, a white McLaren 570 was seen handing a silver card to a well-dressed man in a black suit stationed at the entrance. The man inspected the card presented by the McLaren's owner, uttered a few words, and then opened the iron gate, allowing the car to proceed. As the McLaren entered, it was now Chun Dalu's turn. He produced a black card and raised it toward the man in the black suit. The previously expressionless man's face suddenly brightened with a smile as he said, Ah, it is young Master Chun-san. Welcome to paradise. With that, he opened the iron gate for them. The difference in the man's demeanor towards Chun Dalu and the McLaren owner was striking. Taking advantage of the moment when Chun Dalu displayed the black card, Huang Guang noticed the card bore the number 003. Brother San, is this truly a club? It feels more like a secret base, Huang Guang remarked beside Chun Dalu. Traditionally, Huang Guang had referred to Chun Dalu as third brother, but Chun Dalu insisted on a more intimate address, prompting Huang Guang to adopt the term Sange for a closer bond. Of course it is a club. Did you not see that McLaren ahead? It is here for the same purpose as us, Chun Dalu replied with a grin. However, the places we are destined for are quite different. Is it because your card is different? Huang Guang pondered, recalling the black card in Chun Dalu's possession. Brother, you have quite the discerning eye, Chun Dalu acknowledged. Chun Dalu gave Huang Guang a thumbs up. In paradise, there exist 4 types of memberships. The first, the most common, is the silver membership, which can be obtained with a net worth exceeding 10 million. Silver members are permitted to spend only on the first level of paradise. The second type is the gold membership, requiring a net worth of over 100 million, allowing expenditures on the first and second levels. The third type, the diamond membership, is not merely a matter of wealth. Typically, only the offspring of high-ranking officials in the capital, holding a position at the departmental level, are eligible for this tier. Diamond members enjoy the privilege of spending freely across the first, second, and third levels. Lastly, there is the black card membership, like mine, of which only 9 are issued. Possessing this card allows one access to the 4th level of paradise, where one can experience a realm akin to heaven, indulging in pleasures otherwise unattainable. Is that really so impressive? Huang Guang expressed his disbelief. Would I deceive you? Do you have any idea how much this card could fetch if sold externally? At least 500 million, Chundala boasted. Huang Guang gasped. The thought of a card being worth 500 million was astonishing, reflecting a blatant disregard for money among these individuals. However, this card is bound to my name, and even if transferred, it will be useless to anyone else. Therefore, I cannot give it to you, but I shall arrange for that fellow to issue you a new one, perhaps a number 10 card, Chindalu continued. Brother, there's no need. I wouldn't utilize it often, Huang Guang quickly replied, sensing Chindalu's intention to procure a card for him. Even if unused, it symbolizes a certain status, Chindalu remarked. Moreover, if he were aware of your capabilities, he would eagerly present you with a card, especially considering the elder's health issues. Very well then, I defer to you, brother, Huang Guang acquiesced, understanding Chindalu's implication and no longer resisting. It is only fair to collect a fee for assisting others. At that moment, Hua Wei had parked the car. Upon exiting, Huang Guang noticed several vehicles of similar stature to the Bentley parked alongside. Following Chindalu, the trio approached a small building, where two men in black suits awaited them, evidently informed of their arrival. Upon seeing Chindalu and his companions, they greeted warmly, "Welcome, young Master San, to paradise. Please come in." With that, the grand door of the small building swung open, and the three entered. Inside, they found themselves in a spacious hall of approximately 400 to 500 square meters, adorned with genuine leather sofas arranged around a large coffee table laden with a variety of beverages, spirits, and fruits. The sofas were filled with patrons engaged in lively conversation, while several bunny girls moved about, ready to attend to the guests' whims. Although Huang Guang was unfamiliar with this type of music, he could discern the pianist's skill, indicating she was undoubtedly a talented musician. "Esteemed gentlemen, please follow me," a bunny girl approached, speaking softly. Huang Guang cast a glance at the bunny girl, a flush creeping onto his cheeks, his breath quickening. The bunny girl's attire inevitably revealed a hint of her bosom and those enticing long legs clad in stockings. Moreover, there was something strikingly familiar about her visage. Chapter 41. A Stroke of Misfortune. Encountering a familiar face, Huang Guang found himself momentarily rooted in place, lost in thought. Chindalu, observing Huang Guang's immobility, tugged at him and said, "What are you daydreaming about? Let's move on. This is merely the first floor. There's nothing of interest here. We should ascend." Suddenly, an epiphany struck Huang Guang as he approached the bunny girl and exclaimed, "Ah, it's you. Aren't you that one person?" Witnessing Huang Guang's behavior, Chindalu felt a headache coming on. His brother was far too straightforward, asking such things so boldly. This trio of gentlemen were genuine figures of prominence, capable of accessing the fourth floor. Not only could they publicly question her, but they could also engage in more intimate pursuits. His purpose for being there was to forge connections with such notable individuals to pave a smoother path for his future. Thus, she would not harbor any irritation. However, just because the bunny girl remained unperturbed did not mean that others would tolerate Huang Guang's lack of discretion. Almost immediately, a man eager to showcase himself before the bunny girl spoke up. "Where did this country bumpkin come from, making such a fuss? I believe the rules of heaven should be revised to prevent unworthy individuals from entering." The man was dressed quite smartly, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, and after finishing his remark, he flashed a slight smile at the bunny girl. Her expression shifted ominously. If this fellow sought his own demise, let him do so alone. She immediately considered speaking on Huang Guang's behalf. However, she was a moment too late, for Chindalu was already glaring icily at the man, coldly stating, "Indeed, heaven's regulations require revision. I shall inform you in June that certain dogs need not be admitted." Huang Guang was his brother, a mere individual who could only navigate the first floor of heaven. To dare speak so audaciously about him was tantamount to courting death. Initially, the man had hoped to elevate his status in front of the bunny girl by belittling Huang Guang. Yet, upon hearing Chindalu directly invoke the name of the establishment's owner, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He glanced around, noticing the schadenfreude evident on the faces of several onlookers, and realized he was in deep trouble. At that moment, a voice resonated like a harbinger of doom. "San Shao, what winds have blown you, this reclusive fellow for the past few years, to my presence?" As the words fell, a gentleman, slightly older than Chindalu and exuding charm, approached, accompanied by a beautiful woman on his arm. "Jun Shao, I haven't been hiding away. I merely took a respite, you see. Now, handle this matter properly, or do not blame me for failing to speak kindly on your behalf." Chindalu corrected Yen Jun's terminology and cast a glance at the trembling man. "The matter is as follows." At this moment, the bunny girl hurriedly stepped forward and recounted the earlier events. In truth, regardless if it was right or wrong, Yin Jun would invariably side with Chen Dalu, and the reason was quite simple. The man in question was, in comparison to Chen Dalu, scarcely worthy of mention. Why would Yin Jun risk offending Chen Dalu for such a triviality? At that moment, two men in suits approached the man and requested his departure. The man opened his mouth, attempting to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. He recognized the futility of his situation. All he could do was leave in disgrace, withdrawing from the capital. For once it became known that he had been ousted from paradise, everyone would keep their distance, unwilling to incur Yin Jun's wrath on his behalf. At this moment, he wished he could slap himself for his indiscretion. Yet even now, he couldn't comprehend why someone so seemingly ordinary could have Yin Jun speak on his behalf. Who exactly was he? Meanwhile, Huang Guang was entirely unconcerned with the man's thoughts. He was astonished to see the woman beside Yin Jun. Wasn't she the popular actress from Hong Kong? Noticing Huang Guang's astonishment, Chen Dalu gently prodded him with his finger. Huang Guang, startled, quickly averted his gaze. All right, let's head to the 4th floor, Yin Jun said with a smile, leading the way. Huang Guang and the others followed suit. Once they departed, the 1st floor soon buzzed with excitement, as many sought to discern the identities of Huang Guang and his companions. While the younger crowd might not recognize them, those referred to as the 3 young masters by Yin Jun were well known. One was Chen Dalu, the 3rd son of the Chen family, who had been absent from the capital for several years, leaving many unfamiliar with his presence. It seemed that misfortune had found its way to Hong Jin, who had unwittingly crossed paths with someone as formidable as Chen Sanshao. He would likely find it impossible to continue in the capital. Anyone with business ties to him should sever their partnerships sooner rather than later. Otherwise, if Chen Sanshao decides to settle scores later on, none of you will escape unscathed. That unfortunate Hong Jin had brought this upon himself, but now he risked dragging others down with him. Indeed, he sought to show off before the ladies and deserved this fate. Brother, is there truly any need for such alarm? Chen Dalu remarked, observing Huang Guang's wide-eyed wonder as he gazed around, reminiscent of Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. Those are celebrities. I've only ever seen them on television before. To see them in person is exhilarating. Though they don't appear as glamorous in reality, Huang Guang enthused. By the way, why are there so many stars here? As they traversed the area, Huang Guang indeed encountered numerous celebrities he had only ever seen on screen, many clad in bunny girl attire, which broadened his horizons. He had not anticipated that these seemingly glamorous women would willingly don such provocative outfits. This was the capital. After all, with its abundance of vehicles, wealthy individuals, powerful officials, and hence, a plethora of stars. Naturally, these celebrities had come of their own volition. Chen Dalu glanced at Huang Guang and continued speaking. The members who can come here are either affluent or of high status. If they manage to entangle themselves with one, it is nearly impossible for them not to gain fame. With such opportunities at hand, do you believe they would be reluctant? Furthermore, what you currently perceive pales in comparison to the wonders that await you on the 4th floor. Chen Dalu's words shattered the once enigmatic image of stardom that Huang Guang held. Chapter 42, Number 10. Do you admire those celebrities? Just wait a moment. Brother will arrange everything for you. I assure you, those young stars will flock to you. Observing Huang Guang's demeanor, Chen Dalu whispered softly in his ear. Huang Guang felt a twinge of interest, yet the thought of those young stars, unaware of whom they had been with, sent a shiver down his spine. He quickly shook his head and said, Never mind. You can enjoy yourself, 3rd brother. Don't worry, brother. The ones I call over are of high caliber and beauty, and they've just begun their careers. You can rest assured. Chen Dalu, being astute, understood Huang Guang's apprehensions. It was clear that he intended to summon a few lovely young stars to keep him company, and Huang Guang didn't want to dampen his spirits. So he nodded in agreement. Before long, Huang Guang and his companions arrived at the 4th floor. This level contained only 10 rooms, each exquisitely adorned, numbered from 3 to 10. As Huang Guang approached room 5, he realized it was already occupied. Chen Dalu glanced at room 5, his face betraying a disdainful expression, clearly indicating his disapproval of the room's occupant. 3rd young master, grant me a favor. Let us not engage with young masterly today, Yin Jun, aware of the tension between Chen Dalu and the occupant of room 5, interjected. I'm here to entertain my brother, not to engage in petty rivalry. As long as he doesn't provoke me, I'll treat him as if he were invisible, Chen Dalu replied, nodding. He had no intention of squabbling in front of Huang Guang. With 3rd young master's assurance, I feel at ease, Yin Jun said with a smile. After leading Chen Dalu to room 3, Yin Jun remarked, Please have a seat. I'll prepare everything shortly. Hurry back. I have matters to discuss with you. Chen Dalu nodded, feeling no need for formality with Yin Jun, a companion he had practically grown up with. Once Yin Jun departed, Chendalu opened the cabinet in the room, retrieving 2 bottles of red wine and a pack of cigarettes wrapped in white paper. Yin Jun certainly had a knack for this. They never ran out of such cigarettes on his visits. Chendalu opened the pack and tossed a cigarette to Huang Guang. "What kind of cigarette is this?" Huang Guang inquired. The cigarette appeared to lack the quality of high-end brands, but considering this was paradise, it would severely tarnish its reputation if Yin Jun were to offer subpar cigarettes to guests. Thus, this unmarked cigarette must hold some significance. Chendalu opened a pack for himself, extracted a cigarette adorned with a panda design, and handed it to Huang Guang while lighting one for himself. Taking a puff, he wore an expression of pure enjoyment and remarked, "It's been years since I last had one. How nostalgic." Indeed, this cigarette is a special supply, exclusively reserved for officials of ministerial rank and above. I must certainly give it a try. Previously in Wangcheng, Huang Guang regarded certain leaders from various units with a sense of awe, but now, having the opportunity to smoke a special supply cigarette that they may never experience in their lifetime, he would not let this chance slip away. After taking a puff, he found the flavor quite delightful, invigorating his spirits. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards the remaining 8 packs of special supply panda cigarettes in Chendalu's possession. Chendalu, well aware of Huang Guang's intentions, replied with a hint of reluctance, "I can only spare you half. It has been several years since I last enjoyed such a luxury. Please allow me a few packs to indulge. This is the 3rd young master of the Chun family and his brother, Huang. Treat them well, and it will greatly benefit you," remarked the enchanting star from Hong Kong, Yi, with a smile. For these rising stars, without access to substantial resources or strong investments, achieving fame is an unattainable dream. This event presents them with an opportunity, and if they can seize it, even a few words from Chendalu could significantly ease their path given his influence. Upon hearing Ye's words, the 6 young women settled beside Chendalu and Huang Guang. Chendalu, accustomed to the company of beautiful women, casually embraced those on either side of him. In contrast, Huang Guang felt somewhat awkward. He had never been so close to so many girls before. "Third master, you enjoy yourselves. I shall take a look around," said Yin Jun, preparing to exit the room. "Jun, do not leave just yet. I need to discuss something with you," Chendalu called out. "What can I do for you, third master?" Yin Jun inquired with a smile. "I noticed that room 10 has been vacant for quite some time. Why not allocate it to my brother?" Chendalu stated directly. Upon hearing this, Yin Jun cast a curious glance at Huang Guang, perplexed by why someone so seemingly ordinary would merit such attention from Chendalu, to the extent that he would request room 10 on his behalf. "Jun, this is not a request, but rather an opportunity one am offering you. Otherwise, next time you willingly hand over room 10 to my brother, I will ensure he does not extend you any courtesy," Chendalu said, his displeasure evident as Yin Jun hesitated. In Chendalu's eyes, Huang Guang's ability to occupy a room here was already a considerable favor to Yin Jun. The latter's reluctance sparked within Chendalu a desire to challenge him a bit. "Very well, let's pretend I never said that. Next time, do not come to me seeking favors," he concluded. Turning away from Yin Jun offered Huang Guang an apologetic smile before leaving the room. "Tuptik 43, Li Shou Chen. Mr. Huang, I propose a toast to you," a girl with a pure appearance said, pouring a glass of red wine, her gaze shyly fixed on Huang Guang. "Certainly," Huang Guang replied with a smile as he accepted the glass. Although she appeared bashful, she was an actress, and given her willingness to come here, one could only wonder if she was merely showcasing her skills. On the other side, Chendalu was already indulging in the company of beautiful starlets, his hands roaming over them. "Brother, this is the treasured 1982 law fight from the collection of that scoundrel, Yin Jun. It is not one of those counterfeit bottles filled with inferior wine," Chendalu said, raising his wine glass toward Huang Guang. Huang Guang nodded in acknowledgement and lifted his own glass in response. To be honest, Huang Guang's knowledge of red wine was rather limited. His understanding stemmed from Hong Kong films where, in a high-end restaurant, a man would ostentatiously instruct the waiter to bring him a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Since he had the opportunity to savor the taste of this vintage, Huang Guang felt he could not let it slip away. Taking a sip, he found the wine rich and aromatic with a hint of saltiness. For a bottle priced at 100,000 yuan, this was indeed the flavor one would expect. He thought to himself, rather unsophisticatedly, "Mr. Huang, I'm Xiao Ru, a junior at XX Academy. What do you do?" The girl who had just poured wine for Huang Guang asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. She had heard from Sister Yi about Chendalu's significant stature. Winning his favor could open doors to ample resources. However, Huang Guang's identity was unknown even to Sister Yi. Still, Chun Dalu's evident esteem for him suggested that he held considerable weight in Chun Dalu's eyes, which is why she chose to sit beside him. "Ah, I am but an unemployed wanderer," Huang Guang replied with a smile. In truth, he did not have a formal occupation at the moment, so calling himself an unemployed drifter was not entirely inaccurate. Xiao Ru's eyes widened in bewilderment. Don't be deceived by his words. He may claim to be unemployed, but he possesses a fortune exceeding $1 billion. Does he even need to work? Chun Dalu interjected from across the room. And let me share a secret with you all. My brother here is a miraculous healer. Any ailment he encounters is swiftly cured. With that, Chun Dalu winked at Huang Guang. Xiao Ru gazed at Huang Guang in astonishment. With such a young fortune, it was no wonder he had no need for employment. As for the claim of being a miraculous healer, she chose to take it with a grain of salt. Nevertheless, she understood Chun Dalu's intent. He was encouraging the girls to be more forward, helping Huang Guang feel at ease. Thus, with excitement, she asked, "Mr. Huang, do you truly possess healing abilities? Could you take a look at me? I've been feeling unwell lately." As she spoke, Xiao Ru extended her hand towards him. Taking the lead, the other girls quickly gathered around. They had just heard that Huang Guang was a billionaire, and being so young and reasonably attractive made him quite the catch. "Brother Guang, I've been feeling some discomfort in my chest. Could you check on that for me?" "Brother Guang, my feet have been aching lately. Would you mind taking a look?" The enthusiastic attention from the girls left Huang Guang momentarily flustered. At that moment, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and 2 men entered. Upon seeing the unexpected guests, Chun Dalu's previously jovial demeanor instantly turned cold. "Li Xiaochen, what brings you here?" "This is my room," Chun Dalu said, his expression stern. Although Li Xiaochen cheerfully addressed Chun Dalu as brother-in-law, his tone betrayed an undercurrent of dissatisfaction and anger. "Li Xiaochen, I have friends here today. I do not wish to engage in conflict with you. Please leave," Chun Dalu said, suppressing his inner fury. "If you wish for me to depart, I shall do so, provided you vow not to marry my sister." "People like you are unworthy of her," Li Xiaochen retorted, his smile vanishing as he coldly regarded Chun Dalu. "If abstaining from marrying your sister were within my power, I would certainly acquiesce. However, is this matter truly for me to decide? Moreover, do you believe your sister would consent? Instead of lingering here, you might better serve by persuading her," he added, his mention of Li Xiaochen's sister diminishing Chun Dalu's previously assertive demeanor, revealing that she was indeed a crucial weakness for him. "If she were amenable to my counsel, would I even seek you out? Mark my words, my sister is nearing 30. How much youth remains for a woman at that age? If you are incapable of making a decision, cease your evasions and marry her like a man. Otherwise, regardless of your status as the 3rd young master of the Chun family, I shall ensure you have no respite." Li Xiaochen glared at Chun Dalu, then turned to the group of women with a smile. "By the way, the prospects here seem bleak for you. Why not join me in my room? I can assure you of investment opportunities." Upon hearing Li Xiaochen's words, the women's eyes gleamed with interest. While Chun Dalu wielded wealth and influence, he had not made any promises. In contrast, Li Xiaochen had already spoken, and when such prominent figures make a statement, it is akin to water poured out. It cannot be reclaimed. "Li Xiaochen, you have overstepped. Out of respect for your sister, I shall overlook this, but I insist you leave immediately." Despite feeling remorse for Li Xiaochen's sister, Chun Dalu was displeased with Li Xiaochen's blatant disrespect. "3rd young master, do not forget. The choice to accompany anyone rests with them willingly. My intent to invest in them does not constitute a violation, does it?" Li Xiaochen declared proudly. His disdain for Chun Dalu, stemming from issues regarding his sister, fueled his determination to seize any opportunity to undermine him. "You are correct. Their willingness to accompany anyone is indeed voluntary. But are you so certain they would choose to follow you?" Chun Dalu replied, casting a glance at several women. In that moment, the women found themselves at a loss for how to respond, and the atmosphere in the room turned decidedly tense. Just then, Yin Jun and Yi Mingxing entered, and given the circumstances, Yi Mingxing's presence as a familiar beauty was most fitting. After all, it would be unbecoming for 2 men like Chun Dalu and Li Xiaochen to engage in a dispute with a woman. Indeed, the previously charged tension between them dissipated slightly as they each directed their gaze elsewhere, allowing the women seated beside Chun Dalu and Huang Guang to relax a little. "Jun Xiao, if I recall correctly, your establishment's rule is that these women may accompany whomever they choose. Just moments ago, they appeared quite eager to accompany me to my room, yet after being startled by an individual, their courage waned. What should I do?" At this juncture, Li Xiaoqing spoke. Directing his words towards Yin Jun, Chun Dalu's expression shifted, and he remained silent, keen to observe how Yin Jun would respond. "Xiaocheng, The little stars in your vicinity are no less numerous than those here. So please do not put me in a difficult position, Yanjun replied, a bitter smile gracing his features. However, I have taken a liking to them, Li Xiaoqing retorted. Of course, I would not take them without reciprocation. I shall send over the girls from my room. What do you think? As soon as Li Xiaoqing finished speaking, Yanjun inwardly lamented the impending trouble. Indeed, Chun Dalu abruptly stood, glaring at Li Xiaoqing with fury. Li Xiaoqing, I am showing you respect only because of your sister and Jun Xiao. Do not overstep your bounds. Li Xiaoqing's words implied that Chun Dalu would be left with the remnants, a notion he could not tolerate. What is wrong, San Xiao? Do you wish to spar with me? A cunning smile appeared on Li Xiaoqing's face. Although you are renowned as Huang Guang, I have recently acquired a formidable ally. It would be fitting to measure our skills. With that, Li Xiaoqing gestured towards a man in his 30s who had followed him into the room. This man, though of modest height, around 1.7 meters, possessed a piercing gaze reminiscent of a ravenous wolf, capable of tearing apart his prey at any moment. Likewise, as this man entered, Huang Guang observed him warily. Very well, since you harbor such intentions, let us indeed compete. Should anyone lose, they must vacate paradise. What do you say? Are you willing to wager? Chun Dalu understood that Li Xiaoqing would not depart without achieving his objective. Do you doubt my courage? However, a single contest seems too monotonous. Let us engage in a best-of-3 format. Li Xiaoqing, uncertain of his newfound ally's prowess, devised this approach. As he had come to paradise to entertain 2 capable individuals, hoping for an advantageous outcome. What shall we compete in? Chun Dalu, no fool, readily agreed without hesitation to the prospect of multiple contests. Let us play cards and compare medical skills, Li Xiaoqing suggested with a smile. Though the medical aspect may seem a bit unfair to you, San Xiao, I trust your temperament will not take offense. Naturally, should you emerge victorious in the games and the duel, we need not compare medical expertise. After speaking, Li Xiaoqing regarded Chun Dalu with an expression of assured triumph. Chun Dalu glanced at Huang Guang, who subtly nodded. It was evident that Li Xiaoqing aimed to undermine Chun Dalu, and Huang Guang was determined to assist him. While Huang Guang might not excel in card games, he possessed unwavering confidence in his medical abilities. With Huang Guang's approval, Chun Dalu's confidence surged. Rest assured, to defeat you, I shall ensure it is done convincingly. Regardless of the outcomes of the first 2 rounds, I will also partake in the medical comparison. Chun Dalu's declaration caused a flicker of surprise in Li Xiaoqing's heart, and he glanced at Huang Guang, wondering if this seemingly ordinary individual truly inspired such confidence in Chun Dalu. Just now, Li Xiaoqing observed that Chun Dalu's confidence surged only after Huang Guang nodded, which piqued his curiosity about Huang Guang. Similarly, Yanjun felt a sudden pang of regret, wishing he had acquiesced to Chun Dalu's earlier suggestion to allocate room 10 to Huang Guang. All right, let us commence, he said. Yun Xiao, would you kindly open the fight room? Although perplexed, he felt compelled to proceed. Yanjun nodded and led Chun Dalu, Huang Guang, and others toward the fight room, while the bodyguard beside Li Xiaoqing ventured to room 5 to summon the 2 capable individuals. As for the girls, they remained in the room, knowing that the duel between the 2 young masters was beyond their comprehension. The fight room was a space of approximately 100 square meters, resembling a boxing arena, with seating surrounding a central ring. Away, do you have confidence? Upon entering the fight room, Chun Dalu gently inquired in Huang Guang's ear, having discerned that the bodyguard Li Xiaoqing had engaged was formidable. I do have confidence, Huang Guang replied with a nod. Nonetheless, both Chun Dalu and Huang Guang perceived a steely resolve in Huang Guang's gaze, indicating he was prepared to fight fiercely. Wei Gu, you must secure a decisive victory over that fellow. I have a method I wish to propose. Are you willing to consider it? Huang Guang spoke earnestly. He had observed both competitors and noted that while Huang Guang was in excellent physical condition, his opponent appeared even stronger. Even if Huang Guang was willing to risk everything, the odds were not in his favor. To ensure his triumph, Huang Guang contemplated employing a strategy that would necessitate Huang Guang's consent, as a mark of respect for a formidable warrior. If it could secure a win, I am willing to try anything, Huang Guang nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall administer an injection that will triple your strength within half an hour. However, the consequence is that you will be unable to engage in combat for 2 weeks. You must weigh this carefully, Wei Gu, Huang Guang explained. No worries. Proceed with the injection, Huang Guang replied without hesitation. At that moment, Chun Dalu interjected, Xiao Guang. Will this have any repercussions on Wei's body? Free Xiao, fret not. This technique merely forces Wei's latent potential to surface. The cost is his temporary weakness for half a month, but it will not inflict significant harm on his physique. You can rest assured, Huang Guang assured him. With Huang Guang's guarantee, Chun Dalu felt reassured and addressed Hua Guowei. Away, I appreciate your willingness. It is my duty, Hua Guowei replied. Chun Dalu nodded at Huang Guang, who discreetly produced a needle and skillfully inserted it into Hua Guowei's back, his fingers deftly manipulating the silver needle. With each precise motion, Hua Guowei felt his strength surging incrementally. After a minute, Huang Guang extracted the fully transformed silver needle. Away, how do you feel? Upon witnessing Huang Guang withdraw the needle, Chun Dalu promptly addressed Hua Guowei. Hua Guowei opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions and replied calmly. Third young master, I am perfectly fine. I have never felt such immense strength before. This power is truly formidable. I assure you, I will win this round. Good, good, Chun Dalu said, patting Hua Guowei on the shoulder. At that moment, Li Shaoqing's bodyguard approached, accompanied by two individuals. One was a tall foreign gentleman with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in a shirt, waistcoat, and tailored trousers, exuding an air of sophistication. The other was a casual, sun-kissed young man clad in a t-shirt and jeans. Third young master, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Wallace from the United States, who will be joining us for a game of cards shortly. And this is Hua Tianfeng, the grandson of Master Hua Songwei. Do not be deceived by his youth. He possesses the true teachings of Master Hua and has extraordinary medical skills. I previously mentioned to Jun Xiao that room 10 would be entirely suitable for young Master Hua. Li Shaoqing introduced them with a smile, subtly asserting his dominance. At that moment, Wallace elegantly nodded to Chun Dalu, while Hua Tianfeng clasped his hands and said with a smile, Third young master, do not heed Jun Xiao's exaggerations. If I can learn even a fraction of my grandfather's skills, I would consider myself fortunate. Recognizing Hua Tianfeng as the grandson of Hua Yuetsong, Chun Dalu did not adopt a superior demeanor, responding with a smile, Young Master Hua, you are being modest. Even a mere third of Master Hua's capabilities would suffice for one to navigate the martial world. Of course, my brother Huang Guang's medical prowess is also exceptional, and I believe you two can engage in some friendly sparring later. I had mentioned to Jun Xiao that room 10 could be allocated to my brother, but he was not in agreement. However, since Jun Xiao has suggested that you take room 10, I see no issue with that. Upon hearing Chun Dalu's words, Hua Tianfeng's curiosity about Huang Guang piqued, igniting a competitive spirit within him. Despite his humble words, he harbored a sense of pride, being the grandson of Hua Yuetsong and possessing his esteemed teachings. It was indeed remarkable for someone of his age to have achieved so much. Now, with Chun Dalu mentioning another young individual of equal medical prowess, his interest was thoroughly captured. Very well, if you're all prepared, let us commence, Yan Jun declared. As Yan Jun's words resonated, Hua Guowei and Li Shaoqing's bodyguard stepped onto the boxing ring. I am Hu Lang. I have heard tales of a legendary figure in the military from a decade ago, a formidable force who accomplished the impossible for the nation. However, during a mission, he defied orders. Though the task was completed, he was subsequently expelled from the military. That individual must be you, Hua Guowei. During my 2 years of service, I have heard many stories about you and have long desired to challenge you. Yet, after your departure from the military, you seem to vanish without a trace, eluding all attempts to locate you. I never expected to encounter you here. It seems fortune has smiled upon me, Hu Lang said excitedly, gazing at Hua Guowei. Has no one ever told you that you speak rather excessively? Hua Guowei retorted coolly. Ha ha, how amusing, Hu Lang responded. Hu Lang let out a hearty laugh, his figure shifting instantaneously like a ferocious wolf as he extended his claws towards Hua Guowei. Hu Lang's speed was remarkable, his right hand clawing towards Hua Guowei's face. Should this claw connect, Hua Guowei's visage would surely transform into a grotesque spectacle. Yet, instead of evading, Hua Guowei awaited the imminent strike. And just as Hu Lang's hand neared his face, he swiftly lifted his right leg, launching a counterattack aimed at Hu Lang's chin. This unexpected maneuver caught Hu Lang off guard, compelling him to abandon his assault on Hua Guowei's face. Instead, he pressed his left hand downwards, successfully intercepting Hua Guowei's foot. The impact resonated, prompting Hu Lang to adopt a more cautious stance. The strength displayed by Hua Guowei far exceeded his expectations. A smile crept upon Hua Guowei's lips as he gauged the disparity in their strengths, and then he commenced his offensive. The two were closely matched in prowess. But with Hua Guowei's strength having surged threefold, he effectively subdued Hu Lang, forcing him into a precarious defensive position. However, the defense could not be maintained for long. Hua Guo's might rendered Hu Lang's arms painfully weak. Ultimately, when Hu Lang could no longer withstand the pressure, a swift kick to his midsection sent him hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, Hu Lang clutched his waist, the recent blow having fractured several of his ribs. A bitter smile flickered across his face as he bravely uttered, "You have won. I concede." Hua Guo offered a respectful nod before descending from the ring to join Qindalu and Huang Guang. "Third young master, I have fulfilled my duty. This round is mine," he declared. "Very well, let us take a moment to rest," Qindalu promptly suggested, urging Hua Guo to sit. Though Hua Guo still bore some fatigue, it was prudent to conceal this from others. As he settled down, Qindalu tauntedly Xiaocheng, "Ah, third young master, I've taken the first round." Li Xiaocheng forced a smile in response, retorting, "Do not celebrate too soon. There remain 2 more rounds. The final outcome is still uncertain." With that, he glanced at Hu Lang, who resignedly admitted, "I have lost. Please take care." Afterward, Li Xiaocheng turned his attention away, for to him, Hu Lang had become devoid of any further utility. Hu Lang endured the pain as he sat down to recuperate. Chapter 46, Learning to Bark. "I have triumphed in the first round. I wonder how you plan to wager for the second?" Qindalu inquired of Li Xiaocheng. Having secured victory in this round, Qindalu felt a sense of assurance. As long as Huang Guang performed as expected, victory was virtually guaranteed, allowing him to relax. "Let's engage in the simplest of bets, dice. We shall each roll 3 times, predict the outcomes, and the best of 3 wins. What do you think?" "Third young master," Li Xiaocheng proposed. Today he had enlisted the services of Wallace, the 3rd-ranked gambling expert in the United States, whose name had unfortunately found its way onto the blacklist of American gambling establishments. Li Xiaocheng was introduced to this American gambling master through others. Initially, he merely intended to make a friend by inviting him to play, but upon meeting Qindalu, he seized the opportunity to request his assistance in diminishing Qindalu's formidable reputation. "No problem," Qindalu replied nonchalantly. In truth, he had long since abandoned any hope regarding this game of chance, so he was indifferent to the rules involved. However, he felt that merely gambling without any stakes seemed rather dull. "Why don't we spice things up a bit?" Li Xiaocheng's eyes glimmered with a hint of cunning. "What do you mean by spice things up?" Qindalu asked, slightly frowning. "Let us place bets at the start of each round. We can wager money or make promises." Among other things, Li Xiaocheng suggested with a smile, "Monetary bets are certainly acceptable, but as for promises, aside from allowing me to annul my engagement with your sister, anything goes," Qindalu quickly interjected, wary of falling into a trap set by Li Xiaocheng. Li Xiaocheng silently cursed under his breath, yet maintained a cheerful facade. "Of course, that is acceptable. Now that we have an agreement, shall we begin?" "Certainly," Qindalu replied succinctly. Upon seeing that the two had reached an agreement, Yanjun approached the boxing ring and pressed a button. Suddenly, the boxing platform transformed into a small casino, complete with mahjong tables and a gambling table. Witnessing this magical transformation, Huang Guang's eyes widened in astonishment. What advanced technology, he thought to himself. Yanjun led everyone to the gambling table, producing 2 sets of ivory dice and a shaker. He turned to Qindalu and Li Xiaocheng, saying, "Third young master, Xiaocheng, please feel free to inspect the gambling tools for any issues." "No need. I trust your integrity." Qindalu waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, Wallace meticulously examined the dice, aware that to be blacklisted by a casino, one must not only be skilled at gambling, but also exercise caution and attention to detail, essential for engaging in psychological warfare with others. Yanjun remained unconcerned, smiling as he awaited Wallace's inspection. After a thorough examination, Wallace nodded, indicating that the tools were in order. "Third young master, Xiaocheng, you may commence," Yanjun announced to the two. "You go first," Qindalu suggested to Li Xiaocheng. "All right, then I shall not hold back," Li Xiaocheng replied, gesturing for Wallace to proceed. After placing the 3 dice into the shaker, Wallace began to shake it vigorously. After approximately 10 seconds, he set the shaker down on the table. "For this round, let us start with a modest wager of 100 million. If you guess correctly, I shall give you 100 million. If you guess incorrectly, you owe me 100 million, Li Xiaocheng proclaimed, a smug smile gracing his face. He was aware that Qindalu lacked gambling skills and had deliberately set a trap for him. "I accept your wager," Qindalu said. "Now, third young master, please make your guess." Just as Qindalu was about to blurt out a random number, Huang Guang suddenly tugged at him. Puzzled, Qindalu looked at Huang Guang. "3, 3, 4, Huang Guang whispered softly in Qindalu's ear. Qindalu looked at Huang Guang with a hint of surprise. Yet he revealed the points Huang Guang had mentioned. 4. Upon hearing Chen Dao's declaration, Li Shaoqing displayed no visible reaction. But Wallace's gaze towards Chen Dao sparkled with intrigue. Being the one to roll the dice, he was well aware of the outcome. And Chen Dao's stated points matched precisely with his own roll. After a brief glance at Chen Dao, Wallace slowly lifted the dice cup, revealing the very points of 3. 4. Yes, I have one. Chen Dao exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the dice. However, Li Shaoqing's expression soured. He could hardly fathom that the seemingly inexperienced gambler, Chen Dao, had accurately predicted Wallace's roll. Could it be that the fellow's luck had turned? After much contemplation, Li Shaoqing could only attribute this first round to Chen Dao's fortunate chance. Since Chen Dao emerged victorious, Li Shaoqing did not hesitate to transfer 1 billion to him. Upon receiving the notification of the transaction, Chen Dao gleefully embraced Huang Guang and inquired, "Brother, how did you know the foreigners rolled points?" "I said it was a guess. Do you believe me?" Huang Guang responded with a smile. Earlier, when Wallace had placed the dice cup on the table, Huang Guang had attempted to peer inside, using the golden gleam in his eyes, clearly seeing the points within. "Of course, I believe you. Now for the next round, please continue to assist me with your guesses. By the way, I will transfer the billion to you later." Chen Dao held no belief that Huang Guang had merely guessed. Yet he refrained from probing further. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets, though Huang Guang's seemed to be more numerous. "No need for that, Brother San," Huang Guang quickly replied. "Do not be modest. Had it not been for your assistance, I would have lost 1 billion. All right, if we continue this conversation, Li Shaoqing will grow suspicious," Chen Dao stated. With that, Huang Guang fell silent. Meanwhile, Wallace had commenced the second round of dice rolling. This time, his technique was markedly different. The sound of the dice striking the cup came and went unpredictably, leaving observers in uncertainty. Moreover, Wallace took a longer time to roll, placing the cup down only after half a minute had elapsed. Following his roll, Wallace nodded at Li Shaoqing. Li Shaoqing then addressed Chen Dao, saying, "Third young master, let us raise the stakes a little this round. The loser must not only pay the winner 1 billion, but also kneel and bark like a dog 3 times. What do you say?" Chapter 47, Noveting. As soon as Li Shaoqing finished speaking, Yin Jun interjected, "Morning, young master. Do we need to play this large?" The loss of 1 billion in the first round was negligible for both Li Shaoqing and Chen Dao, which is why Yin Jun had remained silent. However, the notion of kneeling and barking as dogs struck at their dignity, and neither party's defeat was something Yin Jun wished to witness. After all, this affair unfolded on his territory, and he could not distance himself from the implications. "Jun Xiao, you and I are friends, but he is not. If he wishes to play this grandly, I do not mind hearing a few barks. I am in," Wallace declared, with Huang Guang's support behind him. Chen Dao naturally brimmed with confidence. The third young master was indeed magnanimous. A stroke of luck could make all the difference. Yet Li Shaoqing remained skeptical that Chen Dao would experience such fortune again. "This time, I wager it's 3 sixes, Chen Dao proclaimed after receiving a whisper from Huang Guang. Upon hearing the declared numbers, a smile crept onto Li Shaoqing's face, as he was now entirely convinced that Chen Dao was merely guessing, for only a reckless guesser would predict 3 sixes. However, Wallace's expression darkened significantly as he scrutinized Huang Guang, seemingly attempting to see through him. He had observed that it was only after Huang Guang whispered to Chen Dao that the latter revealed the numbers. "Come on, reveal it already," Chen Dao urged, eager to confirm whether the dice indeed showed 3 sixes. At that moment, Li Shaoqing noticed Wallace's pallor and felt a jolt of alarm. Could it be that Chen Dao had guessed correctly again? When Wallace finally lifted the dice cup, it substantiated Li Shaoqing's suspicions. A grimace overtook Li Shaoqing's face. He had lost this round, which meant not only would he owe Chen Dao 100 million, but he would also have to kneel before him and bark like a dog. He couldn't help but glance at Wallace, inwardly wondering if this man was a fraud or perhaps an undercover agent for Chen Dao. "I won again." Chen Dao beamed with a triumphant expression aimed at Li Shaoqing. "I've never heard of anyone barking like a dog before. I can't wait to see this." The third young master interjected, "You all will soon be family. Why go to such lengths? I think we can let the barking slide." Aware of Li Shaoqing's predicament, Yin Jun stepped in to mediate. "Well, considering your standing, young master Yin, we can overlook the barking. However, he must declare that his previous remarks were nonsense," Chen Dao stated, as Li Shaoqing was destined to become his brother-in-law. Chen Dao wished to spare him public humiliation, but also did not want him to evade consequences too easily. Seeing Chen Dao's willingness to compromise, Yin Jun felt relieved and quickly offered Li Shaoqing a way out. "Young Master Chen has shown leniency. You wouldn't want to bark like a dog, would you? Just do as he says." After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaoqian concluded that saying his words were nonsense was certainly preferable to kneeling and barking. So he addressed Chandala directly. I apologize, what I said earlier was nonsense. Ah, teachable spirit, Chandala nodded, pleased. Li Xiaoqian dismissed Chandalu's showboating with indifference and turned to Wallace beside him, asking, Mr. Wallace, I assent to your gambling skill, quite formidable. How could that guy guess correctly twice in a row? P.S. a mere novice in gambling. Is it possible? Does he possess some sort of clairvoyance? Li Xiaoqian was incredulous about Chandalu's alleged prowess. Clairvoyance? Impossible. However, when someone's gambling skills surpass my own, they can deduce the numbers I roll. Wallace replied earnestly. But, to my knowledge, he is just a novice. Li Xiaoqian shook his head in disbelief. I'm not referring to him. I mean the young man beside him. After every roll, he whispers something in his ear, likely revealing the numbers. Wallace explained with conviction. Li Xiaoqian shifted his gaze towards Huang Guang. Noticing Li Xiaoqian's attention, Huang Guang offered him a slight smile, feeling it necessary to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor after winning 2 rounds. So what now? Do you have a way to defeat him? Li Xiaoqian inquired softly. No, I can only do my best to try, Huang Guang responded. Wallace had been correctly guessing the last 2 rounds, utilizing his best skills, which significantly undermined his confidence. However, Xiaoqian, perhaps you should refrain from playing so boldly with him. Li Xiaoqian remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Earlier, he had nearly been reduced to begging like a dog, so he was determined not to act recklessly again. Wallace continued to shake the dice cup. This time, he did not shake for long. 5 seconds later, he forcefully slammed the cup onto the table. The loud sound cleverly masked the noise of the dice colliding within the cup. Please, Wallace articulated clearly as he looked at Huang Guang. Hold on, let us see what bets they're placing, Huang Guang suggested, glancing at Chandalu. Yes, Xiaoqian, it's your turn to place a bet. Chandalu's expression was so infuriating that one might have been tempted to punch him. I want TB betting this round. After all, you still have 3 opportunities left, and I can wager later. At this moment, Li Xiaoqian also felt a lack of confidence, aware that defeat was inevitable. He was unwilling to offer Chandalu any lavish gifts. Seeing that Li Xiaoqian had opted out of betting, Huang Guang smiled and asked Wallace, do you want me to call out the value of 1 die or the total of 3? Wallace paused for a moment before replying. Of course, 3 dice. When Huang Guang mentioned 1 die or 3, a flicker of surprise crossed Wallace's mind. Yet he was still curious to see if Huang Guang truly possessed knowledge of the game. All right, listen closely. For this round, you have stacked the 3 dice together using a special technique. The top die shows 1, the middle die shows 3, and the bottom die shows 5. Huang Guang articulated the numbers he observed. After Huang Guang finished speaking, everyone present turned their attention to Wallace, eagerly awaiting him to unveil the dice. Wallace, silent at first, slowly lifted the cup. Upon revealing the dice, they were indeed stacked as Huang Guang had described, with the top die showing a red one. This sight elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd as they gazed at Huang Guang in disbelief. With a serene smile, Huang Guang remained silent, simply watching Wallace as he continued to reveal the results. Wallace gingerly removed the top die, placing it aside, and the second die indeed displayed a 3. Upon removing the second die, the number revealed was 5. 1, 3, 5, precisely the numbers Huang Guang had previously stated. Chapter 48, the 3rd round. After Wallace unveiled the numbers, Li Xiaoqian and the others instantly reassessed their perception of Huang Guang. Initially, they had assumed he was merely an ordinary person who had befriended Chandalu through luck. But it now appeared that this seemingly ordinary individual possessed extraordinary abilities. I have lost. Wallace paused for a moment, then regarded Huang Guang with earnest attention. I still have 3 chances to roll the dice. Perhaps we might end up in a draw, Huang Guang remarked with a smile. Truth be told, although Huang Guang could discern the numbers within the dice cup, he was entirely inept at rolling the dice. Moreover, he harbored a belief that Wallace would not merely limit himself to rolling. He was likely a master of listening to the dice, which diminished Huang Guang's confidence in his own rolling abilities. Let's hope for divine favor, Wallace said, tracing a cross over his chest. Enough of your chatter. Let us commence, Li Xiaoqian interjected irritably from the sidelines. Huang Guang grasped the dice cup, placing the dice within and beginning to shake it. As he rolled, Huang Guang keenly observed Wallace, noting the subtle movements of his ears. Goodness, there truly are individuals capable of listening to dice, he thought. Realizing the predicament he was in, a draw was quite possible. If only I could silence the sound of the dice, Huang Guang mused inwardly. With this thought, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He delicately tapped the surface of the dice cup with his fingers, employing a technique akin to acupuncture, channeling some energy into the cup to control the dice, which had been clattering incessantly against its walls. In an instant, the sound of the dice colliding with the cup vanished. Seizing the moment, Huang Guang placed the cup upon the table. Upon setting the cup down, astonishment washed over Wallace's face. Previously, he had been able to discern the weight and rhythm of the dice's impacts to infer their numbers, but now, the sudden silence left him unable to hear the values. "Please," Huang Guang said with a smile directed at Wallace. "Morning, this is your chance to recoup. No matter how large a bet, I will accept it." Chen Dalu observed Huang Guang as confidence, realizing his own victory was assured, and he smugly glanced at Li Shaoqing. Li Shaoqing furrowed his brow and shot a glance at Wallace, who subtly shook his head, signaling uncertainty and advising against placing a bet. What is happening? Could the young gambler beside Chen Dalu be even more skilled than Wallace? Yet, didn't Chen Dalu previously boast of his medical prowess? Is he merely putting on a facade? Li Shaoqing pondered anxiously. However, should he misguess this round, defeat would be inevitable, and his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Damn it! What terrible luck, he thought, casting a fierce glare at Huang Guang. What are you staring at, Li Shaoqing? Can't you handle a loss? I'll remind you, this is a matter between us. If you involve my brother, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Dalu coldly admonished upon noticing Li Shaoqing's threatening gaze directed at Huang Guang. Who will win or lose remains to be seen. Mr. Wallace, please make your guess. Li Shaoqing said, shifting his attention from Huang Guang, his expression icy. Given the likelihood of defeat, he preferred to ascertain the outcome sooner rather than later. This gentleman, you possess remarkable skill, particularly in your technique that silenced the sound of the dice. I could not discern how you accomplished it. Since I did not hear the final numbers, I can only rely on luck to make a guess. 3-3-5, Wallace stated. Wallace heard the numbers spoken before the sound of the dice clattering ceased. Huang Guang lifted the dice cup and calmly remarked, "It seems fortune does not favor you." The numbers on the dice mirrored those of Wallace's second roll, all three showing sixes. "I concede. May I know your name?" Wallace, already aware of his defeat, displayed little emotion upon seeing the dice, instead respectfully inquired about Huang Guang's name. "I am Huang Guang," he replied, favorably impressed by Wallace, offering his name without hesitation. "Mr. Huang, in a fortnight, there will be a gambling event aboard the Goddess. If you're interested, you may wish to participate," Wallace said with deference, as he held great respect for true strength as an American. "Very well, I shall consider it," Huang Guang nodded. "I hope to see you then," Wallace added, turning to Li Shaoqian. "Shaoqian, I have lost to Mr. Huang, and I do so wholeheartedly, yet I feel remorseful for not securing a win for you. It would be best if I took my leave. Shaoqian, I owe you a favor, and I shall find a way to repay it," Wallace concluded before departing. His abrupt exit cast a quietude over the room. After a while, Li Shaoqian spoke. "Chen Dalu, you were fortunate this time, aided by another. Next time, luck may not be on your side." With that, he prepared to leave. They had previously agreed that the loser would vacate the premises, despite his displeasure. Li Shaoqian had no intention of reneging. "Next time, you shall call me brother-in-law," Chen Dalu proclaimed triumphantly. Li Shaoqian shot him a glare, remaining silent. "Oh, do not leave. Our contest is not yet concluded," Chen Dalu called after him. "You have already won. What is the point of continuing?" Li Shaoqian retorted, "As we discussed, regardless of the outcomes of the first two rounds, we must compete in the third round of medical skill. Otherwise, someone might think my brother unworthy of room 10. This round also serves to showcase my brother's medical prowess, not merely a bid for room 10. For I believe it won't be long before someone comes rushing over," Chen Dalu asserted with bravado. Chapter 49, The Useless. Yen Jun cast a helpless glance at Chen Dalu, recognizing his petty nature and deciding it prudent to avoid provoking him in the future. No matter, the path of medicine requires exchanges with peers. Learning from others' shortcomings is essential for one's own improvement. "Brother Huang, since the third young master holds you in such esteem, I trust your medical skills must be exceptional. Tianfeng wishes to seek your counsel," Hua Tianfeng said to Huang Guang, his eyes gleaming with determination. Tianfeng's medical expertise was inherited from Hua Yumsong, making him a notable practitioner among the younger generation. He was certainly inclined to accept Chen Dalu's challenge. "What manner of contest does Brother Huang propose?" Huang Guang inquired. "Brother Huang, do you practice traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine? If we were to compare Western medicine, we would delve into anatomy. Conversely, if we were to consider traditional Chinese medicine, we would focus on acupoint recognition and bone setting. Under the guidance of Hua Yuetong, Hua Tianfeng has naturally studied both Eastern and Western medicine. I believe that traditional Chinese medicine proves to be more beneficial in many aspects than its Western counterpart. Hence, we should engage in a competition of acupoint recognition. Huang Guang remarked with a smile. However, how shall we compete? Quite simply, we shall aim for each other as targets, targeting the 3 acupoints, Xiuqi, Higu, and Qianli, to see who can accurately strike the points. Hua Tianfeng explained. These 3 acupoints are located on the arm. Although they are conspicuous, the task is quite challenging, as even the slightest movement of the arm could lead to an erroneous strike. The fact that Hua Tianfeng proposed such a method of competition indicates his confidence in his acupoint recognition skills. That sounds agreeable. However, let us increase the level of difficulty. We will maintain a certain distance while continuously moving, and within 1 minute, we must complete the acupoint strikes to see who can hit accurately, Huang Guang proposed, raising the challenge significantly. Hua Tianfeng glanced at Huang Guang and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they positioned themselves a meter apart. Please, Hua Tianfeng courteously said. Huang Guang chuckled and began to move erratically, heightening the challenge for Hua Tianfeng's acupoint recognition. Hua Tianfeng also began to move, keenly observing Huang Guang's arm, ready to strike at the opportune moment. Huang Guang, in turn, noticed how well Hua Tianfeng protected his arm and couldn't help but smile faintly. His own speed far exceeded that of his opponent, making it an easy task to strike his acupoints. However, Huang Guang refrained from attacking just yet. He intended to wait until the time was nearly up, as that would be when Hua Tianfeng was most relaxed and thus most susceptible to a successful strike. While moving, Hua Tianfeng attempted to strike as well, but Huang Guang did not afford him any opportunity, wary of being struck himself. Thus, they found themselves in a stalemate. This was, of course, Huang Guang's deliberate strategy to lower Hua Tianfeng's guard. As the clock ticked down to 58 seconds, Hua Tianfeng's vigilance waned, as he presumed they were likely a stalemate. Suddenly, at that moment, Huang Guang struck. He swiftly tapped 3 times on Hua Tianfeng's right arm. Just as he finished, the time elapsed at exactly 1 minute. Hua Tianfeng stared at the 3 crimson dots on his arm, his expression darkening significantly. He was intimately familiar with the locations of these 3 points, Xiuqi, Higu, and Qianli. After a brief moment of shock, he regained his composure and admitted, "You have won." However, knowing acupoints does not signify that your medical skills surpass those of my grandfather. It merely indicates that you are superior to me. Huang Guang looked at Hua Tianfeng with exasperation, for he had never claimed to be better than his grandfather. Was this fellow's mind not functioning correctly? The realm of medicine is vast and profound. Our objective is to continuously explore the mysteries of the human body. There remain numerous ailments that current medical facilities cannot address. I merely hope to advance, to enhance my medical skills, and to conquer the myriad challenges that medicine presents. As he spoke, Huang Guang radiated an aura of benevolence, appearing remarkably exalted. Afterward, he turned to Li Xiaoqian and said, "Young Master Chun, I am grateful for your hospitality. I feel there are still many areas in which I fall short, so I shall take my leave." With that, Hua Tianfeng bowed respectfully to Huang Guang before departing. Li Xiaoqian, you should be convinced now. Henceforth, it would be wise to address me as brother-in-law. Rest assured, I shall treat you well. Chen Dalu remarked with a smile as he approached the disheartened Li Xiaoqian. Originally, there was no deep-seated animosity between the two. Their previous conflicts were merely trivial disagreements. Furthermore, with Li Xiaoqian's sister set to marry Chen Dalu, this only intensified Li Xiaoqian's disdain for him. Their mutual antagonism had been frequent. However, with Chen Dalu's firm resolve to wed Li Xiaoqian's sister, it was time to mend their rift. "Humph, call you brother-in-law? That can wait until you truly marry my sister," Hu Lang said, laboriously rising to follow Li Xiaoqian out. "Ha ha, my brother, you are truly remarkable. I feel like a mere useless wretch in your presence. Yet, your prowess makes me quite content to be a joyful wretch," Chen Dalu exclaimed excitedly as he approached Huang Guang, embracing him warmly. "Third young master, if you say that. I must be a wretch as well," Yin Jun retorted seriously. "Is that not so? If you could outplay my brother in gambling or medicine, you would hardly be a wretch," Chen Dalu replied. "Well then, my brother and I shall be on our way. Those young ladies are still waiting for us." With that, Chen Dalu, still with his arm around Huang Guang, headed towards room 3. Once Chen Dalu and his companions departed, Yi Mingxing linked arms with Yin Jun and inquired, "Young Master Jun, who exactly is that Huang Guang?" Yin Jun shook his head, his gaze deep and inscrutable, revealing little of his thoughts. "Young Master Chun, where are we headed now?" Hu Lang asked Li Xiaoqian in the car. Let's go to the hospital first. Despite Hu Lang's defeat to Huang Guang, leaving Li Xiaoqian feeling disappointed, such a loyal and capable bodyguard is hard to come by. So Li Xiaoqian naturally decided to keep him. Chapter 50. A Fortuitous Encounter. After a brief stay in paradise, Huang Guang departed with Chun Dalu. Initially, Chun Dalu had intended to invite Huang Guang to take along 2 beautiful starlets, and though Huang Guang felt tempted, he resolutely declined, believing that his first time should be shared with someone he truly cherished, not to be taken lightly. After spending a night at the hotel, Huang Guang, with nothing to occupy his time, left the establishment early in the morning. It is worth noting that the capital boasts a renowned antique market, notably including the Shiler, Lulikang, and Panjiayuan, with Panjiayuan holding the highest acclaim. Its significance can be gauged by the fact that even prominent figures such as the president of Russia, basketball icon Michael Jordan, and Hollywood star Tom Cruise have graced its grounds. Upon arriving at Panjiayuan, Huang Guang was immediately struck by its vastness, far exceeding his expectations. The place was teeming with people, and along the roadsides were countless stalls, each displaying dozens, if not hundreds, of artifacts. Indeed, Panjiayuan lives up to its reputation, boasting an abundance of stalls, likely housing countless treasures. Each vendor proclaims the authenticity of their wares, claiming these heirlooms from our ancestors are indeed remarkable. Yet the prices they demand are far too steep. Within these modest stalls, discovering even a single genuine artifact would be commendable. Although it is my inaugural visit to Panjiayuan, Huang Guang is acutely aware of the prevalence of counterfeit items in this marketplace. Nevertheless, this venue is an ideal haven for treasure hunting, as true gems often elude the untrained eye, but are unmistakable under his discerning gaze. As Huang Guang meanders with the throngs of visitors, he notes that few are genuinely intent on unearthing treasures. Most are simply tourists, adorned with smiles, engaging in light-hearted conversations with companions. These individuals seem more inclined to relish the vibrant atmosphere and rich cultural tapestry than to embark on a treasure hunt. While strolling, Huang Guang observes the items displayed at the stalls, his keen perception enhanced by the aura of the fish intestine sword, allowing him to perceive the latent energy within the antiquities without physical contact. However, after passing several stalls, he finds no objects imbued with such energy. Most are modern crafts, suitable for decoration, but utterly incapable of substituting true antiques. A tinge of disappointment washes over him. Despite Panjiayuan's considerable renown, authentic items are indeed scarce. As he progresses further, Huang Guang suddenly notices a crowd gathered around a stall, accompanied by sounds of contention. Approaching, he is taken aback to find familiar faces. "Boss, my friend merely nicked your porcelain bowl. How can you demand 50,000 in compensation? Is there no reason left?" Gu Anya stands protectively behind a petite girl, glaring at the stall owner. The girl, slightly shorter than Gu Anya, possesses an innocent charm, her face betraying distress, evoking sympathy from onlookers. "If I were unreasonable, I wouldn't be seeking compensation here. Do you realize that this bowl dates back to the Republic era? Your negligence has diminished its value significantly. Thus, I must insist on compensation." The stall owner retorts with conviction. "Even if we were to compensate, it need not be 50,000. If your bowl is genuinely from the Republic era, it would be worth a maximum of 20,000. Your demand is nothing short of extortion," Gu Anya counters, her lineage as the granddaughter of Gu Tening imparting her with a rudimentary understanding of market values, despite her limited knowledge of antiques. "This bowl is indeed valued at 50,000, and since it was broken by you, the responsibility for compensation lies with you. If you refuse to pay, you shall not leave," the stall owner asserts, realizing that Gu Anya possesses knowledge beyond her years. Resorting to underhanded tactics, he feels secure in his moral high ground, believing it shields him from repercussions. "Young lady, since it is your group that damaged the item, you must compensate for it." "What compensation? That bowl is far from worth such an amount. The owner is attempting to swindle us. I believe we should involve the authorities to resolve this matter." The matter of antiques, calling the police over it seems rather inappropriate, does it not? In the past, I have purchased fakes without involving the authorities. Is it to be blamed on your lack of discernment? Whom can you fault? Their situation differs markedly from yours. They were evidently swindled. The quarrel between Gu Anya and the stall owner drew a crowd, each person chiming in with their opinions. The bowl in question is indeed genuine, yet the precious aura it contains is woefully sparse. After being absorbed by the golden light, one can hardly perceive any enhancement. In recent days, Huang Guang has discovered certain mysteries regarding antiques. The higher the value of an antique, the more precious aura it harbors, while the lower the value, the less aura it possesses. For instance, the Yuchang sword contains golden aura, whereas this type of bowl exudes a grayish hue. Is it you? Gu Anya exclaimed in surprise, her expression revealing her astonishment at encountering Huang Guang here. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Huang Guang nodded in agreement. Are you looking to purchase? How much will you offer? The stall owner pondered for a moment, his tone loosening. After all, if this were to escalate to the police, he would indeed have no means to compensate such a sum. Hence he was curious about Huang Guang's offer. 15,000. Huang Guang stated directly. Are you truly willing to buy? Gu Anya gazed at Huang Guang with curiosity. Based on her understanding of him, he did not strike her as someone so easily generous. Chapter 51. The Purple Light Object. This bowl is indeed from the Republic of China period. Although it bears some damage, it is authentically antique. Huang Guang remarked with a smile. All right, I shall add another 10,000, making it 25,000. If you are willing to sell, we can conduct our transaction pleasantly. If not, well, you may await the arrival of the police. A bowl worth 20,000, demanding 50,000 from another, is certainly not a favorable signal for the authorities. Huang Guang said, employing a clever tactic to intimidate the stall owner. Of course, Huang Guang's intention was not to aid Gu Anya, but rather to acquire another item radiating purple light from the stall at minimal cost. The purple aura appeared significantly stronger than the gray aura, only slightly inferior to the golden aura. It was undoubtedly a valuable item that Huang Guang would not overlook. After considerable contemplation, the stall owner finally replied, very well. 25,000 it is. Although he would only profit 5,000, it was certainly better than remaining unsold. With a smile, Huang Guang transferred 25,000 to the stall owner. As the crowd witnessed the resolution of the matter, they gradually dispersed. Upon receiving the payment, the stall owner's face brightened with a smile. He retrieved a wooden box, placed the bowl inside, and handed it to Huang Guang. Sir, all my items here are antiques. Would you care to take another look? Taking the box, Huang Guang smiled and replied, My dear proprietor, I am well aware of what is genuine and what is not. There is no need for further persuasion. I believe I have allowed you to earn profit. Should you not give me something in return? With that, Huang Guang gazed toward a snuff bottle on the stall. I am not a wealthy man. I merely wish to assist a friend. How about this? Consider what you might offer me as a gift. Huang Guang began to reel in his net. The stall owner pondered for a moment, considering that he had already made a profit of 5,000. To send the customer away with a few worthless trinkets seemed the wisest choice. After all, having an expert in the vicinity could jeopardize his business. With a resigned expression, he remarked, You may select any item from this collection. Let us be friends. He gestured and circled several objects with his hand. Huang Guang cast a disdainful glance at the items the stall owner had marked. Yet internally, he was elated, for among them lay an object radiating a purple glow. After feigning deliberation, Huang Guang chose the purple-tinged item, a Mithriya Buddha statue, approximately 30 centimeters tall, crafted from the hardy wood of the locust tree. The statue bore signs of having been worshipped for some time, its surface tinged with a smoky hue. However, given the myriad of techniques available for crafting fakes today, such an appearance could easily be simulated, and the wood itself held little value, which is why it was selected by the stall owner. Feigning curiosity, Huang Guang inquired of the stall owner, What is the matter? Are you reluctant to part with it? If you name your price, I shall gladly purchase it. The stall owner quickly responded, Let's forget about that. We're simply making friends here. I certainly wouldn't want you to feel at a loss, so please, take it. Huang Guang produced a 10 yuan note and handed it to the owner, then departed with the Buddha statue and wooden box in hand. Guan Anya, his companion, promptly followed, sensing something peculiar about Huang Guang. The stall owner, momentarily stunned by the 10 yuan, realized it was insufficient. As Huang Guang grasped the wooden Buddha, he absorbed its purple essence, simultaneously discovering that the statue contained more than met the eye. Indeed, he felt a noticeable increase in his golden aura. What a delightful excursion this had been. The surge of energy brought a sense of satisfaction to Huang Guang. Hey, Huang Guang, wait. Noticing that he had not paused for her, Guan Anya called out to him. To be honest, Huang Guang maintained a respectful distance from the delicate Guan Anya, wary of being entangled in her affairs. Thank you for your assistance earlier, she said with a relatively gentle tone, acknowledging his help. This is my classmate, Zhang Qian. She has never been to Panjiayuan, so I brought her along to broaden her horizons. Guan Anya introduced her companion. Hello, Zhang Qian said shyly. Greetings, Zhang. I am Huang Guang. Huang as in the color yellow, Guang as in brightness. He placed the two items in his right hand and extended his left hand towards Zhang Qian with a smile. There isn't much of interest here. It would be wise for you to rest early to avoid being deceived, Huang Guang advised Guan Anya once more. Isn't following you the best way to avoid being tricked? Guan Anya admired Huang Guang's abilities. Although he wished to explore Panjayun alone, the unexpected encounter with Guan Anya prompted him to reconsider, especially since he intended to visit Gu Tianying's home afterward. Thus, he acquiesced to their company. However, Huang Guang soon regretted taking the two girls to Panjayun. These two young ladies were insatiably curious, eagerly critiquing various modern crafts they encountered, frequently tugging at Huang Guang to join in their musings, which significantly hampered his shopping efficiency. Sighing, he remarked to the two exuberant girls, "What is there to admire? They are merely modern crafts, slightly weathered, nothing of great interest. But they look so authentic to me." One of the girls exclaimed, "Indeed, they are quite exquisite." The other agreed, brimming with confidence in their judgment. Huang Guang, feeling a twinge of exasperation, suggested, "If you truly appreciate them, then by all means purchase them. But do not blame me for not having forewarned you." He gazed at the girls, contemplating the prospect of leaving them behind. The two girls, however, were quite astute. They were merely jesting, well aware that someone with Huang Guang's discernment would not be easily deceived. "Anya, come look. There's so many old books here. Even the comics I used to read," Zhang Qian exclaimed, pulling Gu Anya toward the stall overflowing with vintage literature, where they crouched down in delight. "Yes, and there are even the old textbooks." Gu Anya's eyes sparkled as she admired the collection. Huang Guang sighed and stood behind them, glancing over the stall. To his astonishment, he spotted two items emitting a green and red glow, respectively, both of considerable value. It seemed that fortune was on his side today. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the green glowing item was a 1962 edition of Youth of the Celestial Empire, while the red glowing item was an ancient painting. As he crouched down to pick up the magazine, he seized the opportunity to peruse the stack of paintings. While handling the magazine, the green essence within it was absorbed by Huang Guang, which was more abundant than the gray or white essence, resulting in a slight enhancement of his golden aura. Similarly, the red essence from the painting was absorbed, augmenting his golden aura even further, though slightly less than the golden essence itself. This indicated that the painting contained something truly remarkable. The magazine from 1962 contained a map from the early Qing dynasty. The painting imitated the style of the Southern Song, painter Ma Yuan, and concealed within it the genuine Mandarin duck secret manual. With this newfound knowledge, Huang Guang deduced that the green essence originated from the map, while the red essence derived from the secret manual. "You have a keen eye, young man. If you decide to purchase a few books, I can offer you a discount," the stall owner remarked, shifting his gaze from a kung fu novel to Huang Guang. The two girls excitedly purchased several books reminiscent of their childhood, while Huang Guang acquired the magazine and the intricately concealed painting for a total of 500 yuan. "Why did you buy that painting? It's clearly a fake and not worth 300, Gu Anya questioned him. "Well, I think we've had enough browsing for today." Huang Guang replied with a nod. "My grandfather has often spoken of you. If you have some time, please accompany me to visit him." Gu Anya felt a twinge of curiosity regarding Huang Guang's words. She too wished to uncover the worth of the counterfeit painting he had purchased. "Very well, then." Contemplating the treasures housed in Gu Tianying's collection, Huang Guang acquiesced. The trio departed from Panjiayuan and arrived at the location where Gu Anya had parked. Upon seeing her vehicle, Huang Guang momentarily paused, taken aback that Gu Anya favored the powerful Mercedes G65. It is noteworthy that such a robust model is typically adored by men, so it was surprising to see someone as delicate as Gu Anya express a liking for it. "What are you staring at? Am I not allowed to drive this kind of car?" Gu Anya remarked, intuitively grasping Huang Guang's thoughts based on his expression. "Oh, then let us get in." With that, she entered the vehicle. Although Huang Guang had mentioned his intention to purchase a car similar to hers, Gu Anya found it unsurprising, for she was well aware that he had acquired a fortune exceeding 200 million, making the purchase of a vehicle worth several million quite effortless. Huang Guang followed her into the car. It must be said, this vehicle drove exceptionally smoothly. 20 minutes later, Gu Anya navigated the car into an upscale community. Halting in front of Grand Villa, "We have arrived." After parking, Gu Anya ushered Huang Guang into the villa. Upon entering the hall, Huang Guang noticed Gu Ting engaging in conversation over tea with a spirited elderly gentleman in his 60s, his hair peppered with gray, but his demeanor lively. Upon spotting Huang Guang, the elder brightened and exclaimed, "Xiao Guang, you have arrived at the perfect moment. I wish to introduce you to an esteemed individual." "Ah, Brother Gu, what esteemed individual?" "I'm merely a doctor," the elder chuckled. "Grandpa, I encountered Anya at Panjiayuan, so I came with her to see you," Huang Guang said politely as he approached Gu Tianying. What a fortuitous encounter. Have you stumbled upon more treasures? Gu Tianying's eyes sparkled upon noticing the items in Huang Guang's possession. Having witnessed Huang Guang's previous fortunate finds, Gu Tianying was now particularly intrigued by his acquisitions. They're rather decent. Huang Guang had yet to fully ascertain the nature of the two items, but was confident they would not disappoint. Let me see them, Gu Tianying said, growing somewhat animated. Hey, Brother Gu, weren't you going to introduce me? Why have you sidelined me? The elder looked on with a playful exasperation towards Gu Tianying. Brother Hua, you see how I am. I can't help myself when I spot something remarkable. Gu Tianying replied with an apologetic smile before turning to Huang Guang, Xiao Guang. This is the renowned physician of our nation, Hua Songyue, the esteemed Hua. Greetings, Dr. Hua, Huang Guang said courteously, while internally reflecting on how he had encountered Hua Tianfeng the previous day and now found himself in the presence of his esteemed grandfather. Hua Songyue, a curious twist of fate indeed. Brother Hua, this is Huang Guang, Gu Tianying introduced, a mischievous grin gracing his face. Upon hearing Huang Guang's name, Hua Songyue's eyes gleamed with surprise as he looked at Gu Tianying. Is this Huang Guang the one you spoke of? Gu Tianying nodded affirmatively. Hua Songyue hurriedly approached Huang Guang, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Huang Guang felt a surge of unease under her gaze. Had it not been for the fact that this was Gu Tianying's residence and that Hua Songyue was his guest, he would have retaliated with a punch by now. Did this entire family have something amiss? Huang Guang suppressed his inner turmoil, pondering silently. Chapter 53, Apprenticeship. May I have a look? Hua Songyue inquired earnestly. Huang Guang glanced at Gu Tianying, who gave a slight nod in affirmation. Beautiful lady, could you assist me with something? Huang Guang turned to Zheng Qian. With Gu Tianying's approval, he felt liberated to demonstrate his skills before Hua Songyue. Zheng Qian, taken aback, pointed at herself with a bewildered expression, unable to fathom how she could possibly help Huang Guang. Indeed, Huang Guang replied with a smile. I notice some acne on your face. It seems you might be burning the midnight oil. Late nights can lead to hormonal imbalances, and I can help remedy that. Upon hearing this, Zheng Qian's face flushed crimson. After all, matters of hormonal imbalance were typically a woman's secret. Being addressed publicly by a boy in front of so many people left her feeling quite bashful. Huang Guang, what do you mean? You can't just take advantage of our Qian like that, Gu Anya interjected, unable to stand by silently. I'm not taking advantage of her. I merely wish to help her restore her health. In doing so, her acne will soon vanish. Of course, if she is unwilling, then I shall not press the matter. Huang Guang clarified, not insisting on Zheng Qian's cooperation. Can you really cure the acne on my face? Zheng Qian asked softly. For a girl, appearance holds paramount importance. And acne is a formidable adversary. Breakouts not only cause discomfort, but also affect how others perceive one. After all, when presented with two girls, one with clear skin and the other with blemishes, most would naturally gravitate towards the one without imperfections. Moreover, acne is notoriously stubborn, often resurfacing just when one thinks it has subsided. If there's a chance for a remedy, surely everyone would be eager to explore it. Certainly, once your body is balanced, the acne will naturally heal without any medication. For Huang Guang, such minor ailments are trivial. A single needle can resolve it. All right then. Zheng Qian nodded in agreement. Huang Guang wasted no further time and promptly produced a silver needle. However, Hua Songyue, recalling Gu Tianying's complete recovery, continued to observe intently. As Huang Guang inserted the needle into Zheng Qian's body, Hua Songyue's expression brightened. She could discern Huang Guang's precise understanding of acupoints, as the needle found its mark without deviation. Yet, when she witnessed the movement of Huang Guang's fingers, her eyes widened in astonishment, a look of disbelief crossing her face. Notably, as Huang Guang's fingers danced, Zheng Qian's expression began to relax, the anxiety stemming from her late nights slowly dissipating. A minute later, Huang Guang withdrew the silver needle and tossed it into the trash bin. Hua Songyue approached Zheng Qian, grasping her wrist to take her pulse. Indeed, when Hua Songyue checked Zheng Qian's pulse earlier, he should have discerned that her health had returned to normal. Yet, he still inquired, causing Huang Guang to grow somewhat impatient. He had several items to attend to, and no time to squander on such matters. Master, please accept me as your disciple, Hua Songyue declared without hesitation, kneeling before Huang Guang. His sudden act of kneeling bewildered Huang Guang, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Gu Tianying grasped Hua Songyue's arm, attempting to pull him up. Brother Hua, what are you doing? There are juniors present. Do you not fear embarrassment? Do not pull me. I wish to pay my respects to my master. Is it not said that in learning there is no distinction between the young and the old, and that a worthy individual is a teacher. Although Mr. Huang may be younger, his medical skills are beyond my reach. What harm is there in seeking him as a master? Hua Sonyue articulated earnestly, first addressing Gu Tianying and then turning his serious gaze toward Huang Guang. Mr. Huang, I speak with utmost sincerity. Please accept me as your disciple. It was only then that Huang Guang grasped the situation, his expression a mix of amusement and bewilderment. Please, rise, he said. Mr. Huang, I am truly earnest. I implore you to accept me. Hua Sonyue persisted, disregarding Huang Guang's request. Whatever your intentions, you must rise first. I am unaccustomed to conversing with someone who kneels, Huang Guang replied, a hint of exasperation evident in his gaze. Hua Sonyue, old enough to be Huang Guang's grandfather, kneeling before him, left Huang Guang feeling rather helpless. Fearing that Huang Guang might leave, Hua Sonyue quickly scrambled to his feet, though his face remained adorned with an ingratiating smile. Why do you wish to become my disciple? Huang Guang questioned, reluctant to accept an apprentice nearly his own age. Surely, if he were to take on a disciple, it would be a female, adding a picturesque element to the scene. Because here, I can learn so much more, enabling me to advance further along the path of medicine. Hua Sonyue replied with utmost seriousness. Do you truly feel this way? Huang Guang inquired, looking at him with newfound respect. At 60 or 70 years of age, Hua Sonyue's zeal for learning was admirable, stirring Huang Guang's interest. Furthermore, Hua Sonyue's esteemed status as one of the most renowned doctors in the Celestial Empire suggested a vast network of connections, which could greatly benefit Huang Guang if he were to accept him as a disciple. Indeed, Hua Sonyue affirmed eagerly. Very well, I shall accept you as my disciple. Huang Guang conceded. Thank you, master. Hua Sonyue exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face as he knelt once more, bowing his head in reverence. There is no need for such formality, Huang Guang hastily interjected. Master, this is only right, Hua Sonyue insisted earnestly. There's a distinction between a master and a teacher. A teacher imparts knowledge to many students, whereas a master imparts skills and is also referred to as shifu, a term that combines respect and familial reverence. Thus, Hua Sonyue performed this grand gesture of respect toward Huang Guang. After completing his bow, Hua Sonyue stood up, respectfully addressing Huang Guang, Master. When may I formally become your disciple? His words left Huang Guang once again in a state of bewilderment. Didn't he promise? Why is there still a formal aspect? Chapter 54, Perspective. Xiao Guang. A formal apprenticeship involves selecting an auspicious day to conduct the ritual. Once the apprenticeship is established, you are bound as his disciple for life. Gu Tianying first explained this to Huang Guang, then turned to Hua Sonyue, asking, Brother Hua, have you truly considered this? Of course, I have chosen my master. Hua Sonyue replied with utmost seriousness. Very well. Since you have made up your mind, I shall offer no further persuasion. Well, apprentice, must we really go through all this trouble? Huang Guang felt somewhat uneasy about accepting someone nearly the same age as his grandfather as a disciple. The necessity of a formal ceremony seemed excessive. All right then, you will handle all the preparations. Once everything is ready, just call for me, Huang Guang conceded, allowing Hua Sonyue to proceed with the preparations as he had no time for such affairs. Rest assured, master, I will ensure everything is meticulously arranged, Hua Sonyue said excitedly. This was his first task assigned by his master, and he was determined to impress him. Let us keep the apprenticeship under wraps. It should remain known only to us few. Although Huang Guang had accepted Hua Sonyue due to his background, he preferred to keep it discreet, as the news of taking on an elder disciple could be quite awkward. Everything will be as the master wishes, Hua Sonyue nodded earnestly. At this moment, Huang Guang's words were his command. Xiao Guang, congratulations on acquiring a fine disciple. Gu Tianying remarked with a mischievous smile. Afterward, Huang Guang gathered a few items and turned to leave. Xiao Guang, why leave so soon? Stay a while longer. You haven't even seen my collection yet. Gu Tianying, ever astute, quickly shifted the topic. Come, Gang, let me show you my treasures. With that, Gu Tianying led Huang Guang toward the room. After sharing his phone number with Hua Sonyue, the latter departed. Xiao Guang, Brother Hua possesses a fervent passion for medicine. If possible, do impart some guidance to him. Gu Tianying began to speak highly of Hua Sonyue after his departure. Gu Tianying remained silent, merely observing Huang Guang with admiration. It was indeed rare for someone of his age to possess such awareness. Accompanying Gu Tianying, Huang Guang entered a modest study adorned with bookshelves, a desk, and decorated walls featuring calligraphy and paintings. Upon surveying the surroundings, Huang Guang did not notice any particularly valuable items. What do you think of this place? Gu Tianying inquired with a smile. Quite nice. It's an excellent environment for cultivating one's mind, Huang Guang replied casually. To him, all art seemed ephemeral. What truly brought him joy were the ancient artifacts imbued with value. And what do you think of the calligraphy and paintings on the walls? Gu Tianying prompted. Huang Guang glanced at the artworks and then at the scholar's 4 treasures displayed on the desk, smiling as he remarked. I believe they must be the handiwork of old Master Gu. I knew I couldn't keep it from you, Xiao Wang. Follow me. With that, Gu Tianying and Huang Guang approached the bookshelf. Gu Tianying pulled out a book titled Wulin Weisher from the 3rd row. And Huang Guang immediately heard the sound of machinery whirring to life as the ground beneath them began to shift. In an instant, the place where Huang Guang stood transformed into a different realm, one filled with an abundance of precious energy. Goodness, what advanced technology! Previously, in that heavenly place, I had witnessed the boxing ring and the gambling tables. Now, the study had morphed into a treasure chamber. Is it a common inclination among the affluent families of the capital to incorporate such sophisticated devices into their residences? However, these treasures belong to me. They must be well concealed, Gu Tianying remarked, surveying the myriad objects within the chamber with an air of nonchalance. In this treasure trove, there were nearly 100 items. Although most were of gray, white, or green hues, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. Huang Guang estimated that the value of the items in this room must exceed 100 million. Quite impressive indeed. As he strolled around the room, he absorbed the precious energy emanating from every object. Though the energy contained within these items was of a lower grade, the abundance was undeniable. After absorbing it, Huang Guang felt the golden glow in his eyes intensify by half. An idea sparked in Huang Guang's mind. He attempted to channel the golden glow into his vision and discovered that the barriers of the walls had vanished entirely. He could see the study beyond as well as the hall outside, where Gu Anya and Zheng Qian were engaged in conversation, with Zheng Qian occasionally touching her face, radiating joy. However, upon gazing into the hall, Huang Guang found it impossible to look further. Previously, when he had used his vision to see through the dice, it had not been as exaggerated as this. It seemed that the golden energy was not yet potent enough to sustain the demands of his X-ray vision. Utilizing this ability consumed a fraction of the golden glow, even with just that brief moment of use. Xiao Wang, let me see what remarkable treasures you have procured from Panjiayuan. Gu Tianying expressed his genuine curiosity regarding the few items Huang Guang had brought. Huang Guang smiled and opened the box containing a porcelain bowl. Upon seeing the bowl inside, Gu Tianying's face fell as he recognized its lack of substantial value at a glance. He was an expert. After all, this bowl was used by Empress Dowager Cixi. Xiao Guang, you didn't just acquire this single porcelain bowl from Panjiayuan, did you? Gu Tianying asked, somewhat disappointed. I spent 25,000 on this bowl. It is genuine, so I suppose it isn't too much of a loss. As for this wooden Buddha statue, I initially intended to have the owner gift it to me. But seeing his reluctance, I ended up giving him $10, Huang Guang explained, setting the wooden statue upright. At first, Gu Tianying was puzzled by Huang Guang's words, as the statue was simply carved from ordinary locust wood without any remarkable craftsmanship. However, as he scrutinized the Buddha statue more closely, his expression grew increasingly serious. After a considerable pause, Gu Tianying finally turned to Huang Guang and said, Xiao Guang, this Buddha statue appears to be somewhat different. Grandfather, your discerning eye is truly remarkable. This statue of Buddha is indeed extraordinary. However, do you know what makes it different? Huang Guang smiled as he tested Gu Tianying's insight. Gu Tianying is quite a formidable figure in the realm of antiques. Otherwise, he wouldn't possess such an extensive collection. Thus, Huang Guang was eager to see if he could unveil the statue's disguise. Gu Tianying examined it closely, shaking his head. I cannot discern it, he admitted candidly. Grandfather, do you have a sharper knife? Please lend me one, Huang Guang requested. As he mentioned the knife, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Gu Tianying's mind. If there was nothing visibly different on the outside, it must lie within. Gu Tianying promptly retrieved a craft knife and handed it to Huang Guang. With the craft knife in hand, Huang Guang began to carefully carve into the statue. Aware of the location of the internal objects, he was cautious not to harm them. As wood shavings flew, Gu Tianying was suddenly enveloped by a fragrant aroma. This is the scent of golden silk Nanmu, he exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. The fragrance emanating from a hollowed-out locust wood statue confirmed his earlier suspicion. There was indeed something inside, crafted from golden silk Nanmu. As Huang Guang cut a circular incision around the statue, He pried it open gently. With a cracking sound, a fissure appeared, releasing a burst of woodsy fragrance. Through the gap, a glimmer of golden hue became visible. Little Guang, be careful, Gu Tunying cautioned, now certain that the internal object was made of golden silk namu. Fearing that Huang Guang's knife might inadvertently damage it, Huang Guang chuckled, confident that he would not harm the precious contents. After several more prying motions, the statue split into two halves. To their astonishment, nestled within was another statue of Mithra Buddha, but this one was fashioned from golden wood. Furthermore, the craftsmanship of this inner statue was on an entirely different level, exuding a benevolent aura that seemed to embody the essence of universal salvation. Under the illumination, the statue radiated a luminous quality, as if it were not merely a wooden carving, but a divine manifestation. How magnificent! Huang Guang marveled, momentarily entranced by the statue's beauty. He never anticipated that he would unearth such a remarkable piece. At that moment, Gu Tianying approached the statue with palpable excitement, producing a magnifying glass to examine it closely. His face alight with joy. Before long, he exclaimed, "Incredible! This is premium golden silk namu. The entire statue is of the finest quality. Yet, the texture felt akin to that of jade, a sensation typically exclusive to superior sinkerwood. It is known that sinkerwood undergoes extensive carbonization underground, resulting in a darkened hue. However, this statue gleamed in golden tones, an anomaly that puzzled him. Grandfather, how much do you think this statue is worth?" The precious aura within the Buddha's statue has been absorbed by the golden light, rendering its value merely a matter of monetary worth in the eyes of the golden light. Gu Tianying remained silent, gazing at the statue, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, his eyes suddenly brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, "I've thought of something. I never expected to encounter such an item here. It truly is an eye-opener." "Grandfather Gu, what have you discovered?" Huang Guang inquired, puzzled by Gu Tianying's enthusiasm. "Xiao Guang, do you know to whom this once belonged?" Gu Tianying asked. Huang Guang shook his head. He was indifferent to the statue's past owner, for in his eyes, it now belonged to him. Anyone daring to seize it would have to contend with him first. "It was once the possession of Empress Dowager Cixi," Gu Tianying revealed. Upon hearing this, Huang Guang's eyes widened in astonishment. He was well aware of Cixi's infamous reputation in Chinese history as a spendthrift who brought endless suffering to the nation. Countless national treasures have been seized from her reign. The mere thought of having a connection to her through this statue was indeed surreal. Pleased with Huang Guang's reaction, Gu Tianying remarked, "Although you discovered this artifact, you remain unaware of its origins. It is no wonder it possesses such significance. If sold, what price could it fetch?" Huang Guang, still astonished, was eager to ascertain its value. "Are you truly considering selling it?" Gu Tianying asked, his expression one of disbelief. If Huang Guang had been oblivious to the statue's true worth, selling it might have been understandable. However, now that its value was known, Gu Tianying found it difficult to comprehend why Huang Guang would still want to part with it. Of course, Gu Tianying viewed Huang Guang through the lens of an antique collector, who typically cherishes and preserves such artifact for personal enjoyment. Yet, Huang Guang was not a collector. To him, antiques held value in two aspects, their aura and their monetary exchange. Thus, Gu Tianying struggled to grasp Huang Guang's mindset. Chapter 56, The Secret Manuscript of the Mandarin Ducks. Indeed, Huang Guang nodded. "Very well," Gu Tianying replied, deciding not to dissuade him further. Setting aside the connection to Cixi, the statue's materials and craftsmanship alone warranted a value of no less than 50 million. Coupled with its royal provenance, its worth could easily exceed 100 million. "Xiao Guang, are you truly willing to sell it?" Gu Tianying inquired once more, reluctant to let the opportunity slip away. "I do not practice Buddhism, and keeping it serves no purpose for me. It is better to pass it on to someone who appreciates it. That way, its true value can be realized." Huang Guang stated with a smile. "Then, if you truly wish to sell, allow me to purchase it," Gu Tianying urged, not wanting such a remarkable piece to end up in the hands of someone unappreciative. "Grandfather, if you desire it, then I shall sell it to you," Huang Guang replied. As for him, as long as the price was right, it mattered little to whom it was sold. "Name your price, Xiao Guang. If it is exorbitant, I may need to prepare," Gu Tianying said. To reside in such an upscale community and occupy a vast villa undoubtedly indicates that the Gu family is affluent. However, given the exorbitant value of this statue, Gu Tianying was apprehensive about his ability to produce such a substantial sum all at once. Hence he felt compelled to preemptively address the matter. "Let us agree upon the price you mentioned earlier," 100 million, he proposed. Huang Guang did not ask for more. After all, he had just absorbed an ample amount of treasure energy from Gu Tianying's secret vault, which had endowed him with an extraordinary perceptive ability, marking a significant gain. To demand more from Gu Tianying would indeed be rather shameless. Young Guang, I merely indicated that this statue cannot be acquired for less than 100 million. I did not imply that its worth is limited to that amount. If it were to be auctioned, fetching 200 million would pose no challenge. Gu Tianying cautioned Huang Guang. Grandpa Gu, do you truly believe that in business one would complain about a bargain? Are you intentionally wishing to inflate the price? Huang Guang teased with a mischievous grin. Very well. I suppose this old man shall take advantage of you. Gu Tianying conceded, and without further insistence, he promptly initiated the funds transfer to Huang Guang. Before long, Huang Guang received a notification of the transaction, and upon observing the 9-figure balance in his account, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His savings had now reached 300 million, a remarkable achievement for someone his youth, certainly a source of pride. While Huang Guang reveled in his financial success, Gu Tianying was visibly elated, entranced by the statue he was handling with great affection. Huang Guang nodded in acknowledgement. Grandpa, there are countless things I still wish to learn from you, he humbly remarked. Enough with the modesty. Initially, I thought that girl might be worthy of you, but now I see she falls far short, Gu Tianying commented, observing Huang Guang. Grandpa, if you continue to flatter me, I might just float away, Huang Guang replied, feeling a bit bashful from the praise. By the way, what else have you purchased? Allow me to broaden my horizons, Gu Tianying inquired, shifting his attention to the remaining 2 items Huang Guang had. Huang Guang placed the counterfeit painting on the table. Gu Tianying examined the painting closely, scrutinizing it from various angles. Just as the statue had concealed wood within wood, could this counterfeit painting perhaps conceal another image within? However, Gu Tianying lacked Huang Guang's extraordinary abilities and, after a prolonged inspection, failed to discern anything of significance. This is a copy of my Yuan song of the stepping horse, albeit executed poorly. Beyond that, I truly see no distinguishing features, Gu Tianying remarked. Unlike the statue, which had revealed peculiarities, this painting struck him as an unconvincingly fraudulent piece, unworthy even of $10. Indeed, the painting was patently fake. I suspect the vendor himself may have painted it. Yet, while the painting may lack authenticity, other elements were genuine. To maintain an air of sophistication before those unable to perceive the intricacies concealed within was rather delightful. Young Guang, are you referring to something else? Gu Tianying inquired, as he turned his gaze to the scroll of the painting. Carefully detaching it from the artwork, he began to examine it with meticulous attention. After a considerable time, he finally lifted his head and inquired of Huang Guang, is there truly something within? Huang Guang remained silent, merely retrieving the scroll, as the paper cutter once again found its purpose. Soon, the scroll was cut open, revealing 24 paintings, each roughly the size of a primary school textbook, adorned with depictions of elegant women accompanied by poetic verses. Upon seeing these artworks, Gu Tianying set down the Buddha statue he had been holding, his eyes sparkling with delight as he gazed upon the paintings. Observing Gu Tianying's earnest demeanor, Huang Guang couldn't help but internally scoff, noting how this old fellow's spirit remained youthful despite his age. The figures depicted in the paintings were engaged in rather scandalous activities, and one could easily be led astray by such imagery. As Gu Tianying eagerly turned page after page, his face flushed with excitement. Upon finishing, he addressed Huang Guang, saying, Xiao Guang, these are the secret manuscripts of Mandarin ducks, authentic works of Tang Bohu. Surely, you are familiar with Tang Bohu, a master of both poetry and painting. And one of the 4 great talents of Jiangnan, Tang Yin is quite renowned. His portrayal in films and television is well known. Huang Guang nodded, acknowledging the truth of this statement. After all, Stephen Chow famously portrayed Tang Bohu. While the cinematic depiction was exaggerated, there was no denying Tang Bohu's literary prowess. His poetry and paintings were indeed celebrated. However, contrary to the film's portrayal, he was not a martial artist skilled in wielding the Tang family's famed lance, nor did he possess 7 wives. Rather, he lived a life of poverty, surviving by selling his poetry and art. Moreover, he had a penchant for visiting brothels, and it was during these excursions that he drew inspiration from the courtesans to create the secret manuscripts of Mandarin ducks. Gu Tianying provided this explanation while feeling a twinge of envy towards Huang Guang, who, despite his lack of knowledge regarding the history of antiques, continually stumbled upon treasures. Anyone in his position would feel the same pangs of jealousy. Chapter 57. An Invitation to Dinner. Oh, I see. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances. These paintings are indeed by Tang Bohu, which must make them quite valuable. For Huang Guang, it mattered little whether Tang Bohu was a flamboyant talent or a destitute scholar. What mattered was that these were his creations. Gu Tianning looked at Huang Guang with a sense of resignation, realizing that, in Huang Guang's eyes, the value of antiques was solely determined by their monetary worth. If Tang Bohu's paintings could fetch exorbitant prices, then surely this lost manuscript of Mandarin ducks would be priceless. It was evident that this was beyond Gu Tianning's financial reach. Very well, I shall see if third brother is interested. I believe he would be. With Gu Tianning passing on the opportunity, Huang Guang thought of Chun Dalu and Wang Hong, both of whom were certainly not short on funds. Xiao Guang, that book you have won't surprise me again, will it? After experiencing 2 consecutive shocks, Gu Tianning now regarded anything Huang Guang held with suspicion, wondering if it concealed some valuable object. No, this is merely an ordinary magazine, intended to conceal the painting, Huang Guang replied. As for the treasure map, I think I shall keep that to myself. Given Gu Tianning's expression, if he were to learn about the treasure map, it might truly elevate his blood pressure. After Huang Guang spoke, Gu Tianning visibly relaxed. By the way, we should leave now. If we linger here too long, Anya and the others will find it difficult to wait, Gu Tianning suggested. Huang Guang nodded slightly, leaving the broken bowl in the treasure chamber while placing the 24 paintings and magazines into a wooden box. Xiao Guang, are you not taking that bowl? Gu Tianning asked with curiosity upon noticing Huang Guang's indifference towards the bowl. It's worthless and cumbersome to carry, so it can remain here, Huang Guang replied nonchalantly. To him, the broken bowl held no significance, and he found it merely an inconvenience to keep. At that moment, Gu Anya was astonished as she gazed at Zheng Qian, for the small blemishes on Zheng Qian's face had completely vanished. Moreover, her skin appeared radiant, fair, and supple, the dullness caused by sleepless nights entirely erased. Upon seeing Huang Guang emerge, Gu Anya immediately inquired, Huang Guang, how did you achieve this? It's more effective than the finest cosmetics available. For women, beauty is of utmost concern, and naturally, Gu Anya was eager to uncover the secret behind Huang Guang's remarkable remedy. If I cannot even address such a minor issue, how could I possibly be a master to Hua Songwei? Huang Guang remarked with a smug expression. Thank you, Mr. Huang. Zheng Qian entered and sincerely expressed her gratitude. It's no trouble at all, merely a small act of kindness. However, do try to avoid staying up late. Youth is precious, but young women should take extra care. Huang Guang advised with a smile. I understand, Zheng Qian nodded. By the way, Mr. Huang, may I invite you to dinner tonight? Certainly, Huang Guang replied, thrilled at the prospect of dining with a beautiful woman. Since he was currently single, he saw it as an opportunity to make a new friend. But please, don't call me Mr. Huang. Just refer to me as Brother Guang. Brother Guang. Zheng Qian's cheeks flushed as she softly addressed him. Huang Guang smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. However, upon witnessing Huang Guang's smile, a twinge of jealousy stirred within Gu Anya, secretly berating him as a lecher. Why did he seem to shy away from her while being so welcoming to Zheng Qian? She felt a pang of envy, believing that her own appearance and figure surpassed Zheng Qian's. Xiao Qian, you only know Brother Guang because of me. You must take me along to dinner. Gu Anya playfully clung to Zheng Qian. Huang Guang glanced at Gu Anya, his thoughts racing, wondering if she was attempting to stir trouble. Please don't agree to that, he thought. What are you talking about, Anya? There's no yours or mine here. Zheng Qian's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson at Gu Anya's words. All right. I won't say any more. Just invite me to dinner, Gu Anya laughed. As long as you stop saying that, Zheng Qian nodded in agreement. Gu Anya cast a triumphant glance at Huang Guang, who felt a surge of irritation but found himself powerless against her. Very well, you may go about your business. In these days in the capital, do come visit this old fellow when you have the chance, Gu Tianning chuckled. Regarding the young man, Huang Guang, he is genuinely fond of him. If possible, having him as a grandson-in-law would be quite fitting. It is evident that his granddaughter harbors feelings for Huang Guang. However, he also perceives a certain reluctance from Huang Guang towards his granddaughter. It seems he must find an opportunity to converse with Gu Anya, to help her see the situation more clearly. It is certainly a positive prospect. Huang Guang nodded. You're leaving too? Allow me to escort you. Gu Anya furrowed her brow. Anya, I happen to have a few words I wish to share with you. Please stay and accompany me, Gu Tianning interjected. Observing his somewhat foolish granddaughter, Gu Tianning felt it was time to keep her close to enlighten her. Indeed, it's fine. Do you think I would get lost? Well, I shall take my leave now, Zheng Qian replied with a smile. Following this, Zheng Qian and Huang Guang departed the villa together. Thank you, Guanggu. Zhang Qian said softly as they walked side by side. I've already mentioned it was merely a small favor. There is no need for further thanks, Huang Guang replied. By the way, how did you come to know Anya? Anya and I were classmates in high school, also good friends. Later, she went to university in H province, while I attended university in the capital. However, during every holiday, we would spend time together, Zhang Qian explained with a smile. Oh, I see, Huang Guang nodded, realizing they were classmates. So where are you headed now? All right, I'll hail a taxi for you. In the capital, Huang Guang did not have a car, which was somewhat inconvenient. He would borrow one from Chun Dalu when he arrived. Chapter 58, $300 million. Guanggu, aren't you coming with us? Zhang Qian asked as she settled into the taxi Huang Guang had hailed. No need, it's not on my way. I'll catch a taxi myself. Huang Guang replied with a smile. Zhang Qian flashed him a smile before instructing the driver to proceed. Zhang Qian was indeed quite beautiful. Her smile stirred something within Huang Guang, leading him to think that having a girlfriend like her would be rather delightful. If their dinner went well today, perhaps they could explore further possibilities. Of course, this was contingent on Gu Anya, the unwelcome third wheel, not complicating matters. The thought of Gu Anya caused Huang Guang a headache. She truly seemed to be a jinx in his life, always present, shaking his head to dispel thoughts of her. Huang Guang then called Chun Dalu, informing him that he had something valuable and inviting him to the hotel. Grandfather, is there something you wish to discuss by keeping me here? Gu Anya pouted, her displeasure evident. She felt uneasy after seeing Huang Guang leave with Zhang Qian. Yet since Gu Tuning said he had something to say, she felt obliged to remain. However, seeing Gu Tuning leisurely sipping tea only heightened her irritation. Wasn't he this merely creating opportunities for them? Xiaoya, come sit and enjoy a cup of tea with your grandfather, Gu Tianning said with a gentle smile, calmly inviting Gu Anya to join him. Gu Anya sulkily took a seat opposite him, pouting as she looked at him. Xiaoya, do you have feelings for Xiao Guang? Observing Gu Anya's irritable demeanor, Gu Tianning couldn't help but smile as he swiftly broached the subject at hand. Indeed, as soon as his words left his lips, Gu Anya's expression became noticeably awkward, yet she stubbornly retorted, Grandfather, what are you talking about? Who would ever fancy that brute who lacks the grace to cherish a delicate heart? Is that truly the case? Gu Tianning inquired, casting a probing glance at his granddaughter. Grandfather, why do you persist in discussing this topic? Gu Anya's cheeks suddenly flushed. If you happen to harbor feelings for him, I would like to offer you a piece of advice. However, if that is not the case, then I shall refrain from further comment. Gu Tianning remarked slowly after taking a sip of tea. Gu Anya yearned to declare her disinterest outright, but the words faltered at her lips, leading her to respond, Grandfather, do share this advice of yours. I must clarify that I am merely curious to know. Understanding his granddaughter's temperament, Gu Tianning chuckled and said, My suggestion is to temper your high-handed disposition. Otherwise, anyone would be frightened away. Grandfather, my granddaughter is not as unappealing as you believe. There are suitors lining up from here to Changshimen Square, Gu Anya retorted defiantly. Is that so? But what significance does that hold if they're not to your liking? Gu Tianning's words struck at the heart of the matter. Unable to counter her grandfather's assertion, Gu Anya resorted to pouting. Anya, that young man Xiao Guang, hails from a modest background. He is not seeking a wealthy heiress. Rather, he yearns for a gentle soul who understands the pain of others. I believe your good friend embodies those qualities quite well. Thus, if you wish for Xiao Guang to reciprocate your feelings, you might need to reconsider your temperament. Have you not noticed how he hesitates to approach you? Gu Tianning advised. His hope was for his granddaughter to forge a bond with Huang Guang. Yet he would not impose if fate dictated otherwise. After all, he had already secured a friendship with Huang Guang. Any forceful matchmaking might yield adverse effects. During their initial encounter, Gu Anya had deliberately played a trick on Huang Guang due to Chun Dalu's mischief, leading to their interactions being rife with banter and disagreements. Must I truly change my disposition? Gu Anya pondered inwardly. Noticing Gu Anya lost in thought, Gu Tianning resumed, sipping his tea, believing that the young one's emotions were best left to unfold naturally. Their ultimate fate depended on their own choices. Brother, you mentioned having something wonderful. What is it? Chun Dalu burst into the room, brimming with excitement. The painting by Tang Bohu. Huang Guang gestured towards the wooden box resting on the tea table. The painting by Tang Bohu? Chun Dalu's eyes sparkled with interest as he approached the table and opened the box. Upon seeing the artwork within, Chun Dalu's face turned slightly red as he exclaimed, Is this truly a piece by Tang Bohu? Authentic, without a doubt, Huang Guang affirmed with a nod. I recently visited Grandfather Gu, and he confirmed that this is the secret manuscript of Mandarin Ducks, crafted by Tang Bohu himself. If you're interested, you may take it. If not, I can reach out to Brother Wang, who would surely appreciate it. He mentioned that he would have the first claim on any valuable items. I'll take it. I'll claim it first, and later I might resell it for a profit. Chen Dalu replied eagerly. Chen Dalu immediately embraced the box. By the way, how much is this painting worth? He inquired. How would I know? Huang Guang replied, shrugging his shoulders. No worries. I'll make a call to find out, Chen Dalu asserted, producing his phone to make a call. After a considerable while, Chen Dalu hung up and turned to Huang Guang. Brother, would you like to know the price? How much? Huang Guang asked, curiosity piqued as he noticed Chen Dalu's surprise. This amount, Chen Dalu said, extending 3 fingers. 300 million? Huang Guang queried. Yes, 300 million, and that S in USD, Chen Dalu exclaimed with excitement. I truly have no idea where you managed to acquire such a treasure. I just inquired about the price, and the other party expressed a strong desire to purchase. Thankfully, I only asked out of curiosity. They haven't seen the actual piece and didn't seem overly concerned. Nevertheless, the value astonished me. Huang Guang was equally taken aback. Although he considered himself a billionaire, the figure of 300 million still shocked him. This wasn't merely a sum in domestic currency. In fact, it equated to over 2 billion in local currency, which was rather substantial. Third brother, are you genuinely willing to spend 300 million on these paintings? Huang Guang gazed at Chen Dalu, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as he believed the paintings did not merit such a price. Chapter 59, worthy of its price. By the way, brother, how do you prefer I make the payment? Should I transfer the entire amount to you, or would you prefer a portion in exchange for real estate, perhaps a house? Chen Dalu continued to inquire. If possible, could you help me secure an apartment here in the capital? Living in hotels isn't ideal, Huang Guang responded. Money is not an issue, but the residence must be quite luxurious. Chen Dalu's words sparked a different idea in Huang Guang's mind. With his sister approaching her college entrance examination, it wouldn't be too difficult for her to gain admission in the capital given her academic performance. If a house were available in the city, it would facilitate family visits. All right, I'll take care of the housing situation. Once the apartment is secured, we can settle accounts, Chen Dalu assured him, knowing Huang Guang was not one to take advantage of others. Sound good. No problem, Huang Guang agreed without hesitation, placing his trust in Chen Dalu. If there is nothing else, I'll go look into the housing options for you, Chen Dalu said, preparing to leave. Tomorrow marked the celebration of his grandfather's 80th birthday, and he had many matters to attend to, leaving little time to linger. Third brother, wait a moment. Huang Guang called out. Brother, is there anything else? Chen Dalu asked, looking at Huang Guang. This evening, a friend invited me to dinner, but I don't have a car here, which makes things a bit inconvenient. I was hoping to borrow a vehicle from you, Huang Guang explained. Chen Dalu regarded Huang Guang with a teasing expression. Let me guess, it's a girl inviting you to dinner? You're quite the charmer. We've only been apart for a day, and already a girl wants to treat you. It's not what you think. She's just a friend, Huang Guang replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he hurried to clarify. I understand, just a friend, Chen Dalu replied, intentionally raising his voice at the mention of just a friend. Huang Guang realized that further explanations would be futile. Chen Dalu would remain skeptical, leaving him with no choice but to gaze at him helplessly. All right then, what type of car do you desire? A supercar or something more formal? Chen Dalu ceased his playful banter with Huang Guang. Initially, Huang Guang had intended to suggest a supercar, for its sleek design was undeniably alluring and an excellent tool for attracting attention. However, upon recalling that supercars typically accommodate only 2 passengers, and that Gu Anya would insist on tagging along as a third wheel, he opted for a more formal vehicle instead. Just something formal, I suppose. Understood. I shall arrange for the car to be delivered shortly. I must take my leave now. The old master's birthday is approaching, and I am nearly overwhelmed with preparations. With that, Chen Dalu embraced the box and prepared to exit. By the way, I will come to fetch you on the day of the old master's birthday. You must not let me down. Rest assured, I will not, Huang Guang pledged earnestly. Chen Dalu patted Huang Guang on the shoulder before making his way out. Although the 3 brothers of the Chen family shared a strong bond, there were distant relatives in the mix. Chen Dalu's absence for several years, coupled with his decision to relinquish 5% of his shares to outsiders, had already sparked some discontent among them. Were it not for the old master still being alive, someone would have undoubtedly emerged to confront Chen Dalu about his choices. This invitation extended to Huang Guang to accompany him to the old master's celebration was a strategic move to demonstrate that he was not undermining the Chen family's interests, but rather bolstering them. He aimed to deliver a resounding slap in the face to those dissenters during the festivities. After escorting Chun Dalu to the door, Huang Guang was instructed to wait. Half an hour later, someone arrived to deliver the car keys. Is this young Master Huang? My name is Zhou Bo. You may call me ABO. Third Master has sent me to deliver the car keys and has instructed me to serve as your driver during your stay in the capital. The man who delivered the keys was tall and robust, appearing to be in his late 20s. Brother Zhou, since you're a few years my senior, I shall address you as Brother Zhou, Huang Guang said as he accepted the keys, noticing Zhou Bo's thick fingers and calloused palms, indicative of years of physical labor. That seems rather inappropriate, Zhou Bo replied, somewhat embarrassed. No need for concern, Brother Zhou. I appreciate your assistance during these days. Huang Guang casually tossed the Rolls-Royce keys onto the coffee table. By the way, feel free to make yourself comfortable. No need for formality. Zhou Bo nodded and settled onto the sofa. Brother Zhou, where are you from? Huang Guang inquired as he prepared some fruits, engaging Zhou Bo in conversation. Zhou Bo had previously served alongside Huang Guang in the same military unit. After his discharge, he worked as a security guard at a factory in Tiana City, earning a modest salary of 3,000 yuan per month. By chance, he encountered Huang Guang again, who recognized his talents as an elite soldier. It seemed a pity that such a skilled individual was relegated to security work. Thus, Huang Guang recruited him to work under his command. Although both were security personnel, the disparity in their treatment was vast. Zhou Bo's monthly salary at the Chun Group equated to what he had previously earned in an entire year. With additional bonuses, he could earn 200,000 yuan annually, surpassing the typical income of an urban white-collar worker. For Zhou Bo, this indeed marked the pinnacle of his life. Consequently, he harbored immense gratitude towards Huang Guang and was resolute in executing the orders from above. By the way, Brother Zhou, this is my first visit to the capital. Do you know where I can find some stylish clothes? Please take me shopping, Huang Guang inquired. He glanced down at his attire, contemplating the dinner plan for that evening and the upcoming birthday celebration for Elder Chun, deciding it was time to spruce himself up. Zhou Bo nodded. Shortly thereafter, the two made their way to the hotel parking lot. Zhou Bo approached a sleek black Rolls-Royce Phantom, opened the rear door for Huang Guang to enter, and then took his place in the driver's seat, starting the engine. Inside the car, Huang Guang couldn't help but admire the atmosphere. Elegant and minimalist, yet exuding a profound opulence. At first glance, the interior decor did not overwhelm with ostentation, but Huang Guang recognized the subtlety of its luxury. The seats were crafted from natural-grained leather, complemented by another type of textured leather used for the door panels and central control console, which alone required 16 animal hides. All the leather was cut with laser precision to ensure accuracy. The wooden components featured no fewer than 6 varieties, including the magnificent mahogany from West Africa, walnut from North America, maple and black tupelo, as well as oak burl and elm from Europe. Although the hues and tones varied significantly depending on the wood used, the craftsmanship remained unparalleled. Chapter 60. Shopping for clothes. 10 minutes later, Zhou Bo arrived at Dongfang Plaza. After parking the car, he turned to Huang Guang and said, Young Master Huang, this place boasts numerous high-end boutiques. Feel free to take your time selecting. Huang Guang surveyed the shops surrounding the plaza, noting the names that were predominantly in English: Armani, Canali, Brioni, and other world-renowned menswear brands. In the past, he would have hesitated to enter such establishments, but now, with ample funds at his disposal, he felt emboldened. Subsequently, Huang Guang and Zhou Bo made their way to the Armani boutique. In his role as Huang Guang's driver, Zhou Bo also served as his personal bodyguard. Upon their arrival, a strikingly beautiful saleswoman, adorned in the store's uniform and sporting a professional smile, approached them. She gracefully inclined her body towards Huang Guang and greeted, Sir, welcome to our store. How may I assist you today? Working at a prestigious brand like Armani necessitated a refined demeanor, and even as Huang Guang donned only ordinary attire, the sales staff maintained their courtesy. Unlike the more snobbish employees found in lesser shops, the saleswoman's beauty, accentuated by her tailored outfit that elegantly showcased her figure, caught Huang Guang's eye, prompting him to glance her way several times. Despite being scrutinized, the saleswoman did not appear perturbed. After all, she was accustomed to such attention in her line of work. Moreover, Huang Guang was relatively young and somewhat handsome, which made her feel a sense of delight rather than discomfort under his gaze. Please assist me in selecting 2 outfits, one suitable for dinner and another for a gathering, Huang Guang smiled, making his request. Upon discerning Huang Guang's needs, the young saleswoman commenced an elaborate introduction, detailing everything from fabrics to tailoring. However, Huang Guang was indifferent to such intricacies. To him, the only considerations were aesthetics and comfort. The astute saleswoman, sensing his preferences through his gaze, selectively presented the options that aligned with his tastes. Ultimately, what began as an intention to purchase merely 2 outfits culminated in a decision to acquire 4, fully outfitting him from head to toe. What is the total amount? Huang Guang inquired with a nonchalant expression, unfazed by the extra expenditure, as the sum was trivial to him. A total of 278,000 yuan. The saleswoman promptly replied. He handed his card to her, instructing Zhou Bo to accompany her for the payment while he continued to browse the store. Ah, Huang Guang, is that you? A somewhat familiar voice called from behind him. Turning around, he was met by a couple, a man in his 40s, portly with a receding hairline, and a woman of similar age to Huang Guang, dressed flamboyantly, her face reflecting astonishment. You must be Jiang Dan, Huang Guang recalled after a moment, recognizing the girl before him. After all, during high school, he had been an inconspicuous boy. It was indeed peculiar to think she might have harbored any affection for him. Yes, I'm Jiang Dan. It's been several years since we last met, she remarked, eyeing Huang Guang with a hint of disdain. Despite being in an Armani store, his attire was rather ordinary, which elicited her contempt. Indeed, we haven't seen each other since graduating high school, Huang Guang nodded. By the way, who is this? He gestured towards a man beside Jiang Dan. This is my boyfriend, Zhao Bo. He is the general manager of Huang Guang Real Estate, earning a 6-figure salary annually. Notably, Huang Guang Real Estate is a subsidiary of the Chun Group, a multinational conglomerate you must be familiar with, Jiang Dan introduced him, wrapping her arm around Zhao Bo's. Exuding pride as if presenting a trophy, Zhao Bo cast a haughty glance at Huang Guang. The Chun Group? Huang Guang paused, momentarily taken aback. What a coincidence. Having just become a minor shareholder in the group, and now he encountered someone associated with it. Yes, Huang Guang, if you find yourself dissatisfied with your current employment, I could have my boyfriend assist you in securing a position at his company, Jiang Dan offered, her tone dripping with condescension. No, thank you. I'm managing quite well. Huang Guang replied with a mild smile. Oh, where are you employed, Mr. Huang? Zhao Bo sneered, regarding Huang Guang with skepticism, convinced he was merely attempting to save face in front of the woman. I share a certain connection with Mr. Zhao, Huang Guang stated. Is that so? Both Zhao Bo and Jiang Dan expressed disbelief in unison. At that moment, Zhou Bo approached, having completed the transaction, carrying several bags of clothing. Thank you, Zhou Ge, Huang Guang said, taking back his card. You are Captain Zhou, aren't you? At that moment, Zhao Bo approached Zhou Bo, his face adorned with an ingratiating smile. Although Zhou Bo was merely a security guard, he held a position within the group and was a trusted confidant of the security minister, Huang Guang, mingling with the upper echelons of the organization. In comparison, Zhao Bo, the general manager of a subsidiary, seemed insignificant. Who are you? Zhou Bo inquired coldly, fixing a steely gaze upon Zhao Bo. I am Zhao Bo from Huang Guang Real Estate. I encountered you during my last visit to the headquarters. By the way, have you come to purchase clothing? Zhao Bo, taken aback by Zhou Bo's presence, momentarily forgot about Huang Guang. Oh, it's you, Zhou Bo responded, still maintaining his frosty demeanor. I am accompanying young Master Huang to buy clothes. Young Master Huang? Zhao Bo's expression darkened as he glanced at Huang Guang. The realization struck him that Zhou Bo addressed Huang with such respect while he had just despised him moments ago. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Manager Zhao, I had mentioned to you before that we share a connection, Huang Guang remarked, offering a faint smile. A smile could be a gesture of politeness, yet to Zhao Bo, it appeared as terrifying as that of a demon. With a sudden weakness in his knees, Zhao Bo fell to the ground before Huang Guang. Young master, I was wrong before. Please forgive me. Manager Zhao, what have you done wrong? It is not even the new year. There is no need for such grand gestures. Huang Guang replied, still wearing a smile. By the way, I have purchased the clothes I needed, so I will not disturb you any further. With that, Huang Guang strolled towards the exit. Zhou Bo cast a glance at Zhao Bo before following Huang Guang, already resolved to inform Huang Guang of the incident. Chapter 61. You've struck gold. Watching Huang Guang and Zhou Bo depart, Zhao Bo's face turned pale. He realized that his tenure as a general manager had reached its end. Anger surged within him as he glared at Jiang Dan, blaming her for his predicament. Had it not been for her words, he would never have offended Huang Guang or found himself in such a dire situation. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He stood up and directed a kick towards Jiang Dan, who was utterly bewildered and had not anticipated such an action. She had no instinct to evade and was knocked to the ground. Why did you kick me? Jiang Dan cried from the floor, confused as to why the man who had always doted on her would treat her this way. It's you I'm kicking, he retorted, filled with rage. I truly wonder what sins I committed in my past life to encounter a calamity like you. If this were not a society governed by law, I would have ended you by now. From this moment forth, stay away from me, lest you wish to suffer my wrath." With that, Zhao Bo stormed out of the boutique, intent on finding a way to obtain Zhou Bo's phone number to explain himself. Otherwise, his days as general manager would indeed be numbered. After Zhao Bo left, a store attendant approached Jiang Dan and asked, "Miss, are you all right? Mind your own business. You all just enjoy watching me suffer, don't you?" "Well, you can watch to your heart's content now," she replied, her voice thick with indignation as she began to weep. "Miss, please don't do this. It will affect our business," one of the female attendants implored. Jiang Dan paid no heed to their words, sitting there in tears, her makeup smeared and appearing quite ridiculous. After repeated admonitions fell on deaf ears, the shop assistant who was selecting clothes for Huang Guang remarked, "Miss, if you continue in this manner, I shall have no choice but to notify the authorities." "Go ahead. Do it," Jiang Dan retorted defiantly. The young shop assistant promptly produced her phone and began dialing. "Is this 110? I have someone causing a disturbance here. Please send someone to address the situation. My location is Dongfang Plaza." Upon witnessing the assistant genuinely making the call, Jiang Dan hastily scrambled to her feet and fled the scene. While she could indulge in mischief within the store, the thought of being apprehended by the police was utterly mortifying, prompting her to escape without a second thought. "Jiang, did you really call?" one of her companions inquired. "Of course not. I was merely deceiving her," Jiang Dan replied, waving her phone, which was merely a black screen. "Look at her, thinking that by clinging to an older man, she could live in luxury, unaware that when a man no longer desires you, you become nothing. Thus, we women must rely on ourselves." Who could disagree? "Huang, what transpired just now?" Zhou Bo asked while driving. "Nothing much, merely a few words exchanged with an acquaintance," Huang Guang replied, withholding the details. Zhou Bo sensed Huang Guang's reluctance to elaborate and chose not to press further. Yet he surmised that it must have been that Zhao Bo who provoked Huang Guang. Otherwise, he would not have appeared so apprehensive. This matter surely warranted informing Huang Guang for guidance. After all, Huang Guang was a friend of the three young masters, far more significant than that Zhao Bo. During their time at the boutique, Huang Guang had tried on several outfits, and one could hardly deny that wearing the meticulously tailored Armani transformed his appearance entirely. The old adage rings true: a Buddha requires gilding, and a person requires attire. At 6 o'clock, Zheng Qian called Huang Guang. After inquiring about her location, he proceeded to pick her up, also intending to collect Gu Anya along the way. After 20 minutes, the car arrived at Zheng Qian's upscale residential complex. Observing the surroundings, it was evident that Zheng Qian's family enjoyed substantial financial means. Upon arriving, Huang Guang spotted Zheng Qian, who had evidently taken great care in her appearance. Looking exceptionally lovely, he exited the vehicle with gentlemanly grace, allowing Zheng Qian to enter. "Qian, you look truly beautiful," Huang Guang sincerely complimented. Zheng Qian's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly responded, "Thank you." Delighted by Huang Guang's praise, her heart soared, affirming that her meticulous preparations had not been in vain. "Where would you like to dine?" Huang Guang inquired. "Let us go to Carmen. I've heard their offerings are quite good," Zheng Qian suggested. "Huang, if you're in the mood for Western cuisine, I think you might consider going her way. Their dishes are excellent," Zhou Bo interjected unexpectedly. "Is that so? Then let us go to her way," Huang Guang said, glancing at Zheng Qian. Her face reddened once more as she shyly replied, "Then let us go to her way." Observing the blush on Zheng Qian's face, Huang Guang could not help but think to himself, how endearing. In truth, Huang Guang was unaware that Zheng Qian's blush was due to the fact that the venue was a favor haunt for couples, leading her to believe that Zhou Bo had mistaken her for Huang Guang's girlfriend. "Brother Zhou, let's first visit a certain place, and then pick someone up," Huang Guang remarked, revealing the location of Gu Anya's residence to Zhou Bo. To be honest, had Zheng Qian not agreed to dine with Gu Anya, Huang Guang would have been quite reluctant to fetch her. Upon arriving outside Gu Anya's neighborhood, Huang Guang spotted her. Although he held little interest in Gu Anya, one could not deny that her carefully crafted appearance rendered her exceptionally beautiful and alluring, brimming with a seductive charm. Zheng Qian was also lovely, yet she fell slightly short when compared to Gu Anya. Following Gu Anya, Zhou Bo directed the car toward Hirue, mentally commending Huang Guang for the fortune of dining with two enchanting women. Initially, Huang Guang and Zheng Qian had been engaging in pleasant conversation, but once Gu Anya arrived, he found himself sidelined as the two women conversed, leaving him with no opportunity to interject, which filled him with silent resentment. "You certainly have a knack for choosing venues," he thought. Upon discovering that their dining destination was He Gu Anya shot Huang Guang a curious glance. Rather than admit that it was Zhou Bo's suggestion, he retorted, "Are you familiar with it? Have you been there before?" "Of course not. I've merely heard that the ambience there is quite pleasant and worth a visit." Gu Anya countered defiantly. Despite Gu Tianying's prior warnings, she felt compelled to engage in verbal sparring with Huang Guang upon seeing him. Gu Anya, unable to contain her irritation at Huang Guang's expression, managed to suppress her feelings and stated, "Many have invited me, but I simply haven't had the time. This will be my first visit. You are indeed fortunate." "Then I suppose I should thank you," Huang Guang thought bitterly, finding her audacity infuriating, as she brazenly played the role of the third wheel while seeking to gain an advantage over him. Chapter 62. 3 seconds. "No need for that. This meal is on you," Gu Anya declared, turning to Zheng Qian and adding, "Xiao Qian, let him treat us. After all, he isn't lacking in funds." "Isn't that inappropriate? I'd already said I would pay," Zheng Qian interjected hastily. "Not at all, although I don't fully agree with Anya's words. I must admit she has a point. This time, I shall foot the bill, and you can treat me next time," Huang Guang replied with a smile. "Indeed, let him pay. I shall make him weep with my appetite," Gu Anya exclaimed, her frustration evident. "If you truly manage to make me weep, I would be compelled to respect you. From then on, should you direct me east, I would not dare venture west. And if you command me to chase dogs, I would not dare pursue chickens." Huang Guang was taken aback by Gu Anya's bold claim. She genuinely considered wagering with Huang Guang, but upon recalling his considerable wealth, she decided against it. Observing Gu Anya's discomfort, Huang Guang felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. "Serves you right for attempting to play the third wheel." Before long, the trio stepped into He. It must be said that He, as a premier Western restaurant in the capital, boasts an ambience and decor of exceptional refinement. The establishment primarily features an interplay of white and beige hues, adorned with elegantly crafted crystal chandeliers, each corner exuding a sophisticated Parisian charm. By the way, it is essential to make a reservation prior to dining here. At this moment, Zheng Qian suddenly interjected, lowering her head as she took full responsibility for the oversight. Huang Guang, visiting the capital for the first time, was entirely unaware of such protocols, wearing an expression of helplessness. "Young Master Huang, I am acquainted with the manager here. I will call him and arrange a private room," Zhou Bo remarked, knowing full well the significance of this venue, which he had recommended to Huang Guang. If they were unable to dine here, the onus would fall on him, and Zhou Bo was determined to see it through. "That would be much appreciated, Brother Zhou," Huang Guang replied with a smile. Zhou Bo retrieved his phone, searched his contacts, and made the call. "Is this Manager Chun?" After explaining the situation, Zhou Bo hung up and informed, "Young Master Huang, I have spoken with the manager. He will assist in arranging a private room for you." "Excellent." Huang Guang nodded with satisfaction, relieved that he would not lose face in front of the ladies. Shortly thereafter, a tall, handsome man in a suit, exuding masculinity, approached them with a brisk pace. Upon seeing Zhou Bo, he greeted him with surprise. "Captain Zhou, your presence at He truly elevates our establishment." "Manager Chun, this is Mr. Huang, a close friend of the third young master. He is here today to treat 2 lovely ladies. You must ensure they receive the best service," Zhou Bo introduced, acknowledging his acquaintance with the higher-ups at He. "Absolutely. I assure you Mr. Huang and the 2 ladies will be thoroughly satisfied," Manager Chun responded promptly. The name of the third young master is well known throughout the capital. Despite his absence in recent years, he is not someone a mere manager could afford to offend. Zhou Bo's serious tone, when referring to Huang Guang as a close friend, indicated the latter's significant standing in the eyes of the third young master, necessitating utmost respect and service. Manager Chun then led Huang Guang and his companions to the private room. Upon entering, he presented the menu to the trio. Initially, Huang Guang wished for Zhou Bo to join them at the table, but Zhou Bo resolutely declined, stating that a bodyguard's duty is to protect the master from harm, not to dine alongside him. Huang Guang had no choice but to accept this. Under Manager Chen's guidance, Huang Guang and the others ordered pan-seared foie gras, lobster, lemon yogurt sorbet, red and white silver cod salmon, and tartare beefsteak, along with a bottle of red wine. After placing their order, Manager Chun departed to have the kitchen prepare their meal. "In truth, this is my second experience with Western cuisine," Huang Guang remarked to Zheng Qian. "I am not a frequent diner either," Zheng Qian replied. "I find the etiquette surrounding Western dining rather overwhelming. It is not as free-form as enjoying a hot pot, where one can eat as they please. Perhaps we should opt for hot pot next time. Indeed, I know of a delightful hot pot restaurant." Seeing Huang Guang treating himself as if he were air while conversing with Zheng Qian left Gu Anya feeling quite displeased. However, at that moment, she could not afford to lose her temper, so she interjected forcefully, saying, Western cuisine is all about etiquette and ambience. Once you utter such words, others will perceive you as a country bumpkin. Huang Guang inwardly cursed Gu Anya, referring to her as a superfluous presence, while countering, I hail from a small town. If being a country bumpkin is what I am, so be it. Besides, Western cuisine is a foreign affair. I personally prefer our nation's 8 culinary traditions, which are truly a feast for the senses. Each type of cuisine has its merits, and one's preferences are subjective. Of course, I still cherish Chinese food. After all, I have been eating it for 20 years, and habits are hard to change. Zheng Qian's remarks clearly sided with Huang Guang. Truly, one forgets their friends in pursuit of beauty. Gu Anya scolded inwardly, yet outwardly said, since you both dislike it, then eat less later and don't compete with me. Go ahead, eat, but be cautious not to overindulge, Huang Guang muttered quietly. What did you say? Gu Anya shot a furious glare at Huang Guang. Instantly cowed, he replied, I said to make sure you eat more later. Only then did Gu Anya shift her gaze away. At that moment, Zheng Qian couldn't help but chuckle. Just as Gu Anya was about to inquire about the cause of Zheng Qian's laughter, the dishes arrived. It must be said that the presentation of the dishes was exquisite, resembling works of art, albeit somewhat lacking in quantity. Come, let us toast. Huang Guang poured wine for the 2 ladies and himself, raising his glass. Cheers! Cheers! After their glasses clinked, the 3 took a sip of wine. The atmosphere at the dining table was lively. Huang Guang and Gu Anya occasionally exchanged banter, while Zheng Qian intermittently intervened to ease the tension. Before long, they had finished a glass of red wine. Brother Zhou, could you please bring us another bottle of red wine? Huang Guang addressed Zhoubo. Zhoubo nodded and exited the private room. You seem to be enjoying quite the privilege, with a personal bodyguard looking after you. Are you a person of great importance? Gu Anya looked at Huang Guang with dissatisfaction. I can't help it. It's Sanji's kindness, which I cannot refuse. Moreover, since this is my first visit to the capital, having someone familiar with the city accompany me is rather comforting, Huang Guang explained. Just as Gu Anya was about to speak, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open with great force, and several arrogant-looking men and women strode in, casting a disdainful glance at Huang Guang and his companions. You have 3 seconds to vacate this room, declared a young man in his 20s with bleached hair, exuding arrogance as he addressed Huang Guang and the others. Brother Sean, the guy can leave, but the 2 beauties can stay, said a small, weaselly-looking man beside the arrogant youth, leering at Gu Anya and Zheng Qian. Monkey, I see that you've got a one-track mind. At the sight of beauties, you go soft. Do you believe I would break your 3rd leg? Retorted a girl with a boyish haircut, dressed in a suit, who disdainfully glared at the weaselly man. The monkey, known as Brother Nan, is one who speaks and acts with conviction. Be wary of your 3rd leg. Hey Nan, how do you intend to strike? The bold remarks from the girl immediately provoked a flurry of teasing from their companions. You lot, are you seeking death? With a monkey like that? It's merely a needle in a haystack. What use is it? Brother Nan clearly held the monkey in contempt. Nothing terrifies a man more than the thought of being outdone by another, especially when a woman makes such a remark. The monkey, feeling the heat of the moment, retorted, Brother Nan, you have yet to experience the prowess of this monkey. How can you claim I am of no use? Perhaps in just a few moves, you will be begging for mercy. Ah, monkey, you are quite audacious, daring to speak to Anan in such a manner. It seems we must find a time for you to test your mettle. Indeed, monkey, do not falter. I shall support you from behind. You scoundrels, are you courting death? Do you not believe that I could dispatch each of you? Despite her thick skin, Brother Nan felt a tinge of embarrassment at such words. Cease your chatter. Haven't you provided enough entertainment for others? The pale-haired youth, known as Shan Gu, cast a dark glance at Huang Guang. The rowdy group of young people fell silent upon hearing Shan Ji's words. Did you not hear my command? I instruct you to leave. He glared fiercely at Huang Guang. Is this your territory? Do you think I will simply leave because you tell me to? Who do you think you are? Huang Guang returned the glare, equally dark-faced. At that moment, the monkey recognized it as an opportunity to assert himself. He dashed in front of Huang Guang, pointing a finger at him fiercely. You're quite arrogant. Aren't you? Do you believe I could finish you off in a heartbeat? Finish me off? Huang Guang reached out, seizing the monkey's index finger and applying pressure upward. A sharp crack echoed as the monkey's finger was shattered. The monkey crumpled to the ground, clutching his injured hand and wailing in agony. Witnessing Huang Guang break the monkey's finger, Gu Anya and her companion covered their mouths in shock. not expecting the seemingly refined Huang Guang to commit such an act of violence. Nevertheless, amidst their astonishment, Huang Guang's actions elevated his stature in their eyes. Every girl dreams of a man who can rise to protect them in such situations. As Shanggu watched Huang Guang's decisive break of his subordinate's finger, his expression soured considerably. It was a blatant slap in the face. Yet, not fully aware of the other's identity, he could only swallow his pride for the moment. Who are you? Who am I? Why must I disclose that to you? I am here. If you have the courage, let me leave, Huang Guang replied coolly, lifting his glass and gently swirling it before taking a sip. Greetings. From the ease with which Huang Guang had broken the monkey's finger, Shanggu sensed that Huang Guang was no ordinary adversary. Today's events would not conclude amicably. With that, Shanggu prepared to leave, delegating this troublesome matter to the establishment. Zhou Bo, a seasoned individual from years of training, possessed strength beyond what Shanggu and his ilk could muster. With a single push, Zhou Bo sent Shanggu and his companion staggering aside. Huang Xiao, who are they? Zhou Bo inquired as he approached Huang Guang. Who knows? Perhaps a bunch of scoundrels, Huang Guang remarked with a subtle tone. Upon hearing Huang Guang's words, Gu Anya and her companion nearly burst into laughter, but managed to stifle it just in time. Are you a security guard from the Chen group? Sang Gu inquired, casting a glance at Zhou Bo. Who are you? Zhou Bo replied, looking at Sang Gu with a hint of confusion, as if he had never encountered him before. I am Chen Xiaoshan. You must have heard my name. Sang Gu stated, gazing at Zhou Bo. Oh, I've heard of you, Zhou Bo nodded. However, what does your identity have to do with me? Furthermore, young Master Huang is dining. I kindly request that you leave at once, or I shall not hesitate to be impolite. Indeed, Sang Gu. Should we call someone to deal with him right now? Yes, we must ensure he is dealt with. Upon realizing that Zhou Bo was a security guard from the Chen group, Chen Xiaoshan's companions grew emboldened. Deal with me? Very well, go ahead and make that call. If you manage to dismiss me, I shall kneel before you and call you my lord, Zhou Bo retorted coldly. Moreover, let me clarify. The Chen group is not your family's enterprise. Although Zhou Bo was merely a security captain, he was a trusted confidant of Huang Guang, and not someone a minor relative could simply dismiss. You, a mere security guard, dare to speak to me in such a manner? Let us see if I can have you dismissed. With that, Chen Xiaoshan took out his phone and began dialing, while his companions made exaggerated gestures at Zhou Bo. Dad, there's a security guard named Zhou Bo who has crossed me. Could you have someone take care of him? Chen Xiaoshan stated once the call connected. All right, I'll have him dealt with immediately, came the response from the other end of the line. After hanging up, Chen Xiaoshan looked triumphantly at Zhou Bo and said, In a moment, you shall find yourself dismissed. Very well, I await your decision. Zhou Bo shrugged nonchalantly. He had come on the orders of Third Young Master to protect Huang Guang. If a single call from Chen Xiaoshan could result in his dismissal, there would no longer be a need for him to remain at the Chen group, and Third Young Master could also pack his things and leave. Chen Xiaoshan's father, a portly man in his 50s, was currently in a private room at a nightclub, flanked by two attractive young ladies. The audacity of a security guard daring to provoke his son was a direct affront to his authority. He immediately dialed Huang Guang. Minister Hua, this is Chun Tai-xiong. I have a small favor to ask of you. Ah, it's President Chun. What can I do for you? Although Chun Tai-xiong was merely a distant relative, he was still regarded as part of the Chun family, and thus received some respect. There is a security guard named Zhou Bo in your department. My son informs me that he harbors considerable dissatisfaction with the Chun family, so I would like you to have him dismissed, Chen Tai-xiong articulated. Chapter 64, Get Lost. Get Lost. Initially, Chen Tai-xiong believed that a single call would suffice to convince Huang Guang, but to his astonishment, the response was merely a curt command to get lost, followed by the disconnection of the call. Infuriated, he nearly smashed his phone in frustration. Huang Guang, you shall pay for this grievance. I will not be known as Chen Tai-xiong if I do not retaliate. In that moment, Chen Tai-xiong developed a deep-seated animosity towards Huang Guang. Boss Chen, why are you so angry? Come, let's have another drink. The young woman beside Chen Tai-xiong noticed his anger and promptly offered him a drink. However, Chen Tai-xiong declined the offering, instead exerting a firm grip on the arms of the two girls beside him, venting his frustration upon them. Although the girls winced in pain, they bore it silently, for they were accustomed to such circumstances. After Huang Guang ended his call, he informed Chen Dalu about the incident involving Chen Tai-xiong. Already overwhelmed with preparations for the elderly patriarch's birthday celebration, Chen Dalu was like a powder keg ready to explode at the news of Chen Tai-xiong's latest antics. Hello, who is it? Just as Chen Tai-xiong was lost in his moment of release, his phone rang, inciting his irritation and souring his tone. Chen Dalu unleashed a torrent of scolding upon Chen Taixiong before abruptly terminating the call. Stunned by the verbal onslaught, Chen Taixiong took a while to process that it was Chen Dalu, the notorious Chen Sanxiao from a few years back, and one of the true heirs of the Chen group. Eventually, Chen Taixiong discerned that the source of Chen Dalu's ire must be related to his son. Zhou Bo was merely a security guard, unlikely to possess the influence to warrant such a reprimand from Chen Sanxiao, indicating that it must be someone associated with Zhou Bo. This individual held significant importance to Chen Dalu, thus prompting the call to advise his son against causing trouble. Yes, that must be it. Chen Taixiong finally unraveled the situation. At that moment, Chen Xiaoshan called again. Son, hold your tongue for a moment. Tell me about the people around Zhou Bo. A young man and 2 girls, Chen Taixiong replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Taixiong confirmed his suspicions. Although he bore the same surname, he was nothing compared to Chen Dalu. One word from Chen Dalu could silence any support for him. Therefore, he could not afford to cross Chen Dalu nor his friends. However, with the monkey's finger having been broken by that man, how could he leave without asserting his position as their leader? Chen Xiaoshan seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Chen Taixiong's frustration erupted, startling everyone in the private room. His shout left Chen Xiaoshan momentarily dazed, for it was the first time he had ever been yelled at so loudly. Even over the phone, realizing that Chen Taixiong could not assist him, Chen Xiaoshan recognized that remaining any longer would only lead to further humiliation. With a resentful glance at Zhou Bo and Huang Guang, he prepared to turn away. Weren't you saying you would deal with Brother Zhou? It seems no one has called yet, Huang Guang remarked coolly as Chen Xiaoshan turned. His words, though softly spoken, pierced Chen Xiaoshan's heart like a sharp blade. Suppressing his anger, Chen Xiaoshan struggled to maintain his composure. He felt inadequate, realizing that he had previously displayed unwarranted bravado. Was it Liang Jingru who had emboldened him? Huang Guang continued to provoke him. Humph, to me, you're nothing but a worthless fool without any real strength. Huang Guang's words continued to pierce Chen Xiaoshan like a sword. Yet Chen Xiaoshan clenched his teeth and did not turn around. However, his companions began to speak. Kid, you've gone too far. Do you believe I can end you? The companions, worthless as ever, displayed their utter incompetence. Huang Guang maintained his disdainful expression, his tone remaining remarkably calm. Yet, this was the most hurtful aspect of all. What do you want? Chen Xiaoshan finally turned around. His eyes reddened as he gazed at Huang Guang. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Once, he had strode confidently through the capital, buoyed by the Chen family's reputation. Yet today, faced with such circumstances, he was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness, an inability to control his own fate that left him in utter despair. Since you are a member of the Chen family, I do not wish to make things difficult for you. Here's the deal. Apologize to us and leave this place. Remember, you must leave, Huang Guang stated, not even glancing at Chen Xiaoshan, his tone as indifferent as ever. I intend to leave. Can you stop me? I am a Chen, and you dare not harm me. Chen Xiaoshan retorted with a facade of bravado. Oh, really? Then by all means, give it a try, Huang Guang replied with a faint smile. If your father had any means, you would not be speaking to me in such a manner. Do you truly wish to push this matter to such extremes? Chen Xiaoshan's face fell in despair. If you are not a member of the Chen family, it would not simply be a matter of leaving. Forcing you to leave is merely a lesson, a reminder that your identity as a Chen counts for little when faced with someone truly powerful. Your only option is to retreat far away, Huang Guang declared. Chapter 65, The Kiss. Fine, I will leave, Chen Xiaoshan said darkly, his voice low. At this moment, he realized that leaving was not as simple as he wished. He had no choice but to concede. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge. Even if it takes 10 years, there is ample time, and, as long as he found the opportunity, he would have the chance to eliminate this man. Very well. I look forward to your performance, Huang Guang replied calmly. Brother Shan, you can't do as he says. Yes, Brother Shan, let us fight him. Upon hearing Chen Xiaoshan's willingness to comply with Huang Guang, his companions erupted in disagreement. This retreat would cost more than just Chen Xiaoshan's dignity. It would also tarnish their own reputations. If word got out, they would no longer be able to survive in the capital. Chen Xiaoshan's willingness to back down stemmed entirely from Chen Taixiong's attitude. If even Chen Taixiong did not dare to provoke Huang Guang, what right did he have to do so? Usually, Chen Xiaoshan relied on Chen Taixiong like a tiger, but without him, he was reduced to a mere cat. Of course, even a cat can bite when cornered, and Chen Xiaoshan had silently resolved to find a chance to eliminate Huang Guang. Very well, I await your surprise. Now, apologize and then leave, Huang Guang said nonchalantly, viewing Qin Shaoshan as a useless waste, destined to be kept under Qin Dalu's thumb, forever unable to rise. I am sorry, Qin Shaoshan coldly uttered before dropping to the floor and rolling out of the private room. His companions, including Monkey and Nan Jie, followed suit. Exiting the room one by one, a group of individuals, initially brimming with arrogance, departed the private room like stray dogs, much to the dismay of everyone present. Their intrusion had marred what was meant to be a delightful dining experience, leaving a sense of disappointment in the air. Although Qin Shaoshan and his entourage had exited, Huang Guang's appetite was likewise disrupted, as the sight of the now empty table diminished his desire to eat. Brother Guang, perhaps we should dine together another time? Zheng Qian suggested aptly. Let us indeed plan for another meal together, Huang Guang replied, casting a glance at Guanya. She nodded in agreement, as the commotion stirred by Qin Shaoshan had stripped her of any inclination to continue eating. After sipping on some wine, Guanya, unaware of the deeper implications, smiled at Huang Guang and bid him farewell as they stepped out of the vehicle. Qian, I hope I didn't frighten you earlier, Huang Guang said, leaning slightly closer to Zheng Qian, cautiously moving his hand toward hers that rested on the seat. I was a bit scared, but with you here I feel safe, Zheng Qian admitted, her heart racing as she averted her gaze, feeling a rush of warmth. Those individuals are but paper tigers, as long as you remain unafraid. They hold no real power. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges in the future, do not hesitate to confide in me. I shall certainly assist you. At that moment, Huang Guang's fingers finally brushed against Zheng Qian's. A shiver coursed through her, yet she made no attempt to withdraw her hand, though her cheeks flushed crimson. Noticing her hand remained still, Huang Guang's confidence soared as he gently traced her fingers to her hand's back, softly clasping it. Zheng Qian's hand felt delicate and inviting, yet a hint of perspiration betrayed her nervousness. Meanwhile, Huang Guang's heart raced with exhilaration, a jubilant voice within him rejoicing. This is a girl's hand. I have finally held a girl's hand. Zheng Qian, in a bold move, turned her palm upwards and entwined her fingers with his, resting her head gently against his shoulder. In that instant, her heart brimmed with sweetness. Is this the essence of love? For a moment, both Huang Guang and Zheng Qian fell into a comfortable silence, savoring the sweetness of their shared experience. However, even the slowest of journeys must come to an end. Guang, we have arrived, Zheng Qian softly announced after the car had idled outside the community for several moments. Huang Guang responded absent-mindedly, as Zheng Qian opened the car door to disembark. Huang Guang maintained his grip on her hand, reluctant to let go. Suddenly, Zheng Qian turned around and planted a quick kiss on Huang Guang's lips before releasing his hand and dashing toward the community. A wave of regret washed over Huang Guang. Why hadn't he followed her? Yet, the feeling of that fleeting kiss quickly overshadowed any remorse. Just then, his phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Zheng Qian, whose WeChat name was Xiao Qian Qian, accompanied by a profile picture of her gracefully brushing her hair aside. I have arrived home. Anya is quite an admirable person. Why do you perceive her as a source of headache? Does one require a reason to be troubled? Remember, never refer to her as Gu Anya. This is our inaugural date, after all. She has yet to agree to accompany you. Should you decide against going, I shall have no choice but to seek another companion. Dare you? Tomorrow morning at 9, come to the community to fetch me. Tardiness will not be tolerated. Very well, understood. By the way, may I kiss you tomorrow? That will depend on your behavior. Chapter 66, The Capital's Academy. It appears I, too, have become a brave man. Standing atop the Great Wall, Huang Guang held Zheng Qian's hand, smiling as he spoke. This was Huang Guang's first visit to the Great Wall, and its majestic presence stirred a fervor within him, prompting such a declaration. Indeed, a brave man he has become. Zheng Qian chuckled, observing Huang Guang's expression. Since parting the previous day, they had been conversing on WeChat, eagerly planning a delightful day in the capital. Thus, early in the morning, they set out to climb the Great Wall together. By the way, what prompted you two to visit Panjiayuan yesterday? Huang Guang was curious about why the two girls chose that destination. Typically, girls like them preferred indulging in delicacies or shopping. I had never been to Panjiayuan, so I wish to experience it, Zheng Qian replied. It seems Panjiayuan truly played the role of matchmaker. Had you not whimsically decided to go there, we might never have met, and I would not have found my love, Huang Guang remarked, wrapping an arm around Zheng Qian's shoulders. Zheng Qian nodded in agreement. Fate is indeed a marvelous thing. Had she not suddenly desired to visit Panjiayuan, she might never have encountered Huang Guang and secured her affection. After spending 2 to 3 hours enjoying themselves on the Great Wall, they departed. Xiao Qian, I have heard that your university in the capital is picturesque and rich in historical sites. Would you be so kind as to show me around? And perhaps we could dine in your cafeteria as well? The capital university is regarded as one of the finest institutions in the nation. Huang Guang had contemplated applying there. But alas, his grades fell short. Thus, this remained a minor regret in his heart. To visit the university now would serve to alleviate that longing. Furthermore, having a girlfriend who studies there fills him with pride. In future conversations, he could boast that his beloved is a student of the capital university. Zhang Qian did not decline Huang Guang's request. Upon arriving outside the university, Huang Guang finally beheld one of the nation's premier educational establishments. Perhaps the qualifier one of could be omitted, as in recent years, the capital university consistently ranked above its rival, Waterwood University. It must be said, as the foremost university in the nation, such an environment is deserving of its esteemed reputation. Huang Guang noticed individuals taking photographs at the entrance, seemingly wishing to fulfill their own unfulfilled aspirations. As they entered the campus, Zhang Qian began to introduce Huang Guang to various landmarks, such as Mingyi Garden, the Bell Pavilion, Jinyuan Lawn, and Boya Tower, among others. At each location, Huang Guang eagerly posed for photos alongside Zhang Qian. In the past, I once aspired to attend Capital University, but my grades compelled me to bury that dream deep within my heart. To my surprise, I now find myself with the opportunity to step into the hallowed halls of Capital University, and I even have a girlfriend who is a student there. Huang Guang aptly stated that both Capital University and Shuimu University represent the pinnacle of ambition for all students. Gaining admission to either of these esteemed institutions would not only bring pride to oneself and one's family, but would also serve as an inspiration to peers at one's current school, showcasing one as a role model for younger students. Upon hearing Huang Guang refer to me as his girlfriend, Zhang Qian's cheeks flushed crimson, though she was reluctant to admit it. I thought that holding hands and sharing a kiss made us a couple, but it seems I was mistaken. This is truly disheartening. There are many lovely ladies here. Perhaps I can find someone to soothe my wounded heart. Huang Guang feigned a pained expression, his gaze wandering about. You wouldn't dare. Zhang Qian clutched Huang Guang tightly, fearing he might genuinely seek out another girl. Then tell me, are you my girlfriend? Huang Guang inquired. Yes. Zhang Qian murmured softly, her head lowered. What was that? I didn't catch it, Huang Guang teased. Zhang Qian shot him an indignant glance. Her face flushed as she declared. Yes, I am your girlfriend. Is that enough? Then give me a kiss, Huang Guang pressed eagerly. Zhang Qian's face grew even warmer. But there are people around. Someone might see us. Let them see. What does it matter? They will only envy us, Huang Guang replied nonchalantly. In truth, Huang Guang eagerly anticipated this kiss. Last night's brief encounter had been fleeting, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. He barely had the chance to savor it. And today he was determined to indulge fully. Yet, the possibility of being seen lingered. Perhaps we should find another place, Zhang Qian suggested, still reluctant to let go. Very well, she finally conceded, albeit with a hint of hesitation, agreeing to satisfy Huang Guang's request. However, it would only be a brief kiss. Understood, Huang Guang replied, watching as Zhang Qian leaned closer to him. At that moment, she suddenly closed her eyes. Huang Guang grasped her shoulders and brought his lips to hers. Zhang Qian shivered slightly, wrapping her arms around his waist. Just as Huang Guang contemplated deepening the kiss, an untimely voice interrupted them. You two, this is a school. If you wish to be affectionate, perhaps you should consider a hotel room instead of broadcasting it here. Zhang Qian, still bashful, immediately withdrew her arms and pushed Huang Guang away upon hearing this. Huang Guang cast a cold glare at the speaker, a tall, handsome young man, roughly his age, standing at least 6 feet tall, who was now glaring at him with evident anger. Excuse me, but aren't you being a bit overzealous? We are merely sharing a kiss. It is hardly illegal, Huang Guang retorted bluntly. Any man would feel displeased when interrupted during a kiss, and Huang Guang was no exception. Song, is it? As Zhang Qian caught sight of the boy, her expression became slightly awkward. I never anticipated you to be this kind of person. It seems I, Song Wenlong, have been blind. The boy, wearing a countenance of utter despair, spoke these words before departing. What a lunatic, murmured Song Wenlong as he left, prompting Huang Guang to inquire of Zhang Qian, by the way, do you know him? His name is Song Wenlong. He's in the same grade as I am and a student in the physical education department. He once pursued me, but I did not reciprocate. Upon mentioning that Song Wenlong had once courted her, Zhang Qian cast a worried glance at Huang Guang, fearing he might misconstrue the situation. So, He is my rival in love. No wonder he took issue with my affectionate display with you, Huang Guang remarked, gazing in the direction where Song Wenlong had vanished. Fear not. He does not pose a threat to our bond. In my heart, there is only you, Zhang Qian reassured him, wishing to allay his concerns. I understand. I was merely jesting, Huang Guang replied with a smile. By the way, I'm a bit hungry. Might you treat me to a meal? Certainly, Zhang Qian replied. Her spirits lifted upon realizing Huang Guang bore no ill will. She eagerly tugged him towards the dining hall. The cafeteria boasted a pleasant atmosphere, and Zhang Qian procured 2 plates of food, bringing them to their table. This tastes delightful, Huang Guang remarked after sampling the fare. While it was not exquisite, it was certainly far superior to the meals at his own school. If you enjoy it, I shall share my portion with you, Zhang Qian said, transferring some of her meat to his plate. What will you eat then? Huang Guang inquired, bemused by her generosity. Just a bit of vegetables will suffice. This will help me maintain my figure, she replied, taking a small bite of rice. Zhang Qian's physique was already somewhat slender, and she feared that losing more weight might be detrimental. Huang Guang preferred girls with a bit more fullness, as he found it more pleasing to the touch. Do you truly think I'm a bit too thin? Zhang Qian asked anxiously, her heart wholly invested in Huang Guang and attentive to his preferences. A touch more fullness would be ideal. Huang Guang nodded as he continued to eat. Zhang Qian acknowledged his words, resolving to indulge a little more in her meal. Zhang Qian, you have gone too far. Even if you do not harbor feelings for Wenlong, is it necessary to display such affection in front of him? You know he is quite fond of you. Do you comprehend the extent of the hurt you are causing him? Just as they were enjoying their meal, a group of tall individuals approached them. One boy, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, glared at Zhang Qian with indignation. Your words are rather amusing. Must I seek permission from that Wenlong fellow to kiss my girlfriend? If he find it displeasing, he can simply avert his gaze. We are not performing for him. Moreover, if a man cannot withstand such a minor setback, perhaps he should remain cloistered at home for eternity. Otherwise, should he encounter further societal challenges, he might as well consider self-harm. The audacity of this boy to speak of his woman in such a manner instantly incensed Huang Guang. Are you not aware that interrupting others while they dine is exceedingly rude? He retorted. You, young man, are quite arrogant. Huang Guang's sharp retort left the young man momentarily speechless, rendering him only able to focus on Huang Guangxiu's physique. What is the matter? If you cannot outwit me, do you resort to violence? Huang Guang cast a disdainful glance at the male student. If this is the caliber of students at Jingqing University, I must admit I am rather disheartened. Shinjin, what do you intend to do? My boyfriend and I do not require your oversight regarding our affairs, Zhang Qian interjected. And for you to speak on behalf of Song Wenlong? Is he no longer a man? Initially, Zhang Qian had no intention of squabbling with her fellow alumni at school, but their behavior was infuriating enough to provoke her into a loud outburst. Huang Guang stared at Zhang Qian in astonishment. She had always been gentle in his presence, yet now she was raising her voice, indicating her genuine frustration. Wenlong did not send us. We came because we could not stand idly by, Shun Jin replied. Are you all so idle that you must meddle in others' affairs? Perhaps you should focus on how to survive after graduation. This society is harsh, offering little time for you to engage in trivial matters. However, judging by your physiques, it seems you want to go hungry. At least you could always work on a construction site, Huang Guang remarked, unwilling to let the female student stand before him. Before Zhang Qian could speak again, he continued. Zhang Qian, I had assumed your choice in a boyfriend was commendable, but it appears he is equally shallow. Before Shinjin could respond, Song Wenlong approached Huang Guang and said, Shallow, how do you perceive my depth of character? What qualities do you consider as depth? To make assumptions about my friend's futures, suggesting they will end up on construction sites, is indeed shallow, Song Wenlong asserted. Oh, I see. You imply that your friends possess great strength and will secure excellent jobs post-graduation? Huang Guang replied with a subtle smile. Exactly. Song Wenlong nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, I still find you to be rather weak, Huang Guang countered. Let us not rush. To validate my assertion that it is not mere superficiality, let us compete. We can challenge each other in any domain. With that, Huang Guang provocatively glanced at Song Wenlong and Shinjin. The cafeteria was bustling with students, and his challenge had not gone unnoticed. Song Wenlong, Shun Jin, we support you in this challenge, someone called out. After all, you're on the basketball team. You could compete in basketball. Didn't TU say anything could be compared? Then let us make it basketball, another student chimed in. Given Huang Guang's audacious demeanor, the students naturally rallied behind Song Wenlong and his companions. Exchanging glances, Song Wenlong and Xinjin found the idea of a basketball match quite feasible. Huang Guang's confidence was palpable, and as mere athletes, they felt less assured regarding their academic prowess. However, if the competition were basketball, they felt they could hold their ground. Noticing the expressions on Song Wenlong's face, Huang Guang understood their thoughts and added, as I mentioned earlier, I am open to any competition, basketball included. This guy is undeniably arrogant. Who does he think he is? In comparison to him, let's surpass him. Indeed, let him grasp your formidable prowess. Huang Guang stands at roughly 1.8 meters tall, and for someone of such stature to dare utter those words to a member of the basketball team is an unabashed provocation, prompting an uproar among the classmates present. Very well, let's engage in a game of basketball, proposed Song Wenlong. However, do not accuse us of bullying. You may choose any one of us as your opponent. Then it shall be you, Huang Guang replied without a moment's hesitation. This matter originated with you. Thus let it conclude with you. Agreed. Song Wenlong's face illuminated with confidence, clearly exhibiting his self-assurance in his basketball skills. Having settled on a basketball match, the group proceeded to the court. Word had spread throughout the cafeteria, and soon hundreds gathered to witness this one-on-one showdown. Chapter 68, The Showdown. Guang, do you play basketball? Zheng Qian whispered into Huang Guang's ear. Although Huang Guang stood nearly 1.8 meters tall, he appeared refined and scholarly, lacking the typical athletic demeanor, which led Zheng Qian to doubt his abilities. Fear not. I frequently watch the NBA, so I shall be just fine, Huang Guang assured her with unwavering confidence. During his university days, Huang Guang had dabbled in basketball, but merely as a pastime, often fumbling with the ball like an amateur. Nevertheless, his confidence stemmed from his trust in Jin Meng, for since acquiring it, his memory had sharpened, his height had increased from just over 1.7 meters to a solid 1.8, and his strength and overall physical attributes had been significantly enhanced. With such capabilities, playing basketball should pose no challenge. Stepping onto the court, Huang Guang turned to Song Wenlong and said, I haven't played basketball in quite some time. Grant me 5 minutes to reacquaint myself. No problem. Song Wenlong tossed the basketball to Huang Guang. It was indeed laughable that someone who had not played in such a long time would attempt to defeat him. As Huang Guang received the ball and began to dribble, Song Wenlong nearly burst into laughter. His technique was that of a novice, unworthy of challenging him in a one-on-one match. Meanwhile, Song Wenlong's mind began to concoct ways to utterly dominate Huang Guang in the impending showdown. Likewise, the onlookers echoed Song Wenlong's sentiments, scoffing at Huang Guang's apparent ineptitude. Ha! With his dribbling skills, he's even worse than me. He should concede defeat now. I bet Song Wenlong could easily keep him from crossing the three-point line with just one hand. Initially, I thought his arrogance might be justified, but it seems he is merely a novice. Huang Guang paid no heed to the jeers of the spectators. Instead, after a few dribbles, he began to visualize the dribbling techniques of the NBA stars in his mind. At that moment, the disdain on Song Wenlong's face vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. How is this possible? Previously, he was utterly unfamiliar with the art of basketball, yet now he is capable of executing dribbling maneuvers that are typically reserved for NBA players. This is simply unfathomable. Similarly, Huang Guang's performance silenced the spectators, as his dazzling dribbling was nothing short of spectacular, leaving no room for criticism. Initially, Huang Guang's shooting was so erratic that it seemed he could barely find the target, which gave Song Wenlong a moment of reassurance, leading him to believe that Huang Guang was merely skilled at dribbling while his shooting was inferior. However, after a few attempts, Song Wenlong's expression turned grim. As the 5-minute mark approached, Huang Guang had yet to miss a single shot. When he sank his final basket, the entire arena fell into a hushed silence, with onlookers gazing at Huang Guang as if he were a rare phenomenon. In contrast, Zheng Qian's gaze was filled with admiration. Girls often find it hard to resist athletic boys. Are you warmed up? Do you need to stretch? Huang Guang asked, spinning the basketball on his right index finger as he approached Song Wenlong. Song Wenlong nodded, somewhat dazed. With a smile, Huang Guang passed the ball to him, and then turned to Zheng Qian. Wow, you're so impressive, Guang. Zheng Qian exclaimed, her excitement palpable. What's so remarkable about playing basketball? Just wait until the game. I'll show you something even more extraordinary. Huang Guang, with his current athletic prowess, found basketball to be a trivial endeavor. He was resolute in his determination to utterly dominate Song Wenlong in the upcoming one-on-one showdown. Zheng Qian watched with wide eyes, nodding enthusiastically at Huang Guang. Meanwhile, the other students observing began to regard Huang Guang with a mix of awe and apprehension. Wenlong, I never anticipated that guy was actually a formidable player. We underestimated him. Shenjin remarked softly as he approached Song Wenlong. Even if he is skilled, we must face him in the game. Otherwise, we will lose our standing in school. Song Wenlong replied through clenched teeth. He recognized that the moves Huang Guang had just executed were beyond his capabilities, weighing heavily on his psyche. Though he excels in dribbling and shooting, he is at a disadvantage in height. You are taller and can effectively guard him to prevent his shots. When you attack, you can dominate the paint with your height. Shenjin quickly devised a strategy for Song Wenlong. However, this approach might not prove effective against Huang Guang. Let us teach him a well-deserved lesson, Shenjin encouraged, patting Song Wenlong on the shoulder. Absolutely. With that, Shenjin diligently warmed up and pointed toward Huang Guang. Huang Guang grinned and said to Zhang Qian, "Qian Qian, give me some encouragement." Blushing, Zhang Qian planted a quick kiss on Huang Guang's cheek. Their sudden display of affection drew discontented reactions from the spectators, who began to boo. Yet, Huang Guang remained indifferent. He was determined to silence the crowd with his performance on the court. The rules of the one-on-one are simple. Whoever scores more baskets wins. Song Wenlong succinctly outlined the rules. "Sounds good," came Huang Guang's confident reply. Huang Guang wore an expression of indifference. "You are the guest. You may take the initiative," he remarked. Song Wenlong passed the ball to Huang Guang. "Arrogance, then, as you wish." Song Wenlong seized the ball and stepped beyond the three-point line. Outside the arc, he dribbled cautiously. Despite being the school's basketball star, his dribbling skills were rather mediocre. As he attempted to penetrate past Huang Guang on his right, Huang Guang swiftly reached out, snatching the basketball from Song Wenlong's grasp, his body gliding past him as he retrieved the ball beyond the three-point line. Song Wenlong's face darkened as he rushed to defend. He had not anticipated Huang Guang's speed, which left him feeling humiliated. "I warned you. Had you allowed me to shoot first, you wouldn't have even touched the ball," Huang Guang taunted, dribbling with flair. Chapter 69, Deceiving You for a Lifetime. Song Wenlong, his expression grim, remained silent, focusing intently on Huang Guang's movements. At that moment, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Huang Guang's mouth as he executed a crossover dribble, advancing forward as if to break past Song Wenlong's right side. Song Wenlong hastily retreated, fearing he would be outmaneuvered. Just as Huang Guang feigned a kiss gesture, the basketball sailed perfectly through the hoop. Yes, it went in. Zhang Qian, initially anxious, erupted in excitement upon witnessing the successful shot. The spectators on the court were equally astonished. That shot was nothing short of ostentatious, more so than Gilbert Arenas' premature celebrations. Yet, there was no denying it. A successful shot grants one the right to show off. After basking in his moment, Huang Guang prepared for his second shot. "Did you see that last one? Quite impressive, wasn't it? But fear not, I want to shoot this time. I shall break through on your right." Huang Guang continued dribbling while muttering to himself. In that moment, he comprehended why some NBA stars relished trash-talking their opponents during dribbling. It was indeed exhilarating. Holding the ball in his left hand, he elevated his center of gravity and leaned to the left, as if to penetrate past Song Wenlong's left. Song Wenlong instinctively shifted leftward. The butterfly step. It's the butterfly step. Those knowledgeable about basketball recognized Huang Guang's maneuver and exclaimed in awe, "My goodness, I thought he was merely competent, but he is truly exceptional. Such skill could easily secure a place in the NBA. Why endure this humiliation here?" The reason was simple. It was all for a woman. Huang Guang's breakthrough struck like a mighty stone, sending ripples through the air. In that moment, Song Wenlong's confidence shattered completely. He realized that his once proud basketball skills were utterly insignificant in Huang Guang's eyes. "I mentioned I would break through on your right. Why did you not believe me?" Huang Guang proceeded with his third shot. Although Song Wenlong stood defiantly before him, his eyes were vacant, his confidence entirely eroded. In such a state, he resembled a mere lamppost before Huang Guang, susceptible to being bypassed at will. Before long, Huang Guang had bested him with a resounding score of 9-0. In the midst of the 9 balls, Huang Guang not only shattered Song Wenlong's confidence, but also rendered the audience utterly speechless. As he skillfully maneuvered the ball, he suddenly called out loudly to the spectators. Upon finishing his words, Huang Guang effortlessly bypassed the seemingly immovable Song Wenlong. Upon reaching the two-point line, he leaped powerfully, his body arching backward, left hand holding the ball behind him before delivering a thunderous dunk as he approached the hoop. Upon landing, Huang Guang let out a triumphant roar. The arena was initially enveloped in silence, then erupted into fervent cheers and screams. It was undeniable. Such a ferocious slam dunk was a feat few could accomplish. Even in the NBA, I am not superficial. Rather, I am superior to all of you, Huang Guang proclaimed as he stood before the dejected Song Wenlong. delivering a rather pretentious statement before striding towards Zhang Qian. He then wrapped his arm around Zhang Qian as they made their way off the court. "Could you please give me your autograph?" a girl asked, holding a pen and pointing to her chest, requesting Huang Guang to sign her white shirt. "I'm sorry, but I am no celebrity." Despite the girl as appealing figure, Huang Guang felt compelled to decline with Zhang Qian by his side. "You were incredible. From this day forth, you are my idol," another girl exclaimed. "Isn't it said that we don't have outstanding guards in our nation? If someone says that again, I'll give them a couple of slaps," Huang Guang thought to himself. "Come join the men's basketball team and save it." A throng of students was utterly frenzied, leaving Huang Guang no choice but to escort Zhang Qian away from the school as if fleeing from a disaster. "Come on, it was just a dunk. Does it warrant such madness? I nearly lost my pants." Once outside the school, and realizing no one was following, Huang Guang finally sighed in relief. "Alas, you were simply too impressive just now," Zhang Qian remarked, her expression resembling that of an infatuated admirer as she gazed at Huang Guang. "Ha! I have always been quite handsome," Huang Guang replied, puffing with pride at Zhang Qian's compliment. "Indeed, quite dashing," Zhang Qian nodded in agreement. "By the way, we can't return to school now. Where would you like to go?" "Anywhere as long as I am with you," Huang Guang stated earnestly. Such sweet words. Though they filled Zhang Qian's heart with joy, she feigned skepticism, teasing, "Is this how you charm any girls?" "Not all. I've only deceived one. And that's you. Moreover, I wish to keep deceiving you for a lifetime." Zhang Qian's cheeks flushed at this bold confession from Huang Guang. Subsequently, the two enjoyed a meal and watched a movie together. It was in the cinema that Huang Guang finally experienced the sweetness of Zhang Qian's tender kiss. The next day, Chun Dalu personally arrived at the hotel where Huang Guang was staying. Upon seeing him, Chun Dalu immediately began lamenting, "Brother, do you know what I've been through these past 3 days? I've been toiling away at home, doing every exhausting chore. I'm on the verge of becoming a mere laborer." "Well, who told you to run away from home?" Huang Guang showed no sympathy for Chun Dalu's plight. Chun Dalu chuckled awkwardly before shifting the topic. "Brother, I've heard you've been quite the charmer these past 3 days." With that, he winked at Huang Guang, adopting a cheeky demeanor. "What a delightful spring it is, merely because one has encountered a suitable companion." The art of shifting topics is not lost on Huang Guang, either. "By the way, third brother, how have you fared with the matter concerning the house? Now that I have a girlfriend, securing a place to live has become paramount." Huang Guang certainly does not wish to respond with "I reside in a hotel" when inquired about his dwelling. Chapter 70, The Riddle Game. You need not worry, as I have already taken steps to inquire about the house. At this moment, Chun Dalu's attention is far from the matter of the house. "By the way, who is your sister-in-law? When will you bring her to meet third brother? As I mentioned, you do not know her. Perhaps next time you can meet her." Huang Guang replied. "Ah, could it be the young lady from the Gu family?" Chun Dalu looked at Huang Guang in surprise. Initially, he assumed Huang Guang's girlfriend was Gu Anya, but it seems that is not the case. Who would fancy that headstrong and capricious young lady? It must be said, Gu Anya is indeed a stunning beauty, yet Huang Guang truly does not appreciate her spoiled temperament. That girl is undeniably spoiled, but one cannot deny her extraordinary beauty. It would be a pity if you were to give her up. Chun Dalu remarked with a cheeky expression. "I am not worthy of such fortune." Huang Guang shook his head. Indeed, among the beauties Huang Guang has encountered, Gu Anya is the most exquisite, both in appearance and figure. However, whether during their first meeting or in subsequent interactions, Huang Guang has always kept his distance from her. Even a kiss they shared cannot alter Huang Guang's perception of her. "Brother, I have a gift for you. Can you guess what it is?" Chun Dalu ceased to dwell on the topic of Gu Anya and wore a mysterious expression as he gazed at Huang Guang. "A hint, please. The possibilities for gifts are too vast. Even if I guessed for a year, I would not arrive at the answer. Therefore, I prompted Chun Dalu to narrow it down, making it easier to guess." Chun Dalu smiled and said, "It is something you need." "Something I need?" Huang Guang began to ponder. "A house. That cannot be it. While a house is indeed something I require, I just mentioned having someone look into it, so it is unlikely to be that. Moreover, I would be the one funding the purchase. Third brother would not present it as a gift. A car? That is not it either. I can afford a car, and third brother certainly would not gift me one. So what could it be?" Suddenly, Huang Guang had a thought and smiled. "Third brother, is your gift a set of silver needles?" Chun Dalu's initially proud expression froze, and then he circled around Huang Guang, scrutinizing him closely. After a while, he conceded, "How did you guess?" "Quite simply, through the process of elimination. Huang Guang, now a billionaire, finds his needs few. Furthermore, he was about to treat old Master Chun. making it very likely that Chen Dalu's gift would indeed be silver needles, as he knew that Huang Guang's usual needles were merely ordinary ones. Thus, the silver needles are indeed the objects closest to the answer. My dear brother, you are remarkable. Having said this, Chen Dalu took out a cloth pouch from his person and handed it to Huang Guang. Upon seeing the pouch, Huang Guang was astounded to discover it emanating a purple aura, and without hesitation, he accepted it. The Songhe silver needles, carried by the renowned physician Lu Songhe of the Qing dynasty. As the purple aura was absorbed, the golden radiance continued to swell, and Huang Guang gradually opened the pouch. Inside were indeed silver needles of varying lengths, a total of 24, each adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of pine needles, exuding a sense of antiquity. What do you think? Quite impressive. Isn't it? These are silver needles once used by a distinguished physician, and I painstakingly collected them. Even that old fellow Wu Chunyu wanted them from me, but I refused to part with them, Chen Dalu said, placing a hand on Huang Guang's shoulder. By the way, can you guess which esteemed physician used these needles? Lu Songhe from the Qing dynasty. I presume, Huang Guang replied without a moment's thought as he gazed at the needles. Chen Dalu looked at Huang Guang as if he had seen a ghost, but upon reflecting on Huang Guang's knowledge of antiques, his expression relaxed. My dear brother, I shall never play such guessing games with you again. There is simply no sense of superiority, and I end up feeling utterly defeated. Huang Guang burst into laughter. Of course, if you had fixed up your house and asked me to guess which one it was, I might not have been able to. Let us forego that. If you guess correctly again, I might just run into a wall. Chen Dalu resolutely decided against playing guessing games with Huang Guang any further. By the way, it's about time we set off. After following Chen Dalu out of the hotel, it wasn't long before Huang Guang noticed the vehicle leaving the bustling city center. After half an hour, they arrived at an aesthetically pleasing and well-guarded community. Observing the surprise in Huang Guang's eyes, Chen Dalu explained, My brother, the environment here is serene, and the elderly residents enjoy tranquility. Huang Guang nodded. After all, Chen Dalu's grandfather was a famed general of the founding era, and such a prominent figure would undoubtedly reside in a place far removed from the ordinary. As the vehicle approached the entrance of the community, two soldiers stood at attention on either side of the gate. Upon seeing Chen Dalu's car approaching, one soldier raised his hand to halt the vehicle. Chen Dalu promptly produced his pass, identification, and other documents. The soldier meticulously examined his credentials and then communicated with the control center via a walkie-talkie to verify Chen Dalu's identity before allowing the car to proceed. Zhou Bo drove slowly into the community along a narrow path that could accommodate 3 small cars side by side. Chen Dalu instructed Zhou Bo on the location of his father's residence, asking him to drive at a leisurely pace. Upon arriving at the small building, Zhou Bo parked the car, and Chen Dalu and Huang Guang alighted. Xiao Zhou, please take a break for now. Wait for my call before you come and pick us up, Chen Dalu instructed as he stepped out of the vehicle. Zhou Bo then drove away. Lao Sang, you've arrived. At this moment, a tall man clad in military uniform, appearing to be in his 40s with a straight posture, emerged from the small building and regarded Chen Dalu with scrutiny. Is this the individual you mentioned? As the military officer's gaze fell upon Huang Guang, the latter reciprocated the glance, his attention particularly drawn to the officer's insignia, which revealed him to be a major general. Upon recognizing the officer's rank, Huang Guang could not help but inhale sharply. Such a young general was indeed a rarity. In times of war, it was not uncommon for generals in their 30s or 40s to possess commendable military achievements. Yet in this era of peace, it was typically expected that one would attain the rank of major general only after surpassing the age of 50. Thus, the presence of this youthful general truly astonished Huang Guang. Chapter 71. One of us. Brother, this is my comrade Huang Guang. Rest assured, his medical skills are undoubtedly superior to those of old Hua, Chen Dalu hastily conveyed. He then proceeded to introduce the young major general to Huang Guang, saying, Brother, this is my elder brother, Chen Zhanwu. Among our family's younger generation, he is the one with the most promising future, achieving the rank of major general by 40. I am confident that he will soon ascend further. Upon hearing Chen Dalu's words, Chen Zhanwu's eyes brightened. It appeared that Huang Guang truly possessed the capability to restore the elder gentleman's health. Chen Dalu was acutely aware of his brother's potential. Although he often exhibited a whimsical demeanor, he had never failed to deliver when it came to matters of significance. Greetings, elder brother, Huang Guang politely acknowledged Chen Zhanwu. Young brother, it will soon be your turn to showcase your abilities. Otherwise, our third brother here may become the subject of ridicule, Chen Zhanwu remarked, nodding at Huang Guang. Huang Guang nodded in response, and then Chen Zhangwu led both Chun Dalu and Huang Guang toward the small building. Upon entering the building and arriving in the living room, they found several individuals already seated. In the center sat a somewhat frail elderly man, his hair graying and adorned with reading glasses, striving to maintain an upright posture. He was none other than Chun Dalu's grandfather, the venerable Chun Elder. Flanking the elder were 6 or 7 middle-aged men in their 50s or 60s. As the three entered, all eyes in the room converged upon Huang Guang. A man seated to the left of the Chun Elder scrutinized Huang Guang and inquired of Chun Dalu, "Dalu, is this young brother the miraculous physician you spoke of?" "Indeed, his name is Huang Guang, and he is my esteemed comrade," Chun Dalu responded earnestly. The man's brow furrowed noticeably. "Dalu, our uncle's health is of utmost importance. You must exercise caution." It was evident that he harbored reservations regarding Huang Guang's youthfulness. Indeed, Dr. Hua previously cautioned us that our uncle's condition cannot withstand undue strain. Another man on the left echoed in agreement. "I believe that since Dalu is so confident, it is entirely worth a try," a man on the right interjected. "I concur. It merits consideration." Another man, who bore a striking resemblance to the one seated beside him, echoed the sentiment. The two sides then engaged in a spirited debate. "Enough of this bickering. Today is my birthday. Is this how you conduct yourselves?" Seated in the center, the venerable Mr. Chun spoke up. Though his voice was not loud, his words silenced those on either side. "Young man, are you aware of my condition?" Mr. Chun inquired gently, directing his gaze at Huang Guang. "Indeed, you have a total of 13 fragments of shrapnel lodged within you, the most perilous of which is perilously close to your heart. These remnants render you unable to engage in strenuous activities, and the pain intensifies during thunderstorms. Moreover, the tumor in your brain has severely impacted your neural functions." Huang Guang articulated calmly, effortlessly perceiving Mr. Chen's physical state with a mere flicker of his golden aura. "My grandfather does not have a brain tumor," Chun Dalu interjected. "Dalu, do take a moment to consider the individuals you have summoned. It seems you have been deceived. When Wu Chunyu sought your assistance with acupuncture, you ought to have obliged. Now, due to your refusal, he is unwilling to attend your uncle's birthday celebration. That man, Wu Chunyu, possesses a narrow-minded disposition and may very well undermine us behind our backs. Does the Chun family truly fear a mere physician like him? While that may be the case, caution is always prudent." Several middle-aged men began to bicker once more, spurred by Chun Dalu's remarks. "What are you all arguing about? Do you believe I have but a few days left to live, each of you yearning for rebellion?" Mr. Chun suddenly chastised them, his voice booming. Instantly, the squabbling factions fell silent. "Look at yourselves. All of you are nearing 60, yet you lack the composure of young Guang here. Fortunately, he is one of us. Had it been someone else, you would be the subject of ridicule." Mr. Chen's words reverberated in the ears of everyone present, causing a collective stir. The most delighted among them was Chun Dalu. Yet, amidst his joy, a shadow of concern lingered. He was elated because he discerned that his grandfather was indeed inclined to befriend Huang Guang, a sentiment bolstered by Huang's accurate assessment. His worry stemmed from the fact that a brain tumor was far more daunting than the shrapnel within Mr. Chen's body. "Grandfather, you flatter me. My uncles are merely expressing their concern for your health," Huang Guang humbly replied. "Then, in your esteemed opinion, do you believe my ailment is treatable?" Mr. Chen inquired. Although Mr. Chun was a veteran of the battlefield and had long since come to terms with life and death, the Chun family needed to endure until the next generation could uphold their legacy, which would require time. Given his current state, it was unlikely he could hold on much longer. If Huang Guang could indeed remedy his affliction, it would be nothing short of miraculous. "Grandfather, my third brother is my kin. His grandfather is also mine. I assure you, I shall heal you. I guarantee you shall live to 100, Huang Guang proclaimed, his face radiating confidence, a testament to his unwavering belief in his capabilities. In truth, Huang Guang's prowess could extend Mr. Chen's life, but prolonging it excessively might induce fear. Attaining a century of life would be most splendid. Let us then allow the old man to witness the marvels of your skills. Young Guang, Mr. Chen remarked. Very well. I shall treat you here, grandfather, Huang Guang affirmed. Huang Guang nodded slightly and approached the venerable Mr. Chun. I understand, father, Chun Zhangwu replied before making his way outside. Huang Guang stood before the elder and stated, Old master, as you're soon to celebrate your 80th birthday, I fear time may be insufficient. So I shall first remove the tumor from your brain. If time permits, I will then extract the shrapnel from your body. Can the tumor truly be removed? Mr. Chun inquired, a glimmer of hope illuminating his expression. Since the diagnosis of a brain tumor, which rendered surgical intervention impossible, The Chen family had kept this matter concealed from others, a decision made to fortify their standing. Now, hearing of the possibility of treatment, the elder felt a surge of joy. After all, who would willingly embrace death when life could be preserved? Chapter 72. Extracting the Shrapnel. Rest assured, I never utter words devoid of certainty, nor do I engage in endeavors without assurance. With that, Huang Guang produced 3 silver needles and deftly inserted them into the Shenling, Tianchong, and Jiaochong acupoints. As the needles penetrated, 3 streams of golden light surged into the elder's mind. Huang Guang's fingers danced along the needles, guiding the golden rays like celestial swords, incessantly severing the tumor within Mr. Chen's brain. Each strike diminished the tumor's mass until what was once a singular entity was reduced to mere fragments, ultimately vanishing entirely. Finally, Huang Guang employed the remaining vestige of golden light to mend the neural pathways in Mr. Chen's brain that had been oppressed by the tumor. Previously, the elder had endured the agony inflicted by the pressure on his nerves, but as the tumor was meticulously eradicated and his bruised neural pathways restored, he suddenly experienced a profound clarity, with all pain dissipating, replaced by a relieved smile. The anxious onlookers, including Chun Dalu and others, who had been intently observing Huang Guang's ministrations, felt a wave of relief wash over them upon witnessing the elder's smile. Whether it was Chun Jianwu's supportive kin or the 4 individuals seated to the elder's left, their gazes toward Huang Guang were filled with fervent admiration. After all, in the unpredictability of life, who could foresee the onset of illness? To have a miraculous healer capable of resolving even a brain tumor in mere moments was a treasure worth cultivating and aligning with. It was then that they realized the elder's wisdom in identifying Huang Guang as one of their own. Henceforth, should anyone fall ill, he would surely not refuse assistance. Given their familial bond, "Brother, how is the tumor in the elder's head?" Chun Dalu inquired. The notion of a tumor, particularly one residing in the brain, being deemed inoperable was akin to a death sentence in Chun Dalu's mind. While he wished fervently for Huang Guang to cure his grandfather, the notion of achieving such a feat in such a brief span seemed exaggerated, even though he had witnessed Huang Guang's prowess in treating Gutianying. "Of course, it has been cured. Otherwise, why would you have summoned me?" Huang Guang replied, casting a glance at Chun Dalu. His words, naturally, were heard by the elder's contemporaries, whose faces now radiated astonishment. If Huang Guang's assertions held true, then Chun Dalu had indeed unearthed a priceless boon for the Chen family. A minute later, old Master Chen slowly opened his eyes, a glint of vitality flashing within them, transforming his demeanor entirely. His previously straightened posture had been a mere facade, but now he radiated genuine vigor. "Xiao Guang, your life-saving grace is beyond words. Should you ever find yourself in need of the Chun family's assistance, do not hesitate to speak," old Master Chen declared as he approached Huang Guang. "Master, I have previously stated that my bond with third brother is akin to that of siblings. His grandfather is also mine. Since I possess the ability to assist you, it is my duty to do so," Huang Guang replied earnestly. "By the way, how much time do we have until the banquet? I shall see if I can extract the shrapnel from within you. There is still an hour before grandfather's banquet. Is that sufficient time?" Chun Dalu inquired. "I will give a try." Huang Guang was fully capable of annihilating cancer cells and tumors with golden energy, yet extracting the shrapnel required surgical intervention. Fortunately, Huang Guang could visualize every muscle and blood vessel within the human body. Although it was his first experience wielding a scalpel, he believed in his own capabilities. Subsequently, Huang Guang and old Master Chen entered his room, where the elder reclined upon the bed. Chun Dalu and the others awaited outside. "Please relax. I shall begin by removing the shrapnel from your leg," Huang Guang gently instructed. "Xiao Guang, proceed at your discretion," old Master Chen responded. Having weathered many storms in his life, though a hint of excitement coursed through him at the thought of the shrapnel that had tormented him for decades being removed, he quickly regained his composure. Huang Guang first requested the old man to remove his trousers. As the elder did so, Huang Guang beheld the scars that adorned his legs, a testament to the fierce battles he had fought on the battlefield. In his heart, Huang Guang vowed to rid the old warrior, who had once shed blood for the sake of future generations, of the torment caused by the embedded shrapnel. Soon, his gaze settled on 3 prominent scars. The shrapnel had been embedded for so long that it had fused with the flesh, forming a blood cocoon that had swollen. "Is there anything I should do?" the old man inquired. Noticing a book at the head of the bed, Huang Guang smiled and replied, "Old Master, simply immerse yourself in your reading." Old Master Chen chuckled softly and began to read. Huang Guang first produced 2 silver needles. inserting them into the elder's thigh to temporarily alleviate pain and control the blood vessels. He then retrieved a scalpel and made a small incision at one of the shrapnel scars. A minimal amount of blood seeped from the capillaries before it ceased. At that moment, Huang Guang directed a strand of golden energy from his eyes into the flesh cocoon. Under his control, the golden energy acted like a nimble hand, swiftly detaching the shrapnel from its grip on the surrounding tissue. Upon seeing the shrapnel extracted, Huang Guang quickly used tweezers to retrieve it, discarding it into a waiting dish. In the residence of Elder Chun, there exists a modest array of medical tools, a necessity given his advanced age, in the event of an unforeseen circumstance. These instruments would facilitate immediate aid before the arrival of a physician. Ultimately, Huang Guang utilized the golden radiance to mend the cellular damage of a minor wound he had inflicted upon himself, and astonishingly, the injury vanished, along with any trace of its previous scar. Upon extracting the shard of metal, Huang Guang was struck by the realization that he could only employ the golden radiance for healing purposes once more that day. Is it not possible to make use of the golden radiance more freely, after having endowed you with so many precious energies? Huang Guang lamented internally. Nonetheless, the golden radiance held the authority, and if it dictated a singular usage, then that was to be accepted. Elder, today I can only extract another fragment for you. I shall commence by removing the shard located near your heart. Since the opportunity was limited, he decided to proceed with the extraction of the shard from the heart area, a task he had grown accustomed to. Chapter 73. Let nature take its course. Let's begin. Although Elder Chun had been engrossed in reading, he had witnessed the moment Huang Guang extracted the first shard. He felt nothing at all as the fragment was removed. This had instilled profound confidence in Huang Guang. As Elder Chun removed his outer garment, it became apparent that his torso bore several scars, with 7 prominent marks from bullet wounds being particularly noticeable. The procedure Huang Guang was about to undertake mirrored the steps he had followed previously for the extraction from Elder Chen's leg. First, he would regulate the pain receptors and blood vessels, then make a small incision before delicately dislodging the shard with the golden radiance. Had a surgeon been performing this operation, the shard perilously close to the heart would pose a significantly greater challenge than that on the thigh. After all, no one could guarantee that the heart would remain unscathed during the extraction. However, for Huang Guang, such challenges were trivial, as the golden radiance would ensure that the heart remained untouched. After Huang Guang successfully removed the shard near the elder's heart, he took the opportunity to enhance the elder's cardiac function with the golden radiance before meticulously closing the wound. Elder, that will be all for today. Following the extraction of the 2 shards, Huang Guang felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, likely a consequence of the exertion involved in utilizing the golden radiance. Elder Chen lowered his gaze to his chest and was astonished to find that the previously marred area was now restored to its pristine state. Moreover, he sensed an invigorating vitality coursing through his body, as if he had regained decades of youth. Xiao Guang, my heartfelt gratitude to you, Elder Chen expressed sincerely. This time, not only had Huang Guang alleviated his ailments, but he seemed to have rejuvenated his very being, rendering him feeling decades younger. Even though such a monumental favor need not be acknowledged, he could not help but express his thanks. Elder, there are still fragments yet to be extracted. I fear I may not be able to assist you further until tomorrow, Huang Guang conveyed with a hint of regret. Though the amount of golden radiance at his disposal was increasing, the opportunities for its application remained limited, likely due to the toll it took on his mental fortitude. This had been the very reason he had fainted during his first treatment of his mother. It is of no consequence. I have never felt so unburdened in all these years. Is it just a few days' delay? Trust me, I have the time to wait, chuckled the venerable Mr. Chun. Shortly thereafter, he donned his attire and departed the room with Huang Guang. Outside, Chen Dalu and his companions awaited eagerly. As soon as Huang Guang and Mr. Chun emerged, they swiftly encircled them. Mr. Chun remained silent, merely ushering Chun Dalu's father and a few others into the room before closing the door behind them. Brother, how did it go? Chun Dalu inquired once they were inside. Not quite perfect, Huang Guang replied, shaking his head with a hint of regret. He felt somewhat disappointed that he could not use the golden radiance at will. However, upon hearing this, Chun Dalu mistakenly assumed Huang Guang referred to the retrieval of the shrapnel, and thus comforted him, saying, Brother, it's all right. Your ability to cure the old gentleman's tumor is remarkable. We can figure out the shrapnel later. Realizing Chun Dalu's misunderstanding, Huang Guang chuckled and clarified. I merely meant it wasn't entirely flawless. It doesn't imply I couldn't extract the shrapnel. I have already removed 2 fragments from the old gentleman's body, one from his thigh and another near his heart. The remaining fragments will require a few days before they can be entirely extracted. Chun Dalo paused, momentarily astonished, before recognizing that he had been misled by Huang Guang. He then playfully scolded, "I can't believe you dare to trick me. You owe me something good to compensate for my wounded feelings." "Huh, you misinterpreted the situation all on your own. Don't blame me," Huang Guang retorted with an eye roll. "By the way, who are those individuals?" "The old gentleman has 3 sons and a daughter. My father, my uncle, my second uncle, and my aunt," Chun Dalo replied. Through this introduction, Huang Guang learned the identities of the men inside. Chun Dalo's father, Chun Jinhua; Chun Jianwu's father, Chun Jinghua; and Chun Dalo's second uncle, Chun Jinjuan. Additionally, there was the son of Mr. Chen's late brother, who had passed away long ago, and they had all been raised by Mr. Chen. Despite the occasional sibling disputes, they were all genuinely concerned for the old gentleman's health. Otherwise, he would not have involved them in such a significant matter. Furthermore, it became evident to Huang Guang that in addition to Chun Jianwu, there was also an elder brother, Chun Jianfeng, and 2 younger sisters, Chun Jiaji and Chun Jiaying. As Huang Guang grasped the dynamics of the Chun family, inside the room, Mr. Chen showcased his previously scarred areas to his 3 sons and 3 nephews. "How is this possible?" one of Mr. Chen's nephews exclaimed in astonishment. Initially, he had assumed that even if Huang Guang could extract the shrapnel, some wounds would remain. Yet, not only were there no visible injuries, but even the old scars had vanished. This was utterly incredible. "Impossible, you say? Yet here it stands before your very eyes, Mr. Chen replied. "Now, keep this matter to yourselves. Just remember to foster good relations with him. Some individuals are worth befriending. In this regard, Dalo has performed admirably. He has secured his friendship early on." A smile graced Mr. Chen's face at the mention of Chun Dalu. Several brothers nodded. They were not fools. The extraordinary feats of Huang Guang indicated that his abilities were remarkable, and such a person was certainly worthy of friendship. If they could align themselves with the Chun family's aspirations, it would be even better. "Jinhua, this time, Dalo has indeed performed admirably. I was mistaken before," remarked Chun Jinqing, who had previously been the first to criticize Chun Dalu. "Indeed, we were wrong," echoed Chun Jinshu, who had supported Jinqing, observing the harmonious exchange among the brothers. The elder Chun could not help but nod in approval. For a prominent family to thrive and prosper, unity among the higher echelons was essential. As long as they were united, even a few minor pests within the family would not pose a significant issue. "Uncle, Huang Guang is still unmarried. I can arrange for some girls of a similar age from our family to interact with him. If it leads to a union, it would be a blessing. If not, forming a friendship would still be valuable," suggested Chun Jinqing, who had just offered an apology. "I find this proposal quite feasible." "I concur," was the collective support for Jinqing's idea. Regardless of how well Huang Guang and Chun Dala got along, such camaraderie could not compare to the bond of marriage. A union would be the optimal path for bringing Huang Guang closer to their side. Chapter 74, Situ Jiangwo. When the elder Chun re-emerged, the gazes of Chun Jinhua and the others towards Huang Guang had transformed, akin to that of treasure. Clearing his throat, Huang Guang felt slightly uncomfortable under their scrutiny. "All right, those individuals are almost here. Let's proceed outside." After the elder Chun and the others exited, Huang Guang idly awaited the arrival of the well-wishers. Given the elder Chen's stature, the guests would undoubtedly be of high status, potentially influential figures whose acquaintance would bolster Huang Guang's credibility in future conversations. Soon, guests began to arrive, and Huang Guang's horizons broadened. Each visitor was a high-ranking official at the provincial or ministerial level, greeted by Chun Jinhua and his companions. Naturally, the time these dignitaries could spend inside was limited, as the influx of guests made it impractical for them to linger. Shortly after, several military personnel arrived. Huang Guang inhaled sharply upon noticing their ranks, which included major generals and lieutenant generals. These were the elder Chen's former subordinates and the backbone of the Chun family. The attendees regarded Huang Guang with curiosity, as they recognized the important third generation of the Chun family, but had never encountered Huang Guang before. Nevertheless, during the elder Chen's grand celebration, they would refrain from inquiring about his identity. After several groups had arrived, a resounding voice echoed from outside the small building. "Having heard that Uncle Chun is unwell, I specifically invited Master Wu Chunyu, a renowned physician, to attend to you." Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of those inside shifted, clearly indicating their awareness of the identity of the visitor. "Third brother, who is the person outside?" Huang Guang discerned that the individual outside, despite claiming to be attending to the elder Chen's health, harbored sinister intentions. Inviting a physician during the elder's birthday celebration was nothing short of a disruption. This individual was none other than Situ Jiangwo of the Situ family. You are likely aware of the Situ clan, one of the prominent figures in the founding of the nation, albeit with long-standing grievances against our Chun family, resulting in a severely strained relationship to this day. However, the health of the Situ elder is even more precarious than that of our own patriarch. Should the Situ elder falter, it is presumed that the Situ family will have little strength left to oppose us. Thus, his disruptive presence on such a significant occasion is unsurprising. Yet, it appears his schemes shall not come to fruition. As the conversation turned to the Situ family, Chun Dalu exhibited evident disdain, suggesting that the enmity between the two families had persisted into a third generation. Brother Situ, my father is in excellent health. You need not trouble yourself, he declared. However, I have heard that Uncle Situ's health is not so robust. Should there be any way in which the Chun family can assist, please do not hesitate to inform us. Chun Jingua and Situ Jiangwo have long been rivals, both vying for a position among the 9 most powerful individuals in the nation. Their fortunes depend not solely on their own capabilities, but also on the backing of their respective patriarchs. With the Situ elder's health in decline, Situ Jiangwo's chances of success have diminished significantly, leaving him no choice but to resort to desperate measures. Brother Jingua, you cannot expect me to wait here outside indefinitely. Moreover, having gone to great lengths to invite Master Wu, I must be granted the opportunity to meet the elder, mustn't I? Situ Jiangwo remarked. Of course not, Brother Situ. Please come in, was the response. Before long, Huang Guang observed Chun Jingua escorting 2 gentlemen inside. One was a man in his 50s with a square face, a broad forehead, thick eyebrows, and spirited eyes, exuding the demeanor of one who has long held a position of authority. Presumably, this was Situ Jiangwo. The other gentleman, also in his 50s, donned spectacles and sported a tuft of beard on his chin, likely the esteemed physician Wu Chunyo referenced by Situ Jiangwo. Uncle Chun, your nephew Situ Jiangwo wishes you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity akin to the southern mountains, Situ Jiangwo proclaimed upon seeing the elder Chun. Despite the underlying tensions, he was obliged to display the respect befitting his role as a junior. My father is unwell, hence he has entrusted me to convey his regards. Your concern is appreciated, Brother Situ. Please take a seat, the elder Chun replied, nodding in acknowledgement. By the way, I have heard that your health is not at its best, so I specifically invited Master Wu Chunyo to examine you. He is renowned in our nation for his exceptional healing abilities and has treated many. I am confident he will provide you with sound advice. Situ Jiangwo continued after taking a seat. His words elicited displeasure among the generals present in the small hall, who found his timing rather distasteful. Nevertheless, the elder Chun remained unfazed, maintaining a stoic expression as he retorted, Jiangwo, your filial piety is commendable. However, given that your own father's health is also precarious, perhaps you might consider having Dr. Wu attend to him instead and offer some counsel. Uncle, rest assured, Master Wu has already examined my father. His condition is stable, and he merely requires ample rest, responded Situ Jiangwo. Situ Jiangwo is not a simple character. He maintained an unchanging expression, smiling as he spoke. I see. That is good to hear, nodded Elder Chun slightly. However, Jiangwo, where did you hear that my health is failing? In truth, I am quite well. You must have misunderstood. Uncle Chun, look, I have invited Master Wu here. Allow him to examine you. It will surely put your nephew's mind at ease. Situ Jiangwo was resolute, determined to pursue his goal without yielding. Very well, then, Elder Chun acquiesced after a moment's contemplation. Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback by the ease of Elder Chun's agreement, as he had prepared numerous arguments, now rendered unnecessary. He then glanced at Chun Jingwo and the others, noticing their calm demeanor, devoid of any signs of panic, as though they were eager to witness his outcome. A sudden unease washed over Situ Jiangwo, yet the arrow was already drawn, and he had no choice but to nod at Wu Chunyo. Wu Chunyo smiled slightly and respectfully saluted Elder Chun. Elder Chun, I shall devote my utmost efforts. After speaking, he approached Elder Chun, who extended his wrist for examination. Wu Chunyo placed his fingers upon Elder Chun's wrist. 2 minutes later, Wu Chunyo's expression turned peculiar. He had previously examined Elder Chun, who at that time exhibited a chaotic pulse, revealing his imminent demise. Yet now the pulse felt steady and robust, akin to that of a man 20 years younger. Chapter 75. Speak plainly. Master Wu, how is Uncle Chin's health? Please speak candidly. We're all family here. Observing Wu Chunyo's demeanor, Situ Jian silently praised his performance. Wu Chunyo appeared troubled. He had been invited to disclose Elder Chen's condition. Yet, the pulse indicated that the elder was in perfect health. How could he articulate this? If he spoke recklessly, the Chun family's influence would surely spell his doom. Conversely, if he conveyed the truth, he would struggle to explain it to Situ Jiangua, leaving him caught in a dilemma. Master Wu, please do share, Situ Jiangua urged, internally committing him once more. Indeed, Dr. Wu, please tell me what affliction this old man bears, so that I may find peace, Elder Chen added calmly. Elder Chun, your health is exceptionally sound. There are absolutely no issues, Wu Chunyo declared, biting his tongue and resolving himself. Elder Chen's health had suddenly improved, while Elder Situ had only days left to live. It seemed prudent to speak the truth. How is this possible? Situ Jiangua, who had anticipated Wu Chunyo would declare Elder Chen gravely ill, was taken aback by the assertion of his robust health. Situ Jiangua, how can you speak thus? Are you displeased that my father is in good health? Shun Zhangguo interjected. Indeed, is it not acceptable for the old general to be free of illness? Situ Jiangwo, although there are some conflicts between the old general and Situ Leoi, they were once comrades in arms, so such remarks are unnecessary. Indeed, as a junior, how could one speak in such a manner? Zhang Wo's words displeased the assembled generals, both major and lieutenant. No, that is not what I meant. Zhang Wo suddenly realized the gravity of his statement and found himself at a loss for words. However, old Master Chen smiled and said, do not blame Zhang Wo. He merely heard that I was unwell and formed a preconceived notion. Now that he learns I am in good health, his reaction is understandable. Alas, it is indeed true that even the most formidable of men cannot prevail against time. Experience does lend wisdom. Old Master Chun, first using his status as a senior to alleviate Zhang Wo's predicament, then pointed out the limited time left for Situ Leoi, leaving Zhang Wo with no grounds for rebuttal. After speaking, Zhang Wo turned to leave. Zhenghua, please see Zhang Wo off, old Master Chen called after him. As for Wu Chunyu, who had accompanied Zhang Wo, he was deemed unworthy of further consideration. Inside the small building, upon witnessing Zhang Wo's departure without even a greeting, Wu Chunyu was momentarily taken aback before bidding farewell to old Master Chun. Since your health is fine, I too must take my leave. I have another patient awaiting me. He needed to swiftly seek out Zhang Wo to clarify the misunderstanding. If Situ Leoi departed, the Si family would surely fall behind the Chun family. However, even a malnourished camel is mightier than a horse, and securing a competent physician was no trivial matter, hence the necessity for a clear explanation to avoid unjust blame. Since Dr. Wu has an appointment, I will not keep you, old Master Chen remarked nonchalantly. A physician daring to accompany Zhang Wo to trouble him was simply beyond comprehension. While old Master Chun felt it necessary to show some respect to Zhang Wo, he wished to extend no courtesy to Wu Chunyu. What is a doctor, after all? No matter how skilled, could their abilities surpass those of Huang Guang? Thus, old Master Chen made no effort to send anyone to accompany him. Wu Chunyu awkwardly smiled and departed the small building, hastening to catch up with Zhang Wo. Once Zhang Wo and Wu Chunyu had left, the individuals within the small building resumed their discussions as if the two had never visited. As the clock approached 11, 3 unexpected guests arrived: Gu Tianning, Gu Anya, and Hua Songyue. Huang Guang was taken aback by their arrival. Old Brother Chun, we have come to see you, wishing you good health and longevity. Gu Tianning greeted old Master Chen warmly. Tianning, you are most considerate, old Master Chen replied with a smile. At that moment, Hua Songyue spotted Huang Guang hiding in the corner and excitedly approached him. Master, you are here as well? Hua Songyue's call of master instantly drew the attention of everyone present to Huang Guang. Who is Hua Songyue, after all? She is renowned as the most famous divine physician in the land, and even Wu Chunyu could only be considered a junior in her presence. The fact that such a distinguished figure would refer to an apparently ordinary young man as master left everyone astonished. There is no need to shout so loudly. A mere acknowledgement suffices, Huang Guang remarked. Huang Guang glanced helplessly at his old apprentice, who was evidently excited to encounter his master in this unexpected setting. By the way, I have already chosen the date and was just about to inform you, Hu Songyue remarked nonchalantly. All right, let us not divert our attention. This occasion is for old Master Chen's grand birthday celebration. We shall discuss other matters later, Huang Guang responded. Hu Songyue nodded and took her place behind Huang Guang. At that moment, Huang Guang noticed all eyes were upon him, prompting an awkward smile. Old Master Chun, momentarily taken aback, then beamed as he said, Today, it is a rare occasion that divine Dr. Hua has also graced us with her presence. Please stay for a meal afterward. Meanwhile, Gu Anya cast a sidelong glance at Huang Guang, only to be whisked away by Chun Dao's cousin, Chun Jiaying, for a private conversation. Minutes later, more guests arrived. An old master Chun personally stepped out of the small building to greet them. Among the newcomers was someone Huang Guang recognized, Yin Jun, the proprietor of Paradise. Yin Jun was currently pushing a wheelchair occupied by an elderly man who was of a similar age to Old Master Chun. Old Yin, what brings you here? How is your health? Old Master Chun grasped the elder's hand, reflecting on their past camaraderie with a sense of nostalgia. What can be done? I should be 6 feet under by now, the elder replied. However, he looked at Old Master Chun with a puzzled expression, having heard rumors that the latter had little time left, yet here he was seemingly vibrant and full of life. Old Master Chun laughed heartily and said, I understand your thoughts. We are close enough to speak frankly. You wonder if my current health contradicts the rumors? The elder nodded, observing the cheerful and vigorous demeanor of Old Master Chun, pondering whether such rumors could indeed be false. After all, who would dare to spread such tales about him? Yin Jun, standing nearby, perked up at this exchange. To be honest, he harbored the same doubts, having previously confirmed that Old Master Chen's health was indeed in decline. Not merely a rumor. Reuniting with an old comrade, especially one with whom he shared a strong bond, lifted Old Master Chen's spirits, making him a stark contrast to the somber individual he had been while speaking with Sidu Jiangwo. Hearing this, Yin Jun's interest was piqued, and his gaze swept the surroundings until it landed upon Hu Songyue, causing a spark of recognition. He approached her directly. Noticing this, the elder's eyes glimmered with hope as he inquired, could she be the renowned divine Dr. Hua? At their level, many matters are no longer cloaked in secrecy, and such things are not worth concealing. Old Master Chun gave a slight shake of his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he stated, You will know shortly. Although the elder was baffled, a flicker of hope ignited within him upon hearing those words. If Old Master Chun could recover from such a grave illness, why not him? Moreover, the Yin family situation seemed precarious. It appeared to be flourishing, with the next generation achieving success, yet none occupied a position of power. Once he departed from this world, it would likely result in chaos akin to a fallen tree scattering its monkeys. He was unwilling to witness such a situation. Seeing hope arise, he naturally had no intention of letting it slip away. Yin Jun shared this sentiment, and thus, when he spotted Hua Songyue, he promptly approached her with warmth and familiarity. Dr. Hua, you've arrived here without informing me. I would have gladly arranged a welcome for you, he said, lowering his stature to utter these words, which was no small feat for someone of his standing. Hua Songyue smiled and replied, Young Master Yin, my presence here is hardly surprising. I am indeed here to celebrate Old Master Chen's birthday. Yin Yun, positive, responded Dr. Hue. Did you not cure Old Master Chen's ailment? The only one capable of healing him was Hua Songyue, and hearing her claim otherwise left Yin Jun baffled. Hua Songyue cast a curious glance at Yin Jun and shook her head gently. Young Master Yin, I am aware of Old Master Chen's condition. While I consider my medical skills commendable, I have yet to reach the level required to cure his illness. It was my master who performed the healing. Your master? Yin Jun exclaimed, his eyes widening with fervor. He quickly added, Dr. Hua, your medical prowess is already exceptional. Your master must be a true divine physician. Hua Songyue smiled proudly and stated, Indeed, that is the case. Before encountering Huang Guang, she had been quite self-assured, believing herself to be the foremost practitioner of medicine in the world. However, after meeting Huang Guang, she was thoroughly captivated by his skills, realizing that only her master truly deserved the title of a divine physician. Seeing Yin Jun's flattery resonate, he laughed and said, Dr. Hua, could you introduce me to your master? To be frank, Old Master Chen's health is deteriorating, and, as his grandson, it weighs heavily on my heart. Hua Songyue nodded and, without further ado, pointed to Huang Guang, saying, This is my master. Yin Jun's face lit up with a smile as he prepared to exchange pleasantries. However, upon recognizing Huang Guang's face, so familiar and youthful, he was momentarily taken aback. Dr. Hua, you wouldn't jest with me, would you? He asked in astonishment. Wasn't he this the same Huang Guang he had encountered at his Paradise Club? How could such a young lad be the master of a physician like Hua Songyue? Disappointed, he was met with Hua Songyue's displeasure as she retorted, Am I the type to joke? This is indeed my esteemed master, Huang Guang, and before him, I cannot claim to be a divine physician. Are you implying that he also cured Old Master Chen? Yin Jun's mouth fell agape as he gazed incredulously at Huang Guang, his expression akin to that of someone who had just encountered an extraterrestrial being. In truth, the revelation was astonishing, Had he recognized Huang Guang's worth and stature earlier, he might have acted differently. Yet, Yin Jun was no ordinary individual. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly composed himself and approached with a warm smile. Brother Huang, I must apologize for my previous misjudgment. Once the banquet concludes, you must visit the Yin residence as my honored guest. I wish to extend my sincerest apologies. Huang Guang scratched his nose, glanced at Yin Jun, but remained silent. The fellow had long since mastered his craft, and although it was his fault, his words turned into a convenient excuse. Chun Dalu, standing nearby, teased Jun Xiao last time at the Paradise Club. When I asked you to give room 10 to my brother, you were unwilling. Now you find yourself in need of his assistance, wishing for him to heal. Yet I assure you, it is not a simple matter. Yin Jun's face flushed as he hurriedly replied, Brother Huang, I admit my previous oversight. Do not hold it against me. I understand that a private room is trivial, but if you agree, room 10 shall be yours as an apology for me. For Huang Guang, the room was nothing compared to securing treatment for his grandfather. You should have said this sooner. Dalu remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Did you not look down upon my brother before? Now you find yourself humbling yourself before him. Huang Guang pondered for a moment, especially upon seeing Chun Laozu and Yin Lao engaged in amiable conversation, before nodding, Very well, I will visit your home shortly. Thank you so much. Yin Jun was overjoyed, seeing a glimmer of hope. He was well aware of the Yin family's circumstances and naturally wished for his grandfather to live longer. At this moment, Huang Guang added, However, Chun Lao's ailment requires attention, so the treatment for your grandfather must be postponed. No problem, we can wait, Yin Jun readily agreed. Harboring no doubts about Huang Guang's medical skills, having witnessed Chen Laozu appearing as if nothing was amiss. Just as Huang Guang was about to inquire further, someone suddenly shouted, The Li family has arrived. Huang Guang's gaze immediately shifted towards the entrance. Chapter 77, The Judo Expert. Previously, Huang Guang had heard of the affair between Chun Dalu and the Li family's young lady, which piqued his curiosity about her character. Each time he inquired with Chun Dalu, the latter would stammer and refrain from revealing much. Thus Huang Guang's intrigue only deepened. The expressions of others present grew peculiar. Yin Jun chuckled, Dalu, let us see how you escape this time. If you try, I will have you tied up. You dare, Chun Dalu retorted, flustered. Yin Jun shot back, what do I have to fear? Have you considered how long the Li family's young lady has been waiting for you? A woman's youth is fleeting. You, as a man, should not behave this way. If I bind you, your father would thank me, believe it or not. Upon hearing this, Chun Dalu's expression turned complex. He was indeed aware of these matters, yet he also bore his own unspoken burdens, causing his face to flush crimson as he fell silent. Huang Guang found this amusing. It was the first time he had seen Chun Dalu exhibit such a demeanor, an occurrence that would have been unimaginable in the past. As Chun Dalu was eager to leave, the elder Chun suddenly turned and glared at him, saying, A man should bear responsibility, do not think of leaving. The young lady from the Li family has arrived. Surely, you know how to conduct yourself without my instruction? Clenching his teeth, Chun Dalu nodded and replied, Rest assured, elder, I am aware. Satisfied, the elder Chin nodded and began conversing with elder Yin. However, Huang Guang couldn't help but think that Chun Dalu's expression resembled that of a condemned prisoner facing execution. Was it really that dire? Soon, under everyone's watchful gaze, several men and women entered through the main gate of the Chin residence. At the forefront was a resolute-looking old man leaning on a cane, accompanied by a tall, elegant woman who was assisting him, her demeanor serious and her beauty striking. With just one glance, Huang Guang was convinced that this must be the young lady from the Li family. Upon noticing her, Chun Dalu's gaze faltered, filled with uncertainty on how to approach her. The others, upon seeing the woman, immediately turned their attention to Chun Dalu. Overwhelmed by pressure, he noticed that the young lady from the Li family didn't even spare him a glance, but walked straight past him to greet her elders. Suddenly, Huang Guang playfully nudged Chun Dalu from behind. Caught off guard, Chun Dalu stumbled forward toward the young lady from the Li family. As they locked eyes, he looked furious, while Huang Guang chuckled mischievously, relishing the moment. Left with no choice, Chun Dalu approached the young lady, stammering, Xiaoxiu, it's been a long time. Silence enveloped the room as everyone watched this scene unfold, each face adorned with a smirk of schadenfreude. Chun Dalu, you scoundrel. The young lady from the Li family suddenly shouted, executing a beautiful shoulder throw that sent Chun Dalu, who weighed over 100 kilograms, crashing to the ground. Ouch! Are you trying to commit murder? Chun Dalu grimaced in pain, though the young lady had controlled her strength, ensuring he wasn't seriously harmed. The spectators erupted into laughter, An elder Chen stroked his goatee, chuckling, "Well done, girl. Dalu has evaded you for 3 years. If you are not satisfied, feel free to give him another beating." The young lady cast a disdainful glance at Chen Dalu, replying, "With his physique, I doubt he could handle it. Let be. I certainly do not wish to bear the heavy charge of spousal murder." Her words elicited laughter from both Elder Chen and Elder Yin, as well as the elder from the Li family. Huang Guang, however, was secretly astonished. He was certain that even after undergoing physical enhancement, it would be no easy feat to throw an adult man like that. How much strength must one possess? The young lady from the Li family appeared gentle and refined. She certainly did not seem like someone with such physical prowess. It seemed that Yin Jun noticed Huang Guang's confusion and explained, "The young lady from the Li family is a judo expert. She resorts to force at the slightest provocation. You say you are a man. Do you think you could withstand it?" With that, Yin Jun broke into a gleeful laugh. Huang Guang suddenly came to a realization, his gaze pityingly fixed on Chen Dalu. This clarified everything. After all, no one wishes to introduce a fierce matriarch into their household. More importantly, should any incident result in a shoulder throw, one would find that even 9 lives would be insufficient to endure the consequences. At that moment, Old Master Li tapped his cane and remarked, "Old Chun, your Dalu is quite out of line. A shoulder throw is a leniency. These past few days, Xiao Xue has had a difficult time. What do others say about her? They claim she is unwanted, and it brings shame to my old face." Hearing this, Chun Laozi's expression turned awkward, and he urged, "Old Li, the children are unaware of the complexities of life. As elders, we ought to guide them more." As he spoke, he hastily signaled to Chun Dalu. For the implication of Old Li's words was already abundantly clear. "No, it's not that. I actually like you." Chen Dalu, noticing her demeanor, grew anxious. His previous concerns had been unwarranted, yet he remained troubled. It was only at this moment he realized that his apprehensions and thoughts were indeed misguided. All the pressure was, in fact, being borne by the young lady from the Li family. To divert attention, Chun Laozi quickly stated, "As for the marriage, I have already consulted someone to choose an auspicious date. Everything is prepared. Old Li, since you are here, I must introduce you to a significant guest." "Significant?" Old Master Li squinted, disdainfully replying, "Old Chun, do not try to deceive me. The terms we previously discussed must remain unchanged. Do not attempt to mislead me." Chun Laozi nodded vigorously and motioned for Huang Guang to come over. Upon noticing this, Huang Guang promptly approached. "This is my young friend Huang," Chun Laozi declared with utmost seriousness. Chapter 78. The Medical Spirit of Hua Songyue. Huang Guang felt somewhat awkward, quickly saying, "Hello, Old Li." Old Master Li glanced at him and lost interest, coolly stating, "Old Chun, you cannot be losing your faculties. Why summon a descendant of the family to join the fray?" However, Old Master Yin interjected, "Old Li, you are mistaken. This young man is a miraculous doctor. Are you not curious why Old Chun is suddenly so lively again?" Upon hearing this, Old Master Li slightly nodded, a look of curiosity crossing his features. The primary reason he had come was to see Old Chun one last time, hoping to finalize the marriage while Old Chun was still alive. Otherwise, the young lady from the Li family would truly be left unmarried. After all, both Chen Dalu and the Li family's young lady were not getting any younger, and it was high time for them to settle down. Old Master Yin cast a glance at Huang Guang and said, "It was this Huang, the miraculous doctor, who provided the healing. I have made an appointment as well. However, as I arrive later, I must wait behind Old Chen. Should you wish to consult Huang for treatment, you'll have to wait your turn." "He healed you?" Old Chen chuckled. "You would do well to believe it. Though young in age, Huang is indeed the disciple of the esteemed Master Hua Songyue, the master of Master Hua." Old Master Li was immediately moved, yet found it hard to believe as he exclaimed, "You must be jesting with me. I have indeed met Mr. Hua. He possesses considerable skill, yet he is also quite proud. How could he possibly engage in such absurdity?" "Old Li, this is no absurdity. My master's medical prowess truly surpasses mine, and thus I sincerely wish to be his disciple," responded Hua Songyue, one of the most renowned divine doctors in the Celestial Empire, who, well acquainted with the top-tier elites, approached directly without needing any invitation. As he spoke, his gaze was filled with profound admiration for Huang Guang. He had examined Old Chen's ailment before, contemplating numerous methods and poring over ancient texts, yet he had concluded time and again that a cure was utterly impossible. Indeed, there were methods available. Otherwise, he would not have earned the title of divine doctor. However, Old Chen was far too advanced in age, and his frail body could not withstand any considerable risk. Any approach that bore even the slightest chance of danger was simply unfeasible. Yet, this formidable conundrum, arguably a challenge for the global medical community, was effortlessly resolved by Huang Guang. In Hua Songyue's eyes, this was nothing short of astonishing. Were it to be reported, it would undoubtedly be dismissed by experts as sensationalism or fake news. After all, how could such a feat be possible? There had never been a precedent for this. Even Hua Songyue himself found it hard to believe. Yet now, witnessing old Qin's lively and robust demeanor, the evidence lay before him. Who would dare to doubt? What is a divine doctor? This is a divine doctor. Hua Songyue was utterly in awe of Huang Guang, convinced that only by following him could he ascend to the pinnacle of the medical field. Old Li observed the admiration in Hua Songyue's gaze with surprise. For someone of his stature, even the slightest change in emotion could not escape his keen perception. He clearly saw Hua Songyue's reverence for Huang Guang, a look that seemed uncharacteristic for a medical master of Hua's caliber. Previously, even individuals of their rank had to consider whether Hua Songyue had the time to attend to their ailments, for the old man was quite proud, leaving them powerless to compel him. But now, to witness Hua Songyue displaying such sentiments toward a mere youth was utterly absurd to old Li. Ahem, truth be told, I'm not keen on this either. I find it rather inappropriate, Master Hua. I believe we can address each other as equals without such formalities. See, everyone finds it rather unsuitable, Huang Guang remarked, somewhat helpless. Each time his relationship with Hua Songyue was introduced, it sparked astonishment and peculiar reactions. Although he had attained a certain status now, Huang Guang harbored no desire for such attention. He wished to remain low-key, for he was still relatively unanchored. Should his unusual circumstances be uncovered, he feared he might soon be subjected to scrutiny as a mere guinea pig. However, upon hearing these words, Hua Songyue became anxious and exclaimed, "A worthy individual deserves to be a master. Master, I willingly call you my master. Throughout my life, I have never held anyone in such high regard, but for you, I am utterly in awe. If you refuse to accept me, I shall take my own life this very moment." Hua Songyue had devoted his entire existence to the art of medicine, and thus, when he felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his craft, believing further progress impossible, he suddenly saw hope in Huang Guang. There was no way he could relinquish this opportunity. Absolutely not. Hua, it is not that I am unwilling to accept you. It is merely that, given our ages, it is quite inappropriate. Huang Guang replied, feeling helpless. His statement might come across as pretentious, yet he genuinely did not wish to take on an older, highly renowned disciple. The onlookers were left agape, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Who was Hua Songyue? He was the foremost divine physician of the realm. They had encountered him before, yet he had always treated them with indifference. Yet now, Hua Songyue was fervently willing to become the disciple of a mere fledgling. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would have dared to believe it. Some even suspected that Hua Songyue had been drugged by Huang Guang. Yan Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared, "Dalu, I must thank you for this. I am now thoroughly convinced. He can undoubtedly cure my family's patriarch." Chun Dala chuckled, boasting, "Then should we not offer that fresh-faced model in your room some attention? You still desire a model?" The eldest daughter of the Li family pinched his side, yet her tone remained calm. "I dare not. I meant to bestow her upon Brother Huang." Chandala gasped, his face contorting into a grimace even more tragic than that of sorrow. Yan Jun had initially intended to laugh, but upon receiving a glare from the Li family's eldest daughter, he quickly restrained himself. It was no jest to provoke a judo expert, especially considering the consequences if the Li family's eldest daughter were to retaliate, which would likely be a futile endeavor. Whether it was Old Master Li, Old Master Chun, or Old Master Yin, they were all deeply moved, particularly the latter, who saw in Hua Songyue a genuine spirit of medical artistry. Chapter 79. The Condition of Old Master Yin. In the pursuit of knowledge, there is a hierarchy. Master, your accomplishments in the medical field suffice to make you my mentor. To be candid, I once believed myself to be quite formidable, but upon encountering you, I realized that I have squandered my years in ignorance. Hua Songyue's expression grew increasingly grave as he fixed his gaze upon Old Master Li, stating, "Li, I respect your status. However, the medical skill and character of my master are beyond question. Should you doubt my master, you are casting doubt upon me." Old Master Li hastily replied, "Divine Physician Hua, I was merely jesting. There is no need to take it seriously. At their age, the last thing one should do is offend a physician, especially one as truly divine as Hua. Doctors are often perceived as possessing little authority in their noble pursuit of saving lives. However, the illustrious doctor, Hua has treated an innumerable array of patients over the years, establishing an extensive network of connections. Take, for instance, the venerable Elder Chun and Elder Yin present here. Can they truly disregard the kindness he has shown? Should anyone dare to challenge Hua Songwei, it would not be a trivial matter. Not even the esteemed Old Li could accomplish such a feat. This is the true essence of the formidable power held by a genuine healer. Huang Guang, sensing the various expressions of intrigue directed towards him, felt a twinge of helplessness. He feared that continuing his discourse might provoke unforeseen consequences. However, Hua Songwei suddenly clasped his hands together and addressed the gathering, announcing, on the 4th of next month, we shall hold a grand ceremony for my apprenticeship. I sincerely hope each of you will grace us with your presence. With a mischievous smile, he added, Master, it seems there is no escaping my request for you to accept me. Very well, I shall accept you, Huang Guang sighed, pondering how he could find himself embroiled in such extraordinary events. The onlookers regarded him with a mixture of envy and admiration, even with their esteemed statuses. They could not help but marvel at the audacity of the situation. What constitutes pretentiousness? Could there be a more ostentatious display than this? A feat they could scarcely imagine was now being effortlessly accomplished by Huang Guang. Upon receiving Huang Guang's acquiescence, Hua Songyue's face blossomed with delight, and he stood respectfully behind him, akin to a devoted attendant. Yet, who would dare dismiss the significance of a healer's companion? Elders Li, Shen, and Yin scrutinized Huang Guang with penetrating gazes, increasingly perplexed by his enigmatic nature. Consequently, when the banquet commenced, Huang Guang and Hua Songyue found themselves seated at the head table, a privilege primarily due to Elder Chen's long-standing friendships, many of whom were no longer in good health. After the celebratory feast, Huang Guang intended to take his leave, but was halted by Elder Chen, initially concerned that something was amiss. He was relieved to see the elder in good spirits. Elder Chen then remarked, Young brother Huang, there seems to be something peculiar about old Yan's health. Could you lend your expertise? Aware of Huang Guang's esteemed reputation, Elder Chen pondered how to address him and ultimately settled on young brother as a compromise. Huang Guang had no objections to this title and felt a sense of honored astonishment. After all, Elder Chen was a person of great stature, and simply being in his presence was a significant honor. I thought Elder Yin appeared quite well just moments ago, Huang Guang inquired, puzzled. Elder Chen narrowed his eyes, replying. After a few drinks, his complexion turned ashen, and he lost consciousness. Even the doctors are baffled. Old Yin is my comrade. I implore you, young brother, to ensure his recovery. Taken aback by Elder Chen's earnest request, Huang Guang instinctively sensed the gravity of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, Elder Chen, I cannot guarantee a cure, but I shall do my utmost. Very well, that is all I ask. Elder Chen's expression shifted to one of complex emotion. Huang Guang initially felt perplexed. However, after some contemplation, he summoned Hua Songwei. Have you ever examined the health of old Master Yin? In Huang Guang's perspective, Hua Songyue should possess considerable familiarity with the physical conditions of such individuals. This raised a peculiar question. Are you certain he harbors no other hidden ailments? Hua Songyue's expression shifted, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly remarked, Master, there is something I must reveal to you. It will be best if you refrain from examining old Master Yan's condition. Why is that? Huang Guang's curiosity deepened. He was well aware that Hua Songyue was a paragon of compassion in the medical field. He would never shy away from treating any ailment, and even conditions deemed untreatable would pique his scholarly interest. Overcoming a medical conundrum signifies an advancement in the art of healing. With a wry smile, Hua Songyue confessed, Master, based on my years of experience, I harbor serious doubts that old Master Yan's condition stems from a recurrence of an old ailment. Rather, I suspect he may be suffering from poisoning. Poisoning? Huang Guang was taken aback, fixing his gaze on Hua Songyue. Noticing Hua Songyue's helplessness, he couldn't help but smile wryly. At this juncture, there was no need for further inquiry. Huang Guang was no fool, and the mere mention of poisoning shed light on numerous implications. But I have already given my word to Elder Chen. Suddenly, Huang Guang recalled Elder Chen's recent demeanor, furrowing his brow as he pondered. Elder Chen must be aware of something. Is he pushing me into a perilous situation? Did Elder Chen instruct you to proceed in this manner? Hua Songyue's expression changed dramatically, a hint of anger surfacing as he retorted, Master, I sought him out precisely because of this. That old man has gone too far. It was at his behest that I initially divulged this information, yet I never anticipated he would exploit it to jeopardize you. Enough, enough. Huang Guang hastily interrupted Hua Songyue, taking a deep breath before saying, As a healer, I may not be a paragon of virtue, but neither can I be deemed malevolent. When faced with such circumstances, it is only fitting that I intervene. Old Master Yin is a person I deeply respect. I cannot stand idly by while such events unfold. Moreover, as practitioners of medicine, we must never lose sight of our core principles due to such matters. Chapter 80. Huang Guang's Resolution. Hua Sanyue trembled, gazing at Huang Guang with admiration. Master, I shall remember this. Contemplating, Hua Sanyue felt a sense of shame. Indeed, why had he only thought of self-preservation in the face of adversity, retreating in fear? Wasn't his initial ambition to practice medicine rooted in the desire to save lives? Furthermore, lower-tier physicians heal the body, while higher-tier physicians heal the heart. Perhaps only someone like Master could truly ascend to the pinnacle of the medical realm. Inspired by Huang Guang's indomitable spirit, Hua Sanyue felt increasingly ashamed of his previous thoughts. Huang Guang patted his shoulder and smiled as he made his way to the room where old Master Yin rested. To be honest, Huang Guang's decision was not made lightly. He understood that once he committed, it would mean entangling himself in the internal strife of the Yin family. He was merely a doctor, not a scion of a prestigious family, nor did he possess any formidable connections. Involving himself in the internal conflicts of the Yin family could lead to disastrous consequences. Yet, Huang Guang believed that since he had encountered this situation and possessed the capability to act, he must do so. Certainly, Huang Guang is not a fool. If he lacked absolute confidence, he would never take such a risk. What if old Master Yin were to suddenly pass away? He would find himself in a dire predicament. With this thought in mind, Huang Guang was led into the resting chamber of old Master Yin. Upon entering, he was greeted by the fragrant scent of sandalwood. Frowning slightly, he advanced a few steps further and noticed a spacious bed where Yin Jun and two other men stood, their expressions filled with concern. The moment Yin Jun spotted Huang Guang, his eyes brightened. In an excited whisper, he implored, "Divine Dr. Huang, I beseech you, please ensure the old master's recovery." Huang Guang replied softly, "I will do my utmost, but please remove the sandalwood. It is unsuitable for the patient." At that moment, Yin Jun had placed all his hopes on Huang Guang, and upon hearing this, he immediately began to summon someone to have it removed. Wait, just then, a man with a square jaw approached from the foot of the bed, casting a skeptical glance at Huang Guang. "Yin Jun, who is he? Why do you heed his words? Does he not know that the old master adores sandalwood?" Instinctively, Huang Guang sensed the animosity radiating from this man. Upon glancing at him, he recognized the unfamiliarity, realizing he must not have been at the banquet earlier. Yin Jun's expression soured, yet he managed to maintain his composure. "Elder brother, this is Divine Dr. Huang. I invited him to treat the old master." "Divine Dr. Huang, this is my elder brother Yin Fong." Huang Guang nodded slightly and greeted, "Hello." However, Yin Fong retorted, "Yin Jun, have you lost your senses? You dare bring a fraud like him here? Do you not wish to see our old master recover? You are the one who has lost your senses, elder brother. Speak more courteously. This man is the master of divine Dr. Hua Sanyue." Yin Jun's anger flushed his face, but considering the old master was still lying there, he suppressed his fury and lowered his voice. Yin Fong scoffed derisively, fixing his disdainful gaze on Huang Guang. "Him? The master of Hua Divine Doctor? How old is Hua Divine Doctor now? Is his master still alive? Yin Jun, for goodness sake, think before you speak. How can you trust the words of such a charlatan? I'm deeply disappointed in you." "You," Yin Yun incensed, "Vitoltit. I speak nothing but the truth. Step aside. I will not budge, and I certainly will not allow you to gamble with the old master's health." Yin Fong stood defiantly in the middle, his expression rife with mockery. "Enough, enough. The old master is still lying there. Cease your quarrel. Second brother is merely concerned for the old master's well-being. In a moment of desperation, he brought this man here. Just let him be." A somewhat younger man approached, glancing impatiently at Huang Guang, his tone indifferent. Yin Jun's face flushed crimson with indignation as he glanced between Huang Guang and his two brothers, exclaiming, "What I say is true. Every moment you delay, the old master becomes more perilously ill." Yin Fong coldly replied, "Yin Jun, be mindful of your standing. My intervention is for the sake of the old master. Do not think I am unaware of your ulterior motives. Should the old master pass, the Paradise Club would be yours, would it not? Dream on. Half of the shares belong to the family. Indeed, my dear brother, the elder still resides among us. I believe it would be prudent for you to temper your demeanor." Yin Jun is nearly driven to madness. He never anticipated that what should have been a straightforward matter would devolve into such chaos. Only Huang Guang maintained an expression of indifference, seemingly entertained by the unfolding drama between the two men. He discerned that their actions stemmed not from disbelief in him, but from a deliberate attempt to obstruct. Huang Guang was confident that as members of the Yin family attending Old Master Chen's birthday celebration, they could hardly be oblivious to his identity. Yet, the motive behind their obstruction rendered the situation rather intriguing. As the argument among the individuals escalated, a sudden series of coughs emanated from the sickbed. Instantly, Yin Yun, Yin Fong, and the youngest man rushed to the bedside. Huang Guang followed suit, for at this moment, he was no longer the focus of attention. Being within the Chun family's domain, no one would impede his presence. Upon observing the countenance of Old Master Yin, he was taken aback. It had scarcely been a short while since their last encounter, yet one side of the elder's face now bore a crimson hue, while the other appeared deathly pale. Beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead, and more alarmingly, a darkening hue was discernible on his brow, a most peculiar sign, indeed. Previously, when Huang Guang had seen Old Master Yin, he had noted some decline in health, yet it was far less severe than the current state. Surely, a few drinks could not have precipitated such a dire condition. Pondering this, he remained silent as Old Master Yin feebly opened his eyes. Yin Fong, however, urged quickly, "The old master is waking. Fetch the medical attendant at once." The youngest man cast a glance at Huang Guang, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Why do you linger?" Without awaiting a response, he hurried off to summon the health attendant. Soon, a health attendant rushed in, astonished by Old Master Yan's condition. Yet, after conducting a thorough examination with various medical instruments, the attendant's expression grew grave as he declared, "The elder's condition is precarious. I recommend immediate hospitalization." "What? So severe?" Yin Jun gasped, his anxiety mounting as he glared at Yin Fong, exclaiming, "We must let divine Dr. Huang take a look. Only he can save the old master now." Yin Fong, with a furrowed brow, replied impatiently, "Yin Jun, are you the elder or am I? Allow me to reiterate, your notions are utterly unrealistic. Furthermore, do not place blind faith in any so-called divine doctors. Trust in science." Chapter 81. The Internal Conflicts of the Yin Family. Old Master Yin, who had been on the verge of opening his eyes, suddenly succumbed once more, though he still drew breath, suggesting he had merely lapsed into a deeper slumber. Amidst the ensuing commotion, he was swiftly transported to the hospital. When Huang Guang encountered Hua Songyue, she had just arrived with silver needles in hand. Yin Jun, fraught with anxiety, paced before Huang Guang. Having witnessed the earlier events, he was now firmly convinced that only Huang Guang possessed the ability to heal his ailing patriarch. Yin Jun sighed deeply, suppressing his anger. To be candid, he felt an immense dissatisfaction towards Yin Fong. Had it not been for the elderly gentleman still confined to his bed, a quarrel would likely have ensued. Huang Guang nodded slightly, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "There are some matters I am uncertain whether I should discuss. Let us defer them for another time." Yin Jun, perplexed by Huang Guang's words, chose not to inquire further and hurriedly departed. Once he was gone, Huang Guang remarked, "I have just visited the venerable Yin, and I can assert with certainty that he has indeed been poisoned. However, this toxin is one that has never before been identified or encountered. It is exceedingly potent, capable of causing death invisibly. Otherwise, it would have been detected. In truth, many ailments today can be diagnosed, yet remain untreatable. Modern medicine has delved quite thoroughly into the human body. What truly disheartens Huang Guang is the extent to which individuals will go for the sake of profit, demonstrating a complete lack of scruples. Moreover, the identity of the poisoner remains uncertain, but the internal strife for power within the Yin family is unmistakably evident. He has already perceived numerous issues. It is precisely for this reason that, in Huang Guang's view, many situations are similarly fraught. If given the choice, he would undoubtedly wish to avoid such circumstances. Yet, having encountered them, Huang Guang is not one to concede defeat. After lingering for a while longer, he prepared to leave with Hua Songyue. However, just as they stepped outside, Chun Dalu pursued them, insisting on dragging Huang Guang out for some leisure. Thinking of the young lady from the Li family, Huang Guang's spirits lifted considerably, and he couldn't help but ask Brother Chun, "How does it feel to be on the verge of marriage?" Chun Dalu shot him a glare and replied, "Oh, go away. You think I wish to marry? If it weren't for a lack of options, do you think I would willingly enter such a situation? Living with a ferocious tigress at home is a daily source of anxiety. This life is hardly livable. I believe the young lady from the Li family would be quite suitable for you. It would be nice to have someone to look after you." Huang Guang stifled a laugh, contemplating the fact that the young lady from the Li family was a judo expert, and observing Chun Dalu's predicament left him at a loss for words. With a sigh, Chun Dalu cautioned, "Brother, allow me to advise you. Do not follow in my footsteps. You mustn't marry a tigress. Huang Guang thought of Guanya and smiled inwardly. Although her temperament could be quite fiery, she would never resort to such extremes. Gulme, today I shall take you to a splendid place for some relaxation. A splendid place? What kind of place? Huang Guang inquired with curiosity, as it was his first visit to the capital, and he was quite unfamiliar with the intricacies of high society. Everything felt remarkably novel to him. Absolutely exhilarating. I assure your satisfaction. With that, Huang Guang pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away, merging into the flow of traffic. Soon, approximately half an hour later, Huang Guang followed Chundalu into a hotel. Huang Guang remained perplexed about his purpose for coming here. There was no need to seek women in such a place, nor was there a necessity to adopt an air of mystery. Upon entering the hotel lobby, a strikingly voluptuous woman clad in a deep V-neck dress approached him. At that moment, Chundalu took out a black card. The woman, who appeared to be the lobby manager, upon catching sight of the card, instantly became more enthusiastic, slightly bending at the waist to reveal a glimpse of her fair skin as she smiled and inquired, "Young Master Chun, which floor shall you be visiting today?" Huang Guang's nostrils flared as he caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance, unmistakably emanating from the woman. To be candid, he had grown somewhat immune to the allure of women, having realized that wherever Chundalu ventured, there was never a lack of beauty, and with wealth, one could easily take their pick. While he once had an appreciation for beautiful women, his interest waned after meeting Gu Anya and experiencing numerous revelations alongside Chundalu. To the basement level, Chundalu announced as he guided Huang Guang toward the elevator, remarking, "Brother, whether we strike it rich today depends on you." "Strike it rich?" Huang Guang queried. Bemused, Chundalu was not one to be financially desperate. On the contrary, he was quite affluent, drawn more by the thrill of adventure and antiquities. Hey, you shall soon find out." Before long, as they reached the elevator, Chundalu discovered it was a VIP lift. The lobby manager entered a code and swiped a card before the doors slid open. Huang Guang, utterly bewildered, followed Chundalu inside, and they swiftly descended to the basement level. As the elevator doors parted, a cacophony of sounds enveloped them. Huang Guang frowned and peered ahead, but the corridor was isolated, blocking any view of the outside. What place is this? He wondered, listening to a medley of voices filled with profanity, wild shouts, and the sounds of fists striking flesh. Intrigued yet astonished, he felt a surge of curiosity. This is the underground fighting arena of the capital, a haven for thrill-seekers and the largest casino. Chundalu replied with a mysterious smile. Soon after, Chundalu led Huang Guang to the door of a room. A beam of infrared light swept across, and Chundalu pressed his fingerprint on a touch panel on the wall. "Ding dong, welcome," a sweet voice announced as the door swung open. Huang Guang followed Chundalu inside, and upon entry, he was taken aback by the opulent decor. The furnishings were lavish and of high quality, clearly evident even without prior experience. The wall directly ahead was transparent, providing an unobstructed view of the scene outside. Beyond the glass, a competition arena awaited, featuring a spacious ring at its center, flanked by an audience that was completely filled. However, the spectators appeared somewhat unhinged, shouting and cheering with fervor, as if under the influence of a stimulant. Chapter 82. The Arena of Life and Death. Hit him, kick him, strike below the belt, yes, just like that. Similar sounds permeated the surroundings, at least within this private room, where these noises were palpable, causing Huang Guang to frown and his eardrums to prickle with discomfort. He was not particularly fond of such places. Chundalu noticed the change in Huang Guang's expression and suddenly pressed down on the armrest of the sofa. An astonishing event unfolded as the previously cacophonous sounds abruptly vanished. This floor was equipped with soundproofing, and each room was accessible only to those of considerable wealth or influence. Both were essential. Chundalu offered a brief explanation and clapped his hands, prompting a sweetly dressed woman in uniform to enter. "Good evening, young Master Chun." The woman bowed gracefully, her voice melodious, and her appearance and makeup impeccably refined, clearly the result of specialized training. Huang Guang couldn't help but marvel silently. Although he was no longer impoverished, such a scene still took him aback. Wherever Chundalu went, he received exceptional treatment, surrounded by luxury and meticulous care. This was the power of wealth and influence. Initially, Huang Guang felt a sense of satisfaction with his own achievements, yet witnessing this situation brought a bittersweet smile to his face, a realization dawning that he was still far from significant, especially in comparison to Chundalu's illustrious family. However, Huang Guang was not disheartened. He harbored no grand ambitions. His desire was simply to live well and ensure that those he cherished could enjoy a comfortable life. At that moment, Chen Dalo leaned closer to Huang Guang and whispered, if you like her, you can take her home. Don't worry, I haven't touched her. Huang Guang was slightly taken aback, despite having mentally prepared himself. The words still surprised him. Chen Dalu hadn't deliberately lowered his voice, yet the sweet woman showed no reaction, as if it were entirely natural. Huang Guang felt a flicker of temptation but quickly thought of Gu Anya and shook his head, replying, No, I have a girlfriend. Chen Dalu shot him an incredulous look and retorted, Why are you so rigid? So what if you have a girlfriend? Many people do, and I won't tell anyone. This will be our little secret, right? Huang Guang replied, Let it go, Brother Chen. You needn't flatter me. Just tell me, why did you bring me here? Nonetheless, Huang Guang harbored no resentment towards Chen Dalu. Despite his flaws, Chen Dalu had aided him significantly and treated him well, displaying genuine integrity. Haha, my brother. It seems nothing escapes your notice. Very well, I shall speak plainly. Have you encountered a minor setback? Huang Guang's gaze flickered momentarily. Ever since acquiring the golden eye, not only had his physical attributes improved, but his cognitive abilities and reaction times had also significantly enhanced. Thus, he could discern the flaw in Chen Dalu's statement without much deliberation. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chen Dalu's eyes as he stroked his head and said, Brother, you are not an outsider to me, so I shall not conceal the truth from you. The last time I was here, I encountered a rival. I placed my bets, only to discover that the person I had backed had been bribed by him. In simple terms, I fell into a trap set by others. Although the amount of money involved was not substantial, the matter of face is far more significant than mere finances. This time you must assist me, no matter what. Who would dare to set a trap for you? Huang Guang was taken aback, astonished. After all, Chen Dalu held the esteemed title of the third young master of the Chen family, and with the venerable elder Chen still alive, a mere stamp of his foot could send tremors throughout the entire realm. The Chen family's influence was indeed formidable. Chen Dalu's elder brother had already risen to the rank of general in his early 40s. The Chen family was a true aristocracy, steeped in heritage and legacy. And even if Chen Dalu were deemed a failure, he could still live a carefree life, untouched by bullying. Not to mention the lofty status of Elder Chen. Huang Guang felt a twinge of apprehension at the thought of facing him, as he had only ever encountered such prominent figures in textbooks. Chen Dalu's expression darkened momentarily, seemingly recalling the events of the past. He stated, Brother, matters in the capital are not as straightforward as they appear, nor is any single family dominant. Take the Yin and Li families, for instance. Their strength is quite comparable to ours. If they choose to oppose me, we can only engage within the confines of the established rules. Huang Guang understood this and nodded, inquiring, So, who is it that you are up against? Huang Guang was genuinely curious about such affairs, having never before been involved in the power struggles of high society, even among the young heirs. It is the eldest son of the Gu family, Gu Yu. This individual is ruthless and will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He possesses a narrow-mindedness, and, unfortunately, the Gu family's power is immense. Ordinarily, someone of my temperament would not provoke him, yet he has taken an interest in my wife. As he spoke, Chen Dalu's face flushed with indignation. Tell me, how could I possibly swallow that? Huang Guang nearly spat out the water he had just sipped. The idea that someone could be attracted to the Li family's eldest daughter, a martial arts expert with a fiery temperament, was utterly ludicrous. Yet, given Chen Dalu's demeanor, it was clear he was not jesting. In fact, he would never make light of such matters. Brother, do not laugh. This may sound unbelievable, yet Gu Yu is no fool. His interest in the Li family's eldest daughter is not merely for her person. Do you understand? I comprehend. It is a case of a powerful alliance. Huang Guang quickly grasped the underlying dynamics, having experienced similar situations before. Chinge, I understand now. Rest assured, I will assist you in this matter, no matter what. Huang Guang squinted his eyes, for he was not devoid of principles. If it were a rivalry steeped in jealousy among privileged scions, he would weigh the merits of extending his assistance. However, given the nature of the situation at hand, he felt compelled to lend a helping hand. After all, Chen Dalu was his friend, and a dear one at that. Nothing irked Huang Guang more than witnessing his friends being schemed against and manipulated. My good brother, I knew you would come through for me. This time, I am determined to make Gu Yu pay dearly. Chen Dalu exclaimed, his spirits lifted upon hearing Huang Guang's agreement. He turned to the charming young woman beside him and waved, saying, Xiao, allow me to introduce you to my brother here, who happens to be a miraculous healer. Cultivating a good rapport with him might even spare you the burden of medical expenses. Xiao smiled coyly and replied, Chen Xiao, do you really think I could not afford medical fees? Chapter 83. Huang Guang's commentary. Chen Xiao, is there anyone who can be as disparaging as you? Your words might just provoke my ire. Xiao feigned annoyance. Then her beautiful gaze fell upon Huang Guang. In a soft and gentle tone, she introduced herself. Hello, Xiao Huang. I am Chen Xiao's personal assistant. You may call me Xiaowen. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Everyone who frequented such places was either affluent or noble, and Xiao Wan, as Chen Dao's assistant, was well aware that being brought here by him indicated a special connection. Observing Huang Guang's demeanor, she sensed that he was not the typical playboy, and this thought stirred something within her heart. Girls like her often found their fates predetermined. However, the quality of their lives remained within their control. She did not dare to dream of marrying Huang Guang, as she perceived their social standings to be on par. Yet, even as a kept woman, life could be worthwhile, especially if she bore a son. Then her life would have been worth living. Huang Guang nodded, mindful to limit his interactions with Xiao Wan, as he believed it wise to remain modest. Chen Dao laughed heartily and remarked, Xiao Wan, my brother is a bit shy in such environments, which is entirely understandable. Tell me, has Gu Yu arrived today? With a charming smile, Xiao Wan responded, Chen Xiao. Gu Xiao is indeed here today, and the fighters he has backed have won 5 consecutive matches without defeat. Chen Dao's expression darkened, and he cast a glance at the arena below. Observing his shift in mood, Xiao Wan inquired, Chen Xiao, do you see that tall, imposing African man? He is the fighter Gu Xiao has brought. Huang Guang's gaze swept across the arena, where 2 combatants were engaged in fierce battle. One was indeed the towering African, while his opponent was a man from the Middle Kingdom. Though lacking the African's height, the latter displayed adept defensive and offensive maneuvers, suggesting he was no weakling. Rumor had it that he was a renowned underground boxing champion from Thailand, who had just arrived yesterday, now facing our local champion of consecutive victories. Xiao Wan, being astute and perceptive, began to explain without needing any prompting. It appears that the consecutive champion is destined to lose. Huang Guang suddenly shook his head and uttered a phrase. Chen Dalu, perplexed, inquired, how did you discern that? Huang Guang smiled silently, pausing briefly before responding. You will understand as you observe further. While others remained oblivious, Huang Guang perceived that the African boxing champion moved with effortless grace, his punches executed with precision and power, demonstrating a remarkable mastery of his craft. In contrast, the undefeated champion initially managed to hold his ground, yet gradually his stamina began to wane. To put succinctly, he was not defeated by skill, but rather by sheer strength, worn down in a relentless contest. Xiao Wan cast a skeptical glance at Huang Guang, internally dismissing his insights. She had encountered numerous critiques from so-called experts before, only to be proven wrong time and again. As Xiao Wan contemplated how to gracefully extricate Huang Guang from any potential embarrassment, her eyes widened in shock. She witnessed the Thai boxing champion launch another punch directly at the undefeated champion's face. Startled, the undefeated champion instinctively moved to defend himself. Yet he soon realized he was somewhat outmatched, his reactions lagging a beat behind. In that instant, the African boxer's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination, and he doubled his punching speed, landing a devastating blow squarely on the undefeated champion's face. As the first punch landed, the second was already on its way. A series of resounding thuds echoed through the air, and before long, the undefeated champion found himself reeling, his teeth flying out, blood streaming from his wounds. Huang Guang watched in astonishment. Ordinarily, such combat would be regulated to avoid excessive harm, yet no one intervened despite the bloodshed. More astonishingly, the audience around them grew increasingly fervent, rising from their seats in a frenzy of excitement and cheers. This was no surprise, for those who participated in this life-and-death arena were either desperate for money or possessed extraordinary skills. Otherwise, ordinary individuals would not dare to step into the ring, as they were required to sign a life-and-death agreement that bound them to fight until the end without surrender. Chen Dala displayed little reaction, offering a brief explanation. Huang Guang felt a jolt of realization. If that were the case, could there truly be participants in such a deadly contest? Yet, he quickly acknowledged that when a person finds themselves at their wits' end, they might indeed resort to such measures, as such tales were not uncommon. This understanding tempered Huang Guang's initial shock. Ultimately, these individuals volunteered for their fate, and thus, eliciting sympathy seemed unwarranted. Brother, you truly are remarkable. I feel more confident now. But how did you discern that? Both Chun Dalu and Xiao Wan regarded Huang Guang with astonished, inquisitive expressions. For scarcely had Huang Guang finished speaking when the undefeated champion fell. Huang Guang, somewhat helpless, replied, "Such matters, if I were to explain, would be beyond your comprehension. Therefore, simply enjoy the spectacle." Chun Dalu contemplated this for a moment, but then curiously queried, "But it seems you have never trained in martial arts." In truth, it is not merely Chun Dalu that is perplexing. Even Huang Guang finds himself bewildered. He has never studied these combat techniques, yet he possesses an uncanny ability to comprehend them, as if it were an innate gift. I, having learned some in my youth, can grasp the essence. Huang Guang hastily concocted an excuse to brush off the matter. Yet within him, he sensed that the transformations occurring in his own life were becoming increasingly pronounced. Huang Xiao indeed possesses discerning insight. It seems Chun Xiao has gained even greater assurance. "Chun Xiao, would you like me to fetch the data sheets for you?" Xiaowen inquired thoughtfully, her smile radiant. Chun Dalu promptly replied, "Bring them over quickly. This time, I am eager to see what this so-called ancient jade has to offer in opposition to me." Huang Guang, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "Brother Chun, do not set your hopes too high. I cannot guarantee consistency, but I will endeavor to the best of my abilities." Chun Dalu, aware of Huang Guang's disposition, waved his hand and declared with bravado, "My brother, I have faith in you. Losing is of no consequence. There will always be future opportunities." Yet Huang Guang understood that the situation was far from as simple as Chun Dalu portrayed. If another conflict were to arise, would there not be stakes involved? Whenever there are stakes and a loss occurs, it inevitably comes with a price. At that moment, the reigning champion in the ring suddenly raised his middle finger defiantly toward the crowd, his expression one of supreme arrogance. "Ladies and gentlemen, please note that the guests in Box 8 have upped the ante by 10 million. A wager of 10 million. Huang Guang was taken aback. Was it truly 10 million for a single match? The affairs of the wealthy were beyond his comprehension. Chun Dalu, somewhat irked, remarked, "What is there to boast about? Soon enough, you shall understand the meaning of regret." Meanwhile, Xiaowen had brought over a tablet, promptly commencing to introduce the competitors' profiles to Chun Dalu and Huang Guang one by one. "This gentleman is our undefeated champion, having amassed a total of 100 victories. Although this individual has a mediocre record, I suspect he has been conserving his strength. As our statistics indicate, he has won every match with high stakes and lost those with lesser amounts. This newcomer's capabilities and victories remain unassessed. I personally recommend you choose the first contestant, as his prowess has been validated." Chun Dalu furrowed his brow in contemplation and replied, "Brother, I think the first option is quite promising. What say you?" Huang Guang glanced at the profiles and suddenly suggested, "Select the third one." "The third?" Chun Dalu hesitated, noting, "This third contestant is a novice, appearing rather ordinary in physique and attributes. Moreover, his actual strength remains undetermined. This seems rather risky, does it not?" Xiaowen gently interjected, "Chun Xiao has a point. If victory is the goal, I believe the first option should be chosen." Huang Guang, however, shook his head, glancing at Chun Dalu, and stated, "Brother Chun, I need not elaborate further. If you trust me, choose him, rest assured." After a moment of inner conflict, Chun Dalu gazed at Huang Guang, and finally, with a firm resolve, said, "Very well, I will trust you this once." After speaking, Chun Dalu turned to Xiaowen and said, "It's him." Xiaowen was somewhat taken aback, yet could not help but advise, "Young Master Chun, young Master Huang, I believe you should reconsider. After all, my duty is to serve you wholeheartedly, and I would never lead you astray." Huang Guang chuckled and remarked, "This first one is the undefeated champion. He must be throwing fake punches, having been bribed." Both Chun Dalu and Xiaowen were momentarily stunned, and then Chun Dalu skeptically replied, "The credibility here is reputable." "Why do you say that?" Huang Guang calmly explained, "It's quite simple. In the arena of life and death, there can be no undefeated champion. If I am not mistaken, this person is frequently wagered on by Guyu, is he not?" Xiaowen was taken aback and exclaimed, "Young Master Huang, you truly possess remarkable insight. You have hit the nail on the head." Upon hearing this, Chun Dalu's excitement surged as he declared, "All right, brother, I did not misjudge you. We shall proceed as you suggest." Huang Guang rolled his eyes, feeling a twinge of emotion, although Chun Dalu appeared somewhat skeptical. The rivalry between the two privileged heirs involved stakes and consequences beyond ordinary comprehension. Despite his doubts, Chun Dalu ultimately chose to heed his advice, which in itself was a mark of trust. Consequently, Huang Guang felt that someone like Chun Dalu was indeed worthy of association. Soon, a middle-aged man was ushered into the private room. Huang Guang examined him closely. The man was tall and slender, his demeanor resolute yet calm, easily blending into the crowd without being recognized. "Young Master Huang, young Master Chun, The man greeted, seemingly reluctant but ultimately complying with the instructions he had received. Initially, Chun Dalu had begun to trust Huang Guang, but upon seeing the man, he frowned and remarked, "He's too thin. How can he possibly win? I doubt he could withstand a single punch." Huang Guang merely smiled, choosing not to respond. It was understandable that Chun Dalu would say this, for the middle-aged man was of a completely different caliber compared to the heavyweight champion. The disparity in physique was striking. At that moment, the middle-aged man spoke up. "Young Master Chun, fighting is not merely measured by physical stature, it is determined by skill. Though he may be larger than I, it does not necessarily mean he can defeat me." Quite a bold assertion. Chun Dao nodded and added, "Though I'm skeptical about you and would prefer to choose another. I trust my brother, so it shall be you. If you win, you shall receive 500,000 from a million. If you lose, you are well aware of the consequences." The man's eyes brightened, and taking a deep breath, he responded, "Young Master Chun, rest assured, I will not let you down." Huang Guang slightly nodded and suddenly remarked, "Your greatest strength lies in your intellect. You excel at depleting your adversary at minimal cost. You should know how to proceed, correct?" The middle-aged man paused, gazing at Huang Guang with astonishment, feeling a surge of admiration. These seemingly simple words held significant weight, and Huang Guang, appearing youthful and not resembling a martial artist, had managed to distill such profound insights. Without allowing him much time to ponder, he was swiftly taken away. Soon, the exuberant voice of the host resonated through the air. The guests in Box 10 had accepted the challenge, wagering 10 million. The largest bet of the day had emerged. Let the crowd cheer and revel in excitement. Chun Dalu felt a twinge of anxiety as he observed the middle-aged man who had ascended to the arena, unable to restrain himself from saying, "Brother, to be frank, I'm a bit nervous. Although 10 million is not an insurmountable sum for me, it is a matter of pride. I've already lost once. I cannot afford to lose a second time." Huang Guang smiled faintly, yet confidence blossomed within him as he replied, "Brother Chun, fear not. I would never deceive you, would I?" This assertion reassured Chun Dalu. He had always regarded Huang Guang as an extraordinary individual, one who was remarkably reliable and had never let him down. As the competition was about to commence, both men ceased their conversation and turned their full attention to the scene below. The black heavyweight champion, upon seeing a man of average stature and frail build approach, displayed a look of contempt, gesturing provocatively with a downward thumb. How arrogant! Chun Dalu felt a surge of displeasure at this display, as if it were a personal affront sent by Gu Yu from Box 8. Indeed, Gu Yu was well aware that Box 10 belonged to Chun Dalu. Taking a deep breath, Chun Dalu watched with growing tension. In the arena, the middle-aged man assumed a calm stance, his expression as unperturbed as if he had seen nothing amiss. The black champion, noticing this demeanor, became even more disdainful. As the referee signaled to start, he launched a powerful punch. The middle-aged man did not flinch. He too struck back with a punch. "This is bad. The strength of the black champion is unparalleled among our competitors. Engaging him head-on is tantamount to courting disaster." Shawan began to worry, for as the assistant to Box 10, if the guest were to lose and become displeased, her commission and bonuses would undoubtedly be impacted. Chun Dalu furrowed his brow. Though he was no expert in combat, he understood that striking a rock with an egg was folly. Only Huang Guang's eyes gleamed with intrigue, as he noted the middle-aged man's stance and rhythm, clearly indicative of someone who had practiced Tai Chi. His heart began to settle. The very reason Huang Guang had chosen this individual was that he sensed an aura of preciousness surrounding him. This revelation astonished Huang Guang, for it was the first time he had encountered a person radiating such energy, typically reserved for jade or antiques. Although the aura was faint and of the lowest grade, a pale white light, it piqued his interest. After much contemplation, Huang Guang surmised that the presence of this aura likely indicated that the middle-aged man was indeed a genuine practitioner. Otherwise, such energy would be discernible in ordinary individuals as well. However, regardless of who it is, even someone as affluent as Chun Dalu, there exists no trace of true power. At this moment, when a middle-aged man made his move, it immediately validated Huang Guang's suspicion. Thus, he felt assured that their victory was inevitable. The audience erupted with a cacophony of insults and uproar, predominantly deriding the middle-aged man's audacity. Even without hearing the words, Huang Guang could discern the sentiment from the tension in the air. At that moment, on the stage, the fists of the middle-aged man and the African boxing champion collided. Frankly speaking, from a purely visual perspective, it was evident that their fists were not on the same level. More importantly, the muscular definition of the African champion seemed to proclaim his immense strength to all. Yet astonishingly, something unexpected occurred. A second after their fists met, the middle-aged man's expression shifted, and he stepped back momentarily, stabilizing himself as he exhaled slowly. Just then, the African champion, who had intended to launch another attack, suddenly changed his demeanor, retreating a step to regain his balance. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, as most were baffled by how such a phenomenon could occur. After all, the middle-aged man exuded no semblance of power. How could he possibly stand on equal footing with the African champion in a contest of strength? Chapter 85. The Conspiracy of the Ancient Jade. Chendalu, however, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Excellent! I never anticipated this individual to be so formidable." Xiaowen's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she couldn't help but cast another scrutinizing glance at Huang Guang, seemingly attempting to unravel the enigma of his true nature. Huang Guang smiled nonchalantly, showing little reaction as all of this unfolded precisely as he had predicted. Only he recognized that the middle-aged man was employing the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, a tactic derived from Tai Chi otherwise. Relying solely on his own strength, he could never have achieved such a feat unbeknownst to him. His composed demeanor and tranquility only heightened his allure in Xiaowen's eyes. After all, she had encountered numerous ostentatious second-generation heirs, each eager to flaunt their minor achievements to the world, making Huang Guang's mature disposition all the more rare and captivating. At this moment, in box number 8, a man with a handsome visage and a cold gaze suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Bang! Guyu, with a sullen expression, cast aside the woman in his embrace, his mood darkening. Beside him sat an elderly man, also clutching a woman, indulging in his desires. Mr. Nangong chuckled, saying, "Gu Xiao, rest assured, he will undoubtedly lose face this time. In my opinion, it would be better for him to concede in the first match." Why? Guyu furrowed his brow, as deep down, he was unwilling to accept defeat at the hands of Chendalu. For the past 3 years, he had incessantly courted the eldest daughter of the Li family, yet he could hardly fathom that. Despite the passage of time, which should have warmed even the coldest of stones, she remained utterly indifferent, and instead chose to marry Chendalu. How could this not incite his fury? After all, he had squandered 3 years of his life. Moreover, if he failed to win the affections of the Li family's daughter, certain adjustments would need to be made by the Gu family, consequently diminishing the value of Guyu. His agitation grew more pronounced, which did not escape the notice of Mr. Nangong, who stroked his beard and remarked with composure, "Young Master Gu, I sense that you will not be content with merely 1 million. Receiving such a sum would serve little purpose for you. Therefore, I believe the most prudent strategy is to feign weakness, allowing them to grow complacent." After a moment of contemplation, Guyu's eyes suddenly brightened as he replied, "Mr. Nangong, do you mean to suggest that after losing the first round, we should increase the stakes and encourage them to continue betting? This way, we could secure an even greater victory?" "Precisely," Mr. Nangong affirmed. "As the ancients say, to take, one must first give. This is the essence of the matter." While Mr. Nangong spoke eloquently, the woman in his arms flushed with embarrassment. The more Guyu pondered, the more exhilarated he became, declaring, "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Inform that so-called champion boxer to lose this round, and assure him that I will honor every bit of the agreed wager." Meanwhile, in box 10, Huang Guang and Chendalu were seated, differing in demeanor. Huang Guang appeared calm, yet somewhat peculiar, while Chendalu grew increasingly animated. On the arena, as the two men clashed, the middle-aged man clearly held the upper hand, while the black boxer seemed on the verge of faltering. Huang Guang had already used his abilities to assess the boxer, concluding that he was not likely to be so easily defeated, which is why his expression was oddly contemplative. Were it not for Chendalu's presence, he might have suspected that Chendalu had somehow bribed the boxer. "My friend, you are truly remarkable. I am impressed. Of the 1,500,000 shall be yours, while the other 500,000 goes to him. I know you are not lacking in funds, so consider it your pocket money." Chendalu, in his excitement, displayed considerable generosity. Had Huang Guang not experienced a sudden stroke of fortune prior, he would have been quite restless. However, at this moment, he merely smiled faintly, unfazed, and mused for a moment before stating, "This situation may not be as straightforward as it appears." Chendalu dismissed the notion, saying, "Isn't this a victory? What could possibly be complicated about it?" Huang Guang hesitated, then shook his head. "Perhaps I was mistaken. We shall soon find out. You've done well. The casino will disburse your winnings shortly." Chendalu felt a sense of vindication, his gaze toward the middle-aged man becoming notably more amiable. Just then, the middle-aged man interjected, Mr. Chun, I cannot accept 500,000. Let us do this instead. I shall take 100,000, as the black boxer deliberately lost to you. Deliberately lost to me? Chindalu was taken aback and inquired, how could this be possible? I am sworn enemies with Guyu. How could anyone he hires deliberately lose to me? The middle-aged man, somewhat uncertain, replied, perhaps I misjudged the situation, but it would be wise for you to remain cautious, as I have this intuition. Upon hearing this, Huang Guang began to admire the middle-aged man. In these times, to only take what one is rightfully owed and to candidly acknowledge the possibility of the opponent deliberately losing is a rare integrity not commonly found. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Chindalu nodded and said, all right, I understand. Just as he was about to speak again, the landline in the room suddenly rang. Hello, is this Chindalu? Ha ha ha, it's Guyu. How does it feel to win against me? Upon hearing the familiar voice through the receiver, Chindalu's expression turned into a cold smirk. Oh, it's delightful, isn't it, Guxiao? How does it feel to lose? He never anticipated that Guyu would call him even after such a defeat. Unpleasant, isn't it? Do you dare to gamble with me again? Guyu's voice was laced with anger, his emotions running high. Chindalu, feeling a surge of vindication, responded without hesitation, of course. But this time, the stakes are not merely monetary, are they? The moment those words left Guyu's lips, Chindalu felt a flush of embarrassment. After all, it had been 3 years. Had it not been for that span of time, he might already have a child by now. Thus, it was only natural that he would desire revenge if given the opportunity. Very well, I will wager with you. The stakes are 100 million, and if you lose, not only must you publicly host a banquet to apologize to me, but you must also transfer your membership card and room in paradise to me. Guyu's audacity was indeed remarkable. However, given the circumstances, unless Chindalu could forego monetary gain, he could hardly refuse. After all, within their circle of affluent young men, there existed certain rules. To violate these rules meant ostracism from all. All right, I accept your wager. Chapter 86, Huang Guang's Ace. Huang Guang furrowed his brow, intending to intervene. But by the time he opened his mouth, it was too late. Indeed, you are the third young master of the Chun family. No need for further words. I will have the betting agreement delivered to you immediately. With that, Guyu hung up the phone. Chindalu set down the receiver, gazing at Huang Guang, and said, I know you wish to dissuade me, but matters of honor compel me to acquiesce. Otherwise, our Chun family's reputation would be tarnished. Though Huang Guang had only recently arrived in the capital, he understood the significance of reputation to a prominent family. As a scion of the clan, preserving the family's honor is a fundamental obligation. Nodding, Huang Guang remarked, very well, let be as you say, but I must inform you that this is undoubtedly a trap. How so? Chindalu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He had just expressed concern that this might be a scam. However, Guyu's demeanor did not seem feigned. Huang Guang remarked nonchalantly, that black boxing champion is clearly throwing fake punches. Their intention is to entice you into a larger wager, for only through this can they secure genuine profit. Chindalu, no fool, felt a chill at these words and replied, are you suggesting that they are intentionally losing to me just for this bet? If I'm not mistaken, it seems to be the case, Huang Guang observed, his gaze flickering. From his analysis, it appeared that Guyu's greatest benefit lay within this very wager. Should his hypothesis hold true, then everything would fall into place. Damn it, that Guyu! Chindalu's expression darkened, and with a hint of irritation he said, but now that I have agreed, there is no turning back. Last time was tolerable, but if he dares to set me up again, even if I lose, I will ensure he does not emerge unscathed. The middle-aged man, who had been silently standing by, interjected, young Master Chun, I believe it is still possible to cancel the agreement. Such agreements require signatures from both parties to take effect, which is why Guyu mentioned sending the items over promptly. Chindalu's expression shifted, and after a sigh, he conceded, if there is no other option, then it must be so. Huang Guang pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, Brother Chun, do you genuinely wish to win this match? Or are you inclined to forfeit the wager? What do you mean by that? Chindalu's eyes brightened, and he elaborated, if I disavow the agreement, I would only need to pay a certain penalty. However, Guyu would undoubtedly spin tails, claiming I was afraid of him. I do not wish to concede. Huang Guang nodded thoughtfully, and after a lengthy silence, he resolved under everyone's watchful gaze, I have a strategy that could lead you to victory, though it carries some risk. What strategy? Upon hearing that there was a way to win, Chindalu was momentarily elated and quickly approached Huang Guang. The middle-aged man paused, then chuckled wryly. If I am to step into the ring again, they likely already know my capabilities and will send someone capable of defeating me. Huang Guang smiled mysteriously. Since I'm suggesting this, I must have my confidence you will still go in. The middle-aged man, however, was skeptical of Huang Guang. Strength could not be acquired overnight. And if that were impossible, how could he possibly triumph over a more formidable opponent? Truthfully, he intended to earn some money and, once his current predicament was resolved, exit the scene. Yet, according to the casino's regulations, once one accepted their contract, they were obliged to fulfill all of the employer's commissions for that day. Just like now, unless Huang Guang and Chun Dalu permitted him to leave, he could not depart. Having experienced the recent events, Chun Dalu had developed a remarkable trust in Huang Guang, and he could not help but ask, Huang Guang, what are your plans? Please share them with me. Huang Guang shook his head lightly and remarked, You shall know in due time. Revealing it now would render it ineffective. The middle-aged man, however, harbored doubts. Suspecting that Huang Guang was merely feigning mystery to deceive Chun Dalu, perhaps having no real solutions in mind. He was reluctant to risk his life due to the whims of such a person. After a moment of silence, he suddenly declared, Chun Shao, if I do not possess absolute certainty, I have no intention of participating, for it is far too perilous and could lead to greater losses for you. Shaowen, feeling anxious, interjected, Higuei, I hope you do not forget the rules of the casino. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man, Higuei, offered a wry smile. Feeling somewhat helpless, yet internally resolved that he must exert his utmost effort in this endeavor. Otherwise, his survival was uncertain. Huang Guang smiled faintly, not taking offense, and stated, It is only natural that Mr. He does not trust me. My youth is indeed the root of such skepticism. Higuei, taken aback, nodded and said, Huang Shao, please do not take offense. I speak out of concern for you. As for myself, I cannot escape this fate, so I may as well lie in bed for a month. Chun Dalu's eyes reflected discontent. He despised retreating before the battle had even commenced. Had it not been for Huang Guang's recent designation of this middle-aged man, he might have considered replacing him by now. Huang Guang glanced at him and suddenly asked, Mr. He, have you recently felt a persistent, dull ache in your abdomen, and despite your efforts, including hospital examinations, have received no conclusive answers? As these words escaped his lips, a flicker of shock crossed Higuei's eyes as he inquired, Huang Shao, how did you come to know of this? Huang Guang smiled enigmatically and replied, Come closer. Chun Dalu and Shao were bewildered, unable to fathom Huang Guang's intentions, yet they continued to observe with curiosity. Higuei approached Huang Guang without trepidation, following his instructions to sit down. Huang Guang's gaze swept over Higuei, and a golden glimmer sparked in his eyes as he asked, When you practice Tai Chi, do you have a habit of drinking water beforehand? Higuei's astonishment deepened, and he questioned, Huang Shao, have you had someone investigate me? Even if I were to investigate you, I could not possibly uncover such personal details. Huang Guang, aware of Higuei's thoughts, chuckled softly and retrieved a silver needle from his bag. Higuei's surprise intensified. These were matters known only to him, and no outsider could possibly glean such information unless they shared his bed and board. Yet, should someone be tailing him, he was confident that his abilities would have detected it. Chun Dalu merely shot a glance, sneering, This ancient jade has truly made thorough preparations. This agreement is impeccable, devoid of any tricks. Huang Guang, undeterred by such sentiments, circled around Higuei twice before instructing, Now, try your luck and remove your clothing. Higuei complied, taking off his shirt as instructed. Shaowen's gaze remained unwavering. Working in such a prestigious VIP area naturally demanded an extraordinary acuity. Huang Guang approached Higuei from behind, promptly producing a silver needle and adopting a peculiar stance. Subsequently, his fingers rhythmically trembled as he deftly pierced the needle into Higuei's back. With a gentle flick of his pinky, Huang Guang inquired, How do you feel? Chapter 87, Against All Odds Victory. Higuei replied, It feels somewhat warm, yet also cool. However, he was internally astonished. As a martial artist, he was acutely aware of his own body and recognized that this alteration was no mere coincidence. Could it be that this young master Huang truly possessed genuine skill? How else could he provoke such a transformation within him? Huang Guang adjusted his technique, altering both the frequency and amplitude significantly. Suddenly, Higuei's expression grew peculiar. His face flushed, as though he were undergoing an inexplicable experience. Following Huang Guang's instructions, he pressed the area and was astounded to discover that the pain had indeed dissipated. Previously, even after cultivating his energy, the discomfort, though subtle, persisted, and he had always felt that retaining such pain could pose a latent threat. Yet, no examination had ever revealed its source. He had been compelled to accept it. Now, however, what others could not discern, Huang Guang had identified at a glance. What others were incapable of achieving, Huang Guang had accomplished effortlessly. Young Master Huang, how did you manage this? Higuei instinctively rose, regarding Huang Guang with newfound respect and a hint of curiosity. Huang Guang felt a sense of fulfillment. Yet he replied modestly, I possess a modicum of medical knowledge, so it's not surprising I could perceive your physical ailment. Remember, do not drink water before practicing martial arts in the future. Zhang Guei promptly affirmed, Young Master, rest assured, I will remember. At this moment, his impression of Huang Guang had undergone a complete transformation. With just these few skills, Huang Guang had already managed to convince many. Huang Guang smiled subtly and remarked, Keep it confidential. Once you take the stage, simply let your instincts guide you. Chen Dalu, intrigued, circled around Higuei, unable to resist pressing his hand against Higuei's exposed torso, only to discover it was solid and muscular. Once Higuei donned his clothing, gratitude adorned his face. Although it had been a brief encounter, it had alleviated a significant inconvenience for him. Just as he felt a twinge of embarrassment and contemplated speaking, the host had already proclaimed the wager and announced the impending commencement of the match. Young Master Huang, young Master Chen, rest assured, I shall approach this bout with utmost seriousness, the middle-aged man assured before preparing to depart. Yet at that moment, Huang Guang suddenly interjected, Wait, should you find your stamina waning, you may press thrice at that previous location. Press thrice? Higuei pondered, somewhat perplexed yet intrigued. Nevertheless, considering that this suggestion originated from Huang Guang, he silently committed it to memory. The recent events have unequivocally demonstrated that Huang Guang would never engage anyone in meaningless endeavors without cause. His assertions, it seems, are grounded in reason. Soon, the middle-aged man ascended to the arena amidst a cacophony of excited voices. With a sharp whistle, the host announced the immediate commencement of the match. At the sound of this proclamation, Huang Guang squinted, scrutinizing the flippant expression of the elderly gentleman before him, as golden light flickered in his eyes, signaling his readiness. In his perception, if Higuei's aura was notably faint, then the old man's presence was suffused with a rich, white energy, hinting at the potential for advancement. Surprised yet relieved, Huang Guang felt fortunate for his thorough preparations. Otherwise, he might have been regretting his choices at this very moment. The disparity in their energy suggested that Higuei would surely be no match for the elder. At that moment on the stage, amidst the clamorous crowd, the elder, known as Mr. Nangong, inquired, Whom did you study Tai Chi under? Higuei narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, though alarm bells rang in his mind. The fact that the elder could discern his use of Tai Chi without any engagement indicated that he had been observing him closely, and now, daring to face him in a match without assurance, would be nothing short of arrogance. Higuei believed that the elderly tend to value their lives more, thus leaning towards the former interpretation. Not surprised by Higuei's silence, Mr. Nangong continued, Do you bear the surname Yi or Zhang? Yet, Higuei remained reticent, instead gesturing with a slight bow, indicating that the contest could commence. Mr. Nangong dismissed the young man's demeanor with a chuckle, remarking, the impetuousness of youth. With that, he stomped his foot on the arena, and his speed surged dramatically as he advanced. Higuei was taken aback. He had anticipated the prowess of his opponent, yet he had not expected such overwhelming strength from the outset. This man was indeed a master, Higuei concluded, swiftly adopting a defensive stance while keeping a vigilant gaze on the elder. Mr. Nangong's speed was astonishing, and in an instant he stood before Higuei, delivering a punch aimed directly at his face. After a moment's contemplation, Higuei resolved to maintain his defensive posture, understanding that confronting such an formidable adversary head-on was far from realistic. Tai Chi Glau hence. Indeed, but alas, you are still lacking in experience, Mr. Nangong chuckled lightly. Just as his fist was about to collide with Higuei's palm, he abruptly twisted his waist in an uncanny motion, swiftly retracting one hand into a fist that struck Higuei's underarm with precision. Feeling the imminent danger, Higuei attempted to evade. However, it was already too late. With a resounding thud, Higuei's body was propelled backward, landing heavily at the edge of the arena. Mr. Nangong stood serenely in the center, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, embodying the very essence of a sage. At this moment, silence enveloped the crowd, punctuated only by the sound of gasps. The spectacle was simply too astonishing. The gamblers present, accustomed to the visceral thrill of modern combat sports, had never witnessed such a performance, one that had devolved into mere theatrics yet could unleash such tremendous power. Particularly remarkable was the elderly man's recent movement, which appeared almost unfathomably swift, leaving spectators in a daze. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. In the private booth number 8, Guyu felt the tension in his heart dissipate, erupting into laughter as he sipped his red wine. With a hint of mischief, he pulled the terrified woman beside him into his embrace. Chindalu, I am eager to see how you will rise again. Meanwhile, in booth number 10, Chindalu leaned heavily on the coffee table, his gaze fixated on the arena. Anxiety surging within him as he could not help but shout, "Get up! Get up! Brother Chun, shouting won't help." "He can't hear you," Huang Guang replied, shaking his head. Though a flicker of joy danced in his heart, he seemed to have discerned a new dimension of the golden light's power. Having now confirmed it for the second time in this underground arena, the more intense the aura surrounding an individual, the mightier they appeared to be. After contemplating, Huang Guang mused that if anyone were to attempt to assassinate him in the future, it would likely not be as simple as he once thought. Yet he quickly dismissed the notion. He was not a person of great significance, nor did he possess the means to warrant such an effort against him. "Brother Huang, I am merely anxious. If we lose, a decade will pass, and the opportunity will be lost. Although Xiao Xue could accompany me, it would tarnish my reputation. And what of the wedding? We cannot simply forego it." Chapter 88. You have used performance enhancers. Chindalu let out a wry smile, a whirlwind of emotions surging within him, suddenly regretting his impulsiveness. Huang Guang chuckled softly, shaking his head. "It is not over yet. Look, He has risen. He will prevail. Although I lack knowledge in this arena, the disparity in strength is evident. That old man could easily send someone flying with a single punch. He is surely no match. But I do not blame you. After all, who could have foreseen this?" Chindalu had relinquished all hope, his thoughts now consumed with how to secure his place in the capital. Just then, he heard Xiao Wen's excited voice, "Young Master Chun, look, you must see this." Chindalu glanced at Xiao Wen, noticing her fixation on the center of the arena, and felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Upon looking closer, his expression shifted from bewilderment to exhilaration. For at that moment, He seemed to have gone mad, soaring more than a meter into the air before landing a powerful kick directly onto the shoulder of the elderly Nangong. With a resounding thud, the entire arena seemed to tremble, and the expression on Nangong's face shifted to one of disbelief as he prepared to retaliate. At that moment, he noticed something amiss with He, for the gaze fixed upon him was tinged with a crimson hue. "Have you resorted to stimulants?" The elder Nangong's expression darkened, and with a sardonic chuckle, he remarked, "A martial artist daring to consume drugs? You must be courting death." With that, he exerted his strength, pressing down on He foot and shaking him violently, causing He to tumble to the ground. With a chilling smile, the elder prepared to unleash another punch, intent on rendering He incapacitated. Yet, at that instant, He unexpectedly twisted his body, freeing his foot from the elder's grip, and launched a powerful kick directly at his chest. With a sickening sound, crimson blood erupted forth as the elder felt an overwhelming force surging from He foot, causing his blood to churn and rendering him unable to withstand the onslaught. Before he could regain his composure, He, seemingly frenzied, took a running start and delivered another double-footed kick. "You!" The word barely escaped the elder's lips before he collapsed to the ground, his face flushed, silenced. He regarded the elder, his own complexion similarly flushed, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of astonishment, filled with incredulity. Only he understood that the elder had unleashed at least 80% of his strength in that previous punch. Under normal circumstances, he would have succumbed, stripped of all resistance. Yet, he recalled the instructions given by Huang Guang before the match, pressing 3 times a spot 3 inches below his navel. This pressure transformed the pain into a wellspring of inexhaustible strength. In box 10, Chindalu proclaimed, "Young Master Chen wins." The host was momentarily taken aback, processing the outcome before announcing the victor. He exhaled in relief, yet felt a wave of weakness wash over him. "Brother, I adore you. I could just love you to death." Chindalu exclaimed, both ecstatic and animated, embracing Huang Guang despite being in his 30s. Huang Guang, taken aback, exclaimed, "Hey, don't do that. You'll lead others to misunderstand. I have no affection for men." Unable to suppress her laughter, Xiaowen mused that Huang Guang was indeed quite amusing. Chindalu, brimming with excitement, declared, "Do you realize we won? We actually won." Huang Guang rolled his eyes and replied, "Of course I know we won. It's delightful, but there's no need for such exuberance. Moreover, I doubt Guyu will concede so readily." now that the victor has been determined. Even if he hesitates to acknowledge it, he has little choice. Our Chen family may not be formidable, but this gambling house is not easily trifled with. Huang Guang nodded, recognizing that those who operate casinos are often entangled in intricate webs of relationships. Otherwise, any minor connection could lead to chaos, making it untenable to continue operations. As Chun Dalu was preparing to utter something provocative, unexpectedly, Guyu surged into the center of the arena, delivering a punch that knocked the host to the ground. Seizing the microphone, he declared, "What just occurred cannot be counted. This individual has taken performance-enhancing drugs. This is a sham, a clear act of cheating." The moment his words echoed around, an uproar ensued. Whether in underground fights or professional matches, drug use is strictly prohibited, a rule that no one would abide by. Damn it, I knew it. Let us go down. I'm eager to see what tricks he intends to play. Chen Dalu, now incensed, led Huang Guang and the others out of the private room, descending towards the arena below. Before long, Guyu spotted them, just as the casino manager hurriedly arrived. Gu, if you have grievances, why not express them directly? Why resort to such theatrics? If this continues, how are we to conduct business? The manager, a portly man with a jolly facade yet a glint of menace in his eyes, addressed Guyu. Upon seeing him, Guyu's demeanor momentarily shifted before he retorted with a cold smile. Manager Tang, it's not about my grievances. It's about this man engaging in fake fights. He has undoubtedly used performance enhancers. Does that not constitute a breach of the rules? Manager Tang furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Higue. The use of performance enhancers is unequivocally forbidden. If that is indeed the case, our casino will take full responsibility. Chun Dalu interjected sharply. What others assert is irrelevant. I suspect that old man has also taken enhancers. After all, given his age, how could he possibly possess such strength? He stepped forward, refusing to engage in pleasantries. Let us dispense with the formalities. How shall we resolve this matter? Manager Tang, caught between two formidable figures, shifted uncomfortably. His expression faltered as he seemed swayed by Chun Dalu's words. Glancing at him, he awkwardly said, Chun, since a guest has raised doubts, we ought to conduct a test. Rest assured, the entire process will be transparent. Should it be revealed that you have been slandered, our casino will compensate you with 10 million, and the slanderer will be blacklisted. Chun Dalu raised his head, visibly irritated. Why should we proceed with the test based on his word alone? Just as Guyu was about to retort, Higue suddenly collapsed on the stage, his vision clouding. Guyu seized the moment to mock. See, Manager Tang? This is clearly a symptom of the effects of drugs. I am not slandering him. Is this not irrefutable evidence? Chun Dalu's expression darkened as he glanced at Higue before finally conceding. Fine, let us proceed with the test. I await your 10 million. Guyu erupted in laughter, confidence radiating from him. Of course, he had no personal judgment on the matter. He had merely relayed what Mr. Nangong had just imparted to him. Guyu held great trust in Mr. Nangong, following his guidance without question, as past experiences had consistently validated this faith. After obtaining Mr. Chun Dalu's consent, Mr. Tang promptly signaled his staff to escort Higue away. However, Guyu hurriedly instructed others to commence the treatment for Mr. Nangong. Seizing this moment, Chun Dalu couldn't help but cast a worried glance at Huang Guang. Huang Guang smiled reassuringly, nodded at him, and said, Rest assured, everything will be fine. Upon hearing these words, Mr. Tang forced a smile, scrutinizing Huang Guang from head to toe, and hesitantly inquired, May I ask which family this esteemed young gentleman hails from? Chapter 89, The True Reason. Chun Dalu responded, Old Tang, this is the renowned divine doctor from our capital, Huang Guang. Given your extensive network, you must have heard of him, right? Ah, so, is the esteemed Dr. Huang. What honor. Mr. Tang's eyes flickered with surprise, and he gazed at Huang Guang with fervent enthusiasm, extending his hand. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Although Huang Guang was reluctant to associate with someone like Mr. Tang, he still chose to extend the courtesy in this situation. After a brief handshake, Mr. Tang, with a hint of astonishment, remarked, I have long heard of Dr. Huang's remarkable feats, yet I never anticipated you to be so youthful. Long heard of? Huang Guang chuckled softly. It was merely a matter of today. Nevertheless, it was evident that Mr. Tang was not being disingenuous, indicating his significant influence. You flatter me. But for now, let's await the outcome. If it is indeed proven that a stimulant was present, wouldn't I be the prime suspect? Huang Guang subtly shifted the conversation. Mr. Tang smacked his forehead, seemingly embarrassed, and said, Look at me. Had I known it was Dr. Huang visiting, I would never have acted in such a manner. I have complete faith in you. A trace of gratitude appeared on Huang Guang's face. although he felt somewhat dismissive inwardly. The fact that Mr. Tang's business had flourished to such heights was undoubtedly due to his adeptness in social interactions. If a typical young individual had heard such words, they might have been overwhelmed with flattery. Consequently, Huang Guang was not inclined to take Mr. Tang's words at face value. Before long, a young man resembling a subordinate approached, handed Mr. Tang a document, and whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing it, Mr. Tang's brow furrowed. Chen Dalu recalled Huang Guang's earlier remarks before the competition, and a sense of unease enveloped him. Ha ha ha, Brother Chen, esteemed Dr. Huang, it appears you are indeed being wronged. According to our medical examination, Higuei has not ingested any stimulants. Impossible. That is absolutely inconceivable. Just as Chen Dalu exhaled in relief, Gu Yu, with a furious expression, retorted, if he has not consumed any stimulants, how could he have suddenly gone berserk? Mr. Tang's demeanor darkened as he replied, Young Master Gu, are you casting doubt on the integrity and authority of our casino? The identification results are right here for you to inspect. If you have any grievances, feel free to voice them. But should I discover any covert scheming on your part, I trust you understand the consequences. Upon hearing this, Huang Guang couldn't help but reassess Mr. Tang once more. The identity of Gu Yu is on par with that of Chen Dalu. Yet this Tang boss dares to address Gu Yu in such a manner, displaying considerable audacity. Indeed, Gu Yu's face flushed with indignation as he cast a glance at Boss Huang, seemingly hesitant, ultimately refraining from uttering a word. Instead, he accepted the appraisal report handed to him. Upon a cursory glance, his anger intensified, for he was acutely aware that Boss Tang had no need to resort to any underhanded tactics, nor would he ever contemplate doing so. What say you, Gu Yu? Do you have anything left to express? Gu Yu clenched the appraisal report tightly in his hand, his countenance ashen, and remained silent. At this juncture, Boss Tang interjected. As long as the betting agreement is made in our casino, once established, should the losing party wish to retract, we shall assist the other party in enforcing it. Young Master Gu, despite your distinguished status, you cannot annul this agreement. Haha, annulling it is of no consequence. Gu Yu, I shall simply pay a visit to your home. Chen Dalu remarked, unperturbed by any potential underhandedness from Gu Yu. Hearing this, Gu Yu's expression shifted dramatically, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, very well, I concede. Tonight, I will host a banquet at Tian Tang Club to publicly acknowledge my error. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Chen Dalu's eyes as he laughed heartily. Excellent. I shall await you at Tian Tang. With that, he patted Huang Guang on the shoulder and said, Brother, let us depart. Tonight promises to be entertaining. Yet, Gu Yu's gaze suddenly fixated on Huang Guang, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Huang Guang sighed inwardly, aware that Gu Yu likely harbored suspicions about him. Although he did not fear Gu Yu much, entangling with such a powerful young master posed a potential risk. Before long, Huang Guang followed Chen Dalu and left the underground casino. An hour later, in the presidential suite of a renowned five-star hotel in the capital, Gu Yu's countenance was dark as a storm cloud. Mr. Nangong, did you not assert that he was undoubtedly under the influence of stimulants? Gu Yu's expression was so grim that one could almost sense the boiling rage within him. Suppressing his fury, he inquired, what now? Must I truly issue invitations to all the young masters and publicly apologize? How am I to navigate this circle thereafter? Although Gu Yu believed that once the news broke, Chen Dalu would spread it throughout the capital as he had done in the past, he recognized that if he could avoid a public apology, it would certainly be preferable. Mr. Nangong sighed wryly. For the time being, it seems there is no other course of action. Fear not, young Master Gu. This matter concerns not only you, but also me. That man is undoubtedly problematic. You might consider investigating those around Chen Dalu. You may unearth something significant. Though Gu Yu was filled with fury, he retained his composure. Upon hearing this, he inhaled deeply and promptly dialed a number on his phone. Meanwhile, in another restaurant, Huang Guang was sitting with Chen Dalu and Higuei, enjoying a meal together. This was evidently a bustling roadside eatery, yet the trio appeared unfazed by the surrounding commotion. Although Higuei's complexion was slightly pale, his spirit was remarkably high. His eyes were fixed on Huang Guang, filled with admiration and reverence. Young Master Huang, you are truly remarkable. I used to look down on rich young masters, but seeing you today has changed my perspective. How did you achieve this? Higuei was not the kind of person to bow to wealth or power, yet today's events had indeed taken him by surprise and thoroughly conquered him. Huang Guang smiled gently and replied, it's quite simple. He-chan experiences this issue because, during his daily practice, the water he consumes causes moisture to accumulate in his dantian. I merely assisted in resolving that and stimulated his potential through a certain method. Upon hearing this, Higuei pondered thoughtfully. Chen Dalu, however, expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Who can understand that? Could you explain it in simpler terms?" Huang Guang, feeling helpless, elaborated, "It's akin to the effects of a stimulant, briefly enhancing the body's potential." Chen Dalu, intrigued, asked, "Then how can it not be detected?" Huang Guang replied, "If no drugs were consumed, how could it be detected?" At that moment, Yichang seemed to have an epiphany, gazing at Huang Guang with shock and excitement. "Young Master Huang, you must be employing the long-lost golden needle acupuncture technique. I can hardly believe I've encountered it today." With that, Yichang suddenly stood up, approached Huang Guang, and with a resounding thud, knelt before him, his face reflecting yearning. "Young Master Huang, I wish to take you as my mentor." Both Huang Guang and Chen Dalu were taken aback. Chen Dalu was astonished. How could Yichang, who appeared to have martial prowess, seek mentorship from someone like Huang Guang, renowned as the greatest healer in the Celestial Empire? "I'm not sure," Huang Guang said, somewhat helpless. "Please rise. I do not possess martial arts skills. I cannot teach you anything." Yichang, however, was not convinced. "My master once told me that the golden needle acupuncture is a profound martial discipline. Since you can perform it, how can you claim not to know martial arts?" In Yichang's view, Huang Guang's statement was merely an excuse to avoid taking on a disciple. Huang Guang sighed, saying, "I genuinely do not understand martial arts. I only possess a modicum of medical knowledge. The golden needle acupuncture is indeed part of medical practice, and perhaps some martial practitioners understand its application, but I truly lack martial skills." Chen Dalu interjected, "I believe him. If he were skilled in martial arts, he wouldn't have been bullied before." Yichang, slightly disappointed yet unwilling to concede, recalled Huang Guang's actions, which had clearly demonstrated that he was no ordinary individual. With a glint of mischief, Chen Dalu fixed his gaze on Yichang. "I'm in need of a bodyguard. What do you say? The remuneration will not disappoint you." Without a moment's hesitation, Yichang replied, "Young Master Chen, the money I earn from boxing is already sufficient for my needs, and I have other commitments. I must decline your offer. Engaging in underground boxing carries significant risks, yet the rewards are substantial." Yichang would not resort to such a profession unless he were truly facing insurmountable difficulties. Huang Guang was well aware of what Yichang was contemplating. Noticing Chen Dalu's slight demoralization, he remarked, "Brother Chen, I believe Yichang is not the type to sell his martial prowess for mere monetary gain. If you wish to recruit him as a bodyguard, appealing to his financial interests may prove to be an erroneous approach." Yichang flashed a grateful smile at Huang Guang, his curiosity about him growing deeper. Chen Dalu slapped his forehead and said, "Look at me, always measuring everything in terms of money. Yichang, here's my business card. Should you require anything, feel free to call me." "Thank you, young Master Chen," Yichang replied, this time accepting the card without hesitation. Chen Dalu then broke into a smile and declared, "It's getting late. Let us depart for paradise." At that moment, Yichang stood and said, "Young Master Huang, young Master Chen, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. If you need me, you may find me at the Happiness Supermarket in the West District. That establishment is mine." Huang Guang jotted down the address, sensing that he might soon require Yichang's assistance. Chen Dalu, however, remained indifferent, his true focus resting on Huang Guang, and after a casual exchange, prepared to leave. As they made their way outside, Chen Dalu inadvertently collided with another individual. "Damn it, are you blind while walking?" Before Chen Dalu could react, the man erupted in anger. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Chen Dalu, now incensed, fixed his gaze on the man, sneering. "You clearly ran into me. It is you who should apologize. You say I bumped into you, so it must be true? I could just as easily claim you crashed into me, and you owe me money." The young man, with his flamboyant yellow hair, exuded arrogance. Entirely disregarding the presence of the two, Chen Dalu's expression darkened as he glared at the young man, saying, "You've quite the audacity." Huang Guang tugged at Chen Dalu, advising, "Let it go. A wise man does not seek conflict unnecessarily. I suspect this individual is not alone." Observing the surroundings, Huang Guang noted that at least 7 or 8 individuals were watching their altercation, and it was clear they were not merely spectators, but were exchanging knowing glances. "What if I have a big mouth? You seem to be of an age where you ought to have accomplished more, yet here you are, struggling. I want to make it difficult for you. Just pay me 10,000, and I shall forgive you." 10,000? Chen Dalu laughed, nearly having his good mood ruined. In the past, during his time in the capital, he had never frequented such places and had certainly never encountered such nonsense. Today, in a moment of joy, he had casually chosen a spot for a meal, only to find himself embroiled in this absurd situation. Huang Guang interjected, Come on, my friend, that's rather unreasonable. We are also from the capital. How about showing us some respect? Respect? You still think you deserve respect? Just look at you. It's obvious you're a country bumpkin from elsewhere. Hurry up and pay, or you'll find me quite unfriendly. This young man wore a smug expression, clearly feeling he had the upper hand over the two of them. Chun Dalu wore a faint smile, yet his eyes glimmered with a cold light, his heart ablaze with frustration. It was Huang Guang's first visit to the capital, and he had intended to showcase the city's wonders. However, encountering such an insurmountable dilemma left him feeling utterly humiliated. Brother, please wait a moment. I shall resolve this matter swiftly, Chun Dalu remarked to Huang Guang, preparing to retrieve his phone. Huang Guang shook his head, casting a glance of pity towards the scruffy individual before them. After all, Chun Dalu was the third young master of the esteemed Chun family in the capital. For a mere ruffian to offend him was tantamount to courting disaster. Particularly, this ruffian was obstinately demanding money in broad daylight, an act of grave severity. To his surprise, the ruffian, noticing his gaze, glared defiantly and exclaimed, "What are you staring at? You think you can call for help without paying? Do you even know who you're dealing with?" With that, the scruffy individual beckoned, and several other ruffians, who had been lurking nearby with ill intent, approached. "What's the matter? Bullying my brother? This needs to be addressed properly." One man, who appeared to be the leader, smirked and shook his head, causing the group to encircle Chun Dalu and Huang Guang. Chun Dalu slowly lowered his phone, feeling a surge of indignation. After a moment of silence, he stated, "You want 10,000, right? Very well, I will give it to you, but I must make a phone call first. I certainly do not have that amount in cash on me." The ruffian's gaze shifted to the leader, inquiring Brother Pang, "What do you think? Should we agree to their request?" Brother Pang sneered, "Do not acquiesce to him. What if he alerts the authorities? Just give him a beating if he refuses to pay." Chun Dalu felt on the verge of collapse. If these ruffians were indeed after money, why deny him the chance to make a phone call and resort to violence? Should this incident become public, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. This was the capital, his stronghold, and here he was, the third young master of the Chun family, being bullied by mere ruffians. Huang Guang also felt a surge of anger. It was evident these individuals had set their sights on them. If only He Chong had delayed his departure, they might have had someone to come to their aid. Suddenly, Chun Dalu let out a cold laugh and declared loudly, "Try laying a finger on me, and I assure you, you will regret it deeply. I will not bear the Chun surname anymore." Brother Pang chuckled darkly. "Still trying to act tough in front of me? If you truly had status and influence, why would you be here dining? Do you even realize where you are? A little bit of money makes you feel important?" Huang Guang's expression darkened as he interjected, "Gentlemen, if your intent is merely to seek financial gain, there is truly no need for violence. We are indeed newcomers to the capital and may not be familiar with the customs. If we have inadvertently offended you, we ask for your understanding. Money is not an issue. Simply state your demands. Listen to that. Your brother speaks more sensibly than you do. At your age, how can you not grasp the basics of decency?" Brother Pang finally allowed a hint of a smile to grace his face, appreciating Huang Guang while regarding Chun Dalu with disdain. Chun Dalu was so incensed that he could only laugh, for it was the first time someone had accused him of lacking basic human decency. "Why are you laughing? If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't feel uncomfortable, right?" The blonde seemed to take an immediate dislike to Chun Dalu, shouting that he would go over and hit him. Huang Guang, feeling helpless, discreetly retrieved a silver needle from behind him, ready to act should the situation escalate. "Stop!" Just as Chun Dalu was about to make a move, He Chong's voice suddenly interrupted from the side. He rushed in front of Huang Guang and Chun Dalu, shielding them. Chun Dalu felt somewhat unaccustomed to this, yet his admiration for He Chong rose once more. "Listen here, you two, don't casually offend people. These two are not someone you can provoke," He Chong stated calmly, though his tone carried an unusual weight. The blonde scoffed, "He Chong, don't think just because you have some ability you can meddle in everything. They're just two losers. They're not worth the trouble." What a joke. However, Fat Brother scrutinized Chun Dalu and Huang Guang. It was evident that Chun Dalu possessed a unique aura, one that ordinary people could sense but could not clearly define. Only those of equal standing could recognize it instantly. Fat Brother suddenly remarked, "He Chong, since you've intervened, let us just drop this matter." The blonde grew anxious, exclaiming, "Fat Brother, why should we? He just bumped into me." Fat Brother's gaze sharpened as he replied, "What? Are you ignoring what I said?" "Fat Brother, that is not what I meant." "But I just can't swallow this anger," the blonde retorted. Initially, he intended to extort some money, but the conflict had evidently escalated. He Chong nodded, saying, "Fat Brother, if that is the case, let us consider this matter settled. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Fat Brother's eyes brightened, and he nodded in agreement. Good. He Chong, you're a man of your word. That's all I need. Dalu then cast a glance at Fat Brother before leading Huang Guang away with He Chong. Once they left, the blonde complained, Fat Brother, although He Chong has some ability, are we really unable to take him down with our numbers? Foolishness. Didn't I tell you to think carefully about the consequences before acting? How many times have I warned you that in our line of work, reading the room is paramount? Did you not notice the respect in He Chong's gaze towards those two? Respect? That's impossible. The blonde shook his head vehemently, unable to believe it. With He Chong's arrogant nature, when our boss personally invited him to join us, he refused without a word of thanks. Can such a person show respect? Fat Brother said meaningfully that is precisely why those two likely have some connections with unknown individuals. It's best for us to tread lightly. Furthermore, you know He Chong's capabilities. We could certainly use him in our internal strife. Fat Brother took a comfortable drag from his cigarette and added, Blonde, you've been with me for quite some time. Learn more from now on. Thank you for your assistance just now, He Chong. Chun Dalit exhibits none of the delicate airs typical of a scion from a wealthy family. Rather, he possesses a generous spirit and sees no issue in expressing gratitude to He Chong, despite his own status. He Chong, somewhat taken aback, humbly shook his head and replied, Mr. Chun, there is no need for thanks. In truth, I was merely rescuing them. Even if I had not intervened, I believe young Master Huang would have resolved the situation, though it would have come at a cost to them. Is this lad truly that formidable? Chun Dalit questioned, casting a doubtful glance at Huang Guang. The more he observed, the less confident he became, exclaiming, Surely not. With his physique, how could he withstand a few blows? Huang Guang chuckled, responding, At that moment, I too would have had to endure a few hits. He Chong, take good care of your health in the coming days. Acupuncture comes with its own toll, and it would be wise to refrain from any physical confrontations for the time being. He Chong respectfully acknowledged, Young Master Huang, I shall heed your advice. However, Huang Guang felt that the title Young Master did not suit him at all. He shook his head and said, Enough of that. Just call me Huang Guang. That simply won't do. You are a person of great capability. He Chong exclaimed in surprise, quickly adding, How about I address you as Mr. Huang instead? That works, Huang Guang mused, finding this title far more agreeable than Young Master. After all, in his eyes, he was hardly a master of anything. Chun Dalit was the true heir of the Qin family, while his own Huang family was not considered a prominent household. Nevertheless, Huang Guang held on to the hope that one day he would carve out his own path to success. After exchanging a few more words, He Chong took his leave. In the car, Huang Guang gazed out at the bustling scenery and suddenly asked, Brother Chun, are you considering teaching those ruffians from today a lesson? Chun Dalit nodded, declaring, I have never been threatened by a mere group of thugs in my life. I cannot let this indignity pass. Huang Guang chuckled softly, advising, I think it would be best to let this matter go. Why is that? Chun Dalit inquired, perplexed. Do you not think their attitude is excessively arrogant? If we do not teach them a proper lesson, they might continue to bully others in the future. They wouldn't dare. Chun Dalit's impression of He Chong had improved significantly. He remarked, He Chong is a good fellow. I must find a way to have him serve as my bodyguard in the future. Huang Guang rolled his eyes, responding, He did not agree to that today, and he certainly will not in the future. How we know unless we try? Chun Dalit replied, filled with hope. However, if we let them off this time, it would be too lenient. In my previous disposition, I would never have allowed them to escape without repercussions. Huang Guang understood that while Chun Dalit appeared friendly towards him, it was largely due to their current equal standing. He could sense that Chun Dalit genuinely regarded him as a brother. Thus, Huang Guang reciprocated this sentiment. Yet, as a member of a prestigious family, Chun Dalit could not entirely suppress his temper. The individuals from that day had indeed been fortunate, particularly the one known as Fat Brother, who remained blissfully unaware that a single decision had spared him from dire consequences. The vehicle sped along, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the Paradise Club. Brother Chun, given our relationship, you needn't stand on ceremony, Huang Guang said, though he felt a stir of joy within him at the prospect of helping Chun Dalu fulfill his wish. Upon entering the club, Huang Guang was surprised to find Yin Jun waiting there. Chun Dalu laughed heartily. Young Master Yin, are you here specifically to await my arrival? Chapter 92. The specially crafted white card. However, Huang Guang noticed the furrowed brow of Yin Jun, a visage filled with worry and agitation, indicating that his presence was not merely to greet Qin Dalu. Indeed, Yin Jun glanced at him briefly before stating, You flatter yourself. I am here to meet with Divine Dr. Huang. Waiting for me? Huang Guang chuckled, not all taken aback. having anticipated such a scenario since his time at the Chun family residence. Chen Dalu smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "How could I forget about your father's situation? But Yin Jun, we must postpone this matter. Today is a significant occasion, and Huang Guang is my brother. Let's discuss this tomorrow." Yin Jun sighed with a hint of bitterness, replying, "Dalu, it's not that I do not wish to give you face, but my father's condition has become quite urgent. I must implore divine Dr. Huang to visit the hospital at once." Chun Dalu's expression soured. Yet he could not voice his displeasure given the seniority and status of Yin Jun's father, so he suppressed his discontent. Huang Guang cast a glance at Yin Jun and suddenly inquired, "Have you resolved matters at home?" Yin Jun's face turned slightly awkward as he responded, "Divine Dr. Huang, I acknowledge my misstep today. Neither my elder brother nor my younger sibling supported your treatment. However, the hospital has issued a critical condition notice, leaving me with no alternatives." At this juncture, a glint of determination crossed Yin Jun's eyes. "Rest assured, divine Dr. Huang, this time, no one shall dare obstruct us." Huang Guang shook his head, replying, "I fear you lack the authority in this matter. However, I am curious. What would you be willing to offer in exchange for my assistance?" Initially feeling a pang of disappointment, Yin Jun's spirits soared at Huang Guang's words. "Divine Dr. Huang, I am prepared to pay any price, should you be willing to act." Huang Guang smiled subtly, formulating his own plans. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, "I have already assessed your father's condition. It would not be too late to visit tomorrow. To avoid unnecessary complications, why not invite old Master Chun to accompany us?" "Invite my father?" Chen Dalu was momentarily perplexed. Yet Yin Jun's eyes lit up with understanding. His gaze towards Huang Guang filled with excitement as he exclaimed, "How could I have overlooked that? With old Master Chen's endorsement, I would relish seeing who would dare to impede our efforts." Huang Guang, however, shook his head, not sharing Yin Jun's optimism. In matters of familial strife, even the intervention of old Master Chun might bear little influence. After all, the world is merciless, and only self-interest can truly motivate the heart. Upon engaging with this matter, Huang Guang instinctively sensed its inherent complexity. However, after witnessing merely the tip of the iceberg concerning the internal conflict within the Yin family, he found himself engulfed in hesitation. Regardless of whom he chose to assist, he would inevitably become a target for the opposing faction. Thus, he resolved not to embroil himself in such peril without substantial justification. Yin Jun, elated yet relieved, beckoned a service staff clad in a qipao, who promptly approached. "Dr. Huang, I must acknowledge my previous oversight. Hence I have prepared this special white card for you. You must accept it," Yin Jun solemnly declared, extending a pristine card toward Huang Guang. Chun Dalu, intrigued, interjected, "Yin Jun, isn't the highest tier card here the black card? What do you mean by presenting a white card? Surely it cannot be inferior to the most basic membership card?" Yin Jun hastily clarified, "That is inconceivable. To me, Dr. Huang is my savior. I would not dare deceive him. This white card was intended as a higher tier membership card for our establishment, possessing all privileges. With this card, all services within the venue are at your disposal free of charge, and the holder's requests will certainly be accommodated. Such exclusivity. Please, grant me one as well." Chen Dalu expressed enviously. The membership card of the Paradise Club is regarded as a symbol of status within the capital's elite circles. Who wouldn't desire a black card? However, only 10 have been issued thus far. Dream on. With your standing, you hardly qualify. This is the first white card our club has ever issued, and it may very well be the only one. Yin Jun, with a glimmer of eagerness and trepidation in his eyes, insisted, "Dr. Huang, you must accept this card. Additionally, if the accommodations do not meet your expectations, we can construct a room tailored to your specifications until you are satisfied." "Goodness, Yin Jun, your preferential treatment is rather excessive. What do you mean by my standing being insufficient?" "While I may not consider myself on par with my brother, your words are rather hurtful," Chun Dalu replied, slightly wounded, his gaze lingering on the white card, contemplating something. Meanwhile, Huang Guang felt a mix of surprise and confusion. Initially, he believed that Yin Jun's agreement to his prior request constituted the optimal outcome. However, it became apparent that the internal strife within the Yin family had escalated to a life-or-death confrontation. Otherwise, why would someone of Yin Jun's stature look at a physician with such a beseeching expression? It is undeniable that any capable physician deserves respect from all, particularly from those of higher status and wealth. For affluent individuals, their greatest fears revolve around the inevitabilities of aging, illness, and death. Cultivating a relationship with a skilled healer can potentially prove life-saving in critical moments. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Guang shook his head and remarked, If I were to accept this white card, I suspect many would contest my decision. Perhaps it is wiser to remain understated. A black card will suffice. Yin Jun immediately exclaimed, Dr. Huang, anyone who dares to oppose you shall be opposing me. Yin Jun, you must accept this white card. If anyone troubles you, I shall be the first to confront them. He continued, indeed, though I desire it, I believe only you, my brother, are worthy of this card. I cannot accept that someone else, less deserving, should possess it. But for you, I am more than willing. Chen Dalu also chuckled, subtly indicating to Huang Guang that he could accept it. Huang Guang felt somewhat helpless. It was not mere politeness. He genuinely did not wish to accept it. The more he experienced, the more he understood that there are always individuals beyond one's grasp, and it is wiser to maintain a low profile. Nevertheless, given that both Chen Dalu and Yin Jun had spoken, he had no choice but to accept. Very well, Yin Xiao, I thank you, he said. Yin Jun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He feared that Huang Guang might refuse, which could lead to him holding back in treatment due to pressure. Such a scenario would leave him utterly despondent. Dr. Huang, you refer to Dalu as Chun Gu. Yet call me Yin Xiao. This distinction feels too formal. If you don't mind, call me Yin Gu, and we shall be brothers from now on. Yin Jun said with a hearty laugh, feigning anger. Huang Guang, not one to be overly sensitive, replied with a smile, if that is the case. To refuse would seem ungrateful. Yin Gu, you must look out for me. I am quite alone in the capital. In that case, I shall no longer address you as Dr. Huang, but simply Huang Guang. You are hardly alone. With your disciple, Dr. Hua's connections, no one would dare to trouble you. Yin Jun remarked with a hint of envy. After all, the influence of Hua Sonyue was indeed formidable. Anyone who dared to provoke Huang Guang would surely stir a hornet's nest, given Hua Sonyue's demeanor that day. As a shrewd businessman, Yin Jun understood the gravity of the situation. Despite his need for Huang Guang's assistance, he had calculated everything meticulously. Cultivating a relationship with Huang Guang was undoubtedly beneficial. A white card was indeed worth the investment. As a mentor, I must also avoid burdening my disciple, Huang Guang thought, feeling a bit embarrassed. He considered himself a master, and if he continually relied on his disciple, where would his authority lie? Yin Jun, however, shook his head with a smile. Such opportunities are often sought after yet rarely attained. You are the exception. Chen Dalu glanced at his watch and interjected, Yin Jun, enough of this chatter. It's already 6 o'clock. Have you cleared the conference hall, as I instructed? Rest assured, once I receive the news, I made the necessary arrangements. Yin Jun replied with a smile. Come, follow me. Once we arrive, I assure you will be pleased. Chapter 93. The Revenge of the Ancient Jade. Huang Guang, intrigued by his words, followed as the three entered the members-only elevator, ascending directly to the 8th floor. Upon exiting, they found themselves amidst a gathering of numerous individuals, whose demeanor and attire clearly indicated they were not of ordinary status. Yin Xiao, Chun Xiao. Upon hearing their footsteps, many turned to see Yin Jun, Chen Dalu, and Huang Guang, and greeted them warmly. Regarding Huang Guang, many faces bore a look of curiosity, pondering the identity of this unfamiliar figure. However, one could ascertain that anyone who stood in the presence of Chen Dalu and Yin Jun was certainly no ordinary individual. Chen Dalu wore a faint smile, a sense of satisfaction radiating from him, especially as he noted that the arrivals were all members of the elite. In the capital, once all the notable figures had gathered, his mood lifted considerably. In truth, Gu Yu's reputation within the capital circles was well known to all. Gu Yu was notorious for his domineering and arrogant demeanor, often resorting to underhanded tactics. Anyone of lesser status had likely found themselves embroiled in conflict with him. The news of Gu Yu encountering a setback, particularly at the hands of the young master of the Chun family, was a spectacle no one wished to miss. Before long, Huang Guang observed that the grand conference room, capable of accommodating thousands, featured a platform towering over 4 meters, upon which sat an imposing table. Chen Dalu's eyes sparkled as he remarked, Yin Jun, I shall remember this. You have executed it splendidly, precisely to my liking. He then turned to Huang Guang and said, Brother, let us proceed. Tonight, I am eager to witness how Gu Yu will maintain his arrogance. Given that Gu Yu was to publicly apologize at the Tiantang Club, Yin Jun, as the host, naturally assumed the role of notary. The three ascended the platform, prompting a flurry of whispers from the crowd below as they noticed Huang Guang's presence. Who is this person, so familiar with young Master Yin and young Master Chun, that he could ascend to the main table? Do you know him? I do not, but he certainly seems to possess an extraordinary background. Perhaps we can seize the opportunity to make his acquaintance. Did you not seek a way to connect with these two? I hear that the elder of the Yin family may not be well. I would rather curry favor with young Master Chen. Such narrow-mindedness. Even if Elder Yin were to pass, he still has a multitude of loyal followers. Moreover, not all of the second generation of the Yin family are without merit. After all, this young Master Yin is one of them. A cacophony of voices fill the air, with those of lower status pondering how to ingratiate themselves with the influential, while those of higher standing simply wish to witness the unfolding drama. As time ticked away, the hour of 8 approached, and Chen Dalu's expression soured. Unable to contain himself, he muttered, "Could it be that Guyu will not show?" Yin Jun chuckled and replied, "Dalu, to remain calm. If Guyu were to forego this gathering, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, leading to universal disdain." Chen Dalu contemplated this, his spirits lifting, even hoping that Guyu would indeed choose to absent himself. Yet amidst the speculation concerning Guyu's attendance, Yin Jun received a phone call, his demeanor instantly invigorated as he stated, "He has arrived, but he is not alone." This revelation elicited little interest from the crowd. Soon after, at the entrance of the conference room, Guyu strode in confidently, flanked by a bodyguard and a middle-aged man. With both main figures present, the young gentleman fell silent, eagerly awaiting the unfolding spectacle. "Young Master Yin, such a grand assembly. I must admit, I underestimated you," Guyu remarked, his expression darkening as he surveyed the nearly complete gathering of the circle, his smile devoid of warmth. Yin Jun had already formulated a plan in his heart, yet he did not wish to offend Guyu unduly. He remarked, "Young Master Gu, you seem to have misunderstood. I do not possess such influence. It is all in pursuit of you." Guyu chuckled dismissively, then uninvitedly took a seat at the head of the table. Chen Dalu, feeling his presence overshadowed, slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Guyu, what do you mean by this? Are you suggesting that you have no intention of honoring our wager?" Guyu cast a glance at Chen Dalu and replied nonchalantly, "Well, have I ever stated that I would not uphold the wager? A public apology? That is a trivial matter. I can do it right now. However, Chen Xiao, do you truly wish to escalate this to such an extent?" "Escalate? Who, 3 years ago, was the one who made this so absolute?" Chen Dalu retorted angrily, fixing Guyu with a cold glare. Guyu smiled faintly and said, "I acknowledge that my actions 3 years ago were rather ungracious. Yet, Chen Xiao, that is all in the past. There is no need to hold a grudge. We are all part of the same circle. We are bound to cross paths again. Will there not come a time when you might require my assistance?" "Not at all, Guyu. I harbor no interest in you, since you intend to honor the wager. Let us proceed." Chen Dalu, weary of idle conversation, particularly resented Guyu's continued arrogance. Guyu's expression shifted, a flicker of cold amusement crossing his features as he suddenly turned to Huang Guang. "You must be the renowned Dr. Huang. It is a pleasure to meet you." Despite his words, Guyu made no move toward him. Huang Guang was taken aback, clearly surprised that Guyu had managed to gather all this information in such a short time. Chen Dalu, worried about what Guyu might know, spoke in a low tone, "Guyu, this matter concerns your apology and the wager. Do not divert the conversation. Huang Guang is merely my brother, nothing more." Guyu spoke slowly, yet his gaze remained fixed on Huang Guang, growing increasingly frosty. Chen Dalu felt a weight in his heart, but soon recalled something, his expression turning peculiar as he glanced at Guyu. At that moment, Yin Jun interjected, "Young Master Gu, this matter is separate. Dr. Huang is my guest and should not be involved." "Not involved." Guyu let out a strange laugh and enunciated each word carefully. "It was he who caused me to lose the match. Do you think it is unnecessary?" Huang Guang paused for a moment, then smiled, maintaining his composure. "Young Master Gu, I am merely helping my friend Shun. It is a matter of loyalty." "Then does that mean we are adversaries now?" Guyu replied with a cruel smile, adding, "In that case, whatever I do to you would not be considered excessive, as we are indeed enemies." Suddenly, with a loud crash, the table splintered as a middle-aged man who had been standing beside Guyu struck it with a fist, then swiftly approached Guyu. His expression was numb, and he landed a punch directly on Huang Guang's chest. Huang Guang's expression shifted dramatically, and he retreated several steps, feeling an overwhelming force emanating from the middle-aged man's fist. His face flushed momentarily, but as he finally steadied himself against the railing, it turned pale again. A piercing pain surged from his chest to his mind, causing his features to contort slightly. "Guyu, what is the meaning of this?" Chen Dalu rose in anger, glaring fiercely at Guyu. Yin Jun, taken aback, rushed to Huang Guang's side to assist him, asking, "Huang Guang, are you all right?" Taking a deep breath, Huang Guang steadied himself with Yin Jun's support, shaking his head, though his gaze towards the middle-aged man grew eerily calm. "You need not look at me that way. This punch is merely a retribution for my junior brother. The middle-aged man spoke flatly, a peculiar glimmer in his eyes as he glanced at Huang Guang. I have thoroughly examined his wounds. With his strength, he could certainly defeat his opponent. Yet your use of the golden needle to strike his acupoints led him to defeat and grievous injury. The price you will pay is merely the beginning. Chen Xiao, why are you so agitated? I have done nothing, Gu Yu retorted arrogantly, rising with a smirk. I am standing just fine, and if you wish for an apology, that could be arranged. Chapter 94. Accepting the Challenge. You, Chen Dalu pointed at the middle-aged man, stating, setting aside this matter for now, who is he to strike others without consequence? Is there no law in the capital? Chen Xiao, there is no need for such excitement. It has been stated that this is a private matter, right? I believe it is best if we refrain from intervening, Gu Yu replied. Chen Dalu, seething with anger, exclaimed, Huang Guang is my brother. Do you think I should not involve myself in this situation? Gu Yu's expression darkened slightly, a glint of coldness flashing his eyes as he said, Huang Guang is your brother, but does that mean Mr. Nangong is not my friend? While it is commendable that you care for your brother, my friend Mr. Nangong has been grievously injured due to this brat, causing me to lose the match. Even if I were to kill him, it would not be excessive. You have schemed to have me repeat my misfortune. I am merely retaliating. Gu Yu, do not be so arrogant. Have this man kneel and apologize, or do not blame me for being impolite. Shindala was no pushover, especially as this was not the first time he had encountered such a situation, and with Huang Guang being the one harmed, he could not swallow his indignation. Gu Yu chuckled coldly and said, Chen Xiao, you are being rather overbearing. He has come seeking revenge. What does that have to do with me? I cannot command him. So you are misguided in your anger. Very well, then let us resolve this in my own way. Chen Dao's expression turned frigid as he realized that Gu Yu had not come to apologize, but rather to create chaos. Just as he was about to pull out his phone to call the authorities, the middle-aged man suddenly interjected, Chen Xiao, if I were you, I would refrain from making that call. Chen Dalu let out a cold smile, disregarding the intentions of the other party and preparing to summon assistance to resolve the matter. The middle-aged man, however, calmly stated, Young Master Chen, my name is Chen Yunfei. You may have heard of it. Chen Yunfei? Chen Dalu hesitated for a moment, repeating the name, and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Upon further reflection, his expression shifted noticeably. Observing the change in Chen Dalu's demeanor, Chen Yunfei chuckled and inquired, What is the matter? Have you remembered? Is it you? Chen Dalu's eyes reflected a mix of apprehension and rising anger. So, you intend to meddle in this affair? Chen Yunfei scoffed, replying, Young Master Chen, I address you with respect, hence the title. I have mentioned before, Nangong is my junior brother, and I am here seeking vengeance. He paused and continued, If it were a fair match, loss would be loss. However, this individual won by employing the underhanded technique of using golden needles to strike acupoints, which is rather dishonorable. Are you suggesting your junior brother should compete against someone with even a modicum of martial arts knowledge, and that is considered fair? Suddenly, Huang Guang interjected, his breath having regained its steadiness, and a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. The middle-aged man regarded him with amusement and remarked, That is no concern of mine. I only know that you strike from the shadows. Since this matter involves my junior brother, resolving it should be straightforward. Either surrender the manual for the golden needle technique or face me in combat. It is that simple. Chen Yunfei, your words are utterly tyrannical. Huang Shini does not possess martial skills. Do you wish to fight him? Is that not bullying an ordinary person? Yan Jun from the Paradise Club could no longer remain silent. After all, his fate was closely tied to Huang Guang's. Should anything happen to Huang Guang, his own situation would undoubtedly worsen. If old Master Yin were to pass away, the ensuing internal strife within the Yin family would not guarantee his safety. Gu Yu interjected bluntly, his gaze laced with sarcasm. What do you mean by that, Gu Yu? Yin Jun narrowed his eyes, his tone turning ominous. Regardless of the Yin family's affairs, they remain internal matters. If an outsider intervenes, the situation changes entirely. Chen Dalu coldly retorted, Chen Yunfei, even if your status is exceptional, this matter is not so easily managed. Huang Guang is my brother. I can overlook what transpired earlier, but you must leave this place at once. Leave? I, Chen Yunfei, have no intention of repeating myself. I do not mind treating this as a tournament arena, he replied with a faint smile, his gaze fixed on Huang Guang as if he were gazing upon a corpse. Do not test my patience. Chen Dalu's temper flared as he positioned himself protectively in front of Huang Guang, proclaiming loudly, I will safeguard Huang Guang today. Yen Yunis as flicut momentarily. But he had already made up his mind, stating, Huang Guang is also my brother. Anyone who seeks to harm him must contend with me. He realized that retreating at such a moment could jeopardize their chances of protecting Huang Guang. The corners of Gu Yu's mouth curled slightly, his face brimming with arrogance. What was initially a gathering steeped in humiliation and frustration had swiftly transformed the dynamics between host and guest, rendering any demands for his apology obsolete. It was precisely this shift that instilled a sense of trepidation in many of the onlookers. The name Chen Yunfei was well known among individuals in this circle. In truth, Chen Yunfei was not particularly formidable. It was his brother, Chen Yunlong, who commanded respect as a significant figure. It was through the influence of his brother that Chen Yunfei could navigate this realm with such ease. Chen Yunlong indeed was a force to be reckoned with. Even the elite scions like Chun Dalu and Yin Jun dared not underestimate him. Well, since you wish to protect him, I cannot disregard your request, Chen Yunfei said with a sudden light chuckle, though his gaze remained somewhat sinister. Huang Guang, how long do you think you can evade? And while they may shield you, can they protect your family? What do you mean? Huang Guang's complexion changed. If the confrontation were solely directed at him, he would have remained unperturbed. However, the threat to his family altered the stakes entirely. Chen Yunfei, you know that trouble should not extend to one's family. Your actions are a breach of decorum. Cautioned Huang Guang. The words sent a chill through the hearts of those present, including Chun Dalu, Yin Jun, and others. The understanding within their circle was clear. While one could engage in various antics, resorting to underhanded tactics or targeting families was taboo. Of course, the young elites of the capital harbored no such fears, for they considered their familial connections as mere support, not something to be trifled with. Yet, should a deranged individual resort to external forces beyond the established rules, chaos in the capital could ensue. Thus, Chen Yunfei's words had sown seeds of apprehension and malice in the hearts of all present. Chen Sanxiao, there is no need for constant reminders. Although Huang Guang possesses certain skills, he is not truly one of us. As such, he is not bound by the same constraints, Yin Jun remarked, narrowing his eyes. Already contemplating that individuals like Chen Yunfei, unless decisively dealt with, would always pose a lingering threat if given even the slightest opportunity. Brother Chun, there's no need for further discussion. I accept his challenge. Just as Chun Dalu prepared to leverage his connections to assist Huang Guang, the latter spoke up. Chen Yunfei paused, a smirk dancing on his lips as he regarded Huang Guang, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, ready to extinguish him at any moment. Chapter 95, An Unexpected Conclusion. Gu Yu also smiled, his eyes reflecting a twisted delight, imbued with a perverse satisfaction. Brother, do not worry. This matter can indeed be resolved. Under no circumstances should you acquiesce to him, for you cannot contend with his strength. Chen Dalu was taken aback and quickly began to persuade him. Yin Jun added, with the two of us here, you need not fret. Your family's safety is assured. Huang Guang shook his head and replied, Chen Ge, Yin Ge, do you not perceive the truth? His aim is solely me, or rather, the golden needle acupuncture technique. Even if you shelter me today, what about tomorrow? Or the day after? With a faint smile, Huang Guang's eyes chilled. He was no fool. From the very beginning, he understood that the middle-aged man's objective was him. Had there been alternative means to resolve this, Huang Guang would have preferred to avoid escalating the conflict. However, now that Chen Yunfei dares to threaten his family, Huang Guang would make him understand the wrath of a common man, the blood that stains the ground. Tomorrow's concerns would be addressed tomorrow. For now, you absolutely must not comply. Although Chan Dalu recognized the validity of Huang Guang's words, he was acutely aware that if Huang Guang were to concede, the situation would drastically change. Yet Huang Guang was resolute, shaking his head as he said, I appreciate your goodwill, but this is my affair. Rest assured, I'm not so easily intimidated. He then regarded Chen Yunfei with a calm demeanor and stated, you desire the golden needle acupuncture technique, correct? Very well, I accept your challenge. Should I lose, I shall concede it as an apology, but what if I emerge victorious? Chen Yunfei laughed heartily, responding, you may propose any terms you wish. He possessed unwavering confidence in his impending triumph, a sentiment echoed by everyone present. They were all aware that Chen Yunfei's elder brother, Chen Yunlong, was an elite among special forces in the military, a young prodigy whose prowess and rank were exemplary. Rumors suggested that Chen Yunlong was soon to marry the eldest daughter of the Liu family in the capital. Once that alliance was formed, his status would rise significantly, elevating Chen Yunfei's position alongside him. Despite merely being known as Chen Yunlong's brother, it was common knowledge that Chen Yunfei's abilities were formidable. While he may not match Chen Yunlong's strength, he was certainly not a foe to be underestimated. No one, not even Yin Jun or Chen Dalu, believed Qin Yunfei would be defeated. Huang Guang smiled, proposing, "It is quite simple. Should I win, you must kneel and acknowledge that you are inferior to me." Qin Yunfei's smile faltered momentarily, only to return brighter than before. "Very well, young man, you will soon learn the meaning of cruelty." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yunfei's figure vanished with remarkable speed. At that moment, both Yin Jun and Chen Dalu were taken aback, their concern subtly mounting. Particularly for Yin Yun, he felt that Huang Guang was too young and easily swayed. Provoked by Chen Yunfei's words, he had hastily agreed. What would happen if trouble ensued? Contemplating the secret behind Chen Yunfei's desire for the golden needle acupuncture technique, Yin Jun's heart relaxed slightly, believing there was still a glimmer of hope. At the very least, Huang Guang would not be outright killed. However, he felt that this was still insufficiently secure. After much contemplation, he resolved to resort to his final course of action. Moments later, a golden glint flashed in Huang Guang's eyes, and he swiftly stepped to the left. Almost simultaneously, a fist narrowly missed striking him. Qin Yunfei's eyes widened in surprise. He was taken aback. To him, it seemed that with that punch, the battle would have concluded, and what he desired would naturally be within reach. Yet this punch had missed? Puzzled, he quickly dismissed the thought and threw another punch directly at Huang Guang. Chen Dalu and Yin Jun, along with Guyu, descended from the high platform, standing rather than sitting, their expressions filled with concern as they watched the unfolding scene above. Witnessing Huang Guang evade an attack left both astonished and elated. Chen Dalu suddenly shouted, "Huang Guang, give it your all, take him down. I'll never like that guy." Yin Jun interjected, "Dalu, this is rather unscrupulous of you. Huang Guang will offend them because of you. Are you prepared to do nothing?" "I would act if there were time, but can't you see they're already fighting?" replied Chen Dalu, a tinge of guilt and embarrassment coloring his cheeks. He was well aware of the implications, yet, given Chen Yunfei's status, they could only stand by helplessly. Yin Jun's gaze flickered slightly as he murmured, "Though I've known Huang Guang for a short while, I understand his character well. He would never act without certainty. Let's consider the situation positively. What if he wins?" Upon hearing this, Chen Dalu hesitated. Is that even possible? Regardless of the odds, as brothers, we cannot remain mere verbal allies. We must find a way to rescue him. Yin Jun insisted, anxiety creeping into his voice. "You're usually quite clever. Why are you being so foolish now? Hurry and call your brother. Doesn't he have some ties with Qin Yunlong?" "Ah, look at me, in my haste I almost forgot." Chen Dalu's eyes brightened, and he nodded eagerly, preparing to make the call. However, at that moment, Guyu chuckled, "Don't get your hopes up. Did you think I hadn't considered this? I can assure you that your elder brother is currently engaged in an urgent task and will not be able to answer his phone. Hello. The number you dialed is powered off. Please." The voice from Chen Dalu's phone echoed Guyu's words. Both Yin Jun and Chen Dalu felt their anger boil over. Chen Dalu glared at Guyu, enunciating each word. "Guyu, are you the one orchestrating this?" Guyu sneered, "Master Chen, you must have evidence to make such accusations. What does this have to do with me? If you seek to slander me, I suggest you reconsider." "You." Chen Dalu's chest heaved violently with rage as he coldly declared, "Guyu, regardless of how things may unfold with Huang Guang, I must insist that you honor our wager. I may be powerless against Qin Yunfei, but surely I can handle you." However, to Chen Dalu's astonishment, Guyu merely scoffed disdainfully, disregarding his words entirely. Chen Dalu's face flushed crimson with indignation, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. As the third young master of the Chen family, such moments were exceedingly rare for him. At that instant, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd, compelling Chen Dalu and Yin Jun to abandon their quarrel with Guyu and direct their attention to the high platform. There stood Huang Guang. While facing him was Qin Yunfei, their expressions starkly contrasting. Huang Guang maintained a calm demeanor, his visage remarkably serene. In truth, he had been passively evading attacks, achieving remarkable success. Each time Qin Yunfei threw a punch, Huang Guang would harness his golden light, perceiving Chen Yunfei's movements as though they were agonizingly slow, thereby allowing him to effortlessly dodge every assault. Conversely, Qin Yunfei's countenance darkened, shock mingling with his fury. Both remained silent, yet Qin Yunfei was engulfed in disbelief. From Huang Guang's movements and reactions, it was evident that he did not resemble someone trained in martial arts. More significantly, in Chen Yunfei's eyes, the unfolding events were inexplicable. He could not fathom how Huang Guang could evade all his strikes. If the first instance was mere fortune, could the subsequent dodges still be attributed to chance? His instincts hinted that beyond the long-lost golden needle technique, Huang Guang harbored additional secrets. Are you akin to a turtle, merely evading without striking back? Chen Yunfei mused, a derisive smirk creeping onto his face. Chapter 96. Gu Yu's scheme. Huang Guang's expression remained unperturbed as he stated, I may not be able to defeat you, but do not presume you could triumph over me. Is that so? Chen Yunfei's eyes flared with anger, and the crowd erupted in commotion. On the platform, Chen Yunfei brandished a handgun, shocking everyone. Yan Jun gasped in disbelief, sternly rebuking, Chen Yunfei, despite your unique status, who permitted you to draw a weapon in the Paradise Club? Chen Dalu, equally astonished, shouted, Chen Yunfei, are you courting death? With a mocking tone, Chen Yunfei retorted, aside from uttering such meaningless and uninspired words, can you not come up with something more original? With this gun in my hand, what can you do? You know, should I kill him, I will surely remain unscathed. Chen Dalu, in a state of alarm, warned, Chen Yunfei, I advise you to tread carefully. Do you know who Huang Guang's disciple is? His disciple? Chen Yunfei scoffed, I care not who his disciple may be. Only a select few were privy to the news of Hua Songyue's intention to apprentice under Huang Guang, and since the event took place at the Chun family residence, naturally, only those from the Chun and Yin families were aware of it. Given Hua Songyue's status, no one would dare to speak of it indiscriminately. Hence the knowledge of this matter was scarce. However, the news of the old master, Chen's recovery, spread rapidly, making it no surprise that Gu Yu was able to uncover this detail. With Huang Guang's disciples being Hua Songyue and Chen Yunfei, even considering your position, you surely would not wish to provoke him, would you? Yan Jun, disregarding the consequences, called out directly. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu scoffed, saying, Yan Jun, and you too. Chun San Shao, if you wish to save someone, could you not devise a more convincing excuse? Who would believe such a pretext? Can you truly use Hua Shini as a shield? Many nodded in agreement, sharing disbelief, convinced that Yan Jun and Chun Dalu had concocted this plan merely to rescue Huang Guang. Chen Yunfei's gaze darkened slightly, dismissing their words entirely, instead asserting, Huang Guang, you must either concede or witness whether your speed surpasses that of my bullet. Huang Guang felt a twinge of disappointment as he regarded the firearm, particularly the ominous black muzzle. Though somewhat anxious, he remained composed. After a brief silence, he calmly replied, fire away. With that, Huang Guang unexpectedly advanced toward Chen Yunfei. The hall erupted in astonishment, many regarding Huang Guang with incredulous expressions, as if he were courting death by provoking a man armed with a gun. Yan Jun and Chun Dalu were taken aback, flustered like ants on a hot pan, desperate to shout a warning, but it was already too late. Chen Yunfei's gaze turned icy, revealing a hint of murderous intent, and without hesitation, he aimed at Huang Guang's forehead and fired. Bang! His eyes remained fixed on the bullet, and in an instant, a shimmering golden aura flashed, causing the bullet to momentarily freeze in midair. In that imperceptible second, Huang Guang slightly shifted his body, his right hand darting upward in a blur, a glint of cold light suggesting something was launched from his hand. The sound of fabric tearing echoed through the air as Huang Guang's brow furrowed and his complexion paled. In that fleeting moment, he had evaded a fatal blow, yet the time was far too brief, resulting in injury to his right arm. All eyes widened in disbelief at this astonishing spectacle. Even more astonishing was the next moment, when those present witnessed a smile, a cold smirk, and a glimmer of triumph appear on Huang Guang's face. Everyone who beheld this scene was left bewildered. After all, while Huang Guang had dodged a bullet and escaped death, the gun still remained in Chen Yunfei's grasp. If an immediate counterattack was not launched, could he withstand the next shot? However, Huang Guang did not dwell on such thoughts, for he understood that this contest had already reached its conclusion. He fixed a cold gaze upon Chen Yunfei, who mirrored his intensity. A smirk of derision appeared on Chen Yunfei's face as he chuckled softly, preparing to raise his hand for a second shot. Yet his smile abruptly faltered, and his expression shifted. He realized that his arm did not obey his command. Hanging motionless at his side, a flicker of panic ignited within Chen Yunfei as he cast a glance at his hand, only to find it shrouded in darkness. He attempted to lift it, but to no avail. Clatter! A handgun fell to the ground, producing a sharp sound. Chen Yunfei's forehead suddenly glistened with sweat, his eyes widening in terror as he stared at Huang Guang and exclaimed, "Did you poison me?" Huang Guang replied nonchalantly, "Poison? If I had poisoned you, you would have been dead long ago. You should know, I am a physician, a highly skilled one at that. If I wish to harm someone, you would never see it coming. As Chun Yunfei finished speaking, his complexion changed dramatically, his teeth grinding together. He felt a sharp pain radiating from his arm, an agony that intensified with each passing moment. He gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow, veins standing out in stark relief. Now tell me, should I pull the trigger? Huang Guang inquired with a faint smile. Chun Yunfei's body trembled slightly, though he was reckless and somewhat deranged. Who in this world is truly unafraid of death? Who does not yearn for longevity? Yet he soon clenched his jaw and retorted, if you dare to shoot, I will die, and you will not escape either. You will join me in death. Along with your family, none will survive. Is that so? Huang Guang's expression shifted intriguingly as he responded coolly. If that is the case, allow me to assure you, I will ensure such a scenario never comes to pass. As I mentioned, I am a physician, a remarkably adept one at that. If I wish for someone to perish, do you think they could linger for even a second longer? Even if that person were your brother? Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. The onlookers regarded Huang Guang with deep apprehension and fear, resolutely deciding never to provoke him in the future. For a person like Huang Guang was undeniably perilous. A doctor can save lives, yet equally, they can stealthily orchestrate death. Such individuals, when determined to target someone, are nearly impossible to defend against. Chun Yunfei now stood as a prime example of this truth. You dare. Chun Yunfei cared little for his own life, but would never disregard that of his brother. His gaze bore into Huang Guang with fierce intensity, his emotions surging violently. Huang Guang, however, remained unfazed, smiling lightly. You have threatened to kill my entire family. What do I have to fear? Shall we put it to the test? Chapter 97, A New Beginning. With that, Huang Guang disengaged the safety on the handgun. The crisp, mechanical sound was exceedingly jarring, causing many gazes to subtly shift. If Chun Yunfei were to perish here, it was feared that the vibrancy of future gatherings at the paradise would never match today's exuberance. Yen Jun and Chun Dalu were taken aback, hastily exclaiming, Huang Guang, do not act impulsively. Let us discuss this calmly. Do not resort to gunfire. Despite their words, their emotions were curiously conflicted. Just moments ago, they had been concerned for Huang Guang, yet now they feared he might inadvertently end Chun Yunfei's life. Only Gu Yu's gaze flickered with anticipation. Secretly, he yearned for Huang Guang to pull the trigger, for such an act would escalate the conflict to an irreconcilable extreme, the very outcome he desired. Chun Yunfei's pupils dilated, his heart racing violently. He regarded Huang Guang's serene smile, and, for reasons unknown, felt an unsettling conviction that Huang Guang might indeed fire the weapon. He certainly would. Although Chun Yunfei had reservations about such a possibility, he dared not gamble. His instincts were more trustworthy. Regret gnawed at him as he endured the searing pain and finally spoke, Very well, I concede. At this proclamation, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, especially from Chun Dalu and Yen Jun. However, Huang Guang shook his head slowly, responding, Initially, our wager stipulated that if you lost, you would kneel in submission. Thus, your current stance is unacceptable. Huang Guang, do not take advantage of me. Chun Yunfei seethed, his face flushed with anger. Though he was in his 40s, his temperament resembled that of a hot-headed youth. A mature man might have acquiesced, yet he was enraged. Am I the one who is overstepping, or is it you? Huang Guang retorted with a cold laugh. Was it not you who threatened my family? Now that the tables have turned, you find it unsatisfactory? Pausing for effect, Huang Guang continued deliberately. By the way, regarding threats to your family, let me make it clear. If you refuse to kneel, I shall not fire my weapon. However, your family's safety will be jeopardized. I suggest you place your trust in me. I possess the means to ensure a clean resolution. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present turned peculiar, as they realized the situation had irrevocably reversed. Many gazes were fixed upon Huang Guang, filled with admiration and respect, tinged with awe. What constitutes true ability? These second-generation offspring, who relied on their family's influence, exhibited arrogance that hardly qualified as skill. Yet here was Huang Guang, a grassroots individual, compelling someone like Chun Yunfei to bow down. Now that was true prowess. Regardless of the setting, those with genuine talent deserved respect. You, Chun Yunfei's eyes glimmered with malice. His teeth clenched and fists tightened as he glared fiercely at Huang Guang. Yet, since his extraordinary encounter, Huang Guang had undergone a profound transformation in both body and mindset. Such a look could not waver his resolve. With a faint smile, Huang Guang's gaze grew increasingly frigid. As long as Chun Yunfei did not kneel, action would be inevitable. Very well, I shall kneel. Amidst the incredulous gazes of all present, Chun Yunfei abruptly dropped to his knees on the floor. Gasps of astonishment filled the room, the expressions of many reflecting utter shock. Yet, silence soon enveloped them again. For in their hearts, they understood that, faced with such circumstances, kneeling seemed the only recourse. What weighed more heavily was Huang Guang's unervingly calm demeanor, resembling not that of a mere mortal, but rather a machine. Chun Yunfei's act of submission, particularly in front of so many industry insiders, signified humiliation and a lifelong stain upon his honor. No one wished to endure such disgrace, revealing the profound inner turmoil Chun Yunfei had experienced. Gu Yu's expression shifted, a flicker of triumph crossing his eyes as a cold smirk curled within. It was clear that from this moment onward, Huang Guang and Chun Yunfei would be sworn enemies. I concede defeat, but Huang Guang, I hope you do not come to regret this. Chun Yunfei gritted through clenched teeth before rising to his feet. Huang Guang, despite a weighty heart, felt no remorse. He believed firmly that a man must know what actions are appropriate and what are not. In a different scenario, perhaps he could have chosen a more conciliatory approach. But he refused to be threatened, especially when it involved his family. If one cannot safeguard their kin, what purpose do they serve? However, Huang Guang was acutely aware that Chun Yunfei was no ordinary adversary. With this enmity established, he would have to tread carefully, particularly concerning his family. Yet, possessing his own strategies, he remained unperturbed. Just as Chun Yunfei, his face dark with fury, prepared to depart. The door to the conference hall was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. To their astonishment, a cadre of soldiers clad in camouflage entered the room. Yan Jun's expression shifted dramatically as he exchanged a glance with Chen Dalu, his face quickly contorting into a mask of distress. This was his establishment, yet it now resembled a bustling marketplace. Uninvited guests had arrived. If word of this spread, the future of their prestigious establishment would be in jeopardy. Gu Yu, however, was elated. Excellent, Brother Chun. Now we shall see how Huang Guang regrets his earlier actions. Chun Yunfei, who had been poised to leave, froze upon seeing the soldiers, a cruel smile forming on his lips. Huang Guang furrowed his brow, discerning from Gu Yu's words that these individuals seemed to have connections to Chun Yunfei. However, as it was his first visit to the capital, he remained oblivious to the intricate power dynamics at play, relying solely on the words of Chen Dalu and Yan Jun to gauge Chun Yunfei's standing. The distinctive sound of leather shoes striking the floor resonated through the air, heralding the entrance of a middle-aged military officer adorned with a gleaming golden star upon his cap. Unmistakably a major general by rank, the countenance of both Chen Dalu and Yan Jun darkened considerably, particularly for Chen Dalu, whose heart sank further into despair. His gaze fixated upon Gu Yu, fully aware that these events were likely orchestrated by him. The target of this elaborate scheme was neither himself nor Yan Jun, but rather Huang Guang. Yet, he found himself perplexed, unable to fathom what value Huang Guang possessed that warranted such machinations. Arranging for his brother to undertake a mission on such short notice was not a feat achievable by mere mortals. It required the influence of the highest echelons of power. Thus, the situation grew increasingly enigmatic. Gu Yu regarded Chen Dalu with a hint of amusement, his eyes betraying a sense of pride. Huang Guang, though silent, harbored little apprehension. Upon spotting the middle-aged man, Chun Yunfei called out, "Old Zhao, I'm here." Hearing Chun Yunfei's voice, especially upon realizing the young man was unharmed, the middle-aged officer exhaled a sigh of relief and promptly approached. Young Master Chun, despite their similar ages, the officer still addressed him with utmost respect, further intensifying the peculiar atmosphere in the hall. Chapter 98, A Critical Moment. It was evident to astute observers that although this middle-aged officer held the rank of Major General, he exhibited no pretentiousness in the presence of Chun Yunfei, blending respect with a touch of familiarity. Young Master Chun, the chief, is currently presiding over an important meeting. Upon learning of the situation here, he immediately dispatched me. General Zhao smiled, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, revealing a flash of steely resolve in his eyes. Though he appeared to be the last to arrive, the reality was quite different. They had infiltrated the surveillance of the Paradise Club, rendering them privy to all that transpired here, including the actions of Chun Yunfei's brother. Were it not for the emergence of such circumstances, his esteemed position would have prohibited him from intervening in matters concerning the younger generation. Joy illuminated Chun Yunfei's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Huang Guang, sneering. "Old Zhao, this is the culprit. He has concealed firearms and plotted to take my life." This declaration sent shockwaves through the gathering. Everyone present was acutely aware of the recent events and could hardly be oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Yet, Chen Yunfei's words were clearly an attempt to malign Huang Guang, even pushing him toward a dire fate. Should these accusations hold any weight, Huang Guang would likely find himself imprisoned in a clandestine facility, facing a fate far more harrowing than death itself. Contemplating this, a cruel glint surfaced in Gu Yu's eyes as he provocatively glanced at Chen Dalu, inwardly reveling in his triumph. In truth, every aspect of this unfolding drama lay within his anticipation. Indeed, it could be said to be his calculated design. Were it not for someone alerting them and broadcasting the events occurring here, how could General Zhao have arrived with such alacrity? His intent was exceedingly straightforward, to make Chen Dalu aware that he was the true victor, impervious to defeat regardless of the circumstances. Is that not so? What is your name? General Zhao's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Huang Guang, his narrowed eyes conveying an unmistakable message. Huang Guang let out a cold chuckle, choosing silence. At that moment, Chen Dalu interjected, Chen Yunfei is lying. The gun belongs to him, and it is he who intends to use it against others. What evidence do you possess to substantiate this claim? I too can testify that this gun is Huang Guang's. Will a mere assertion suffice as proof? Gu Yu, undeterred, promptly resumed his strategy. You, Chen Dalu, seethed with fury, then turned his attention back to General Zhao, stating, as a general, you ought to understand that military forces cannot be mobilized at will. Your current actions, however, egregiously violate protocol, even if Huang Guang is armed. Do you have the authority to intervene? General Zhao appraised Chen Dalu from head to toe before suddenly remarking, you are the third young master of the Chen family. Are you not? You lack the standing to address me. Let your brother speak on your behalf, and I may entertain the conversation. Chen Dalu had never endured such indignity. General Zhao's insinuation was clear. He was deemed unworthy of discourse, reserved only for his elder brother. Huang Guang unexpectedly interjected, enough. Let us cease this bickering. All eyes turned toward him, puzzled by his intentions. Gu Yu and Chen Yunfei, in particular, glared at him with palpable resentment, believing that had it not been for Huang Guang, events would not have escalated to this point, and Chen Dalu would have been at their mercy. General Zhao held Huang Guang in low regard, perceiving him merely as a young man with a modicum of skill, a commonality among many, thus not worthy of his attention. Yet, Huang Guang suddenly glanced at Chen Yunfei, asking, is your hand no longer in pain? Chen Yunfei gritted his teeth. It was impossible to deny the discomfort, and more crucially, he noticed that the area of pain was gradually expanding, a realization that dawned on him only now. You must have poisoned me. I advise you to produce the antidote quickly, or your fate will be far more tragic. Chen Yunfei bore the agony, but remained somewhat untroubled. If it were a potent toxin, he would already be dead, yet as long as it was not lethal, a visit to the hospital would suffice to neutralize the poison. Huang Guang responded with indifference. Antidote? You may be unaware that your pain is merely beginning in your arm, but soon it will spread throughout your entire body. In a month's time, every muscle will necrotize, leaving you as a mere shell of a person. Chen Yunfei's countenance shifted, and he retorted, do you believe I would accept your words as truth? You need not believe me, but tell me, is the area of your pain not steadily enlarging? You may wish to visit the hospital and ascertain whether the doctors can remedy your condition. Huang Guang was brimming with confidence in his medical prowess. If he dared to claim he was the second most skilled doctor in the world, no one would dare to assert they were the first. Unless he took action personally, Chen Yunfei would inevitably languish in bed, awaiting his demise. Such ominous proclamations. Did he think this form of deception could run rampant? With his words, several soldiers clad in camouflage began to advance. Chen Dalu leaped up in a frenzy, shouting, no one is to move. Yet, not a soul heeded his pleas. For these individuals were loyal confidants of General Zhao. Huang Guang, however, regarded Chen Yunfei with a bemused gaze, shaking his head, pondering that this fellow was intent on courting death, and it seemed he could do nothing to prevent it. Chen Yunfei found Huang Guang as scrutiny perplexing and was at a loss for words. A nagging sense whispered to him that Huang Guang might not be lying. However, as this thought surfaced, he forcefully banished it from his mind, convinced that Huang Guang was merely a charlatan, uttering such words to unsettle his psyche. Seeing that no one heeded his warnings, Chen Dalu grew increasingly frantic. He understood all too well that if Huang Guang were taken away, the consequences would be dire. The absence of witnesses among the others stemmed from the reality that in their circle, true friendship was a myth. Each individual was backed by family. each with their own interests, and everything revolved around self-serving motives. Huang Guang's eyes narrowed. Surrender was not an option. As several soldiers approached, their vigilance heightened. Preparing to subdue him, Huang Guang made his move. He disregarded the rapid depletion of his precious energy and suddenly positioned himself before General Zhao, ready to strike. Yet, as his hand reached out, General Zhao seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, having already appeared elsewhere. This was a master. In an instant, Huang Guang assessed the situation. He was confident that with his speed, an ordinary person would find it nearly impossible to escape. Thus he chose General Zhao as his target rather than anyone else. Witnessing this unfold, the soldiers were taken aback, quickly drawing their weapons to aim at Huang Guang. Alarm bells rang in Huang Guang's mind, and he braced himself for the worst. He could not simply wait to be taken away. He understood that should he be captured, there would be no favorable outcome. Yan Jun sighed, frequently glancing at the door, his anxiety mounting. At such a critical juncture, a phone call would be futile. After all, General Zhao was a staunch loyalist of Chen Yunlong. Even if a superior were to call in, it might not alter the outcome. Just as tensions reached a boiling point and the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, the conference room door swung open once more. Halt! Two soldiers promptly blocked the entrance, preventing anyone from entering. Yan Jun spoke in a low voice. General Zhao, have I violated any laws in my business dealings? If there are no transgressions, how can you justify your actions against me? General Zhao smiled and replied, Yin Xiao, I wouldn't dare to take liberties with your Paradise Club. If word got out, I might as well be devoured by others. With a wave of his hand, he added, all right, let the people outside come in. As he spoke, the individuals waiting outside were soon allowed entry. All eyes turned to see an elderly man, his hair and beard white as snow. Yet his expression bore a hint of excitement. To everyone's astonishment, the old man was recognized by most. He was none other than Hua Songyue, the foremost divine physician of the Celestial Empire. The appearance of Hua Songyue left everyone in a state of surprise, particularly the young gentlemen, whose faces turned pale. Although they were acquainted with Hua Songyue, conversing with him was beyond their reach. Their fathers might have had that privilege, but it depended on their connections. For a renowned physician like Hua Songyue was not someone one could easily summon. General Zhao cast a puzzled glance at Chen Yunfei, who in turn looked toward Huang Guang. At that moment, he recalled Yan Jun mentioning that Huang Guang was Hua Songyue's master, a fact he had initially doubted. Even now, skepticism lingered. Yet Hua Songyue's presence was undeniable. Yan Jun exhaled in relief, as the person he had summoned had finally arrived. From the outset, he had intended to notify Hua Songyue, knowing that the unfolding events could lead to something significant. Thus, he had reached out early in the day, though he was unsure what delays had caused Hua Songyue's late arrival. Huang Guang, upon seeing Hua Songyue, felt a sense of ease. He understood that with Hua Songyue's arrival, the situation would likely stabilize. However, he felt a tinge of embarrassment at needing his disciple to extricate him from this predicament. Yet today's events illuminated a truth for Huang Guang. No matter how wealthy one might be, without a commensurate status, one could scarcely rise above the fray. Upon witnessing Hua Songyue, General Zhao's expression shifted, and he quickly approached, saying, Divine Physician Hua, what brings you here? Master, is that you? Zhao Jun was taken aback, then chuckled wryly, Divine Physician Hua, you jest. How could I possibly capture your master? And who might your master be? In the presence of Hua Songyue, even General Zhao felt somewhat helpless. After all, Hua Songyue was a figure he could not afford to provoke. Not even Chen Yunlong, in his current stature, would dare cross paths with Hua Songyue. General Zhao himself had once sought Hua Songyue's help when a family member fell ill, ultimately finding healing only through the venerable physician. General Zhao was not one to disregard human sentiment. He held deep gratitude for Hua Songyue, recognizing that fostering a relationship with such a physician was, without question, a wise choice. Who can guarantee that they will never succumb to a grave illness in the future? At such a juncture, the significance of the divine physician becomes apparent. Hu Songyue gestured towards Huang Guang and remarked, Isn't that my master? If you intend to apprehend him, you might as well take me in as well. Upon utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. Gui was taken aback. Chen Yunfei was equally astonished. And even General Zhao wore an expression of disbelief. Their faces were marked with incredulity. Had it not been for Hu Songyue's eccentric demeanor and distinctive temperament, they might have questioned whether the person standing before them was indeed genuine. The other young heirs were in a state of uproar, as this revelation was unprecedented to them. save for Yin Jun and Chun Delu, who exhaled a sigh of relief, for neither wished for Huang Guang to face misfortune. With Hu Songyue's arrival, it naturally signified that Huang Guang was out of danger. Divine Physician Hu, are you jesting with me? General Zhao eventually regained his composure, his mouth agape as he voiced the collective concern of the assembly. Who is jesting with you? Do not regard me with such bewilderment. I am a student of medicine. I adhere to the belief that the accomplished are to be revered as teachers. In the presence of my master, my medical skills are insignificant. Thus I take pride in being his disciple. Hu Songyue's face radiated admiration as he gazed at Huang Guang, absent-mindedly stroking his beard. However, upon hearing this declaration, both Gu Yu and Chun Yunfei turned pale. The prowess of Huang Guang's medical abilities was of little consequence. No matter how exceptional, without sufficient connections and renown, it could easily be stifled in its infancy. Yet now, the astonishing reality that Huang Guang had become Hu Songyue's master had materialized. Yin Jun had not been exaggerating. What were they to do? Huang Guang was youthful and skilled, yet lacked notoriety and sufficient connections, whereas Hu Songyue possessed all these attributes. As long as Hu Songyue shielded Huang Guang, who would dare to threaten him? At the very least, on the surface, no one would dare to harm Huang Guang. General Zhao swallowed hard and eventually managed to say, Divine Physician Hu, it is not my intention to apprehend him. He has violated the law, and thus his arrest is warranted. Hu Songyue, still stroking his beard, rebuked, Young Zhao, do not attempt to deceive me. Do you think I am foolish? What law? It is merely your word. Have you not transgressed yourself? With so many people in tow, what do you think your superiors would think if they were to learn of this? Yes, Divine Physician Hu, you are correct. My actions were indeed rash and negligent. I shall take my leave at once. After testing the waters and finding no favor, General Zhao resolutely abandoned his intentions. Chun Yunfei and Gu Yu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Yet with Huang Guang having aligned himself with such a formidable ally, they found themselves powerless. Halt! Just as General Zhao was preparing to depart with his entourage, Hu Songyue's stern voice rang out, commanding attention. General Zhao felt a surge of irritation, yet found himself powerless. At his age, with the rank of Major General, he no longer needed to demean himself before anyone, except for that select few who held a debt of gratitude towards the individual before him. Dealing with him was merely a matter of a phone call. Master Hua, do you have any further instructions? General Zhao inquired, suppressing his temper. However, Master Hua ignored him, instead approaching Huang Guang with utmost reverence, stating, Master, I apologize for my tardiness, which must have startled you. This is entirely my fault, and you must hold me accountable. Otherwise, I shall remain uneasy. These words sent shivers down the spines of many present. Yet, Hua Songyue, being an old-school individual, placed great importance on the master-disciple relationship, which in earlier times was often considered even more intimate than that of father and son. Thus, Hua Songyue treated Huang Guang with unwavering respect. Huang Guang had grown accustomed to the myriad of glances laden with various emotions directed at him, even as Gu Yu and Chun Yunfei's eyes brimmed with jealousy, envy, and absurdity. Glancing at the group, Huang Guang suddenly inquired, Master Hua, do I have the liberty to deal with these individuals as I see fit? Hua Songyue promptly patted his chest and replied, Master, you need only give the command. Though I lack significant prowess, I assure you I can manage these individuals. Chapter 100, Gu Yu's Fury. Upon hearing this, many present twitched at the corners of their mouths. What does it mean to lack ability? Hasn't T becoming the foremost physician in the land proven one's capability? If that is not considered a skill, then what truly constitutes one? Nonetheless, General Zhao's expression darkened at this remark, his threatening gaze fixed upon Huang Guang. Unfazed, Huang Guang merely scoffed and pointed at General Zhao, declaring, This individual I hold in great disdain. You may handle him as you wish. Pausing for a moment, Huang Guang turned to Gu Yu and said, As for this person, he harbors ill intentions and delights in schemes. He belongs to the Gu family, and I understand you cannot act against him. However, having him apologize to me should pose no issue, correct? Rest assured, Master, I shall take care of this trivial matter. Hua Songyue nodded eagerly, despite his advanced age. He appeared almost like a subordinate in Huang Guang's presence. Observers unfamiliar with the situation might conjure various thoughts upon witnessing such a scene. With a cold smirk, Huang Guang boldly seated himself, his gaze fixed upon General Zhao, a chill settling in his heart. This man clearly wished to eliminate him. Had it not been for Hua Songyue's timely arrival, General Zhao might have already ordered his execution. After all, In the eyes of the adversary, Huang Guang was merely a commoner, and taking the life of a peasant required little justification. Huang Guang considered himself not to be a villain. In many instances, he even deemed himself a good person. Yet he was no fool. Should anyone threaten his life, he had no qualms about letting them know that even if he could not preserve his own existence, the fate awaiting them would be equally dire. Upon comprehending the situation, Hua Songyue promptly retrieved his mobile phone and made a call. Many individuals instinctively perked up their ears, for Hua Songyue's stature was anything but ordinary. In previous times, he would have been regarded as the chief imperial physician, a position of utmost prestige. In the present day, his significance had only magnified, to the extent that even leaders seeking his medical expertise would have to queue. Consequently, Hua Songyue was undoubtedly someone not to be trifled with, as his contact list likely included the elders of several prominent second-generation scions present at the scene. Hua Songyue was no naive scholar solely engrossed in the study of medicine. In truth, those who ascend to the pinnacle of any field are invariably astute individuals, adept at navigating social intricacies. Upon hearing the term old sun, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd, particularly from General Zhao, whose complexion shifted dramatically, eventually paling slightly. If his conjecture was correct, this old sun was none other than Sun Lao, the father of one of the current military committee's key figures. In terms of status, should this individual choose to utter a few words, what could a mere general like him possibly do? Gu Yu's expression also shifted, while Chun Yunfei's countenance became exceedingly grim. Though it had always been acknowledged that Hua Songyue held a position of great prestige and terrifying connections, opportunities to showcase this influence had been scarce until today. For Huang Guang's sake, everyone now comprehended just how formidable his connections truly were. Chun Dalu, filled with excitement for Huang Guang, simultaneously harbored a tinge of resentment. His own grandfather, Chun Lao, was also a venerable elder of significant standing. Yet, despite this, he was utterly disregarded by others, primarily due to his own lack of achievements, rendering him somewhat voiceless within his family. Had it been his elder brother, Zhao Hua would undoubtedly have exercised caution. He even contemplated calling his grandfather, but refrained from doing so at such a critical moment, as any intervention from Chun Lao would have far-reaching consequences and could easily lead to misunderstandings among others. Hua Songyue assertively ended the call and glanced at Zhao Hua with a look of utter disdain. At his level of status, identity, and accomplishment, he was beyond the need to heed anyone's opinion, let alone that of a mere major general like Zhao Hua. A mere minute after he hung up, Zhao Hua's phone began to ring. Startled, he retrieved the device and glanced at the caller ID, his expression shifting once more before he answered the call. Minister Zhao, what on earth are you doing? I assigned you to oversee the new recruits, yet you found yourself at the Paradise Club? Moreover, of all people, why did you choose to offend Dr. Hua? I had no intention of crossing him. Who would dare to provoke Hua Songyue, the foremost divine physician of the realm? Yet, who could have guessed that Huang Guang, that brash youth, is his disciple? Zhao Hua lamented silently, resigned to continue listening. I hereby formally inform you that you have been suspended and an investigation will ensue regarding your issues before a decision is made. Zhao Hua this time is personally overseen by Vice Chairman Sun's father. You must prepare yourself, as I fear you may not endure this situation. As soon as the words were spoken, the phone line went dead. Zhao Hua stared blankly at his phone, his face a portrait of despair, feeling as if his mind had gone completely blank. On the verge of fainting, if he were to lose this position, would those he had offended in the past show him any mercy? The answer was undoubtedly negative. They would only take the opportunity to strike him further down, and his fate would likely be exceedingly dismal. His gaze fixated on Huang Guang. Zhao Hua found it hard to believe that he, merely an ordinary individual who had befriended Qindalu, was now being crushed under such weight. After a lengthy silence, he suddenly approached Hua Songyue. He opened his mouth, bending slightly as he spoke with difficulty. Hua Divine Doctor, I acknowledge my mistake in this matter. You must forgive me. I am willing to do anything to see you pleased. However, Hua Songyue showed no sign of leniency, stating, You have not offended me, but my master, which makes your transgression far more severe. If you had wronged me, I might have overlooked it, but offending my master necessitates a reprimand. Zhao Hua was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze back to Huang Guang, who sat calmly at the table, regarding him with an expression that seemed to say, Did you not consider me insignificant? How is it that the tables have turned? Had Hua Songyue not arrived, Zhao Hua might have acted out of indignation and harmed Huang Guang. Yet now, with clenched fists and a shifting countenance, he stood before Huang Guang, opening his mouth, but finding no words to express. Huang Guang nonchalantly remarked, If you find it difficult to utter an apology, you need not say anything at all. You may simply leave. Upon hearing this, admiration and envy flickered in the eyes of those present, as they wondered when they could achieve a stature akin to Huang Guang, which they deemed truly impressive. The scene was electrifying, leaving the spectators in awe. A glimmer of anger flashed in Zhao Hua's eyes, and the impulse to turn on his heel surged within him once more. But what would he have left if he walked away? Zhao Hua was an astute individual. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to his current position. He understood all too well that leaving today would mean there would be no turning back. No longer youthful and brimming with impetuous fervor, he took a deep breath and finally confessed, "Young Master Huang, I apologize. My previous actions were misguided." "You need not apologize to me," Huang Guang replied with a smile, "for it is of little consequence. After all, an apology pales in comparison to the value of my life." Huang Guang's gaze then shifted toward the ancient jade. The complexion of Guyu suddenly became unnatural. In truth, ever since Hua Songyue arrived here, exhibiting dominance and showing respect towards Huang Guang, he had sensed the impending danger. However, he also recognized that it was too late to withdraw at this juncture. "Huang Xiao, if only you would spare me, I would be willing to agree to any condition." Zhao Hua had come to a complete realization, and thus relinquished his previous bravado. He understood that before Huang Guang, he no longer possessed any leverage, let alone the audacity to act arrogantly. Huang Guang regarded him with a playful glimmer in his eyes, then said, "If I were to ask you to capture Chen Yunfei, I would understand your inability to do so. But do you think you could manage to detain Guyu for a few days?" Guyu's expression shifted dramatically, and he coldly retorted, "Huang Guang, do not overstep your bounds. Capturing me? You ought to consider my standing in yours. Apologizing is one matter, but capturing me? Absolutely out of the question." Yet, Huang Guang merely chuckled disdainfully, not even casting a glance in his direction, instead focusing on Zhao Hua. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Hua's resolve solidified. He was acutely aware that Guyu's lineage was comparable to Yin Jun's. Detaining him would be akin to provoking a hornet's nest. The troubles that would ensue would be considerable, especially with the added pressure of confinement for several days, thereby incurring the wrath of numerous individuals. Yet, if he refrained from taking such action, he would likely be deprived of any future opportunities to offend others. These thoughts flitted through Zhao Hua's mind in an instant, and he quickly made his decision. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded, "Seize Guyu." Immediately, two soldiers approached and apprehended Guyu. "Zhao Hua, have you lost your mind? Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? The Gu family will not let this go." Guyu struggled fiercely against the grip of the two men holding his shoulders, shouting vehemently. Zhao Hua, however, merely chuckled coldly and replied, "If it weren't for your schemes, I would not find myself in this predicament. Detaining you is hardly excessive." "Well said, General Zhao," Huang Guang interjected with a smile. "If you had acted sooner, how much better it would have been. Then none of this would have transpired." He patted Zhao Hua on the shoulder, his gaze suddenly shifting to Chen Yunfei. For reasons unknown, Chen Yunfei, who had previously dismissed Huang Guang, felt an unsettling jolt in his heart upon meeting his gaze. Huang Guang, however, smiled faintly and remarked, "You may leave now." Chen Yunfei could hardly believe his ears. Huang Guang was clearly unafraid, daring to provoke anyone. He could not fathom what unforeseen elements lay beneath the surface. Despite ruminating endlessly, Chen Yunfei found no clarity. Zhao Hua, meanwhile, departed with Guyu in tow. Naturally, Chen Yunfei felt no inclination to remain. He cast a few lingering glances at Huang Guang before taking his leave. Yet, his expression betrayed a certain disquiet. For he suddenly realized that the areas of pain had expanded, and wherever the pain had begun, he found himself losing control. He was no longer concerned about anything else, solely focused on rushing to the hospital for a checkup. After a moment of contemplation, Hua Songyu suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Master, are you about to begin imparting medical knowledge to me?" The elderly Hua Songyu, upon hearing this news, couldn't contain his joy, bowing respectfully to Huang Guang before promptly departing from the Paradise Club. In truth, Huang Guang felt somewhat unsettled. After all, Hua Songyu was significantly older, yet he consistently bowed to this young man. What kind of situation was this? Of course, Huang Guang had previously expressed his discomfort to Hua Songyu, but the latter remained resolute and refused to heed his words. The atmosphere in the conference hall grew fervent, as several prominent young elites exchanged glances before making their way towards Huang Guang. Following the recent events, everyone understood that as long as Hua Songyu was alive, Huang Guang could essentially navigate the capital with ease. With such a prestigious identity and background, cultivating these connections would undoubtedly prove advantageous in the future. Nonetheless, Huang Guang still faced peril. He lacked the substantial strength necessary to instill genuine fear in others. While no one dared to confront him openly, the shadows held uncertain threats. After a flurry of toasts and exchanges, Huang Guang found himself acquainted with many new individuals. These guests, discerning the situation, engaged him in casual conversation and shared a few drinks before taking their leave. Half an hour later, the spacious conference room was left with only Huang Guang, Yanjun, and Chendalu. Chendalu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "Huang Guang, this situation was my fault. If it weren't for me, we wouldn't have come so close to a major disaster." Huang Guang smiled and replied, "Brother Chun, you needn't feel that way. Regardless, if you're in trouble, I will always stand by you. Besides, I also find that Guyu fellow quite disagreeable. Indeed, and he, Guyu, along with Chen Yunfei, has shown me little respect. It would be unacceptable to allow them to think that the Yin family has fallen from grace." Huang Guang observed the concern and support that Chun Dalu and Yin Jun had previously shown him, feeling a surge of gratitude. It was in moments like these that true brotherhood was revealed. Yin Jun, meanwhile, felt a sense of relief, realizing that his gamble had paid off. He had nearly feared for Huang Guang's life. Should Huang Guang have met his demise, it would have signaled the decline of the Yin family's power as well. Huang Guang shook his head and remarked, "No one could have foreseen today's events. Let us not linger here any longer. It's time to unwind." Coincidentally, a new batch of stars had recently arrived at the club, including some renowned celebrities. "If you're interested, Huang Guang, feel free to express it," Chen Dalu suggested with a knowing smile. With a shared, playful grin, Chen Dalu and Yin Jun led Huang Guang out of the conference room. On their way, Yin Jun mentioned, "You can stay in room 10, Huang Guang, if you don't mind. I will arrange for the creation of a unique room just for you." Huang Guang, however, shook his head and replied, "Brother Yin, there's no need for such extravagance. These are merely material possessions. A room's size matters little. Room 10 will suffice." Chun Dalu hurriedly interjected, "That simply won't do. After all, you possess a white card. You must have a room that aligns with your status." Faced with their insistence, Huang Guang reluctantly acquiesced. At that moment, a group of cheerful women strolled by, and Huang Guang cast a casual glance, only to be taken aback. To his astonishment, one of the women was a renowned film star he recognized from television. Although he had encountered several celebrities during his previous visit to the Paradise Club, there existed a distinct disparity between the stars and those of the diva caliber. "Hey, what's this? Have you taken a liking to someone?" Yin Jun, perceptive as ever, inquired teasingly. Huang Guang shook his head, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I merely find her familiar." "Brother Yin, do even the superstars grace your establishment?" Before Yin Jun could respond, Chun Dalo interjected, "Huang Guang, your perspective is rather naive. What are superstars in comparison? Here, a single word from the members can lead to their ostracism. To avoid such a fate, they must obediently heed their commands." Upon hearing this, Huang Guang felt a tumult of emotions within him. These stars, once exalted and untouchable in his eyes, were now revealed as mere playthings of the elite. Chapter 102, Rivalry and Jealousy. Wealth and power remain the eternal pursuits of humankind. However, as Huang Guang accompanied Yin Jun and Chun Dalu to the golf course at Paradise Club, a sense of understanding began to dawn upon him. Choosing a shaded umbrella seat at the edge of the golf course, he observed that the area was encircled by similar umbrellas, where predominantly men reclined. In the center of the course, a group of men and women played, yet it was the strikingly beautiful women who dominated the scene. Huang Guang's gaze flickered. While he had visited Paradise Club before, this was his inaugural experience at the golf course. Yin Jun, with a suggestive smile while eyeing the women, remarked, "Brother, the ladies on the course are all new stars, unattached. If any catch your eye, just let me know. I've got you covered." He had heard rumors surrounding celebrities about companionship and indulgence. If it were consensual, he could accept it, but the notion of coercion repulsed him. Yin Jun, with a knowing grin, continued, "Brother, you're still quite young. Those who come here are not naive girls. They're fully aware of their purpose. Some may not be here by choice, perhaps coerced by their agencies, yet they could easily opt out through contract termination. Thus, those who frequent this place are all of a similar ilk." Huang Guang fell silent for a moment, reflecting on the gravity of Yin Jun's words. He understood that this was merely a survival mechanism, and he felt unqualified to pass judgment. Suddenly, Chun Dalu pointed toward the woman and exclaimed, "Brother, look over there. You must recognize her. She played the lead in Dream of the Red Chamber. Upon hearing this, Huang Guang quickly turned to look, recalling the beauty of the lead actress from the series he had watched. Could it be that she had also come here? As he turned his gaze, he immediately beheld a woman clad in simple attire, yet possessing exquisite features and a serene countenance, gracefully making her way towards the shade of a nearby parasol. The subtle hint of melancholy, her gently furrowed brows, and her ethereal aura all resonated with memories of someone he once knew. Huang Guang nodded thoughtfully, expressing a complex sentiment. Indeed, it truly is her. However, it seemed that her mood was not particularly bright. Yanjun glanced at his expression and chuckled. Brother, this woman is quite the sensation this time around. However, as per the rules of our Paradise Society, when it comes to women, it's all about one's own capabilities. Wouldn't you agree? But if you fancy her, I can assist you in winning her over. For a fleeting moment, Huang Guang felt a stir of excitement, but he quickly shook his head, saying, Let it be. I have no interest in such matters. If Zheng Qianru find out, I might as well be doomed. Chen Dalu, unfazed, remarked, Come on, brother, you're being too rigid. Just think about it. If life were truly like that, how dull it would be. You should indulge in eating, drinking, and having fun without reservation. Huang Guang chuckled softly. He did not entirely agree with this perspective on life, yet he did not deem it wrong, as everyone is unique. The group exchanged casual banter, while Yin Jun contemplated how to curry favor with Huang Guang. After some thought, he beckoned a female server over and whispered a few instructions into her ear. Soon, she dashed off to gather a group of women. Huang Guang found himself slightly bewildered as he felt surrounded by a multitude of women, an array of fragrances enveloping him, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Yin Xiao, it's been a while. I never expected to see you here again, remarked a woman who appeared slightly older, yet dressed quite youthfully. Her beauty striking. She smiled gently, extending her fair hand. Yin Jun laughed heartily, shaking her hand before releasing it. Xiaoya, it's rare for you to remember me. I heard your recent film is stuck at the Ministry of Culture due to some issues with approval. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya's expression brightened immediately, and she exclaimed, ISNT that the truth. If the camera doesn't reveal a bit more skin, who would watch it? Moreover, the audience craves that. As artists, our purpose is to satisfy their thirst for knowledge. It's frustrating to be stuck. I can't help but wonder if I've offended someone. Yin Jun squinted playfully and waved his hand grandly. What a coincidence to meet today. Here's the deal. I'm quite familiar with the senior director at the Ministry of Culture. Next time I see him, I'll give you a word. Thank you. Yin Xiao, thank you so much. Xiaoyu exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and delight illuminating her face. She eagerly extended her hand again. Her beautiful eyes filled with allure as she gazed at Yin Jun. Yin Xiao, these two must be your friends. If you wouldn't mind, I can invite a couple of sisters over to keep you entertained. What do you think? Yin Jun grasped her hand, intending to release it, only to find that Xiaoyu was unwilling to let go, instead playfully twirling her fingertip in the center. Such flirtation was never rejected by Yin Jun, and he promptly replied, All right, let them come over. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other summoned women soured one by one. One of them remarked, Mr. Yin, you cannot be so partial. We are acquainted as well. Shouldn't this competition be on equal footing? As she spoke, her gaze flickered toward Huang Guang and Shindalu, a smile gracing her features as she added, My sisters here are no less charming than any certain flirtatious woman. Who are you calling flirtatious? Xiaoya's displeasure was palpable upon hearing this. The woman chuckled lightly and replied, I certainly did not refer to you, Xiaoya. Despite your fame, you should temper your airs in my presence. You. Xiaoya's countenance shifted to one of deep displeasure. Huang Guang, observing the scheming exchanges, felt a curious thrill. In his past life as an underdog, he had never experienced such attention from a throng of women. Yet, the voice sounded familiar, and upon closer inspection, he recognized her as the renowned star Zhou Mei from the Heavenly Kingdom. He had once admired her greatly, never anticipating he would meet her in person. However, Yin Jun, disinterested in their banter, interjected, These two are my brothers. Let them choose for themselves. May the best woman win. Upon hearing this, both Xiaoya and Zhou Mei exhaled in relief. Subsequently, 7 or 8 women lined up, reminiscent of a selection process for a royal consort, which left Huang Guang feeling quite out of place. Chen Dalu, unfazed, casually pointed to a mature and voluptuous figure, seemingly a celebrity of some renown. Huang Guang scanned the array of beautiful faces, suddenly struck by a sense of aesthetic fatigue. In the Paradise Club, even the waitresses were stunning. And after prolonged exposure to such beauty, he found himself somewhat desensitized. Brother Yin, perhaps I should pass? Huang Guang hesitated, feeling a sense of reluctance. Yin Jun chuckled, brother. Are none to your liking? Should I fetch Lin Daiyu for you? Lin Daiyu? Huang Guang paused, then realized she was the main character from the classic dream of the Red Chamber. Noticing his lack of reaction, Yin Jun patted his shoulder and said, it's all in good fun. You must learn to embrace this. Besides, all the women here are lovely, and this batch has no past entanglements. You need not worry. I would never let you become a mere fallback. Chandala chimed in, brother, don't be so rigid. Loosen up and enjoy life. Chapter 103. The Disappointment of Su Qing. After their lecture, Huang Guang found it hard to refuse, nodding in agreement. Yin Jun felt a surge of joy, as long as Huang Guang consented. He could hardly believe he would not be enamored by the allure of beauty, despite his previous reluctance. He had never encountered anyone who did not appreciate beauty. Even those who claimed indifference to it possessed other passions. Yin Jun was particularly adept at reading the room and catering to others' preferences. Before long, a woman of unremarkable appearance approached, accompanied by Lin Daiyu. Huang Guang recalled that this woman was named Su Qing and couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. Good day, young Master Yin. The woman's face lit up with a flirtatious smile as she turned to Su Qing, instructing her, aren't you going to greet him? Suin, somewhat reluctant, replied. Good day, young Master Yin. Yin Jun chuckled, his gaze tinged with amusement as he remarked, it seems this esteemed star, Su Qing, bears some dissatisfaction towards me. At this, the woman hastily interjected, young Master Yin, you must not misunderstand. Su Qing does not mean it that way. It is her first time here, and she is merely adjusting. Once she becomes accustomed, all will be well. Is that so? Yin Jun smiled, withholding his judgment. He was astute enough to discern the underlying tensions. The woman, unable to restrain herself, exclaimed, Su Qing, this gentleman is the illustrious owner of the Paradise Club, young Master Yin. To be acquainted with him is indeed a stroke of fortune. If you wish to advance in your career, it would be difficult not to gain recognition. Yet, Su Qing furrowed her brows in discontent, clearly disliking such forced pleasantries. She reluctantly said, young Master Yin, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please do not take offense. Whether I take offense depends on my brother here. Yin Jun replied, it's unnecessary to know me, but knowing my brother, young Master Huang, will surely yield benefits. He gestured towards Huang Guang with a grin. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes brightened, and she quickly bent towards Huang Guang, saying, good day, young Master Huang. Su Qing, go and have a chat with young Master Huang. Su Qing appeared hesitant, biting her lip, reluctant to move even a step. The woman, startled, urged, Su Qing, do not be ungrateful. Offending young Master Yin could jeopardize our future. It's merely a conversation. Do you think you're too precious for that? These words darkened Su Qing's countenance, yet she stepped forward to face Huang Guang. Yin Jun felt a surge of frustration. He aimed to please Huang Guang, but found himself thwarted by this thoughtless behavior, which could sour their relations. Particularly, if Huang Guang were to be angered, it would spell disaster for him. Just as he contemplated what to say next, Huang Guang unexpectedly remarked, it's all right. Let it be. It's just a conversation. To be honest, I feel a bit anxious meeting a star, so let us converse alone. Upon hearing this, the woman quickly added, yes, just chat among yourselves. Suin, be considerate and don't make me worry constantly. Su Qing bit her lip and nodded gently. Yin Jun, however, cast a surprised glance at Huang Guang, realizing that his words reflected a certain tenderness towards Su Qing. Could it be that Huang Guang had genuinely developed feelings for her? In the minds of second-generation offspring like them, celebrities are merely ephemeral playthings, summoned at will and dismissed just as easily, devoid of any genuine emotional investment. Moreover, some stars harbor ulterior motives. He pondered that he ought to remind Huang Guang of this later. Su Qing, however, fixed her gaze upon Huang Guang, contemplating his face, neither particularly handsome nor unattractive, with a tinge of melancholy. Would she truly have to become this man's lover? She was acutely aware that such a day would inevitably arrive, and it brought her some relief that Huang Guang did not display the overt desires characteristic of other men. Instead, he regarded her with a calm demeanor, devoid of any lustful intent. This demeanor instilled in Su Qing a modicum of fondness for Huang Guang, although she harbored little hope, believing all second-generation heirs to be fundamentally flawed. Huang Guang's composure stemmed merely from his cultivated restraint. Perhaps she should never have embarked on this path. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Su Qing recognized the futility of her reflections. The situation had already reached this juncture, leaving her powerless to alter it. No need to be anxious. Sit down. Take whatever you wish, Huang Guang casually remarked. Meanwhile, he observed Chandalu engaging fervently with another young star, noting with embarrassment the inappropriate behavior of Chen's hand. For a novice like Huang Guang, this scene caused his cheeks to flush. Su Qing, who had been watching him intently, was momentarily taken aback by his expression, even feeling a hint of surprise. However, Huang Guang quickly regained his composure, his gaze shifting to the clusters of stars and beauties on the court, his heart gradually settling into tranquility. Su Qing had assumed Huang Guang would seek an opportunity to converse with her, hoping that her aloof demeanor might deter his interest. Yet, to her astonishment, he showed no inclination to engage with her at all, instead fixating on others. Did she lack the allure of those women? A surge of indignation welled up within her. She had always held herself in high regard, disdainful of mingling with such women. Yet, here was Huang Guang, seemingly oblivious to her presence while captivated by others. Was it a case of reverse psychology? With a hint of sarcasm, she remained still, and both fell into a silence where words were absent. At that moment, Huang Guang's thoughts drifted to another concern. If Gu were to be brought into the military district, the Gu family would undoubtedly trace him, leading to further complications. Shaking his head, he resolved to dismiss such troubling thoughts, deciding to take one step at a time. With a disciple like Hua Songhua by his side, he felt reassured. As time slipped away, Yanjun finally spoke up. "Let us go do something thrilling." With that, he pushed away the woman in his arms, and Chun Dalu sat up. Huang Guang nodded, reflecting for a moment before turning to Su Qing and saying, "Thank you." Having said that, he departed with Yanjun and the others. Su Qing, however, remained frozen in place, pondering how she had done nothing at all, merely sitting there for a while, yet had received thanks. She found it quite disconcerting. More importantly, Huang Guang had left without stealing even a glance in her direction, departing without a trace of reluctance. Did this signify that he held no deeper feelings for her, and that it was not merely an act? As this thought crossed her mind, a flush crept onto Su Qing's delicate face. She suddenly realized that she might have misjudged him, that everything had been mere conjecture on her part. Soon, a woman of average appearance approached her. A hint of regret etched on her face as she remarked, "Su Qing, I noticed you both were completely still just now, and he didn't take you with him. Have you offended young Master Yin or young Master Huang?" Su Qing shook her head and replied, "He didn't mention anything to me. He probably has no interest in me." "Aunt Bing, what are you saying?" Su Qing's cheeks reddened as she continued, "But he has hardly exchanged a few words with me." Aunt Bing, exuding a sense of exasperation, responded, "Su Qing, you shouldn't maintain such a lofty demeanor. Men come in many varieties. Some are attracted to your type, while others prefer those who take the initiative. If you remain passive, given their status, what woman wouldn't they have access to? Just consider young Master Yin. He is the owner of the Paradise Club. The power and connections he wields. If you were to ingratiate yourself with him, would the director dare to replace you as the lead in this production?" Su Qing fell silent for a moment, then sighed. "It's fine, if that's the case. I won T-Act." Recently, she had been set to star in a major production, a deal that had been finalized. But due to her refusal to succumb to unspoken rules, the investors had opted to replace her with another actress.